At the stroke of midnight, Dr. Qingshuang, weary of the shackles of the corporate world, fancifully dubs himself the human resource transporter as he navigates through the bustling streets. Captain Lin Shengfeng of the criminal police, having served a decade in the military, is known for his incisive demeanor and stands as the backbone of the police force. An unexpected intersection arises between the two due to a murder case. Transitioning from a corporate elite to a delivery driver, he possesses an extraordinary perceptiveness, inadvertently becoming a special investigative consultant for the police department. A seemingly innocuous fried chicken order turns the delivery man, who is stealthily snacking in the hallway, into the prime suspect. When the headlights illuminate a smiling head at the alley's entrance, he finds himself stepping into not only a crime scene, but an artistic tableau painted in blood by a deranged killer. From a peculiar kidnapping case on the streets, he subdues the kidnapper to uncover the mastermind behind it, only to discover a hidden assassination. As he delves deeper, he unveils the sinister truth behind the criminal gang's conspiracy, ultimately dismantling an underground casino run by a real estate magnate and exposing the corrupt protective umbrella of collusion between officials and businessmen, valiantly defending justice and eradicating the forces of evil. One is a folk detective clad in a delivery uniform, while the other is a seasoned police captain, brimming with the vigor of a decade in service. Initially strangers, the two develop an uncanny rapport amidst a series of successive murders, driven not by romantic entanglements, but by a shared quest for truth. One a civilian, the other a law enforcer. With their complementary strengths, they work in perfect harmony to unveil the hidden truths behind each enigma. The system has assigned you a new investigative task. Please attend to it promptly and remain vigilant regarding your personal safety. Chapter 1. An Extra Meal. Long Nation, Xuan City. As dawn breaks, the streets buzz with life. Vehicles weave through the crosswalks, and pedestrians hurry along the sidewalks, some wearing bright smiles while others appear lifeless. Old Wang, how many orders do you have? The speaker is a young man named Xuan, clad in a white casual outfit with a Matewan vest draped over his shoulders, his hair tousled and his demeanor lethargic. Leaning against his vehicle, Old Wang glanced at Xuan before returning his gaze to his phone, slowly responding, 6 orders. 6 orders, and you're not anxious? You're just leisurely scrolling through short videos? Xuan teased. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Spare me your nonsense. If it weren't for my flat tire last month, the title of Order King would never have been yours. I assure you, this month's Order King is mine for the taking. So you better stay out of my way, Old Wang said disdainfully, waving Xuan off to cease his interruption. Xuan approached Old Wang, glancing at his phone. At that moment, Old Wang's sidelong gaze fixated on the screen, where the youthful allure of a female streamer made his lips quiver. The female streamer, adorned in a form-fitting purple dress and black stilettos, danced gracefully, her gaze enigmatic and filled with temptation. Oh, what a figure, Xuan remarked, unable to suppress his teasing. Old Wang, unable to resist, wiped his lips and said, not bad, right? I've been watching Xiao Ruru's streams lately. I just added her last night. Xuan looked at Old Wang oddly and inquired, how much did you spend? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Old Wang cleared his throat and sheepishly replied, not much, just enough for a sports car. Xuan narrowed his eyes and said, impossible. Come clean, or I'll inform Lao Yu and the others. You'll end up with a reputation for hoarding. Old Wang panicked at the thought, knowing those guys were even more desperate than he was. Wait, I'll tell you, it was just for a carnival. Xuan rolled his eyes in exasperation before returning to his vehicle and turning the key to start the engine. Old Wang, be careful. If you lose both money and goods, let's see where you go to cry. With that, Xuan revved the engine and sped away. Old Wang called after him. Hey, where are you going? Don't get me into trouble. Xuan shouted back, delivering food. Relieved, Old Wang resumed watching Xiao Ruru's dance videos. At 10:50, Xuan arrived at the new city community on his little scooter. Once I finish this delivery, I'll treat myself to lunch. How delightful. He parked at the entrance and called out to the security booth. Sir, could you please open the gate for me? The security guard, clearly irritated, waved his hand and shouted, no deliveries allowed inside the community. Xuan felt deflated. Great, not allowed in again. With no other option, he parked on the side, picked up his phone from the handlebar, and dialed the customer's number. The ringtone played, seeing a cockroach. I'm not afraid, I'm quite fearless. Just as Xuan immersed himself in the melodious tune, the call was answered. Hello, delivery here. I'm at the entrance of the community, but they won't let me in. Could you come down to collect your order? As soon as he finished speaking, A man's voice erupted on the other end. After a moment of exasperation, Yixian glanced around nervously and spotted someone about to emerge from the community's exit. With quick reflexes, he seized the delivery and slipped into the exit. Casting a furtive look towards the security kiosk, he felt a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing the elderly security guard had not noticed him, prompting a smile to break across his face. It's fortunate that I'm clever. Previously, I had to scale the wall, but this time I can simply use the main entrance. I'm no longer afraid of cockroaches, he hummed cheerfully as he navigated to Building 6, Unit 2, guided by the address displayed on his phone. The 12th floor, quite high, but thankfully there's an elevator. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Elevator malfunction. Damn it. No wonder he couldn't come down. What a beast. At that moment, Yixian felt a wave of despair wash over him. He reluctantly picked up his phone once more and dialed the number of the person who had placed the order. Hello, have you arrived? The orderer inquired. Big brother, your elevator is out of order. I can't possibly climb to the 12th floor. The orderer's fury erupted at once, his voice booming. What does it matter to me if you can't climb? I warn you, I'm quite hungry, and if you don't deliver the food promptly, I will lodge a complaint against you. Big brother, I simply cannot scale such heights. How about this? You descend a few floors, and I will bring it to you. What does that sound? Absolutely not. If I could come down, why would I have ordered takeout? Hurry up and come up. If you can't make it, I'll demand a refund and file a complaint. With that, the orderer hung up, leaving Yixian seething with frustration. He muttered under his breath, well, you can wait. It's just in time for lunch. He stepped into the stairwell and placed the delivery on the steps. This guy really doesn't understand life. How could he order fried chicken without a soda, and not even honey mustard flavor? It completely lacked soul. Though he complained, his hands moved with deft familiarity as he swiftly unwrapped the delivery. Donning disposable gloves, he picked up a chicken leg and began to devour it. Delicious. This chicken leg is so crispy. The boneless chicken pieces are incredibly tender. Just as he was halfway through the meal, his phone rang unexpectedly. Without even looking, he answered the call, only to be met with a familiar roar of anger. Hello, where are you? I've been waiting at the door for ages, and I haven't seen you. While chewing, Yixian mumbled a response. Oh, your delivery is almost there. Just a moment. So tasty. Suddenly, there was a silence on the line, followed by an explosive outburst. What the hell are you doing? Yixian smirked mischievously and replied, All right. Your delivery rider is quite busy. He's currently engaged in a battle with your food. Thank you. You bastard. You filthy delivery guy, just wait. I'm coming down right now. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm not your father. In an instant, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the phone. Hearing this, Yixian shouted, Please take your time. Don't rush. Be careful not to fall. I'm leaving now. With that, he promptly ended the call. What a relief. Yixian patted his belly contentedly, then tidied up the area a bit before leisurely leaving the community with the trash. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the sun blazed down upon the earth, scorching it to the touch. Even the air felt hot, causing one to sweat profusely with the slightest movement. Yixian squatted beneath a tree, fanning himself with his hands, unable to resist grumbling, this dreadful weather is enough to roast someone alive. He picked up his phone and mused, that guy from earlier hasn't left a bad review or complaint yet. Could it be that he has had a change of heart? With this thought, Yixian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, invigorated and suddenly feeling less hot. A free meal of fried chicken. There are still good people in this world. With that, he cheerfully hopped on his bike to retrieve more orders. At the new city community, Building 6, a large crowd had gathered downstairs, eagerly watching the police behind the cordoned-off area, whispering amongst themselves. Some appeared anxious, others were filled with curiosity, while a few remained utterly perplexed. Have you heard? A person suddenly died in the stairwell of Building 6. Chapter 2. The arrival of the Criminal Investigation Police. What happened? How did he die? I heard he fell to his death. He accidentally tumbled down the stairs, rolling all the way, covered in blood. It was a gruesome sight. How do you know? I have a relative on the 10th floor who saw it and called to inform me. In the corridor of the 10th floor, a contingent of detectives, clad in uniforms and wearing gloves and shoe covers, was meticulously surveying each level. Identity of the deceased? A tall, imposing figure with a stern countenance. A young detective in a crisp uniform adorned with 2 stripes and a star insignia inquired. The officer promptly replied, The deceased is named Yuhua, a 35-year-old male residing in apartment 1204 on the 12th floor. He leaves behind a wife with no children. His parents lived back home, and he was unemployed, subsisting on his parents' pension and his wife's earnings from her noodle shop. The man nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where is his wife?" Upon learning of her husband's incident, she became emotionally distraught and is currently weeping in the hallway. Officers Zhao and Li are attempting to console her. At that moment, a young female forensic expert approached. Team Leader Lin, my preliminary assessment indicates that the deceased suffered broken arms from the fall, struck his head against the wall, resulting in a severe concussion, with death attributed to excessive blood loss. Lin Qingshuang observed the corridor with a grave expression. The location where Yuhua met his end was at the corner between the 11th and 10th floors, his body face down against the wall, surrounded by a pool of blood, with no signs of any other individuals having passed through. Clearly, the witness had alerted the authorities immediately after the discovery, and no one else had entered or exited since. Dr. Su, is there any indication of a struggle? Lin Qingshuang inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Yan. She shook her head. The deceased's clothing remains intact, and there are currently no signs of a confrontation. Lin Qingshuang then turned to the officer, asking, who reported the incident. The officer promptly answered, a resident from the 11th floor, named Yang Wei. Lin Qingshuang nodded and instructed, let us go and question him. As Lin Qingshuang and the officer reached the corridor of the 11th floor, they found Yang Wei sitting on the ground, visibly shaken by the blood that stained the area. Lin Qingshuang fixed his gaze on Yang Wei and said, you are Yang Wei? Please explain how you discovered him. Yes. The elevator was out of order today, and I initially planned to stay indoors. However, when I realized I had run out of cigarettes, I had no choice but to go downstairs to buy some. My apartment is not far from the emergency exit. As soon as I stepped outside, I noticed a strange odor, which I initially thought was a dead rat. I even made a comment about it. When I entered the fire escape and prepared to descend, I looked down and saw someone slumped against the wall, blood everywhere, with it beginning to trickle down the stairs. I was so frightened that my legs turned to jelly. Once I regained my composure, I immediately called the police and have been waiting for you ever since. Lin Qingshuang listened intently, his brow furrowing. Has anyone else entered or exited this corridor since then? Yang Wei pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. I stayed in the corridor and didn't hear anything. After asking a couple more questions, Lin Qingshuang departed the corridor, making his way towards Yuhua's wife, Wu Zhan. At that moment, Officers Zhao Zongfei and Li Xiaoran were still comforting Wu Zhan. Upon seeing Lin Qingshuang approach, they immediately rose to their feet. Team Leader Lin. Lin Qingshuang nodded and asked, how is it going? Li Xiaoran responded quietly. We have calmed the family members as much as possible. Lin Qingshuang then turned his attention to Wu Zhan. Madam Wu, I regret to inform you that your husband has passed away. Please accept my condolences. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhan's previously subdued emotions erupted once more, and she began to wail uncontrollably. Li Xiaoran quickly crouched beside her, gently patting her back to offer comfort. After some time, as Wu Zhan gradually calmed down, Lin Qingshuang asked again, Madam Wu, do you know why your husband went downstairs? Wu Zhan shook her head, her eyes reddened. I don't know. I wasn't home. Lin Qingshuang raised an eyebrow. You weren't home? Where were you? I was working at the noodle shop near the entrance of the community. As soon as I heard about my husband, I rushed back. The noodle shop? How did your husband handle lunch? Wu Zhan replied, the elevator was broken, and my husband didn't want to climb the stairs. I had offered to bring him a bowl of noodles, but he refused, saying he had already ordered takeout. Lin Qingshuang nodded, indicating his understanding. We need to take the deceased for further investigation, and we kindly ask you to accompany us. Wu Zhan nodded, her eyes glistening with tears, and with Li Xiaoran's support, she left the corridor. Lin Qingshuang turned to Zhao Zongfei and instructed, investigate which delivery person brought the takeout to the deceased. Understood. As night fell at 5:30, Yixian returned home after completing his deliveries. The first thing he did upon entering was to grab some clothes and head to the bathroom for a shower. The apartment Yixian rented was not particularly luxurious, but also not shabby. It was a well-ventilated single-room apartment with a balcony, decorated in cool tones. After showering, he entered the kitchen, tied on an apron, and opened the refrigerator. I forgot to buy groceries at the market. Never mind, I still have some noodles. I can add an egg and a tomato. That will suffice. After speaking, Yixian placed the egg and tomato on the table. Just as he finished washing the cutting board and picked up the knife to slice the tomato in half, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Curious, he walked toward the door but forgot to set down the knife. Who is it? A man's voice called from outside. I'm from the police department, here to conduct an inquiry. Yixian furrowed his brow in confusion, peering through the peephole. When he confirmed it was indeed police officers, he opened the door. Officers? Is there something wrong? To his astonishment, he noticed 3 more officers, all fully equipped, lurking at his door. While he didn't see any firearms, They were donned in riot gear, and two of them were holding riot shields and batons, creating an imposing presence. Seeing Yi Xian with a knife, Zhao Zongfei immediately took a step back and raised his baton, commanding, "Comrade, please set down the knife." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied. Placing the knife on the ground and raising his hands high, Zhao Zongfei cautiously approached Yi Xian, then kicked the knife out of the doorway before lowering his baton. Though his expression remained vigilant, Zhao Zongfei produced his identification and held it in front of Yi Xian. "I am Zhao Zongfei from the Xuan City Police Department. Here is my identification." He continued, "Are you Yi Xian?" "Yes, that's me." "What is the matter?" Zhao Zongfei replied, "We need to discuss a case with you. Here is a search warrant and a summons. We will be recording the entire process. Please cooperate with our investigation." Yi Xian was taken aback. "A search warrant? A summons? What have I done?" Noticing Yi Xian's stunned silence, Zhao Zongfei exchanged glances with the three detectives behind him. Chapter 3. The High Achiever Versus. The criminal investigation team leader, the three detectives, understanding the cue, nodded and entered the apartment to commence their inquiries. Yi Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Is it because I visited some questionable websites? Surely that can't be the reason. Can I delete it in time? In that moment, Yi Xian desperately racked his brain, pondering every misdeed he had ever committed, yet he could not fathom what serious crime could warrant the arrival of armed detectives. His mind swirled with thoughts, and ultimately, he surmised, "I merely indulged in a free meal of fried chicken today. Surely the detectives would not come knocking for that? Could it be?" Yi Xian's intuition began to take shape. That guy from the 12th floor must have encountered some trouble. Unable to restrain himself, Yi Xian finally asked, "Officer Zhao, may I inquire what the case is about?" Zhao Zongfei's expression was grave as he stated, "We suspect you are implicated in a criminal case. You must accompany us to the station for further investigation." Yi Xian was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The detectives searched for quite some time, but found nothing of significance, only unearthing some adult art pieces. Subsequently, the detectives shook their heads in unison at Zhao Zongfei. Noticing this, Zhao Zongfei turned his gaze towards Yi Xian. "Come on, let's head to the police station." Yi Xian nodded helplessly, his heart racing with trepidation as he followed the detectives downstairs and into the police vehicle, leaving the community behind. At the Xuan City Police Station, in the interrogation room, an unusual silence enveloped the space. The dim lighting cast an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on one's heart. Yi Xian slumped despondently over the table. Having skipped dinner, he appeared listless, akin to a deflated balloon. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing Lin Qingshuang. He closed the door behind him, adopting a serious demeanor as he approached the interrogation table across from Yi Xian and took a seat. Feeling the intangible pressure emanating from Lin Qingshuang, Yi Xian shifted uncomfortably in his chair, suddenly aware of its discomfort. Lin Qingshuang regarded him with a stoic expression, remaining silent. Yi Xian felt as though he were under the predatory gaze of a wolf, a shiver running down his spine. Unable to withstand Lin Qingshuang's penetrating stare any longer, he finally spoke up. How should I address you, officer?" Lin Qingshuang replied coolly, "Lin Qingshuang." Yi Xian raised his hands in a gesture of respect. "Ah, Officer Lin. It is an honor to meet you." He then cautiously inquired, "Officer Lin, may I ask why I have been summoned here at this late hour?" Lin Qingshuang opened the documents on the table and inquired, "Do you know Yu Hua?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment, eventually recalling the name from today's delivery order. Though the order did not display a full name, it did show the surname. Realizing it was indeed the individual who had perished, Yi Xian shook his head and responded, "I do not know him. I have never even heard of him." Lin Qingshuang scrutinized Yi Xian closely before shifting his attention back to the documents. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 25. Gender? Yi Xian felt at a loss for words. He glanced down at his younger brother beside him, then reluctantly raised his head and said, "Officer Lin, am I particularly effeminate?" Lin Qingfeng's countenance remained stern as he stated, "Answer the questions posed to you." "Fine. Male, and I am fond of women." Yi Xian replied with a hint of resignation. "Occupation: human basic survival material courier." Lin Qingshuang cast a puzzled glance at Yi Xian. "Aren't you a food delivery guy?" Yi Xian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, but don't you think this title sounds more prestigious?" Lin Qingshuang continued to peruse Yi Xian's file, his eyes betraying a rare flicker of surprise. "Weren't you a senior executive at Langxian Venture Capital Group? Why did you leave to become a delivery person?" Langxian Venture Capital Group was renowned in Xuan City, having established numerous charitable organizations and provided aid to countless impoverished areas and families, earning a national reputation. Furthermore, its employees were predominantly high achievers, with even the cleaning staff holding bachelor's degrees. Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he soon managed a wry smile, saying, "Consider it a weariness of that lifestyle. Delivering food is merely a means to make ends meet. I prefer the feeling of pursuing freedom." Lin Xingfeng chuckled. "You are quite unique." Continuing to examine Xian's dossier, Lin Xingfeng's eyes involuntarily quivered slightly. A high achiever from Huqing University, with dual doctorates in economics and management. Impressive. Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he regarded Lin Xingfeng with a teasing glint. "Officer Lin, you are not too shabby yourself. Achieving the rank of police supervisor at such a young age. With your demeanor, you must surely be a team leader." Lin Xingfeng cleared his throat and remarked, "Being a high achiever, one must also adhere to the law." Xian's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly waved his hands. "Officer Lin, you can't make such accusations. What law have I broken? At 11 o'clock a.m. today, where were you?" Lin Xingfeng pressed. Xian replied without hesitation, "Delivering food." "To where?" "I can't recall exactly." Lin Xingfeng's expression hardened. "Did you deliver to the Qingshuang community?" Xian nodded, admitting, "My last delivery this morning was indeed to that community. The elevator was broken, and when I called the customer, he refused to come down. I couldn't possibly carry it up, it was too high, and I would have exhausted myself. Hence, I left when he declined. However, surveillance footage shows you entered the hallway at 11 o'clock and exited at 11:10. What were you doing during those 10 minutes? Lin Xingfeng's gaze bore into Xian, seemingly attempting to penetrate his mind for the truth. Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I was just having a bite of the delivery." Lin Xingfeng shot Xian a bemused glance. "Really?" Xian then asked softly, "Officer Lin, is Yuhua dead?" "How do you know he is dead?" "The detectives came to my house fully armed, bearing search and summons warrants, claiming I was suspected of intentional homicide. But I only had a disagreement with that guy today. Indeed, he is deceased." "May I ask how he died?" Xian inquired cautiously. "The deceased fell from the 11th floor, striking his head against the corridor between the 10th and 11th floors, resulting in fatal blood loss." Xian gasped, fists clenched, speculating. "An accident?" Lin Xingfeng nodded. "Based on the current evidence, yes." Xian anxiously waved his hands, exclaiming, "Officer Lin, I am a model citizen. Moreover, I do not know him. I was merely on the first floor stairs eating his delivery, having gone nowhere. His death has nothing to do with me." Lin Xingfeng teased. "Even so, he descended because of you." Xian quickly countered. "That was his impulsive decision. I shouldn't be held accountable. This community explicitly prohibits deliveries from entering. The fact that I managed to bring it to the ground level is commendable. I am under no obligation to deliver it upstairs. Besides, while I may have consumed his food, that only constitutes a breach of contract with the platform, and such criminal liability cannot be attributed to me." Lin Xingfeng's lips curled slightly. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the law." Chapter 4. Deduction. They proceeded to the scene of the incident. At that moment, a knock echoed through the interrogation room. "Come in." As Lin Xingfeng's words faded, an elderly forensic expert entered, clutching a report. "Xiao Lin, here is the autopsy report of the deceased." Lin Xingfeng stood, accepting the report with a smile. "Thank you, Zhou Lao." Zhou Jingrong waved his hand dismissively. "The deceased, Yu Hua, is believed to have died around 11:30 a.m. His clothing was heavily dust-laden, yet there were no fingerprints from others, nor signs of tearing or struggle. His forehead sustained a significant impact, resulting in a fractured skull, cerebral contusions, and a broken nose, with the specific cause of death being due to the severe impact leading to unconsciousness and excessive blood loss. In other words, there are no signs of foul play. It appears to be an accidental death." Zhou Jingrong nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is the current finding." At this juncture, Xian hastily raised his hand to interrupt the conversation between the two. "Wait." Both men turned their gazes toward Xian. He looked at the autopsy report and asked, "Officer Lin, may I take a look at the autopsy report?" Lin Xingfeng frowned slightly, glancing at Zhou Jingrong for confirmation. Seeing Zhou nod in agreement, Lin Xingfeng finally handed the report to Xian. Xian quickly took the report and began to examine it meticulously. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "His lower limbs show no soft tissue bruising or joint sprains." Zhou Jingrong looked at Xian in surprise before finally nodding. "Correct." Lin Xingfeng questioned, "What does this indicate?" Night Xian began to elucidate slowly. A typical individual, even when hastening down the stairs, would inevitably twist their ankle in the event of a fall. However, the deceased's ankles bore no signs of injury, nor did his knees exhibit any wounds. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingrong's interest was piqued, and he squinted, inquiring, "What if he slipped while descending too forcefully, losing control and tumbling down?" "That is implausible. The corridor in that complex is approximately 4 to 5 meters high and equally long. The floor is constructed of poured concrete, devoid of tiles, which provides excellent anti-slip properties. Unless one were to wear damp slippers, the likelihood of slipping is virtually non-existent, and the autopsy report indicated he was wearing athletic shoes. Knight Qian continued. Even if he were to slip, with his feet suspended in the air and his body leaning forward, it would be impossible to fall such a distance, at most 1 meter. Lin Qingshuang and Zhou Zhengrong, upon hearing Knight Qian's reasoning, found his assertions rather compelling. Lin Qingshuang regarded Knight Qian with curiosity and asked, "How do you possess such knowledge?" Knight Qian's lips curled into a slight smile, with a hint of pride as he replied, "During my university days, I found myself rather bored and perused several books on medicine, law, and psychology." Lin Qingshuang and Zhou Zhengrong exchanged astonished glances. "What do you mean by that?" After a moment's contemplation, Knight Qian responded slowly. He must have had contact with someone when descending, or perhaps he was pushed down the stairs. Lin Qingshuang and Zhou Zhengrong locked eyes, both registering shock in one another's expressions. Lin Qingshuang immediately rose to his feet, then approached the officer outside the door, instructing, "Conduct a thorough investigation of the deceased Yuhua's social circle to identify any potential adversaries." "Understood." Zhou Zhengrong turned to Knight Qian, grinning. "Kid, you possess some skill." Upon receiving Zhou Zhengrong's compliment, Knight Qian awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a wave of embarrassment. If it were Lin Qingshuang offering praise, Knight Qian might have lifted his head with a modicum of pride. Yet, in response to Zhou Zhengrong's commendation, he felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. At that moment, Lin Qingshuang approached and addressed Zhou Zhengrong. "Old Zhou, I intend to revisit the crime scene." Knight Qian interjected eagerly, "Officer Lin, what about me? Can I return now?" Lin Qingshuang shook his head sternly. "No, you are the prime suspect, and you lack an alibi. We require your continued cooperation in the investigation." Knight Qian's expression soured at this, feeling trapped in the small room, as if it were inducing claustrophobia. He then spoke again. "Officer Lin, since I cannot leave, may I accompany you to the crime scene?" Just as Lin Qingshuang was about to refuse, Zhou Zhengrong preemptively said, "That is acceptable." Lin Qingshuang looked at Zhou Zhengrong in confusion, his eyes filled with disbelief. Upon hearing Zhou Zhengrong's consent, Knight Qian sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Lin Qingshuang, unable to reject Zhou Zhengrong's decision, begrudgingly led Knight Qian along. As they entered the Public Security Bureau's hall, Lin Qingshuang pointed to Wu Zhan, who stood dazed at the doorway. "That is the deceased's wife, Wu Zhan. She has been weeping for quite some time, her eyes swollen. Her husband is dead. And with no children, she has become a true widow, a loss that no one could endure." Knight Qian halted, observing intently. Wu Zhan turned and spotted Lin Qingshuang and Knight Qian, slowly approaching them. With reddened eyes, she asked, "Officer, what is the status of my husband's case?" Lin Qingshuang reassured her, "Ms. Wu, please accept my condolences. The circumstances surrounding your husband's death are rather peculiar, and we are still investigating. We kindly ask for your patience." Wu Zhan nodded, her voice hoarse. "Thank you, officer. Please, you must seek justice for my husband." Lin Qingshuang nodded gravely. "Rest assured, Ms. Wu, we will uncover the truth." Knight Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing something subtle. Outside the Public Security Bureau, Captain Lin, a group of detectives stood at the entrance, awaiting Lin Qingshuang. He nodded to them and declared, "Let us depart." "Understood." They responded in unison, casting puzzled looks at Knight Qian beside Lin Qingshuang. However, they refrained from questioning further and strode toward the police vehicle. "Brother Zhao, is Captain Lin taking the suspect to the crime scene?" Wu Gang asked curiously, directing his inquiry at Zhao Zongfei. "I'm not sure," Zhao Zongfei replied, shaking his head in confusion. Su Guanglei, observing Lin Qingshuang and Knight Qian, pondered, perhaps Captain Lin intends to bring the suspect to the scene for clarification? Just then, Li Xiaoran climbed into the driver's seat and said, "Enough guessing. It's quite normal to take a suspect to the scene." Su Guanglei exclaimed in alarm, "Are you still going to drive? Last time, when we apprehended a thief in your car, you drove like a maniac, nearly wrecking the police vehicle, and we caught an earful from Captain Lin. You still dare to drive?" Li Xiaoran remained unfazed, confidently patting his chest. "Don't worry. We're merely revisiting the scene, not apprehending a criminal. I'll drive more cautiously this time." Su Guanglei gulped nervously, gripping the handle above the window, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Zongfei. Sensing Su Guanglei's gaze, Zhao Zongfei shrugged his shoulders, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 5. Relationships Determined. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Lin Qingshuang took the driver's seat, while Knight Qian eagerly hopped into the passenger side. "Officer Lin, your police car is due for retirement. The seats are painfully hard." Knight Qian complained with a grimace. Lin Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Are you paying for it? Knight Qian retorted nonchalantly. I would need money for that. Officer Lin, who is that old Joe? Lin Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased. So astute. Why not take a guess? Lin Qingfeng was utterly confident. Even within the Public Security Bureau, aside from the chief, no one was privy to his relationship with Zhou Zhengrong. Knight Qian, undeterred, began to analyze. Although old Zhou is quite aged, his demeanor and poise are extraordinary, unmistakably indicating a deeply experienced officer. While he is a forensic expert, I suspect his rank is quite high. You, despite being the captain of the criminal police team, operate within the municipal bureau, suggesting that only someone of the chief's caliber could grant you such authority. Yet, from what I observed earlier, I sensed a profound respect you hold for old Zhou, which transcends mere deference to a superior. At this point, Knight Qian glanced at Lin Qingfeng, continuing, Furthermore, Officer Lin, you are not originally from Xuan City, are you? Although your speech is articulate, I detect a hint of accent from Kyoto, leading me to surmise that you must hail from there. Considering these factors, it is evident that old Zhou is your elder, and your appointment as the criminal police captain in Xuan City was likely due to old Zhou's influence, prompting your family to arrange this position for you. Lin Qingfeng stood frozen, staring at Knight Qian as if he had seen a ghost. He never anticipated that Knight Qian's observational skills could be so astute. Just from his demeanor and reactions, he discerned that Zhou Zhengrong was his elder. Moreover, Lin Qingfeng had not spoken in his native Kyoto dialect for a decade since enlisting at the age of 16, and he had nearly forgotten it. How could Knight Qian have detected the remnants of his accent with such precision? Surely, his ears must be made of something other than flesh. Noticing Lin Qingfeng's astonished expression, Knight Qian smirked slightly, realizing he had guessed correctly. Now it is Knight Qian's turn to jest, Officer Lin. I wonder if my guess is correct? Lin Qingfeng nodded affirmatively, unable to deny it. Indeed, old Zhou is my elder. He is my uncle by marriage. Knight Qian, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. But it seems that old Zhou is already in his 60s. Why has he not retired at this age? Lin Qingfeng, upon hearing this, remained silent, though a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. This murderous aura arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, soon subdued by Lin Qingfeng. Unfortunately, this moment did not escape Knight Qian's keen observation. Although he felt a tinge of curiosity, he refrained from further questioning and instead directed his gaze forward. After approximately 10 minutes, 2 police cars gradually approached the entrance of Building 6 in Newtown Community. The detectives promptly equipped themselves with flashlights, gloves, and shoe covers before ascending the stairs. The scene remained largely undisturbed, due to the ongoing police cordon and the fact that a death had occurred in this building. The residents dared not use the fire escape from Unit 2, opting instead to take the longer route through Unit 1's fire escape. Knight Qian meticulously scrutinized the corridor on the 10th and 11th floors, as well as the outlines of the bodies in the hallway. After a brief observation, Knight Qian raised his head and gestured with his thumb towards the 11th floor. Soon, a subtle smile graced his lips. I see now. Noticing this, Lin Qingfeng inquired. What is it? Knight Qian pointed to the first step leading down from the 11th floor and explained. This location is separated from the stairwell leading to the 12th floor by merely a wall, creating a blind spot for anyone ascending or descending. If the deceased had merely been in contact with someone and accidentally fell, their body would instinctively struggle and twist during the fall. This is a natural human reaction. However, the deceased's head struck the wall directly, indicating that he did not have time to react and was rendered unconscious immediately. This suggests that the possibility of the deceased accidentally falling due to contact with another person can be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingfeng furrowed his brow. The detectives accompanying him exchanged bewildered glances with Knight Qian, as if they had heard something utterly implausible. Lin Qingfeng stepped forward to the location Knight Qian had described and, after a brief examination, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there had been accidental contact, the deceased would not have shown no reaction whatsoever. Thus, we can now ascertain that the possibility of accidental death is ruled out. This is a premeditated murder. Knight Qian snapped his fingers playfully and then moved to stand behind the fire escape door on the 11th floor. Officer Lin, this corridor is quite small. The only position from which one could discreetly approach the deceased from behind and push him down is exactly where I am standing now. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingfeng and the other detectives hastily made their way to Knight Qian's position. Zhao Zongfei nodded earnestly, stating, Yes, this is not far from the corridor. Only 3 steps away, and it remains a blind spot for anyone using the stairs. There is indeed an opportunity to commit the crime. Knight Qian continued, Moreover, Have you noticed that the elevator just happened to malfunction on the very day the crime was committed? Li Xiaoran immediately responded. According to the property management, the elevator malfunction was due to belt wear, which has happened several times before. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Lin Qingshuang, gazing at Night Xian, spoke slowly. Are you suggesting that the elevator malfunction was orchestrated, intended to compel the deceased to use the stairs, thereby facilitating the murder? Night Xian smiled and nodded. The maintenance records indicate that the elevator was last serviced 3 days ago. What a coincidence that it malfunctioned shortly after the maintenance, and tragically, it resulted in a loss of life. But how did the murderer know the deceased would be going downstairs? What if he had chosen not to leave the apartment all day? Li Xiaoran asked, perplexed. Night Xian replied slowly. The murderer must be someone who knows the deceased exceedingly well. At this revelation, the image of Wu Zhan materialized in everyone's minds. Are you implying it is his wife? Lin Qingshuang questioned, bewildered. Night Xian nodded, but then shook his head. The motive for the crime remains unclear, but I am certain that the deceased's wife is undoubtedly connected to this matter. Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow, looking at Night Xian with confusion. You only just met her at the police station. How could you suspect her? The reaction of the deceased's wife was rather unusual. Upon hearing from Officer Lin about the suspicious circumstances of her husband's death, she trembled slightly, her gaze evasive, her voice hoarse. These reactions indicate a defensive response, suggesting she knows something, hence her guilty demeanor. Moreover, there are signs that her foot has been sprained. Chapter 6. The motive exposed. The others looked at Night Xian in confusion. How did I not notice that? Lin Qingshuang asked, bewildered. Night Xian replied slowly. Wu Zhan concealed it well. When she approached Officer Lin, I observed a fleeting expression of pain on her face. Initially, I thought it was due to overwhelming sorrow causing her facial nerves to tense, but after watching her for a moment, I noticed her right foot was less stable than her left. It was then that I sensed something was amiss. But even if she has a sprained foot, that does not necessarily imply anything, does it? Li Xiaoran inquired curiously. Night Xian shook his head. Such matters are not typically concealed. But her reluctance to let the police notice her injury suggests that the reason for her sprain is undoubtedly linked to the deceased. I suspect that she may have sprained her foot while forcefully pushing the deceased. Upon hearing Night Xian's words, the others gasped in astonishment, gazing at him with admiration. For a moment, they seemed to forget their roles as detectives. Zhao Zongfei then posed a question. If that is indeed the case, what could her motive for murder be? Night Xian lazily stretched. That is for you to investigate. Perhaps you should focus on why this couple, married for so long, has yet to have children, and whether there is any possibility of infidelity on the part of either the deceased or his wife. The detectives, upon hearing this, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Qingshuang. There was no way anyone would dare to agree to Night Xian's, the suspect, request without the chief's approval. After a moment, Lin Qingshuang nodded. We will work overtime tonight to thoroughly investigate Wu Zhan's background. Yes. The following morning, at the police station, in the interrogation room, Wu Zhan looked at Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei, who appeared serious, and felt a wave of unease. Comrades of the police, how is the investigation into my husband's death progressing? Lin Qingshuang, with a stoic expression, nodded and replied, it has been clarified. Wu Zhan furrowed her brow, then feigned surprise. That is wonderful. Who is the murderer? Zhao Zongfei smiled widely, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Zhan. Ms. Wu, where were you at 11 a.m. yesterday? And who can verify that? Wu Zhan, momentarily stunned, sweat trickling from her palms, responded, I was working at the noodle shop at the community entrance. I told you this before, the shop owner can confirm it. Zhao Zongfei replied coolly, however, the surveillance footage at the community entrance shows that you left the noodle shop at 10:30 a.m. and returned at 11:15 a.m. What do you have to say about that? Wu Zhan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she forced herself to remain calm. I went to the restroom, and I did not enter the community. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. Then, in a fit of anger, Wu Zhan shouted, what is wrong with you police? If you can't catch the murderer, you resort to slandering me? I am the deceased's family. Lin Qingshuang raised his hand, signaling Wu Zhan to calm down, and then spoke slowly. Our investigation has revealed that your relationship with the deceased was not harmonious. Your neighbors have frequently heard the two of you arguing over the past 2 years, even during your shifts at the noodle shop. Wu Zhan retorted defiantly, so what? Isn't it normal for couples to have disputes? But you've been married to the deceased for 10 years without having any children. What is the reason for that? Lin Qingshuang pressed. Having children is not something I can control. It is my husband's choice not to have them. Lin Qingshuang, upon hearing this, scoffed, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Wu Zhan. However, we discovered at the city hospital that you and your husband underwent examinations 2 years ago, which revealed that your husband suffers from azoospermia. It is precisely due to this matter that signs of discord began to manifest between you two. How do you explain that? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhan's expression darkened, as if the words had pierced her very soul, causing her to clench her fists involuntarily. Officer, it is my husband who is infertile, not I. I am not the one at fault. Lin Qingshuang continued, I must admit, you possess quite the talent for gambling. And this time you hit the jackpot. Given the height of the building, the delivery person indeed did not bring the food upstairs. With your husband's volatile temperament, he would undoubtedly confront the delivery person downstairs. Furthermore, you previously claimed that you intended to bring your husband a bowl of noodles. In truth, you were aware that he does not eat noodles. You merely sought to confirm whether he had ordered takeout, did you not? After verifying that he had placed an order. At precisely 10:30, you left the noodle shop ahead of schedule and arrived at the entrance of the fire escape on the 11th floor to await your husband's descent. Subsequently, while your husband hurried down, unguarded, you forcefully pushed him down the stairs, revealing your desperate intent to harm Hua, to the extent that you overexerted yourself and sprained your ankle. Once you had pushed the deceased down, you feared lingering too long would expose you. So you gritted your teeth against the pain and immediately fled towards Unit 1's hallway, descending from there and ultimately escaping back to the noodle shop by a premeditated route that avoided surveillance. Wu Zhan's eyes visibly filled with panic, stammering, what sprain? I don't understand what you're saying. Lin Qingshuang let out a cold laugh, pointing at Wu Zhan's foot. Is that so? Would you dare let the forensic expert examine your injury? Wu Zhan trembled all over, her hands clenched in fury as she shouted, Yes, I sprained my ankle. So what? That proves nothing. Seeing that Wu Zhan remained obstinate, Lin Qingshuang pressed on, still unwilling to admit it. Are we? Then let us discuss the matter of the noodle shop owner. Wu Zhan froze momentarily and then lowered her head in silence. The owner of the noodle shop, named Wu Qingshuang, was your childhood friend and also your lover, was he not? A year ago, you resigned from your position in the shoe factory's finance department. Yet shortly after, the noodle shop opened at the entrance of your community, and you immediately took a job there, claiming to your husband that you had been laid off. In reality, it was because of Wu Qingshuang that you quit, was it not? Wu Zhan offered no response, her eyes reddening as she fixed her gaze on Lin Qingshuang. You were aware that Wu Qingshuang had harbored feelings for you since childhood, and that he had previously worked at the elevator factory. Thus, 3 months ago, you approached him, offering yourself as an incentive for him to tamper with the elevator in Building 6, preparing for your husband's murder. Initially, Wu Qingshuang was reluctant, but upon learning of the torment and humiliation you had endured over the years, he was deeply moved and resolved to assist you. Over the past 2 months, the elevator in Unit 1 and Unit 2 of Building 6 has malfunctioned 5 times. Was that not due to your machinations? Lin Qingshuang, seeing Wu Zhan still unresponsive, continued. Wu Qingshuang has already been apprehended. Should I bring him here for you to confront? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhan sighed in relief, a bitter smile crossing her face as she shook her head. No, it is true. I killed you, Hua. Chapter 7. The Truth. Relief. But he deserved to die. He deserved to die. Wu Zhan's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice cold as ice, as if an inferno of rage were about to erupt. She removed her clothing, her body trembling as various new and old wounds were revealed, some bruised, some purple, some black, and others marked by jagged, bloodied gashes that were too horrific to behold. Ever since he was diagnosed with infertility, he has done nothing but torment me, beating and berating me at every turn. He accuses me, claiming that I am the reason for his condition, calling me a whore, insisting that I have entangled myself with filthy men, thus causing him to become infertile. For 2 years, I have lived in agony, and even his parents have joined in, saying I am a harbinger of misfortune, wishing I would be struck by a car so they could profit from compensation. Wu Zhan collapsed onto the table, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking uncontrollably. Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei listened in silence, their hearts filled with compassion. At last, Zhao Zongfei could no longer restrain himself and asked, Then why didn't you divorce him? Wu Zhan abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with resentment, her nails digging deep into her palms, her joints turning pale from the pressure. Divorce? Wu Zhan suddenly turned around, revealing a worm-like scar etched deeply on her lower back, a stark testament to her suffering. When I first proposed divorce, he went mad, grabbing a bottle and smashing it over my head, accusing me of trying to escape the consequences of what I had caused him. This scar was carved out by him, using scissors, little by little. The 2 men clenched their fists tightly, Lin Qingfeng's eyes glinting with a fierce intent. Zhao Zongfei shouted, Then report him. The law will surely bring you justice. Wu Zhan let out a bitter laugh, tears rolling down her cheeks. How could I not have thought of reporting him? But the moment that thought crossed my mind, That bastard grabbed my hair and threatened me with my family. How could I dare to call the police? The interrogation room fell into a profound silence. Finally, Wu Zhan raised her head to face Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei. Officer, Qingshuang is innocent. He was unaware of my intentions to kill Yu Hua. He believed I simply wanted to teach him a lesson. I hope you can spare Qingshuang. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the detectives, including Yi Xian, were enveloped in a heavy silence. They felt deep sympathy for Wu Zhan, yet also a profound sense of loss for her. We all seek freedom, yet our paths are worlds apart. I wish to avoid the treachery of human hearts while she fights for survival. Yi Xian, with a heavy heart, turned away, no longer wishing to witness the proceedings in the interrogation room. After Wu Zhan had disclosed everything, she was taken away by the detectives. Awaiting her would be the punishment of the law. Yi Xian watched her departing silhouette and slowly remarked, Officer Lin, how long do you think she will be sentenced? Lin Chengfeng shook his head helplessly. At least a minimum of 10 years. If this case remains unresolved, she might find relief. Yi Xian sighed, shaking his head. No, she will only suffer more. Lin Chengfeng, puzzled, inquired why. She has committed murder, and it was against her own husband. She is but an ordinary woman. Her psychological resilience not comparable to yours, Officer Lin. Perhaps only in prison will her heart find true solace. Yi Xian turned away, waving his hand at Lin Chengfeng as he departed. Until we meet again, or rather, perhaps we never shall. Lin Chengfeng silently watched Yi Xian fade from view until he disappeared entirely. Upon returning to the community, Yi Xian had a simple bowl of noodles before heading home for a restful sleep. He slept soundly until 2:30 in the afternoon. As he slowly opened his eyes, the sunlight was particularly bright, piercing even through the curtains. It had been a long time since he had slept during the day, and he found it somewhat disorienting. Yi Xian gradually sat up, ruffling his hair, which resembled a bird's nest, before heading to the bathroom. After a quick grooming session, he struck a handsome pose in the mirror and left his home. He hopped on his beloved little motorcycle, which would never be caught in traffic, and logged in to accept orders. Just as Yi Xian's handsome face was verified, his phone emitted a nightmarish sound. The system has assigned you a new task. Please attend to it promptly and drive safely. So soon with a new order? Let's see. Oh, warm coffee house. No waiting for orders. I'm off to check out the lovely ladies. Yi Xian immediately twisted the throttle and sped away. Warm coffee house. The location of this establishment was somewhat remote, yet remarkably tranquil. The surrounding scenery was exceptionally beautiful, as it was situated by the river, allowing one to hear the sound of the waves while seated at the entrance. Raising one's head also offered a view of the light rail passing by in the distance. The interior decor of the shop was uniquely charming, exuding a warm, vintage, and artistic atmosphere. The wooden shutters exude an air of antiquity and elegance, as sunlight filters through the gaps, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. A myriad of books and records are displayed by the window, while pastel-hued ceramic coffee cups are neatly arranged on the bar, resembling exquisite pieces of art, adding a gentle touch of domestic warmth and comfort. Yi Xian parked his vehicle by the roadside, then leisurely strolled into the cafe, casually settling onto a bar stool. Glancing at the counter and noticing the absence of takeout orders, he called out to the busy young woman behind the bar, Zhou Wanqing, "Is the Matewan order for number 15 ready?" Upon hearing his voice, she slowly turned her head, revealing a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. "Oh, isn't this the night? I haven't seen you all day." Zhou Wanqing, a rare beauty, appeared fresh-faced. Her skin as fair as snow, with an oval face, petite nose, and elegantly arched brows, exuding a captivating charm. She was also the proprietor of the cafe. Warm coffee retreat. Yi Xian languidly leaned over the bar, responding with a hint of nonchalance. "Don't even mention it. Something came up last night, and I only managed to sleep in the morning. As soon as I logged onto the system, I was assigned an order from your cafe." After saying this, he couldn't help but yawn. Zhou Wanqing laughed teasingly. "What happened? Did you go out for a midnight adventure?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes in response. "Girls, and your insatiable curiosity. How stingy." Zhou Wanqing murmured before adding, "The Matewan order for number 15 will be ready shortly. You can lounge for a bit." With that, she turned back to her tasks. "All right then," Yi Xian replied, picking up his phone to scroll through short videos. At that moment, a ragdoll cat stealthily circled around his feet. "Ah, Cici." Yi Xian bent down and scooped up the cat. This ragdoll, named Cici, was a kitten adopted by Zhou Wanqing. When her cafe first opened, Cici had waddled in, scruffy and bearing numerous scars, likely a victim of bullying from other stray cats. Zhou Wanqing, moved by compassion, promptly took Cici to the veterinary clinic for treatment, purchasing a variety of cat food and treats, and even built a cozy nook for Cici in the cafe. Now, Cece's eyes sparkled with vitality, and her fur was thick and silky, resembling a lively little princess. Not only was Cece gentle in nature, but she also had a knack for attracting customers into the store when it was empty. If guests were present, she would retreat to her nook, only emerging if someone came to play with her. Otherwise, she would refrain from disturbing their meals. Originally, Zhou Wanqing was unaware of this behavior until Yi Xian pointed it out, leading her to reward Cece with treats daily. After playfully toying with Cece, Yi Xian set her down, just as his phone erupted with notifications, the WeChat app ringing incessantly. Upon checking, he saw it was a group chat titled Drunken Dining Crew. This group had been established by Old Wang for his team of 6. Previously, the station master had expressed dissatisfaction with the small size of Old Wang's team and intended to assign additional members, but Old Wang had firmly declined. Perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure Yi Xian exerted on him, the station master had no choice, as Old Wang was indeed a lone wolf. Wind and rain unimpeded. Neighboring Old Wang. You sneaky fellow. How could you indulge behind your brother's backs? In all things, you, neighboring Old Wang. You are truly despicable. 900 million girls' dreams. Neighboring Old Wang. You better hope we don't catch you, or there will be hell to pay. I am a small soldier. Neighboring Old Wang. How selfish can you be? Tui. Yi Xian grew increasingly perplexed. Then typed, Nightly Serenade. Everyone, what on earth is happening? I am a small soldier. Brother Yi, check Old Wang's moments. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian quickly clicked into Old Wang's social media post. His brows furrowed upon spotting the latest update. Wasn't that the female streamer Old Wang had been eyeing yesterday? He was already taking her out to dinner? His gaze fell upon the lavish spread laid out on the table, and he exclaimed, Oh wow. Old Wang has some serious game. The restaurant, Xuan, was an upscale establishment located in the heart of the city, where the average cost per person reached an astonishing 2,000. For those with slightly better appetites, dining there could easily cost around 3,000. Yi Xian knew this all too well, having dined there 3 or 4 years prior, and frequently revisiting since. Returning to the Drunken Dining Crew chat, he typed, Nightly Serenade. Neighboring Old Wang. Did you win the lottery? Neighboring Old Wang. Ahem, just saved up 2 months' salary, dog emoji. GIF. The other 4 members of the group erupted with tags and inquiries upon seeing Old Wang's message. Yi Xian shook his head in exasperation, setting his phone down as he glanced at Zhou Wanqing at the bar. Zhou, I see your cafe is thriving. Why not hire an employee? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing smirked playfully. What's this? The night doesn't he want to be a knight anymore, but aspires to be a barista? Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire for that. Working is far too mundane. I am a man who cherishes freedom. Zhou Wanqing sighed. Hiring someone is out of the question. I prefer being busy. If I hire someone, I'd have to compete for work with them, and that would render the hiring pointless. Yi Xian regarded her with curiosity, slowly replying, What a peculiar hobby you have. It's far more comfortable to take it easy. I've grown accustomed to it. Here's your mate one order for number 15, Zhou Wanqing said, placing the packaged coffee and desserts on the bar. Yi Xian stood, grasping the bag, and remarked, Got it. I'll come back to visit you. After waving goodbye to Zhou Wanqing and giving Cece another affectionate squeeze, he departed from the cafe. Zhou Wanqing surveyed the unusually quiet cafe and murmured, Perhaps I truly should consider hiring someone. Having not run any deliveries in the morning, Yi Xian raced through the afternoon like a whirlwind, feverishly accepting orders. During the evening peak, he managed to handle an astonishing 18 orders, with none exceeding the time limit. And fortune smiled upon him as none were delayed. All were conveniently on his route. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Yi Xian ceased accepting orders. He parked his vehicle by the roadside, glancing at his phone. Today's earnings, 450. I've made up for the lost orders. That'll do. Time to log off. Just as Yi Xian was preparing to head home, a piercing scream shattered the night sky, sending a jolt of fear through him. The scream was fleeting, arriving swiftly and vanishing just as quickly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Yi Xian turned to look, but in this suburban area, the streetlights were sparse, and at this hour, the road lay cloaked in darkness. Unease washed over him as he swallowed hard, his throat dry, fingers gripping the handlebars of his bike tightly until his knuckles turned white. He slowly twisted the throttle, cautiously navigating towards the source of the sound, guided only by the light of his electric bike. Upon reaching a narrow alleyway, Yi Xian's heart raced. The darkness enveloped him like thick ink, and the occasional gust of wind whistled through, sending chills down his spine. Is anyone there? He called out, but the silence was deafening. Summoning his courage, Yi Xian dismounted, activated his phone's flashlight, and cautiously stepped into the inky blackness. The narrow alley seemed endless. with Yi Xian relying solely on the light from his phone to illuminate his path. The walls on either side were overrun with moss, which glowed eerily green under the beam of his flashlight, and the stench of decay mingled with the metallic scent of rust, making him feel nauseous. With each step Night Xian took, it felt as though he was treading upon the rhythm of his own heartbeat, while the surrounding darkness seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, relentlessly constricting his senses. A faint, creaking sound emanated from the depths, akin to a multitude of stray cats scampering in fright. "Who is there?" Night Xian raised his gaze, only to find nothing but emptiness, puzzled as he murmured, "Is anyone there? Was that a cat's cry?" His voice echoed in the alley, quivering with trepidation. Just as Night Xian prepared to turn and leave, an unexpected, sticky sensation surged beneath his feet, causing him to lose his balance and nearly stumble. "Ouch! What is that?" He quickly steadied himself, directing his phone's flashlight towards the ground. The moment the light illuminated the surface, his pupils dilated, and his heart nearly ceased its rhythm. There lay a severed head, its eyes wide open, glistening in the light. The hollow gaze fixated on him, the corners of its mouth frozen in a terror-stricken arc. Blood gushed from the neck, soaking the cobblestones beneath and winding into a dark crimson stream, the acrid scent of blood assaulting his nostrils. At that instant, Night Xian's white sneakers were stained with splatters of deep red. Overwhelmed with horror, he felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground, his countenance instantly transforming to one of utter panic. "Oh my God!" Ahead, Night Xian stumbled backwards, his back colliding forcefully against the wall. He swallowed hard, battling against his fear, and staggered towards the exit of the alley. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: escape this alley. Chapter 9: Cruelty. Night Xian dashed toward the direction of the vehicle as if possessed by madness. The mere presence of a car would offer him immense solace. Yet, the moment he burst from the alley, the sight before him plunged him into an icy abyss. The electric scooter that had been parked with its lights aglow at the alley's mouth had vanished, and a mere 10 meters away, a figure clad in black raced away on his scooter. The figure even turned to reveal a youthful face, a sly smile curving upon their lips, casting a taunting glance in Night Xian's direction. "My scooter." Despair washed over Night Xian as he helplessly watched his beloved vehicle recede into the distance. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally thought of the police and immediately dialed 110. Once the report was made, he sat in a corner, dazed, quietly awaiting the arrival of the authorities. During this time, he endeavored to maintain his composure, meticulously recalling the horrific scene he had just witnessed. The darkness enveloped him, punctuated by eerie sounds. Blood smeared the ground, and that head, its expression a mix of shock and terror, stared unblinkingly at him. Approximately 10 minutes later, the flashing red and blue lights of several police cars sliced through the darkness, gradually approaching the road before Night Xian. Officer Lin Qingshuang was the first to emerge from the vehicle, his long legs striding purposefully. Upon spotting Night Xian, he paused, astonishment etched on his face. "Night Xian, what are you doing here?" Night Xian managed a wry smile, replying, "Officer Lin, fancy meeting you here." Lin Qingshuang surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Did you call the police?" Night Xian nodded, gesturing towards the alley. "I was delivering food nearby. Just as I was about to head home, I heard a woman scream from the alley. I drove to the entrance, got out, and ventured inside, but found no one. Just as I was about to leave, I stepped on a head. I panicked and ran towards my car, but as soon as I exited the alley, I saw a figure in black riding off with my scooter. Then I called the police and waited for you to arrive." After listening to Night Xian's account, Lin Qingshuang nodded while turning to Zhao Zongfei. "Seal off the scene." Zhao Zongfei immediately complied, organizing officers to cordon off the area. Lin Qingshuang grabbed a flashlight, donned gloves and shoe covers, and entered the alley with the detectives. In an instant, the narrow passage was awash with blinding light and the silhouettes of investigators. Before long, Li Xiaoran was the first to spot the corpse, exclaiming, "Over here." The group collectively gasped as they approached Li Xiaoran's location. Upon seeing the deceased, Su Guanglei struggled to suppress his discomfort, snapping photographs while exclaiming, "My heavens. This is utterly brutal." Lin Qingshuang directed the beam of his flashlight towards the neck, scrutinizing the scene. The neck has not been severed multiple times. It appears to be a single, fatal cut. Standing upright, he addressed the group, saying, "Xiaoran, take a team to scour the area for any other bodies or clues. Zongfei, you and your team head to the nearest police station to check for surveillance footage." He added, "Be cautious." "Yes." The group responded in unison, promptly springing into action. Lin Qingshuang exited the alley and approached Night Xian, who remained squatting on the ground, burdened by heavy thoughts. Unable to resist a tease, Lin Chengfeng remarked. Scared, are we? Knight Qian rolled his eyes, retorting, if you suddenly locked eyes with a severed head, you'd react the same way. Lin Chengfeng chuckled and then, with a serious tone, asked, Knight Qian, did you notice anything unusual with the body? Knight Qian shook his head in response. No, once I saw the head, I fled without lingering. He added, Officer Lin, my scooter has been stolen. It's a Model 9, license plate, Xuan A9999. If all goes as expected, the thief must be the murderer. Lin Chengfeng nodded gravely and stepped aside to make a call. After hanging up, he turned to Knight Qian and said, I've dispatched someone to investigate. At that moment, Su Yin approached, clad in a white lab coat. Captain Lin, preliminary assessment indicates the time of death was less than an hour ago. The cut on the neck is clean, indicating a single fatal blow. The edges show minute metallic striations, suggesting the assailant used a specially crafted, sharp weapon. Likely of high hardness. Lin Chengfeng replied solemnly, Indeed, and to sever the neck in one stroke, the perpetrator must possess considerable strength. Captain Lin, we found a body. Li Xiaoran's voice echoed from within the alley. Lin Chengfeng immediately stood, turning his gaze toward Knight Qian. Shall we take a look together? Knight Qian peered into the alley, swallowing hard. All right. The three ventured into the passage, and when Knight Qian beheld the severed head once more, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Lin Chengfeng, noticing his reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. What a coward. If you're scared, don't look. I'm not afraid. As the trio reached Li Xiaoran's side, they discovered a headless, naked corpse lying in the alleyway. Li Xiaoran pointed to the corner, stating, the body is right there, along with the deceased's clothing, though it's torn and blood-soaked, with bloodstains on the ground and even on the walls. Su Yin stepped forward, examining the neck of the corpse, scrutinizing the body thoroughly before confirming. The cut on the neck aligns perfectly with the cut on the head. This is indeed the deceased. Knight Qian turned to Wu Gang behind him. May I borrow your flashlight? Wu Gang promptly passed the flashlight to Knight Qian. Taking it, Knight Qian approached the alley's corner, directing the light towards the corpse for a closer inspection. There were unknown stains on the lower half, indicating the deceased may have. After observing for a while, Knight Qian stood, casting the beam of light around the vicinity of the corpse. Scattered on the ground were several pieces of paper stained crimson with blood. And this corner could comfortably accommodate two people, suggesting the deceased was assaulted here, likely willingly. Lin Chengfeng, intrigued, inquired, How do you know it was voluntary? The rest of the group gazed at Knight Qian, all equally puzzled. Knight Qian gestured towards the corner while pointing at the corpse of the deceased, responding, This alley is exceedingly narrow. Accommodating two individuals is already its limit. However, if the victim encountered a forced act, it is only reasonable to assume she would have put up some resistance, leaving her with at least some visible injuries. Furthermore, the victim appears to have been quite affluent. Not only are her garments from high-end brands, but even the stockings on the ground are from Balenciaga, and a limited edition at that, which would cost no less than 2,000 yuan. Lin Chengfeng, intrigued, inquired, but what about? Based on the evidence thus far, the victim seems to have been a person who valued beauty. Normally, one would expect her to carry a handbag. Yet all that remains at the scene are a few of her clothes, with no other belongings in sight. Lin Chengfeng pondered briefly before stating, Coming to such a place in the dead of night, one might not find it necessary to carry a bag, would they? Indeed, Knight Qian conceded. But even without a bag, one would surely carry a mobile phone, wouldn't they? Lin Chengfeng furrowed his brow and said slowly, Are you suggesting that the motive of the murderer was financial gain? Chapter 10. The disappearing murder weapon. Knight Qian nodded, then shook his head, replying, It is a possibility. However, if the intent was merely to rob, why resort to murder? Knight Qian's gaze returned to the alley corner. What can be confirmed at this point is that the victim was acquainted with the murderer, and their relationship was likely quite intimate. The torn clothing and stockings on the ground suggest that they were engaged in a passionate encounter when the tearing occurred. And there are even faint handprints on the victim's chest and buttocks. Lin Chengfeng discreetly glanced at Su Yin, Li Xiaoran, and a few female officers nearby, then cleared his throat and said seriously, This does not need to be articulated. Knight Qian contemplated for a moment before addressing Su Yin, who was crouched in the alley examining the body. Forensic Officer Su, what was the expression on the victim's face? Su Yin paused in surprise before standing upright to respond. The victim wore a smile, yet her eyes conveyed a sense of confusion, as if her lips retained a trace of that smile. Knight Qian furrowed his brow, straining to recall the victim's visage. The victim appeared to be in ecstasy. Perhaps she was beheaded by the murderer in the midst of the act. Everyone stared at Knight Qian in shock. This is utterly unfathomable. Why would the murderer kill her under such circumstances? Knight Qian continued. The victim's expression also bore a hint of terror, indicating that she was unaware of her impending death, lost in the throes of passion, yet she witnessed her own decapitation. The murderer acted with such swiftness that the victim had no time to react before her head was severed. The flicker of fear in her expression was a manifestation of delayed nerve response. What can be established now is that the individual engaged with the victim must be the murderer. Xuan, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her gaze towards Night Qian imbued with admiration. Night Qian illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and inquired, "Have you found the murder weapon?" Li Xiaoran regretfully shook her head in response. "We have searched the vicinity multiple times, yet the weapon remains elusive." Night Qian knitted his brow, ruminating over the figure of the man in black from earlier. "I did not observe a weapon on him. Could it be that he concealed it on the scooter, and I simply failed to notice?" Lin Xingfeng, perplexed, asked, "What troubles you?" Night Qian shook his head, replying, "I am merely curious. Since the body shows no signs of having been dragged, and the blood on the wall resulted from the murderer severing the victim's head, it follows that the murder occurred here. Yet, why is the victim's head found outside, a good 10 meters away, with not a single drop of blood on the ground? Could it be that the murderer concealed the head in the victim's bag?" Li Xiaoran suggested. Night Qian contemplated for a moment, then nodded. "At present, this seems highly probable. However, if that were the case, why would the murderer later remove the head and place it outside? Moreover, a bloodstained bag would be unsellable, thereby eliminating the motive of financial gain." The group solemnly nodded in agreement with Night Qian's reasoning. A bloodstained bag, particularly one with such a significant amount of blood, would be impossible to cleanse. Lin Xingfeng addressed the group, "Let us transport the body back for swift identification of the victim and seal off this location completely. A few individuals should remain here to patrol, ensuring no one enters or exits, and we shall return for further investigation at dawn." The group responded in unison, "Yes." Lin Xingfeng turned his gaze to Night Qian, smiling as he said, "Come on, Detective Knight, let us return to the station." Night Qian helplessly tilted his head back to the sky. "Let it be destroyed." After the group had departed for a considerable distance, a shadow suddenly leapt down from the wall at the deepest part of the alley, revealing a figure that stopped in the corner, tightly cordoned off by police tape. In his hand, he clutched a knife, stained crimson with blood. The following morning at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in the office of the Criminal Investigation Team Leader, Night Qian lay sprawled on the sofa, soundly asleep, his snores resonating loudly. Meanwhile, Lin Xingfeng sat at his desk perusing documents, occasionally stifling a yawn. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. "Enter." Wu Gang pushed the door open, carrying a file. "Team Leader Lin, we have confirmed the identity of the victim through facial recognition technology, as well as fingerprint and DNA comparisons." Lin Xingfeng instantly looked up, eagerly snatching the file to read. The victim, Qingshuang, age 28, a local resident, married and unemployed. Her husband, Long Hao, 48, also a local, is a manager at a foreign trade company. They have been married for 2 years. After reviewing the file, Lin Xingfeng stated, "Notify the victim's family, and have Sharon inquire about the nature of the relationship between the victim and her husband." Wu Gang puffed out his chest, responding loudly, "Yes." Night Qian, hearing Wu Gang's reply, was startled, causing him to tumble to the floor. "Who's making such a racket so early in the morning?" Wu Gang, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Apologies, Brother Knight." Lin Xingfeng waved his hand at Wu Gang, saying, "You may go now." "Yes." With that, Wu Gang strode out of the office. Lin Xingfeng turned his gaze to the now upright Night Qian, chuckling, "Awake, are we?" Night Qian, nursing his waist, slowly stood up and muttered, "Officer Lin, this sofa really needs replacing. It's so hard that my back aches from sleeping on it." Lin Xingfeng rolled his eyes, replying, "You seem to be sleeping quite soundly." He then stood up and handed Qingshuang's file to Night Qian. "Here are the details of the victim's identity. Take a look." Yawning, Night Qian lazily accepted the file and began to peruse it. The victim is 28 years old, yet her husband is 48. "Officer Lin, do you think a 20-year age gap can lead to happiness?" Lin Xingfeng, exasperated, rubbed his temples and said slowly, "Is that what I wanted you to focus on? There's nothing of significance to see. Just familiarize yourself with it. Do you think I can uncover clues solely based on identity records? I'm not a magician." After scanning the file, Night Qian placed it on the table and announced, "Let us go." Lin Xingfeng, puzzled, asked where to. "To have breakfast." At the breakfast shop not far from the Public Security Bureau, the two placed their orders and sat at a table outside, waiting. Night Qian looked at Lin Xingfeng, curiosity piquing, and asked, "Officer Lin, is there a reward for solving cases? What do you intend to do with that information?" "I'm just asking out of curiosity." Lin Chengfeng glanced at Knight Qian, slowly replying, yes, for instance, in the last case, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there would be a collective commendation. Knight Qian pondered this for a moment, then inquired, and what about me? Chapter 11, A Request. Lin Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, teasing, what's the matter? You're a suspect in a crime. Do you still expect a reward? Knight Qian, indignant, retorted, while I may be a suspect, I haven't actually committed a crime. And I did play a role in solving the case. I should at least receive some form of recognition. Don't worry, though you are a suspect. Typically, you would only receive a commendation. However, I have already put in a request for you. Although you are not a law enforcement officer, you can still be awarded as a criminal investigation consultant. Do you have any money? Knight Qian eagerly inquired. Lin Chengfeng smiled faintly and shook his head, replying no. Upon hearing this, Knight Qian immediately slumped over the table, dispirited. What, are you short on cash? Knight Qian slowly remarked. Of course my car is gone. Even if I find it, I wouldn't want it back. I want to buy a new one. Officer Lin, a commendation won't help me. Why not just give me a cash reward instead? Lin Chengfeng rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, you will definitely receive a commendation. And I might be able to give you a small bonus, but the amount may be rather modest. With hopeful eyes, Knight Qian asked, how much? Perhaps 1,000 yuan. Lin Chengfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Knight Qian immediately grasped Lin Chengfeng's hand and shook it vigorously. Deal. Lin Chengfeng quickly withdrew his hand, his expression one of disdain. What an ambitious fellow. Knight Qian then asked, Officer Lin, why don't you apply for me to become a criminal investigation consultant? Whenever there's a case, you can call on me, and I promise to cooperate earnestly. Lin Chengfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he replied sternly. Are you trying to earn extra money from the police station? Do you want to spend time in jail? Knight Qian chuckled. Don't be so serious. This is a win-win situation. You solve cases and receive accolades, while I simply earn a consultant's fee. Lin Chengfeng shook his head in resignation and turned away, not intending to engage with Knight Qian further. Sure thing. A familiar voice came from behind them. Both Lin Chengfeng and Knight Qian turned to look. Lin Chengfeng immediately stood up and said, Old Joe. Knight Qian also instinctively stood, somewhat flustered, and said, Old Joe. Old Joe chuckled as he sat beside them and waved his hand. Please, sit down. They slowly complied. A hint of guilt flashed in Knight Qian's eyes as he forced a wry smile. Old Joe, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Being a people's police officer is a sacred profession. How could I, with impure thoughts, tarnish it? Zhou Jingrong displayed a kind smile and waved his hand, saying, Oh, Knight, there's no need for such formalities. We all serve the people, and as long as we can contribute, what does it matter if you have such thoughts? It's not wrong to love money, but it should come through proper means. Since you're not stealing or robbing, why should I blame you? Lin Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback and asked, Old Joe, what about you? Zhou Jingrong nodded and said slowly, Xuan City has been rather unstable lately. The performance and experiences of the other teams are quite rich. Shaolin, you have been in the military until now and haven't encountered these matters. Your experience is still too shallow. You need someone to guide you, or else, with your temperament, you might suffer significant losses. Then Zhou Jingrong turned his gaze to Knight Qian, smiling as he said, Xiao Yi is quite intelligent and meticulous when solving cases. Learning from him will be beneficial for you. Knight Qian subtly glanced at Lin Chengfeng, raising an eyebrow. Lin Chengfeng responded with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Zhou Jingrong continued looking at Knight Qian. I will personally apply for you to become a criminal investigation consultant. I hope you can earnestly contribute to Xuan City and its people. However, I have a request, or perhaps I should say a favor. Knight Qian nodded eagerly. His eyes filled with anticipation. Old Joe, please go on. Zhou Jingrong shook his head and replied slowly, This is a personal matter, and I can't disclose it to you at the moment. But rest assured, when the time comes, I will inform you. And whether you assist or not will be entirely up to your discretion. I want to put you in a difficult position. Lin Chengfeng gave Zhou Jingrong a deep, complex look, seemingly surprised. Knight Qian patted his chest, assuring, Old Joe, don't worry. As long as it's not something that endangers the people, I will do my utmost. Ha. Xiao Yi is quite impressive, Zhou Jingrong said, satisfied, as he patted Knight Qian's shoulder. After the trio finished their breakfast, they returned to the police station. Zhou Jingrong walked directly into the technical department, while Knight Qian and Lin Chengfeng headed back to the office of the criminal investigation team leader. Officer Lin, I hope you'll take care of me in the future, Knight Qian said with a cheeky grin. Lin Chengfeng nodded seriously and replied, You too. If anything arises, come directly to us, and we will fully cooperate. Knight Qian waved his hand, laughing, Not at all. It's I who should cooperate with you. Then Knight Qian asked, Officer Lin, can I head back now? I'll come again tomorrow. Lin Qingshuang, puzzled, asked, why are you going back? Your car was stolen. How will you deliver food? Knight Qian replied, that is precisely why I need to go back. I have to go to the station and report the situation. Lin Qingshuang nodded in understanding and glanced at the time. How do you plan to get back? Knight Qian sighed. With my car stolen, I can only take a taxi. Lin Qingshuang walked to his desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a set of keys. Let us go. I'll give you a ride. Knight Qian's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, whoa, a great wall cannon. Lin Qingshuang looked at Knight Qian with confusion and then urged, let us go. As Lin Qingshuang drove, they arrived at the entrance of Knight Qian's community. Knight Qian unbuckled his seatbelt and blurted out, Officer Lin, how about coming up for a glass of water? Lin Qingshuang nodded in response, sure. Knight Qian was taken aback. Wait, aren't you tired? I was just being polite, and you're actually going to come up. Well then, let us go. Knight Qian said as he led Lin Qingshuang back to his apartment. He went to the fridge, retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water, and tossed one to Lin Qingshuang. Lin Qingshuang caught it steadily, surveying the surroundings as he commented, this place is quite spacious. What's the rent? Knight Qian sat down on the sofa and replied, not bad, 2,200 including property fees. Utilities are paid via Alipay, but the electricity bill is a bit pricey, 1 yuan per kilowatt hour. Lin Qingshuang chuckled and replied, this is a commercial district, so that price is reasonable. Then Lin Qingshuang's expression turned serious as he said, you need not take to heart what my uncle said today. Knight Qian was slightly taken aback and asked about what? The consultant role? Lin Qingshuang shook his head and replied slowly, it's about the matter of seeking your assistance. It actually pertains to my aunt. Curious, Knight Qian asked, could you elaborate? Chapter 12, Aunt and Mother. Lin Qingshuang smiled faintly, responding with a hint of melancholy. In my memory, my aunt was an incredibly kind person. Very good to me since childhood, treating others with warmth. She partnered with friends to start a company. However, 15 years ago, my aunt and her friends mysteriously vanished, as if they had evaporated from the earth. After the incident, my uncle and my family utilized all their connections, searching for many years, yet finding nothing. The only information gathered was that this incident was related to a medical research project from that time. The project involved state secrets, and the other party was well prepared. No matter how we investigated, we couldn't uncover who participated in those projects back then. The matter is far too deep. And I sincerely hope you won't get caught up in it, for I fear Knight Qian lowered his head in silence, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with surprise and complexity. Finally, he lifted his head and smiled, saying, Officer Lin, it's indeed too early to discuss this now. The decisions I make in the future will not be dictated by my present self. Lin Qingshuang's lips curled upward slightly, a glimmer of gratitude in his gaze. He patted Knight Qian's arm and said, thank you. After Lin Qingshuang departed, Knight Qian quietly approached his bedside, opened a cabinet, and retrieved an old photograph. Though it was weathered, the image exuded warmth. It depicted a man, a woman, and a small child. The woman gazed down lovingly at a little boy in her arms, while the man, composed, looked at his wife and child with eyes brimming with profound affection. The young boy appeared no more than 2 or 3 years old, resembling a little girl, evoking an immediate surge of affection in those who laid eyes upon him. Mom, I believe I found some information about you. The following morning, Lin Qingshuang, donned in his police uniform, drove early to the entrance of the Xuan community. He extracted his phone from his pocket and dialed the number for Xuan. After a considerable wait, there was no answer. Consequently, Lin Qingshuang parked his car in a spot by the entrance, alighted, and strode purposefully towards the entrance. Excuse me, sir. May I enter? He called out to the security guard in the booth. The elderly guard, upon hearing the voice, turned with a hint of impatience. However, upon recognizing Lin Qingshuang's uniform, he was startled, nearly tumbling from his chair. He hastily approached the entrance and inquired, Officer, what brings you here? Lin Qingshuang smiled and replied, I'm here to find a friend. I tried calling but received no response. I kindly ask for your understanding in allowing me entry. The guard, though skeptical, nodded and retrieved a key, pressing a button that slowly opened the electric double doors. Thank you, sir. Lin Qingshuang expressed with a nod of gratitude before striding into the community. The guard, watching Lin Qingshuang's retreating figure, pondered aloud. A new face, perhaps someone in trouble? I ought to stay here a while. Who knows what drama might unfold, and then I can boast about it in front of Asian and the others. After this, the guard turned to the young security officer who had just arrived, saying, Xiaolong, go to the east gate and switch shifts with Laoli. I'll keep watch for a bit. Xiaolong, taken aback, was immediately filled with admiration. Truly, the old man is dedicated. I can't believe it. Lin Qingfeng arrived at Xuan's door and knocked. "Xuan, are you awake?" After knocking for some time, without any response from within, a sense of unease crept into Lin Qingfeng's heart. Could something have happened? Searching around, he found no key but did discover a piece of wire on the corridor windowsill. Lin Qingfeng picked up the wire and began to pry at Xuan's door. Within 3 seconds, the door swung open. He stepped inside and made his way to Xuan's room. Upon entering, he found Xuan sprawled on the bed, bare-chested and clad only in dark blue shorts, limbs outstretched in a starfish formation, emitting soft snores. Lin Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief. Is this really how one sleeps? He mused, watching Xuan's bizarre sleeping posture, his lips twitching in disbelief. Approaching the bedside, Lin Qingfeng gently nudged Xuan's shoulder. "Rise and shine. Don't bother me." Those buns smell divine," Xuan mumbled, turning over to continue his slumber. Lin Qingfeng shook his head in resignation, bent down, and hoisted Xuan up. Blinking awake, Xuan, still dazed, murmured, "Good morning, Officer Lin." Lin Qingfeng remained silent, simply gazing at Xuan. After a moment, Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Officer Lin, what are you doing in my house?" Lin Qingfeng rolled his eyes and replied, "I called numerous times, but you didn't answer. I knocked and received no reply, so I had to let myself in." Xuan, puzzled, asked, "How did you get a key?" Lin Qingfeng raised the wire in his hand and said, "With this." Xuan's lips twitched before he slowly gave Lin Qingfeng a thumbs up. Rubbing his sleep-laden face, he glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Officer Lin, it's only 7:30. What brings you here so early?" Lin Qingfeng, taking a seat, gradually explained. "Zhongfei went to the police station to investigate. That alley is an abandoned plot of land, devoid of surveillance cameras. Typically, only farmers leave traces when working there, and the nearby cameras are sparse. However, Zhongfei found no irregularities." Xuan nodded in understanding. "Impressive. It seems the perpetrator took considerable precautions, deliberately choosing that location to commit the crime." Lin Qingfeng continued, "The autopsy report has also been released. The victim, Qingshuang, died from a single swift strike with a sharp instrument, resulting in a severed cervical spine, instant death. Furthermore, traces of sperm from multiple individuals were found in her system, indicating she had engaged in sexual relations with at least 2 partners prior, with the estimated times being 8, 10, and 15 hours ago." Xuan's mouth twitched. Was she really that desperate? Moreover, Lin Qingfeng added, "The victim's husband seems disturbingly indifferent to her death." Xuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Why is that?" "Yesterday, Wu Gang notified the victim's husband and brought him to the police station for questioning. Upon learning of the situation, he merely exhibited mild surprise, lacking any signs of sorrow or breakdown, and ultimately urged us to conclude the case swiftly, citing his eagerness to return to handle company matters." Xuan furrowed his brow. What was the nature of their relationship? Lin Qingfeng replied slowly. Sharon gathered that their relationship was rather lukewarm. The victim's husband is often busy with work and seldom returns home. Judging by their demeanor, while she was technically his wife, she resembled more of a kept mistress. "Oh, by the way, we found your car." Chapter 13, Discovery. Xuan immediately inquired, "Where is it?" "At a repair shop by the main road leading into the city. According to the owner, a young man came to sell it at around 10 o'clock last night, just as he was preparing to close. The car was sold for 1,500, paid in cash, but it has since been dismantled, with all the good parts stripped away." Xuan, puzzled, asked, "Have they located that young man?" Lin Qingfeng nodded. "We traced the nearby surveillance footage and pinpointed his residence. Zhongfei has already dispatched personnel to apprehend him. We should hear back soon." Xuan nodded, then remarked, "That owner didn't even bother to check the car's history before accepting it. What a shady businessman." Lin Qingfeng chuckled. "That's typical. The license plates were removed and discarded in a nearby trash bin. How could a businessman ascertain its history? He is merely looking to profit." Xuan sighed. "That car has been with me for 2 years. It's hard to part with it." Lin Qingfeng replied, "That owner's ignorance in acquiring stolen goods is illegal. You could reclaim it." Xuan shook his head, responding, "It's already been dismantled. Even if it were reassembled, it wouldn't be the same. I'll just seek compensation from that young man and perhaps buy a better one later." Lin Qingfeng nodded, then said, "Let us go to the police station. The victim's husband should be arriving shortly." Xuan agreed, rising and saying, "Okay, let me freshen up before we meet him." Upon arriving at the police station, Su Guanglei, Li Xiaoran, and Wu Gang spotted Lin Qingfeng and Xuan entering the lobby and hurried over. "Team leader." They then nodded in acknowledgement to Xuan. Xuan smiled back, then asked, "Where are the victim's family members?" Wu Gang promptly replied, "They just arrived. I've directed them to wait in the interrogation room." The two nodded and proceeded to the observation room. Inside the interrogation room sat a gaunt yet imposing middle-aged man, Long Hao, seated with an air of authority. Lin Qingshuang glanced at Long Hao before entering the room with Wu Gang. Due to Yeshuan's status as a criminal investigation consultant not being formalized yet, he remained in the observation room, but could communicate with Lin Qingshuang and Wu Gang via the intercom. The two seated themselves opposite Long Hao, with Lin Qingshuang saying, "Mr. Long, please accept my condolences." Long Hao waved dismissively, replying, "It's just a woman. There's no need for the police to concern themselves. Mr. Long, is Ms. Chen not your wife? Why do you seem utterly unmoved?" Long Hao chuckled lightly and replied, "I did indeed have a fondness for her initially. She was young and beautiful, with an admirable sense of decorum. However, her interest in me was solely for my wealth, which I possessed, leading to our union. Yet, a year into our marriage, I discovered she had been clandestinely keeping a younger lover. It was then that her true nature revealed itself to me, and I began to harbor disdain for her, often choosing not to return home. Women like her are plentiful outside. Why return to such a one? I had intended to divorce her once my business settled. For after enjoying a life of luxury for so long, it was time for her to face reality. Who would have thought she would die? Not that it matters. Her demise has simply wasted my time. Such a death is hardly a fitting end for her." Lin Qingshuang cleared his throat and said cautiously, "Mr. Long, please watch your language." Realizing his impudence, Long Hao smiled and remarked, "Officer, there's no need to take it too seriously. That woman was entangled with countless men outside. Her demise is hardly surprising. Let us leave the case as it stands." Lin Qingshuang, observing Long Hao, inquired, "Mr. Long, could you tell us your whereabouts at 8 o'clock the night before last?" Without a moment's hesitation, Long Hao replied, "At the Hilton, attending a gathering." Lin Qingshuang glanced at Wu Gang, who nodded in affirmation, and continued, "Mr. Long, did your wife exhibit any unusual behavior prior to her passing?" Long Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I wouldn't know. I haven't seen her for nearly a week." After Lin Qingshuang posed a few more questions, Long Hao departed from the police station. Lin Qingshuang turned to Yi Xian and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Yi Xian shook his head, stating, "He appears to be truthful and possesses an alibi. This matter seems to have no connection to him." Li Xiaoran, curious, asked, "Could it be that he hired someone to kill his wife, feigning indifference?" Yi Xian frowned at the suggestion and muttered, "Hired someone." Moments later, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, recalling the strange sound from the night of the incident. It wasn't the sound of a stray cat fleeing. It was the hurried footsteps of a person. Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingshuang and exclaimed, "Officer Lin, I must return to the crime scene." Lin Qingshuang, puzzled, replied, "We just investigated yesterday, but found nothing unusual. What is the matter?" Yi Xian, furrowing his brow, responded, "There must be something we overlooked. I heard some noises in the alley. Initially, I thought it was a stray cat, but upon reflection, it seemed to be a person. And the individual who stole my car is not the murderer. He might be someone the killer hired to keep watch, or merely a passerby. The actual murderer never left that alley." The others stared at Yi Xian in bewilderment. "How absurd." Lin Qingshuang, his brow furrowed, addressed the group, "Let us move out immediately." "Yes." At the crime scene, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "It was dark at the time, so I didn't notice. But this alley is quite spacious and rather secluded. It's impressive that the killer was able to find such a spot." Lin Qingshuang sighed, "Enough chatter. Let us expedite the investigation." Yi Xian turned his attention to the corner where the body was discovered and ventured inside. "Officer Lin, please come in." Lin Qingshuang, puzzled, asked, "What for?" Yi Xian nonchalantly replied, "The killer and the victim must have been having an affair here, given that the body was also found in this very spot. Such a suspicious location warrants investigation." "Not going to happen." Li Xiaoran exchanged glances with Su Guanglei, both eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if saying, "How thrilling to witness this in broad daylight." Seeing Lin Qingfeng's reluctance, Yi Xian continued, "Don't be shy. This is called immersive investigation. Officer Lin, I've already entered. As a public servant, you must lead by example." Li Xiaoran, relishing the drama, covered her mouth and said, "Captain Lin, Yi Xian makes a valid point. Only by putting ourselves in the killer's shoes can we unravel the case more easily. And besides, you're all men. There is nothing to fear." Lin Qingshuang, exasperated, shook his head and stepped into the alley corner, stopping just a fist's distance from Yi Xian. "What now?" Chapter 14, The Underage Suspect. Yi Xian scanned his surroundings, then spread his arms wide, fists clenched as if wielding a knife, and gestured towards Lin Qingshuang. Following the direction of the blade, Yi Xian noticed a scratch on the wall. He raised his hand to examine it, replying, "In such a narrow space, movement is somewhat restricted. This scratch must have been made when the murderer attacked the victim." To sever the victim's head and leave such a deep mark on the wall indicates that the killer possesses exceptional strength, likely someone who regularly exercises or does hard labor. Then Yixian exited the alley corner, casting his gaze around until it settled on the deepest part of the alley. There, he observed two crows playfully tussling on the wall. Yixian frowned and promptly walked towards the depths of the alley. Upon noticing Yixian and Lin Qingfeng approaching, the crows took flight. Yixian looked up, measuring his height against the wall, then asked, "This wall is 5 or 6 meters high. Officer Lin, do you think it's possible to jump up there?" Lin Qingfeng, glancing upwards, replied, "Jumping up is impossible, but with some agility, one might utilize the wall's protrusions." Suddenly, Lin Qingfeng's eyes widened in realization. "Are you suggesting the murderer was hiding up there?" Yixian did not respond directly, instead smiling at Lin Qingfeng. "Officer Lin, why not give it a try?" Lin Qingfeng nodded seriously, stepping back a few paces to gather momentum before launching himself up, quickly scaling the wall with ease. Upon reaching the top, Lin Qingfeng looked down and noticed some bloodstains on the wall. To his astonishment, he also discovered a layer of steps outside the wall, upon which lay a blood-stained handbag, dark red from the congealed blood. The steps were also smeared with blood. Lin Qingfeng immediately called out to Yixian, "Yixian, I found the bag." Yixian smiled slightly. "What a pleasant surprise. The steps completely obstructed the view from below, explaining why we couldn't see it during our earlier search." Lin Qingfeng donned gloves, bent down, and retrieved the handbag, tossing it in front of Yixian. The bag bore claw and peck marks, likely made by the crows. Yixian leaned closer, and upon catching a whiff from the handbag, his stomach churned violently, a wave of foul odor washing over him. "Ugh, that smell is overwhelming." Lin Qingfeng jumped down and handed Yixian another pair of gloves and a mask. Yixian accepted them, donned them, and, suppressing his nausea, opened the handbag. As he unzipped it, a pungent, dry metallic odor assaulted his senses. "Ugh!" Yixian staggered back, crouching on the ground to vomit. Lin Qingfeng, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation, then squatted down to rummage through the bag. Inside were cosmetics, contraceptive pills, condoms, all stained with blood, but there was no phone. Yixian stood up, taking a deep breath of fresh air. The bag was soaked in blood. The victim's head had indeed been stored within it. "Officer Lin, we should take this bag back for forensic analysis." Lin Qingfeng nodded and shouted towards the alley entrance, "Guanglei." Hearing the call, Su Guanglei and Li Xiaoran rushed over. "Captain Lin." Lin Qingfeng pointed at the handbag on the ground, stating, "We've found the victim's bag. Take it back for analysis." Su Guanglei and Li Xiaoran's eyes widened in shock. "Understood." Su Guanglei promptly replied, putting on gloves to take the handbag away. Just then, Lin Qingfeng's phone rang unexpectedly. Lin Qingfeng picked up the phone and immediately connected the call. "Hello. All right, I understand. We will return right away." After hanging up, Lin Qingfeng turned to Yixian and said, "Yixian, Zhongfei has brought the suspect back to the police station." Yixian nodded in agreement, responding, "Good. Let us head back now." Lin Qingfeng glanced around and inquired, "Are we not going to take another look?" Yixian shook his head, stating, "There is no need to investigate further. Since the bag has been found, it indicates that the assailant did not leave the scene on the night of the incident. He may even have witnessed our search of the area. Moreover, the perpetrator is quite astute, possessing a strong mental fortitude. He would not be foolish enough to leave any evidence at the scene." Lin Qingfeng, puzzled, asked, "But didn't he leave the bag behind?" Yixian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Officer Lin, the suspect took the phone with him. How could we possibly uncover any leads based solely on a bag?" "Indeed." Lin Qingfeng nodded in agreement with Yixian's assessment. The two then entered their vehicle and headed straight to the municipal police station. Zhao Zhongfei was already waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing the two return, he approached them promptly. "Team leader, Yixian." Lin Qingfeng nodded and inquired, "Have you interrogated the suspect?" Zhao Zhongfei shook his head, responding, "He is a minor just entering society. He was quite apprehensive when we arrived, refusing to say anything. We had to forcibly bring him back to the station, and his parents have already been notified." Lin Qingfeng exchanged glances with Yixian before asking, "Where is he?" "In the interrogation room." Lin Qingfeng nodded. Then he and Yixian proceeded to the observation room. Observing the young man with yellow hair in the interrogation room, Lin Qingfeng asked curiously, "Yixian, is that him?" Yixian focused his gaze, recalling the youthful, defiant face from that day, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is him." Lin Qingfeng nodded in affirmation and entered the interrogation room alongside Zhao Zhongfei. The young man trembled at the sound of their approach. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Qingfeng and Zhao Zhongfei. Lin Qingfeng began to peruse the documents, then asked, "Yan Nan, Yan Nan nodded in trepidation, but remained silent. Lin Qingshuang continued. Did you steal an electric bike the night before last? Yan Nan bit his lip, his fingers nervously rubbing against his knee. Zhao Zongfei, noticing this, spoke sternly. We need you to clarify why you were on Beishan Road the night before last. Including everything you saw and heard. Leave not a single word unspoken. Although you are a minor, you are already over 16, and under the law, you could face imprisonment. I hope you will cooperate. Upon hearing the word imprisonment, Yan Nan shuddered and hastily exclaimed, Okay, I'll talk. I don't want to go to jail. Zhao Zongfei nodded and asked, Why were you on Beishan Road the night before last? I went out with friends to get some fresh air. Zhao Zongfei and Lin Qingshuang exchanged glances before asking, What about your friends? I. Zhao Zongfei slammed his hand on the table forcefully, stating seriously, Yan Nan. Confess honestly. This matter is of great significance and is no longer merely about your bike theft. Yan Nan was startled, his eyes reddening. I found the bike by the roadside. I saw that no one was around, and the keys were still in it, so I had the thought to steal it. I shared this idea with my friend, but he was too scared to join me. I told him to leave first, and I went to steal it myself. The rest, as you know, followed. Chapter 15, The Demonic Perpetrator. Lin Qingshuang listened quietly to Yan Nan's account, and then asked, Before you stole the bike, did you see anyone nearby? Yan Nan pondered for a moment before nodding, saying, I saw two people, a man and a woman, by the roadside near Liu River. They had just exited a white sedan. What did they look like? Lin Qingshuang asked urgently. The man was dressed in all black, appeared quite robust. But I couldn't see his face clearly. The woman wore a short black skirt and black stockings, had brown hair, and was in black high heels. She was very fair, with long legs, and quite beautiful. Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei exchanged glances. This indeed matched the description of the deceased. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Yixian could not help but smirk at Yan Nan's description. This kid may not have noticed the man, but certainly paid close attention to the woman. Did you manage to see the license plate of the car? Lin Qingshuang inquired. Yan Nan shook his head, responding, No. We were across the street and didn't pay much attention. Zhao Zongfei hastily asked, Think carefully about the man's appearance. Did he have any distinctive features? Yan Nan thought carefully and then nodded vigorously, saying, Yes. I saw that the man's neck was dark, likely due to a tattoo, and he wasn't very tall. About the same height as the woman. Zhao Zongfei began taking notes and continued, What happened next? Do you know where they went? Yan Nan shook his head and replied, I don't know. I saw that the man looked intimidating, so I didn't pay much attention. I just took a couple of glances before leaving with my friend. At that moment, an officer knocked on the observation room door and entered. Sister Xiaoran, the boy's parents have arrived. Li Xiaoran nodded and then spoke into the communication device. Team leader Lin, Yan Nan's parents are here. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuang asked a few more questions before leading Yan Nan towards the lobby. Yixian was already waiting in the lobby. When Yan Nan saw Yixian, his pupils constricted, and a wave of guilt washed over him, making him unable to meet his gaze. Yan Guobin approached and slapped Yan Nan across the face. After all the effort I put into raising you, you go steal a bike? You're truly embarrassing me. The others quickly pulled Yan Guobin away. Family, please refrain from acting impulsively. We understand that the child is still young and naive. Yan Li hurriedly shielded Yan Nan, firmly placing herself between him and Yan Guobin. What are you doing, old Yan? How can you resort to violence? Yan Guobin glared at Yan Li and pointed at Yan Nan, yelling, I wish I could tear him apart. All his bad habits are because you spoiled him. Last time he stole money to go fool around, and now he dares to steal a bike. What is next? Will he kill someone? Yan Li immediately retorted, Yan Guobin, what nonsense are you spouting? He is your son. Yan Guobin snorted coldly, and then turned his attention to Lin Qingshuang and the others. Officers, what will happen to my son now? Lin Qingshuang pointed to Yixian, saying, The vehicle's owner is over there. You can negotiate with him. Also, we are currently investigating a case, and we may need your son's cooperation moving forward. Yan Guobin frowned at this, suppressing his anger as he asked, Officer, what other heinous acts has Yan Nan committed? Lin Qingshuang immediately waved his hand, saying, Family, please do not panic. This matter is not related to your son. It is merely for cooperation in the investigation. Upon hearing this, Yan Guobin finally relaxed, and then looked at Yixian with an apologetic expression. Young man, I'm sorry. I failed to manage my child properly. How should we resolve this? Yixian smiled and shook his head, responding, I understand. He is just a teenager. My car has already been sold, and the parts have been dismantled. There is no way to get the vehicle back now. Simply compensating me for the sale price will suffice. Yan Guobin nodded gratefully, and then pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket to hand over to Yixian. He then turned to Yan Nan and shouted, You little rascal, come apologize. Yan Nan, startled, quickly stepped forward and bowed to Yi Xian, saying, I'm sorry. Yi Xian patted Yan Nan on the back, smiling as he said, You are still young and have much to learn. We can understand. If it were someone else, they might not forgive you. Listen to your father when you return and refrain from such actions in the future. Yan Nan eagerly nodded, replying, I understand, brother. I will change and turn over a new leaf. Zhao Zongfei then took Yan Nan and his family to record their statements, and after completing the documentation, the three of them left the police station. In the office of the criminal investigation team leader, Lin Chengfeng poured a cup of tea for Yi Xian and then inquired, What is your perspective on the situation described by Yan Nan? Yi Xian took a sip from the cup and replied slowly. The perpetrator likely took a taxi to the banks of Liu River and then walked to the crime scene with the victim. The autopsy report indicates that the victim's height was 168 centimeters, but she was wearing high heels. Yan Nan described the perpetrator as being of similar height to the victim, which suggests the perpetrator's height is approximately 173 centimeters. Moreover, after committing the murder, the assailant placed the victim's head in an alley, indicating a deliberate intent to be seen. Lin Chengfeng furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? Although the alley is somewhat secluded, human necessities compel passers-by to choose that very alley as a restroom. Do you recall the position of the head? The victim's face was directed towards the entrance of the alley, and despite her expression showing a hint of terror, it would not be noticeable without careful observation. This implies that the perpetrator intentionally wanted others to witness the victim's expression of ecstasy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chengfeng felt a jolt in his heart, gazing at Yi Xian in disbelief. Is this the work of a demon? Do such individuals truly exist in this world? Yi Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, Such occurrences are not surprising. When a person's soul becomes twisted and rots into a source of evil, their pupils are left filled with the endless bloodshed and the artistic feast brought forth by the hunt. Lin Chengfeng focused intently and stated gravely, If such a person exists, we must solve this case post-haste. Otherwise, we cannot fathom how many innocent lives may fall victim to his malevolence. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Let us swiftly initiate an investigation based on the clues provided by Yan Nan, focusing particularly on individuals with tattoos on their necks, standing around 173 centimeters tall, possessing a handsome appearance, and who frequently engage in physical training. It would be prudent to visit gyms as well. Why specifically the gym? Lin Chengfeng inquired. Yi Xian responded. The victim had an excellent physique, clearly indicative of training, while the perpetrator exhibited remarkable strength and a robust build, suggesting he too regularly engages in physical exercise. Therefore, I surmise that the victim and the perpetrator likely met at the gym, making it the most viable location for our inquiries. Lin Chengfeng, upon hearing Yi Xian's explanation, suddenly understood and promptly rose to head towards the hall. Yi Xian, seeing this, hurriedly added, Remember to instruct everyone to carry firearms and dress in plain clothes for the investigation. Lin Chengfeng halted momentarily before quickening his pace. Yi Xian finished his tea and smiled subtly. The situation was becoming intriguing. Chapter 16, The Gym. Lin Chengfeng swiftly convened his team to assign tasks. Li Xiaoran and Wu Gang were responsible for retrieving the membership records of various gyms within the city, with a particular focus on those frequented by the victim. Meanwhile, Zhao Zongfei led a team to examine the surveillance footage around Liu River, attempting to track the movements of the white vehicle the victim had taken that night. At 12:30 p.m., Lin Chengfeng, having reviewed Li Xiaoran's findings, discreetly accompanied Yi Xian to two gyms that the victim often visited, yet they still found nothing of significance. Neither gym had any individuals resembling the perpetrator's description. Eventually, they arrived at a gym named PK Fitness Club. Lin Chengfeng gazed at the establishment with a sense of melancholy and remarked, This is the last gym the victim frequently visited. I hope we find something here. Yi Xian smiled gently and replied, Officer Lin, one must not rush in investigations. It is crucial to maintain a calm demeanor at all times. Lin Chengfeng rolled his eyes and retorted, Easier said than done. As they entered the gym, their eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings. The gym was spacious, yet sparsely populated, with only 3 or 4 individuals engaged in vigorous workouts, and the equipment appeared to be brand new, belonging to high-end brands. At that moment, a front desk staff member approached Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian. Welcome to PK Fitness Club. Are you two here to work out? Just as Lin Chengfeng was about to present his credentials, Yi Xian stopped him. Lin Chengfeng looked at Yi Xian in confusion, only to see Yi Xian smiling at the staff and saying, Indeed, we are here to exercise. Upon hearing this, the front desk staff immediately began to provide information. Are you planning on a long-term membership? We are a private gym that operates on a membership basis. If you are considering long-term training, I recommend obtaining a membership card. Currently, we have a promotion that includes an additional year of training time along with 9 sessions of personal training, plus access to exclusive changing rooms and various member benefits. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he inquired, "That sounds appealing. How much is the membership card?" The front desk promptly replied, "The original price is 6,888, but it is now only 3,888, the lowest price in the last 2 years." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows at the price and then turned to Lin Qingfeng with an eager expression. Lin Qingfeng frowned and pulled Yi Xian aside. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Officer Lin, it's a bargain, nearly half off. We can't let this opportunity slip by." Lin Qingfeng looked at Yi Xian with an odd expression. "Have you forgotten why you're here? And 3,888? My monthly salary is only 8,000. Yi Xian coughed lightly and replied, "Officer Lin, this is a private gym. It's quite tranquil, and the price is actually reasonable. Besides, you can get reimbursement from the department." Lin Qingfeng, upon hearing this, stated sternly, "Yi Xian, I have grounds to suspect that your actions could be viewed as an abuse of power for personal gain. Don't be so serious, Officer Lin. There are leads here," Yi Xian retorted with a smile. Lin Qingfeng, unconvinced, stared silently at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, noticing his skepticism, raised his hand and held up 3 fingers, saying, "I swear, if there are no leads, I'll treat you to this membership." "Really?" Lin Qingfeng asked. "Absolutely." Seeing Yi Xian's earnest expression, Lin Qingfeng began to believe him. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, but this is a one-time exception." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian finally smiled in satisfaction. Lin Qingfeng approached the front desk and took out his phone, stating, "Let us get 2 membership cards." The front desk staff's eyes brightened at this, having initially thought the deal would fall through. After Lin Qingfeng completed the payment, the staff promptly said, "Could you please show us your IDs?" The 2 immediately retrieved their identification cards and presented them to the front desk. The staff efficiently processed their membership. After returning the IDs, the staff inquired, "Would you like us to arrange a trainer for you now?" Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Not for now. I would like to ask if there is a trainer named Lu Xiao." The front desk nodded and replied, "Yes, but Trainer Lu only teaches female clients, not male clients." Yi Xian acknowledged with a nod, responding, "All right, I understand. Let us take a look around first." "Sure, feel free to let me know if you need anything." Yi Xian and Lin Qingfeng entered the gym, and Lin Qingfeng immediately pulled Yi Xian aside and said, "Where's the clue you mentioned?" Yi Xian smiled and pointed to the coach's bulletin board on the wall, saying, "Look there." Lin Qingfeng turned to see that the board displayed 8 photographs, 5 males and 3 females. However, his gaze was instantly drawn to a particular photo in the lower right corner. It featured a muscular man named Lu Xiao. He wore a black sports tank top that accentuated his defined shoulder and neck lines. His hair was cut very short, standing upright, with prominent brow bones. His smile revealed a broad grin, giving him a remarkably handsome and sunny appearance. Even more startling was the series of black lines coiling around his neck like a giant python, his tattoos. Lin Qingfeng's expression turned serious as he remarked, "It states that he is 172 centimeters tall. This must be him." Then frowning, he looked at Yi Xian and asked, "If you already knew, why bother getting a membership? Why not just go and apprehend him?" Yi Xian scratched his head, slightly sheepish, and said, "Well, I suddenly realized my home isn't far from here, and I could come to work out whenever I'm free." Lin Qingfeng, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Then you should have signed up for yourself. Why drag me into this? I prefer not to come alone. Perhaps in the future, you could accompany me instead, which would conveniently save me the cost of a coach." Lin Qingfeng exhaled deeply, stifling the impulse to slap Yi Xian, and inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we confront him directly?" Yi Xian shook his head, responding, "This individual is quite astute, and his counter-surveillance skills are likely formidable. Acting recklessly would only alert him." Curiously, Yi Xian then asked, "Officer Lin, do you think you can handle him alone?" Lin Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently replied, "No one has yet managed to last 3 rounds against me." Yi Xian gasped in astonishment, silently giving a thumbs up. It was no wonder that the people at the police station regarded Lin Qingfeng with a sense of dread. They had evidently been intimidated by his prowess. Realizing this, Yi Xian could not help but step back slightly. Since Officer Lin is so confident, perhaps we should withdraw the nearby colleagues for now, or have them remain in their vehicles and refrain from moving about the vicinity, just in case. Lin Qingfeng, perplexed, asked, "How can you be so certain he will appear here?" Yi Xian scolded, "Officer Lin, did you forget your eyes when you left the house?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingfeng immediately grimaced, raising his hand as if to strike Yixian. Seeing this, Yixian quickly stepped back, offering an awkward smile, then explained. The bulletin board states that he is scheduled to teach at the gym at 2 o'clock, and there is an attendance log for those who come to teach. He was here yesterday, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should also show up today. Chapter 17. Lu Zhao's Intentions. Lin Qingshuang frowned, stating, he just committed murder the day before yesterday, and less than a day later, he returns to teach as if nothing happened. If he truly is the murderer, his composure is indeed remarkable. Yixian nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, such an individual is one of the most terrifying people in the world. Intrigued, Lin Qingshuang asked, one of them? Who else? For instance, gamblers who treat lives as mere chips, desperate fugitives unaware of the risks, psychological abusers who revel in manipulating others, and perfectionist criminals who regard murder as an art form. This murderer could very well belong to the latter category. Lin Qingshuang solemnly nodded, indicating his concurrence with Yixian's assessment. The two then proceeded to the changing room, exchanging their attire for shorts and tank tops. Old Lin, how did you achieve such impressive muscle? It's remarkably solid, Yixian remarked, pinching Lin Qingshuang's biceps and feeling his chest muscles, his eyes brimming with envy. Lin Qingshuang promptly pushed Yixian away, exasperatedly retorting, keep your hands to yourself. Yixian pouted, replying, you're so stingy. Upon entering the gym area, they commenced their workout. Lin Qingshuang occasionally glanced towards the entrance, anxious that a moment's inattention might allow the murderer to escape. Meanwhile, Yixian, full of interest, observed the gym equipment, periodically switching to different apparatuses. After about half an hour of exercise, a voice from the front desk captured their attention. Hello, has Coach Lu not arrived yet? Two young women stood at the front desk. One was stunningly beautiful with a slender yet curvaceous figure, while the other was petite, sweet, and adorable. The receptionist responded cheerfully. Ms. Xuan, Ms. Lan, Coach Lu is likely still about half an hour away. Would you like to wait inside? The lovely girl nodded, saying, sure, let's wait a bit. My boyfriend hasn't arrived yet either. With that, the two made their way towards the gym area. As they entered, the strikingly beautiful girl was immediately captivated by Lin Qingshuang's presence. The sweet girl beside her teased, do you like him? That guy is quite handsome, and his muscles look really strong. The beautiful girl suppressed her admiration and pulled her friend away, exclaiming, come on, don't be ridiculous. The two girls settled at a distance from Lin Qingshuang and Yixian, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Qingshuang. Yixian nudged Lin Qingshuang, jesting, old Lin. It seems that girl has taken a liking to you. Lin Qingshuang cast a silent glance her way before resuming his workout. Old Lin, why not inquire about the situation? Lin Qingshuang frowned in confusion, asking, inquire about what? The murderer. Didn't you hear their conversation with the receptionist? They are looking for a suspect. Lin Qingshuang set down his equipment, puzzled, but aren't we waiting for the murderer right now? Yixian explained, old Lin, he is currently just a suspect. We need to gather more evidence of his crime. Without it, the police can only detain him for 24 hours at most, after which he could slip away. Therefore, we need to investigate those close to the suspect and particularly look into whether he has an alibi. Lin Qingshuang nodded in understanding and then asked, so why don't you go? Yixian shrugged, responding, he has got his sights set on you, not me. Lin Qingshuang nonchalantly replied, what's the difference? You're just gathering clues, not courting. Hurry up. Yixian opened his mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Lin Qingshuang. Don't forget, I paid for this membership card. I can refund it any time. Yixian, alarmed, quickly retorted, no, I'll go, okay? With a resentful glare, Yixian approached the two girls. Hello there, lovely ladies. The girls paused slightly, then replied in unison, hello? Yixian leaned against the gym equipment, casually asking, may I know your surnames? The stunning girl responded, I'm Miss Lan Xining, and this is my best friend, Xuan Lena. What lovely names you have. I'm Yixian, he said. Lan Xining nodded and smiled. Thank you. Your name is quite pleasant as well. She then discreetly cast her gaze towards Lin Qingshuang, who was engrossed in his workout, and asked, what about your friend? Yixian glanced at Lin Qingshuang and replied, oh, just call him Ergo. Lin Qingshuang's expression darkened immediately, glaring at Yixian with disdain. Lan Xining, puzzled, asked Yixian, why isn't your friend joining you? He is a bit shy and finds it hard to approach, Yixian explained. He then inquired, are you waiting for someone? Xuan Lena nodded, responding, yes. We've arranged to meet a fitness coach, and we're still waiting for him. Which coach? Lu Xiao. Yixian feigned realization, replying, oh, him. Do you know him? Xuan Lena asked, confused. Yixian replied, not really. I've just heard about him. Are you two quite familiar with him? Lan Xining shook her head, saying, not at all. We've never met. but my best friend's boyfriend knows him. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before asking Xuan, your boyfriend knows him well? Xuan shook her head, saying, not very well. My boyfriend seems to have only met him last week. Yi Xian glanced around and then asked, is your boyfriend here? Just as Xuan was about to respond, a muscular man in a white tank top walked through the door. Upon seeing him, Xuan waved, calling out, Ah Chow. Over here. The man smiled and waved back, striding towards the three. Xuan stepped forward to embrace the man's arm, introducing him. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Chao. She then indicated Yi Xian, saying, this is someone we just met, named Yi Xian. Although Zhao Chao appeared slightly puzzled, he smiled and nodded at Yi Xian. Yi Xian scrutinized Zhao Chao for a moment before smiling and commenting, bro, you've got some impressive muscles there. Zhao Chao, slightly bashful, rubbed the back of his head and replied, thanks, I just work out randomly. Yi Xian then asked, I heard you know Lu Xiao? Yes, we just met last week. Could you share how you came to know him? Zhao Chao nodded, then spoke with admiration. It was here. At that time I was practicing bench press, and he approached me to offer some guidance. I followed his advice, and it made a significant difference. He is truly remarkable. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as he turned his gaze towards the two women by his side. This was evidently his intention. Chapter 18, The Capture and Confrontation. Yi Xian then inquired, did you maintain contact after that? Zhao Chao, slightly puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Yi Xian, no longer feigning innocence, beckoned Lin Qingshuang over. Upon noticing, Lin Qingshuang promptly approached, presenting his credentials and stating, I am from the Xuan City Public Security Bureau. I kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. The three instantly stood frozen, looking at Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang with a hint of confusion. Yi Xian pressed on, you still haven't answered my question. Did you stay in touch afterward? Understanding the situation, Dan Lina immediately nudged the still-dazed Zhao Chao, urging, speak up. Zhao Chao, regaining his composure, quickly replied, yes, officer. We are still in contact. Here are our chat records. With that, he promptly unlocked his phone and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the phone and began to peruse the contents, but found little of note. Most messages were Zhao Chao seeking advice from Lu Xiao, who patiently shared his workout experiences, interspersed with occasional greetings. However, while Lu Xiao merely offered brief pleasantries, Zhao Chao, like a chatterbox, divulged every detail of his daily life, including outings with his girlfriend and her best friend. Yi Xian cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Chao. Was this man truly that naive? Lin Qingshuang then asked. When is Lu Xiao expected to arrive? Lan Xining promptly replied. The front desk said he should be here in about half an hour. Zhao Chao quietly inquired, officer, may I ask what crime Lu Xiao has committed? Lin Qingshuang shook his head, stating, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information to you. Yi Xian glanced at the time, then returned the phone to Zhao Chao, asking, when was the last time you saw Lu Xiao? Zhao Chao contemplated briefly before responding, the night before last. At what time? Please elaborate. Yi Xian urged. Around 5 in the evening. I was here working out, and Lu Xiao was teaching in the training room. Later, just before 6:30. He greeted me and left with a woman. Lin Qingshuang immediately pulled out a photo of Chen shooting and asked Zhao Chao, is this her? Zhao Chao looked closely and nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's her. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. At that moment, Lin Qingshuang keenly noticed a figure slowly approaching the gym entrance. Someone's coming. He swiftly pulled Yi Xian to hide in a corner and winked at the three. They, too, demonstrated their intelligence and nodded in silent agreement. Upon seeing Lu Xiao, the front desk receptionist greeted him with a smile. Coach Lu, you're here. Lu Xiao nodded, flashing a sunny smile as he handed her the milk tea he had brought. Xiaoxi, good afternoon. Here's your milk tea. The receptionist accepted it with delight, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Coach Lu. Lu Xiao smiled modestly, replying, you're welcome. Is Mr. Zhao here? The receptionist nodded. He has been here for a while, currently in the workout area. Lu Xiao glanced inside, his eyes momentarily flashing with a hint of mischief upon spotting Lan Xining and Dan Lina. He smiled and said, I understand. I'll head to class now, and we'll find you later. The receptionist nodded eagerly. All right, I'll be waiting. As Lu Xiao entered the workout area, he presented a contrite expression to Zhao Chao, saying, I apologize for my tardiness, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Chao exhibited a strange reaction, forcing a smile as he replied, it's quite all right. Noticing the odd atmosphere, Lu Xiao asked, is something wrong, Mr. Zhao? Dan Lina quickly interjected, we had a minor disagreement earlier, but it's nothing serious. Lu Xiao nodded, then said, you must be Mr. Zhao's girlfriend. How fortunate he is to have such a lovely partner. Dan Lina smiled and replied, thank you for the compliment. Meanwhile, Yi Xian silently observed Lu Xiao from the shadows. He was astonished to discern that while Lu Xiao maintained a courteous demeanor, there was something peculiar about his gestures, an underlying tension that hinted at resentment. But why would Lu Xiao harbor such feelings? Was it possible that he was envious? At this point, Yi Xian was nearly certain that Lu Xiao was a man with an exceedingly strong possessive streak, an emotional deviant masked by a veneer of politeness, concealing a monstrous nature within. Yi Xian exchanged knowing glances with Lin Qingfeng, signaling that it was time to make the arrest. Lin Qingfeng understood immediately, stepping forward decisively towards Lu Xiao. Holding up his credentials, Lin Qingfeng stated as he approached, "Mr. Lu, I am with the Public Security Bureau. Please come with me." Lu Xiao flinched at the words, his expression darkening momentarily before he regained his composure. He turned around, feigning surprise. "Police? I'm unaware of any wrongdoing on my part." However, upon noticing Yi Xian standing behind Lin Qingfeng, his brow furrowed. Yi Xian smirked slightly and said, "Mr. Lu, do you remember me?" Lu Xiao shook his head. "Officer, I don't believe we've met." Yi Xian crossed his arms, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Perhaps I should jog your memory. North Mountain Road Alley, chin shooting." Lu Xiao's pupils constricted slightly, but he continued to shake his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know, you say? Well, once we arrive at the Public Security Bureau, I wonder if you'll still be in the dark." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Lu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he prepared to flee the gym. Lin Qingfeng, having anticipated this move, swiftly executed a kick aimed at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao raised his arms instinctively to block the strike, but the impact left visible marks on his skin. Yi Xian shouted to Zhao Chao, "You three need to leave now. Protect the two women." Zhao Chao nodded emphatically, shielding the ladies behind him as they cautiously made their way toward the exit. At that moment, Lu Xiao's heart raced with alarm. He had encountered a formidable opponent, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arms. He scowled and launched a furious attack on Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng, grinning slightly, met him head-on. Before long, Lu Xiao found himself at a disadvantage. Increasingly overwhelmed by Lin Qingfeng's relentless assault, utterly unable to retaliate. Summoning all his strength, Lu Xiao managed to block a punch from Lin Qingfeng, then swung his fist with all his might towards Lin Qingfeng's head. Lin Qingfeng, quick on his feet, blocked the blow and then executed a rapid kick to Lu Xiao's neck. Lu Xiao grimaced in pain, coughing up water as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Realizing he was outmatched, he scanned his surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on a tub of protein powder. Yi Xian shouted urgently, "Watch out!" But it was too late. Lu Xiao seized the protein powder and hurled it at Lin Qingfeng, creating a cloud that obscured Lin Qingfeng's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiao dashed toward the exit. Lin Qingfeng quickly covered his eyes, relying on his instincts to leap towards Yi Xian, drawing his firearm and aiming it at the escaping Lu Xiao. "Don't move." Lu Xiao froze instinctively, raising his hands in surrender, unable to resist. Lin Qingfeng approached slowly, handcuffs in hand, inching closer to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as Lin Qingfeng was about to approach, Lu Xiao suddenly turned around, attempting to seize the gun from Lin Qingfeng's grasp. However, Lin Qingfeng, ever vigilant and seasoned in battle, had anticipated Lu Xiao's intent. He swiftly raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Lu Xiao's chest. Lu Xiao felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, crashing heavily against the dumbbell rack, causing weights to tumble and roll in all directions. Lin Qingfeng, brandishing his firearm, warned Lu Xiao in a deep voice, "Make another move, and I will shoot." Clutching his chest, Lu Xiao glared at Lin Qingfeng with unyielding resentment. After approximately 3 minutes, Zhao Zongfei and his team rushed to the scene. "Captain Lin." Lin Qingfeng, ignoring Zhao Zongfei, kept his gaze fixed on Lu Xiao and commanded, "Cuff him and take him away." "Understood." Once the officers had thoroughly restrained Lu Xiao, Lin Qingfeng finally holstered his weapon. "Take him away." After Lu Xiao was escorted out, Yi Xian hurried forward, concern etched on his face as he asked Lin Qingfeng, "Are you hurt?" Lin Qingfeng shook his head, replying, "No, it wasn't satisfying at all." Yi Xian couldn't help but smirk, rolling his eyes in disbelief. "You still trained? Let's go. It's time to meet him at the Public Security Bureau." Lin Qingfeng nodded, and the two made their way to the changing room. After they changed, just as they were about to leave the gym, they were intercepted by Lan Xining. Wait. Lin Qingfeng and Yi Xian looked at her with curiosity. Lan Xining gazed at Lin Qingfeng with admiration, somewhat shyly asking, "Officer, may I have your contact information?" Lin Qingfeng paused slightly, responding, "I'm sorry, Miss Lan. I'm currently on duty. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance." With that, Lin Qingfeng took hold of Yi Xian and strode out of the gym. Lan Xinning watched their retreating figures, her expression a mix of disappointment and complexity. This was the first time she had asked for someone's WeChat, only to be turned down. Sun Lina quickly stepped forward to console her. It's all right, it's all right. He mentioned he was on duty, so he might have been in a hurry. With reddened eyes, Lan Xinning questioned, really? Sun Lina nodded emphatically, then embraced Lan Xinning, saying, of course. With your beauty, who would dare to refuse? Hearing this, Lan Xinning felt a wave of relief wash over her, and looking in the direction Lin Qingfeng had gone, she resolutely declared, I will come to this gym more often to run into him. I won't give up. At the Public Security Bureau, Zhao Zongfei reported, Captain Lin, our investigation revealed that Lu Xiao lost both his parents at a young age and was raised by his uncle, who was a volatile man prone to violence. Following an incident where his uncle drowned while cleaning a fish pond, the farm owner, fearing repercussions, compensated Lu Xiao with 30 to 40,000 yuan, and the matter was quietly resolved. At that time, Lu Xiao was merely 14 years old, and thus began his solitary existence. Listening to the officer's report, Lin Qingfeng remarked, he is indeed a pitiable soul. Yi Xian responded, having endured such childhood trauma, it is understandable how he became this way. In the interrogation room, Lin Qingfeng stared blankly at Lu Xiao, slowly inquiring, Mr. Lu, why did you murder Qingshuang? Lu Xiao replied nonchalantly, Officer, I don't know what you are talking about. Lin Qingfeng scoffed, producing the victim's bag from beneath the table and placing it on the desk on the night before last. You took the victim to an abandoned alley on Beishan Road, where you engaged in intimate activities. Before it concluded, you produced a specially crafted machete and decapitated Qingshuang, resulting in her immediate death. Lu Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise, evidently not expecting the police to uncover the fact that he had killed Qingshuang before their encounter had concluded. Lin Qingfeng continued, subsequently, you placed the victim's head inside her bag and positioned it prominently in the alley, intending for passers-by to witness her expression. One can only imagine how malevolent your heart must be. Lu Xiao, unfazed, sneered and retorted, Officer, what evidence do you have that Qingshuang was murdered by me? Lin Qingfeng rapped his fingers forcefully on the metal tabletop, declaring, a witness saw you leaving the gym together with the victim on the night in question. Lu Xiao shrugged, explaining, I did leave the gym with Qingshuang, but that does not prove that I was the one in the alley on Beishan Road. After leaving, I bid her farewell and returned home. Zhao Zongfei interjected, you and Qingshuang took a taxi to Beishan Road. The driver has already confirmed this. How do you explain that? Lu Xiao paused momentarily, then smiled. Officer, I reiterate, what evidence do you have that I killed Qingshuang? Still unwilling to confess? Lin Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he nodded towards the window, and the interrogation room door swung open. Wu Gang entered, wielding a machete with an exceptionally sharp blade, glimmering ominously under the light. Lin Qingfeng pointed at the machete, asking, does this look familiar? Lu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, replying, I've never seen it, but it was discovered in your home. Although the blood on the blade has been wiped clean, traces remain on the handle. If I am not mistaken, this must be Qingshuang's blood, correct? You need not deny it. Forensic analysis will confirm. Lu Xiao smiled nonchalantly, revealing a sinister gleam in his eyes as he said, yes, it is mine. Leaning back against the chair, his tattoo of a snake coiling around his throat twisted with each swallow, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. Suddenly, he grinned, his gaze chilling. She did not deserve to live. With her stunning beauty and perfect figure, even her voice sent shivers down my spine. Yet she chose to marry an older man and lay with a portly individual. Shouldn't such a person meet their demise? Zhao Zongfei fixed a steely gaze on Lu Xiao. So you lured her to the alley to kill her? And displayed her head prominently? Lu Xiao abruptly sat up straight, his eyes alight with a morbid excitement. Do you not see that alley as a natural stage? The moonlight filtering through the cracks illuminated her skin, as though dusted with pearl powder. I deliberately used the machete, watching the blood spatter against the wall like a fountain. Lu Xiao extended his tongue, licking his lips as he continued. It was a thrill far surpassing that of a workout. Chapter 20. Conclusion. Zhao Zongfei's nails nearly dug into his palms as he struggled to suppress the urge to tear the deviant before him apart, while Lin Qingfeng's expression darkened, his eyes closing in silent resignation. Lu Xiao continued, Officer, did you see her expression? A perfect work of art, mingling terror with submission. Like an antelope caught by a leopard, quaking yet still enticing. You lunatic! Zhao Zongfei erupted, rising furiously, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Lu Xiao chuckled, replying, Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Zongfei, battling his fury, leaned on the table, glaring intently. Lu Xiao, I advise you to confess, or else. Lu Xiao dismissed him with a glance, slowly saying, or else what? The death penalty? To me, that would merely be a liberation. I have long awaited this day. Every time I see those superficial women writhing before me, I feel revulsion. Only Qingshuang was different. She was a perfect masterpiece. And only in death could she truly belong to me. Lin Shengfeng opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold. Rising, he stated, you are utterly incomprehensible. The world belongs to everyone, but it should never belong to you. Prepare to face the consequences of the law. With that, Lin Shengfeng turned and exited the interrogation room without a backward glance. Lu Xiao shouted after him, if it weren't for you, the world would witness even more true art. The world shall only grow more perfect. In the ensuing period, the police launched a thorough investigation into Lu Xiao. Through his mobile phone and computer, they uncovered a plethora of incriminating photographs and videos of him surreptitiously filming and violating women, including intimate images of Qingshuang. However, as the investigation deepened, it became evident that Lu Xiao was implicated in more than one life lost. 3 missing women were all connected to him, having already met their demise at his hands. Their fates as gruesome as that of Qingshuang. Lu Xiao openly confessed to his crimes, exhibiting no hint of remorse. During the interrogation, he recounted the details of each case with such perverse precision that it sent chills down the spines of all the officers involved in the investigation. Ultimately, the Xuan City Intermediate People's Court ruled to strip Lu Xiao of his political rights for life, confiscate all his personal assets, and sentenced him to death, to be executed immediately. Cooperative Merchant Service Center, Station. Night Xian, what have you been busy with lately? I noticed you haven't been making deliveries these past couple of days. Old Wang plopped down on a chair, looking at Night Xian with curiosity. Night Xian reclined in his seat and lazily replied, my car was stolen. Old Wang gave him a surprised glance and asked, really? Did you report it? I did. And they compensated me 2K. So what are you planning to do now? Buy a new car? Night Xian nodded and then inquired, Old Wang, do you have any spare change? Old Wang eyed him warily and asked, what do you want it for? Night Xian answered, since my car was stolen, I plan to buy another one, but I'm still short. How much are you short? Night Xian raised his hand and gestured to 5. Old Wang, puzzled, asked, 500? 5,000. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what a sum. 5,000. You might as well go rob a bank. Don't be so stingy. You make over 10,000 a month. You must have some savings. I'll pay you back next month. What kind of car do you need that costs so much? Night Xian grinned. I've recently set my sights on an E150. Old Wang gasped, quickly saying, are you out of your mind? Why buy such an expensive car for food delivery? Night Xian retorted nonchalantly, this is called enjoying life. One mustn't skimp on oneself. If circumstances allowed, I'd buy an E300p directly. Besides, a car is not merely a tool for earning money, it's a companion. Old Wang rolled his eyes, scoffing. You're living the life. Then, he shrugged and lamented, I did have some money before, but it's all gone now. Night Xian raised an eyebrow, asking, what do you mean? Old Wang rubbed his nose, explaining, I've been going out with friends lately. The expenses have been considerable. Night Xian narrowed his eyes and said slowly, friends? That little row? Old Wang, feeling guilty, replied, just friends. Night Xian couldn't help but smirk, saying, Old Wang, be more mindful. You've always said that making money isn't easy, yet you've known her for only a few days and are spending so much. Old Wang coughed, quickly saying, I haven't spent that much. Well, I really don't have 5,000 right now, but I have 2,000. I'll transfer it to you immediately. He added, just remember to pay me back next month. With that, Old Wang picked up the helmet resting on the table, preparing to head out for deliveries. Night Xian watched him leave, shaking his head in resignation. Well, I won't say much more. I hope he takes my words to heart. Night Xian glanced at the time. It was 10:30. There was still plenty of time. He decided to visit Warm Coffee Hut. With that, he left the station and hailed a little yellow bike, heading straight for the cafe. After about 10 minutes, he entered the coffee shop, bending down to scoop up Shishi, who had been waiting at the door, exclaiming, beautiful Zhou, I've arrived. Zhou Wanqing, clad in an apron speckled with coffee stains, poked her head out upon hearing Night Xian's voice. Seeing him in casual attire, she remarked in surprise, oh, Night Xian, not playing the night today? Night Xian nodded dejectedly, plopping down at the bar. The Knight's beloved steed was stolen, and I haven't bought a new one yet. Zhou Wanqing, slightly taken aback, looked at him with sympathy, saying, how unfortunate. What would you like to drink? Let me treat you as a consolation for your tender heart. That sounds great. I'd like a cup of osmanthus latte with a mountain of ice. Zhou Wanqing smiled and gave an okay sign. Sure, just a moment. As Night Xian petted Shi, he waited for Zhou Wanqing to prepare his coffee. Just then, a familiar figure entered the shop. Night Xian turned and froze in place. "Old Lin, what are you doing here?" Lin Shengfeng looked equally astonished and replied, "Night Xian, what brings you here?" Zhou Wanqing, hearing the commotion, looked up and exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Night Xian was instantly dumbfounded, glancing between Zhou Wanqing and Lin Shengfeng. "You two are siblings." Lin Shengfeng nodded as he settled into a chair. "Wanqing is the daughter of old Zhou." Night Xian was struck by a revelation, gazing at Zhou Wanqing in disbelief. She curiously asked the two, "Do you know each other?" They both nodded in unison, "Yes." Zhou Wanqing, somewhat surprised, asked, "How do you know each other?" "He helped me crack several major cases. Now he is a criminal investigation consultant for our police department," Lin Shengfeng replied slowly. Chapter 21, Barbecue. Zhou Wanqing looked at Night Xian in astonishment. "Night Xian, you have such skills?" Night Xian puffed out his chest proudly. "I suppose. It's just that those criminals are rather foolish." Lin Shengfeng felt something was off about Night Xian's words, but couldn't quite place it. "Since you two know each other, feel free to chat. I'll go make your coffees," Zhou Wanqing said before turning back to her work. Night Xian turned to Lin Shengfeng and asked, "You're off today?" Lin Shengfeng nodded, saying, "I just received the notification this morning. We need to head to the police station shortly. The chief wants to see you." Night Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right. I don't have anything else planned for today." "Not delivering today?" Night Xian replied helplessly. "My car was stolen, and I haven't bought a new one yet." Just then, he seemed to remember something and asked, "Old Lin, when will the reward from the bureau arrive?" "Running low on funds again," Lin Shengfeng quipped. "Of course. Once I buy the car, I'll be completely broke. Maybe I should just crash at your place for meals." Lin Shengfeng rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhou Wanqing before quietly asking, "What is your relationship with Wanqing?" Night Xian looked at him quizzically, replying, "There is nothing between us." "What do you ask?" "Really?" Lin Shengfeng looked at him skeptically. "I often deliver food to Boss Zhou. We've just become familiar over time." "What are you thinking?" Night Xian retorted, rolling his eyes. Just as Lin Shengfeng was about to say something, Zhou Wanqing approached, placing 2 cups of coffee in front of them. "Here is your coffee." Night Xian eagerly picked up a cup and took a sip. Delightful. Boss Zhou's skills have improved." Zhou Wanqing smiled, saying, "Thank you. If you enjoy it, do come by often." Lin Shengfeng immediately shot Night Xian a glare. "Flatterer." Zhou Wanqing turned to Lin Shengfeng, asking curiously, "Brother, did you come to find me for something today?" Lin Shengfeng shook his head, replying, "Nothing in particular. I just came to check on you during my lunch break. How have you been lately?" Zhou Wanqing smiled and shook her head. "I'm doing well. No need to worry. You and Dad are the same. Don't work too hard. It's important to balance work and rest. And take some time to enjoy the scenery." Lin Shengfeng shrugged, replying, "Since you moved out of the police compound, I haven't seen Uncle Zhou take a break. Sometimes he is so busy he forgets to eat, and I'm the one delivering meals to him." Zhou Wanqing immediately became anxious, exclaiming, "Then why don't you say something to him?" Lin Shengfeng lamented, "You are well aware of my uncle's temper. How could I dare to speak against him? It is entirely up to you to address the matter." Zhou Wanqing, pouting in annoyance, remarked, "That old man has started being disobedient again. I shall return home tonight and show him who is in charge. By the way, brother, grandmother mentioned a few days ago that I should find you a girlfriend. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shengfeng nearly spat out the coffee he had just sipped. Meanwhile, Yi Xian watched Lin Shengfeng with a mischievous glint in his eyes, his expression brimming with gossip. Hastily, Lin Shengfeng waved his hands, saying, No. I don't have time to think about that right now. I've only just started working in Xuan City and haven't settled in yet. The matter of a girlfriend can wait." Yi Xian teased, "Old Lin, I thought that last girl, Lan Xining, was quite splendid. She even drove a Maserati to present you with a banner. With her wealth and beauty, she would be a perfect match for you." "Lan Xining? Who is she?" Zhou Wanqing inquired curiously. Just as Yi Xian was about to respond, Lin Shengfeng swiftly covered Yi Xian's mouth and shot him a fierce glare. Turning to Zhou Wanqing, he hurriedly clarified, "I don't know her. Don't listen to his nonsense." Noticing the peculiar interaction between the two, Zhou Wanqing didn't press further and glanced at the time, suggesting, "It's lunchtime. How about we go grab a bite?" Yi Xian immediately chimed in, Yes. Let us go for barbecue. There is a place not far from here that I've been craving." Zhou Wanqing's eyes lit up as she nodded. "Sounds good." Both of them turned their expectant gazes toward Lin Shengfeng. With a resigned nod, he replied, "All right, let us go." After tidying up a bit and feeding Cici, Zhou Wanqing locked the shop and followed the two of them out. Lin Shengfeng drove, guided by Yi Xian, to a barbecue restaurant named Shengshi Bailan. He parked the car at the entrance and followed the two inside. The waiter promptly greeted them. "Hello, how many of you?" "3," they replied. "All right, please follow me." The waiter led them to a corner table with 4 sides. After the trio was seated, the waiter handed them a menu and a pen. "This is our menu. Please mark your selections in the boxes next to the dishes you wish to order." Zhou Wanqing received it gratefully. "What would you like to eat?" Lin Qingfeng shook his head, saying, "I'm fine with anything. Just order what you want." Yi Xian immediately leaned closer to Zhou Wanqing, fixated on the menu. Their faces mere inches apart. Lin Qingfeng, noticing Yi Xian almost glued to Zhou Wanqing, quickly reached out and pulled Yi Xian slightly away to create some distance. Yi Xian, seemingly oblivious to Lin Qingfeng's subtle maneuver, continued to study the menu intently. Once they placed their orders, the waiter swiftly brought the dishes to the table. Yi Xian gazed at the array of delectable food, unable to suppress a swallow. "Let us dig in," he exclaimed, grabbing chopsticks and placing a plate of pork belly onto the grill. Soon, the sizzling sound of fat began to fill the air. Yi Xian's eyes were glued to the grill, saliva pooling in his mouth. When the meat was ready, he used tongs to serve Zhou Wanqing a piece, placing it in her bowl. "Thank you," she said promptly. "No problem, ladies first." Next, Yi Xian served Lin Qingfeng a piece as well. Lin Qingfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise at Yi Xian's unexpected courtesy. Just as he was about to express gratitude, Yi Xian quipped, "Boss Lin, you're treating us." Lin Qingfeng responded with a bemused expression. Zhou Wanqing covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. After a while of dining, as Yi Xian raised his hand to grab a napkin, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure. The silhouette, sitting not far from their table, appeared suspicious and piqued Yi Xian's curiosity. He turned to see a man hunched over, the collar of his gray t-shirt rubbing against the table, seemingly attempting to conceal his actions. What astonished Yi Xian even more was the man's left hand resting casually beneath the table, holding a phone, with the camera aimed directly at a girl in a white dress sitting across from him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Qingfeng, "Old Lin." Lin Qingfeng, perplexed, looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Without answering, Yi Xian nodded toward the man, indicating for Lin Qingfeng to look. Following Yi Xian's gesture, Lin Qingfeng initially saw nothing amiss. However, as his gaze fell upon the phone in the man's hand, his expression darkened considerably. The man had audaciously begun recording a video, and the content on the screen was fully visible to Lin Qingfeng. Meanwhile, the girl remained engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the lewd, covetous gaze directed at her. Zhou Wanqing noticed the unusual demeanor of Lin Qingfeng and Yi Xian and followed their line of sight. Upon realizing the scene, she gasped, "Oh my gosh!" Fury ignited within Lin Qingfeng. Without hesitation, he stood up and strode toward the man. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted, startling the man, who quickly shoved his phone into his pocket and pretended to eat barbecue. "What are you doing?" Lin Qingfeng firmly grasped the man's shoulder and demanded, "Take out your phone." The man, pale with fear, protested, "My phone contains my privacy. Why should I show it to you?" Lin Qingfeng's demeanor turned frigid, his grip tightening as he pointed at the girl across the table, stating, "I just saw you filming that lady." The girl's face flushed crimson upon hearing Lin Qingfeng's words. She hastily stood up, covering her dress, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at the man. Surrounding patrons set down their chopsticks, bewildered and confused as they directed their attention toward Lin Qingfeng. "What is happening?" "I don't know. It seems that guy is trying to steal that person's phone." "What?" In broad daylight, the girl quickly shouted, "Don't say that. That person was taking pictures of me, and this brother is helping me catch him." The crowd's anger flared as their eyes turned hostile toward the man. Seeing this, the man grew frantic and shouted, "You're slandering me. Let go of me. If you don't, I'll call the police." Lin Qingfeng promptly pulled out his badge and declared, "I am a police officer. I need to check your phone." "I'll say it once more. Hand it over." The man stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Lin Qingfeng's badge. "You must be fake. Who knows where you got that badge? If you don't let go, I'll report you for impersonating an officer." Lin Qingfeng smirked dismissively and tightened his grip on the man's struggling arm. The man fought desperately, trying to break free from Lin Qingfeng's hold. However, the more he struggled, the tighter Lin Qingfeng's grip became, rendering him immobile. The man grimaced in pain, shouting, "Ah, it hurts. Let go." Lin Qingfeng coldly warned, "I'll give you one last chance. Take out your phone now." Fear flickered in the man's eyes, and he hastily pulled out his phone from his pocket, handing it to Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng accepted it and asked, "What is the password?" The man, head bowed and defeated, replied, 1314. After entering the password, Lin Qingfeng opened the album and was immediately filled with rage upon seeing the contents. The album not only contained images taken beneath the skirt of the girl across from him, but also numerous photos of various other women, even from the ladies' restroom. With a frigid expression, Lin Qingshuang bellowed, "What else do you have to say?" The man slumped into his chair, pleading, "Officer, I was just momentarily blinded by impulse. Please spare me this once." Lin Qingshuang let out a cold snort, retrieving handcuffs from his pocket and swiftly restraining the man. "You can save those words for the judge and the victims," he stated. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, erupted into applause. "Well done. He deserves to be punished. Such a voyeur must be executed. Individuals like him are the scourge of society." Lin Qingshuang seized the man by his clothing and escorted him out of the barbecue restaurant, heading towards the nearby police station. Noticing this, Yixian turned to Zhou Wanqing and said, "Let us follow and see what happens." With that, Yixian promptly approached the front desk to settle the bill, before joining Zhou Wanqing and trailing behind Lin Qingshuang. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lin Qingshuang led the man into the police station, followed closely by Yixian, Zhou Wanqing, and the girl who had been filmed. The 3 police officers on duty hurried forward to inquire, "What is going on?" Lin Qingshuang presented his identification, declaring, "I am Lin Qingshuang, the captain of the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Unit." The officers examined the credentials and promptly saluted him. Lin Qingshuang returned the gesture and pointed at the man, saying, "This individual was caught recording upskirt videos of women. There are multiple victims, and even videos from the women's restroom." Upon hearing Lin Qingshuang's account, the officers' expressions turned grave as they activated their body cameras. The girl, still shaken from the ordeal, clutched her clothing tightly. Her voice trembled as she recounted to the officers, "I was just eating and didn't he notice. All I knew was that he was constantly looking down at his phone. If it weren't for this officer, I wouldn't have known I was being filmed." Lin Qingshuang handed his phone to the officers, saying, "There is a wealth of illicit content on this device. Please secure the evidence." The officers took the phone, opening the gallery with furrowed brows. The images included not only clear upskirt shots, but also several videos recorded outside the stalls in the women's restroom, revealing the victims' faces and private areas. "What a beast," a young officer muttered under his breath. He immediately handed the phone to a technician colleague while preparing to take notes. The handcuffed man slumped helplessly in the chair, sweat beading on his forehead as he repeatedly murmured, "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Lin Qingshuang gestured for Zhou Wanqing and Yixian to wait in the lounge while he assisted the officers with identity verification. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the chief's office, extending his hand with a smile. "Captain Lin, it's been a while." Lin Qingshuang shook his hand in return, smiling as he replied, "Chief Yu, it's only been 2 months since we last met." "Haha, 2 months isn't long at all, is it?" Lin Qingshuang pointed to Yixian and said, "This is Yixian, our city bureau's criminal investigation consultant." Yu Xiangran, surprised, glanced at Yixian before extending his hand, saying, "So you are Yixian. I have heard much about you." Yixian politely acknowledged him and, out of curiosity, asked, "You've heard of me?" Yu Xiangran nodded, smiling as he replied, "I heard that a recent homicide case was cracked with your assistance. Within just 3 days, you brought the case to light. Meeting you now, I can see you are truly talented." Yixian, understanding the compliment, smiled modestly and replied, "Chief Yu, you flatter me. I merely got lucky." Chapter 23, Risk Assessment. Yu Xiangran waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You must not underestimate yourself. I am aware of the details of that case." The perpetrator was indeed capable, but he was unfortunate enough to encounter someone even more skilled than himself. Yixian, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his nose at the praise. Just as the 3 were exchanging pleasantries, the officers had thoroughly investigated the man's background in no time. "Chief, the criminal's name is Li Lei, age 28. A vagrant. He served a month in prison 3 years ago for theft," one officer reported. Yu Xiangran examined the file and said, "Sync his information with the city bureau system and check for any involvement in other cases." The officers nodded in acknowledgement and promptly returned to their tasks. Meanwhile, the girl who had been filmed, under the comforting words of Zhou Wanqing and other officers, gradually regained her composure. She provided her identification and contact information, signing the report. "My name is Chunyu. Thank you all. Had it not been for you, I would have been unaware that such a thing was happening today." She bowed deeply to Lin Qingshuang, Yixian, and Zhou Wanqing. The technical team soon reported, "Chief, there are a total of 180 upskirt photos and 23 videos on the phone, involving at least 9 victims, with timestamps ranging from 3 months ago to today. Additionally, the phone contains 3 pornographic applications. I suspect the criminal was uploading these pornographic images and videos for profit." The officers handed printed lists of the photos to Lin Qingshuang and Yu Xiangran, each page documenting the shooting time, location, and details of the victims. Yi Xian quickly recognized a background in one of the photos and pointed it out. This photo's background appears to be the restroom at Wanjia Plaza. Their stalls are rather distinctive. Furthermore, this image was not taken with a mobile phone, but rather with a miniature camera. Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed, their eyes filled with indignation. Yu Xiangran hurriedly addressed the technical team. What are we waiting for? Crack the software. The technician sighed, replying, we have tried. But these 3 applications have stringent risk controls, and every login automatically hides the images and information within. One technician opened the apps on the phone, stating, Chief, look here. These 3 applications use dynamic encryption. Each login's IP address reroutes internationally, and the photos in the gallery are stored in segmented encrypted formats. The data volume is enormous. With our precinct's technology, we cannot decipher it in less than half a month. We will need support from the City Bureau's tech department. Yu Xiangran furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze to Lin Qingshuang. Lin Qingshuang nodded, stating, the nature of this case is heinous, with a severely detrimental impact on society. I will make a call now. You draft the investigation technical measures report. Yu Xiangran, filled with anticipation, nodded and promptly returned to his office. With the criminal investigation heads present, there was no time to waste. Lin Qingshuang picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Xiao Yu, it's me. Captain Lin. I'm at the Yunsan Road Police Station, and we have a case of serious nature that requires the City Bureau's tech team's assistance. I've already discussed it with Chief Yu. Please arrange for your technical personnel to coordinate with the precinct's tech team. Understood. Lin Qingshuang hung up and addressed the technical team. I have made the arrangements. You can directly contact the City Bureau's tech team. The technicians nodded and swiftly made their way towards the technical department. After a brief period, despite the complexity of the software encryption, the collaboration between the City Bureau's tech team and the precinct's tech team successfully cracked all 3 applications. The software was linked to numerous pornographic websites, containing a plethora of explicit videos. Under interrogation, Li Lei confessed to the locations where he had installed miniature cameras in various shopping malls. Over the course of 3 months, he had amassed an illicit profit of 70,000 yuan, marking his actions as particularly egregious. Ultimately, the court sentenced Li Lei to a fine of 20,000 yuan, confiscated his illicit gains, and imposed a prison term of 5 years and 6 months. In addition to his criminal liability, he was subjected to a civil lawsuit, ordered to compensate the victims for emotional damages amounting to 10,000 yuan, and required to issue an apology. Warm cafe. For someone like him, a 5-year sentence is too lenient. Zhou Wanqing exclaimed indignantly. Lin Qingshuang nodded in agreement. Yi Xian also nodded and added, he is quite astute and possesses a certain cunning. The 2 looked at Yi Xian, puzzled. What do you mean? Yi Xian responded, according to the police, the individuals he covertly filmed were predominantly married persons aged between 25 and 35. However, the chat logs between Li Lei and his clients reveal that they requested him to surreptitiously capture footage of middle school and high school students, clearly stating that the price was negotiable. Yet, he replied that he would not take on such child's work as it was too risky. This indicates that he was not blinded by monetary temptations. His decisions were not driven by morality, but rather by pure risk assessment. Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow and remarked, so he refrains from action not out of principle, but out of fear? Yi Xian nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, he has clearly calculated the risks. Filming adults can lead to profits of tens of thousands, with a potential sentence of 3 to 10 years, but involving minors would lead to aggravated charges. If luck were to run out, a sentence of over 10 years is not out of the question. His reluctance stems not from a moral awakening, but from the fear of jeopardizing his entire fortune. Even if he avoids minors, the money he earns is tainted, destroying countless families. A 5-year sentence would be justly deserved. Individuals like him are truly despicable. Zhou Wanqing expressed her indignation. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, stating, he has chosen the path of least resistance to dismantle others' lives, akin to those criminals who target minors, albeit with varying degrees of malevolence. After sitting in contemplation for a while, Lin Qingshuang pulled Yi Xian and said, let us go. It's getting late. We should return. Hey, it's only 6 o'clock. Where are we going? Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingshuang in confusion. Since you don't have a car, I'll drive you home. Lin Qingshuang asserted with an undeniable tone, forcefully leading Yi Xian out of the warm coffee nook. Zhou Wanqing watched the 2 depart, shaking her head in resignation. Once in Lin Qingshuang's car, Yi Xian lamented, old Lin, I never would have guessed you were a bit of a siscon. Lin Qingshuang shot a fierce glare at Yi Xian before saying, Be at the police station early tomorrow. Yi Xian inquired, perplexed why. Lin Chengfeng rolled his eyes and replied, to meet the chief. Have you forgotten? Realization dawned on Yi Xian, and he nodded. All right, I understand. Lin Chengfeng parked the car at the entrance of Yi Xian's community, and once Yi Xian exited, he added, remember to be early tomorrow, or I'll continue to break in. Yi Xian responded helplessly, okay, I got it. With that, Lin Chengfeng drove away. Chapter 24, Criminal Investigation Consultant. Yi Xian entered his community and caught sight of an elderly security guard in the booth waving at him. Curiously, he turned and approached, asking, what is up, Grandpa? The guard glanced around before replying, Little Yi, a police officer came looking for you a few days ago. You're not in any trouble, are you? Yi Xian momentarily froze, recollecting Lin Chengfeng waking him up. No worries, Grandpa. Yes, my friend. He came to see me. The guard nodded in relief. Little Yi, it's a good thing I kept my mouth shut, or you would have been in the spotlight. Yi Xian's eyes widened in alarm. Grandpa, you mustn't say such things. This community also prohibited delivery personnel from entering. Although Yi Xian did not smoke, he often kept cigarettes in his pocket, intending to bribe the guard. Therefore, he frequently handed cigarettes to the guard, who, recognizing Yi Xian as a resident, reluctantly allowed the delivery personnel in. As a result, they became familiar with each other over time. The guard waved his hand proudly, saying, rest assured, I didn't say anything because you often give me cigarettes. If it were someone else, within an hour, the whole community would know. Yi Xian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now he was boasting about it. Yi Xian promptly pulled out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to the guard. Here, Grandpa, enjoy a smoke. In the future, when my friends come, just let them in without making a fuss. Oh, little Yi, you don't need to be so polite with me. The guard accepted the cigarettes, shoving them into his pocket, and then said earnestly, rest assured, your friends are my friends. As long as I'm here. There's south no place your friends can't go. Thank you very much, Grandpa. I'll take my leave now. Yi Xian smiled and waved goodbye, then left the security booth. The guard, content, watched Yi Xian's retreating figure, saying to himself, little Yi is generous. This lad is destined for greatness. The following morning, Yi Xian woke up early. He picked up his phone to check the time, 7:20. It's barely past 7. Time to get up. Yi Xian rubbed his eyes, sent a message to Lin Chengfeng, and headed towards the bathroom. After washing up, he checked his phone again. I'm at the community entrance. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly dressed and swiftly left his home. Upon exiting the community, he spotted Lin Chengfeng's car parked quietly in a space. Yi Xian strode over and opened the passenger door, climbing in. Old Lin, you arrived too quickly. You got here while I was still getting ready. Lin Chengfeng started the car, replying, I was already on my way when you messaged me. Yi Xian, intrigued, asked, do police officers really wake up this early? Lin Chengfeng rolled his eyes and retorted, do you think everyone is like you, either sleeping or eating? Yi Xian dismissed, that's just normal human behavior. You police have it tough. Most people couldn't handle it. Lin Chengfeng shook his head in resignation, choosing not to engage further with Yi Xian as he drove in silence. Before long, Lin Chengfeng pulled the car into the police station's parking lot. After parking, they got out, and as they did, two individuals emerged from the station. One was Zhou Zhengrong, and the other was a distinguished middle-aged man, dressed in a white police uniform adorned with an olive branch and 3 stars. His graying hair belied his vitality. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Chengfeng and smiled at Zhou Zhengrong, saying, just as I was mentioning Shaolin, he returns. Lin Chengfeng promptly led Yi Xian over and greeted, Chief Zhang, old Zhou. He then introduced Yi Xian to Zhang Minghua. Chief Zhang, this is Yi Xian. Zhang Guomin looked at Yi Xian, momentarily taken aback, before stepping forward to shake his hand, saying, quite an impressive young man, little Yi. Haven't we met somewhere before? Yi Xian quickly stepped forward, grasping Zhang Guomin's hand, feeling a steady force of someone accustomed to authority. Hello, Chief. I was the CCO at Langshan Venture Capital Group. You attended a charity event hosted by the company, and I was the one who received you. Zhang Guomin's expression shifted to realization, followed by a hint of curiosity. So how did you end up delivering takeout? Yi Xian chuckled wryly, replying, perhaps that lifestyle wasn't suited for me. A flicker of empathy crossed Zhang Guomin's eyes as he patted Yi Xian's shoulder, saying, I understand. I've heard a bit about the situation at Langshan Group. There aren't many good people on the board. I support you. Zhou Zhengrong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed, seeming to grasp some answers from their exchange. Meanwhile, Lin Chengfeng remained utterly bewildered, completely unaware of their conversation's context. Then, Zhang Guomin added, have you and Shaolin had breakfast yet? Both shook their heads in unison, replying, not yet. Old Zhou and I are about to go for breakfast. So since you haven't eaten, come along with us. The two nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Guomin to the same place where they had breakfast last time. After ordering their meals, the four sat at a small square table by the entrance, waiting for their food. Zhang Guomin turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Little Yi, are you a local?" Yi Xian nodded, responding, "Yes." "What do your parents do?" Yi Xian hesitated briefly, a shadow crossing his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. He shook his head, replying, "I don't know, and I haven't seen them in a long time." The three individuals gazed at Yi Xian with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Yi Xian continued, "Since my childhood, my father has always been preoccupied with work, and this has not changed even now. We haven't been in touch during holidays or special occasions, and it has been nearly 3 years since I last saw him." The trio exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Lin Qingshuang regarded Yi Xian with a hint of sympathy in his gaze, while Zhang Guomin furrowed his brow, seemingly engaged in contemplation. After finishing their meal, the four made their way to the police station, heading directly to the chief's office. Zhang Guomin opened a drawer and retrieved a contract with a red cover. This is a special appointment contract for a criminal investigation consultant, with compensation equivalent to a deputy division chief. Please review it for any necessary adjustments. Yi Xian accepted the contract, his fingers brushing over the characters of the Xuan City Public Security Bureau. The terms were clear and well-defined, even encompassing danger allowances for special cases. After a brief perusal, he looked up and replied, "Everything appears in order. Thank you for your trust, Chief Zhang." Zhang Guomin waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Your contributions to Xuan City are evident to all. I hope you continue your efforts to ensure that the guilty are justly punished." Yi Xian's expression turned serious as he nodded gravely. Once Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang departed, Zhang Guomin turned his attention to Zhou Jingrong. It seems that little Ye's background is anything but ordinary. Chapter 25. Purchasing a vehicle. Abduction. Zhou Jingrong looked at Zhang Guomin in astonishment, pondering the significance of such statements made by the esteemed chief of Xuan City. "What do you mean?" Zhang Guomin shook his head and replied, "I have investigated, but my authority is limited. Information regarding his father appears to be classified." Lin Qingshuang escorted Yi Xian out of the police station, inquiring, "Where would you like to go? I can give you a ride." Yi Xian jested, "How about taking me to Warm Coffee Cottage?" Lin Qingshuang's expression darkened instantly. Observing this, Yi Xian chuckled and quickly added, "Just kidding. I'm planning to pick up my car. Aren't you busy?" Lin Qingshuang shook his head, replying, "I have the day off." "That is splendid. Saves me a cab fare. Let us go." The two hopped into the car and headed straight for 9 electric vehicles. In no time, they arrived at the shop's entrance. Lin Qingshuang parked the car and followed Yi Xian inside. "Hello," Yi Xian called out to the shop owner. The owner approached and asked, "Hello, are you in need of an electric vehicle?" Yi Xian glanced around and then inquired, "Do you have the 9E150 in stock?" The owner nodded eagerly, "Yes. We just received one." He then led Yi Xian to a sleek black 9 electric vehicle. "This is it, brand new and unmodified. It just arrived last week. It was originally reserved by a young man who paid a deposit of 2,000, but shortly after, his parents came to cancel the order and requested a refund. At that time, all my vehicles were already booked and en route." "And what happened afterward? Was the deposit refunded?" Yi Xian asked with curiosity. The owner sighed and nodded. "Yes, I had to refund it after they caused a scene here for 2 days. It disrupted my business." Yi Xian cast a sympathetic glance at the owner before joyfully inspecting the vehicle. While running his hands over it, he asked, "Can I take it for a test drive?" "Certainly," the owner replied, walking to the front desk to retrieve a card, which he handed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the card, mounted the vehicle, and drove it out of the shop. After completing a couple of laps on the road, he returned, clearly satisfied. "How much is it?" 15,000. It comes with a helmet, charger, and raincoat, plus a Star Rider box. Warranty for 2 years, covering all damages except for human-induced ones." Yi Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll take it." The owner was momentarily taken aback, while Lin Qingshuang stared in disbelief, quickly pulling Yi Xian aside. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to negotiate?" Yi Xian smirked slightly and replied, "A man's romance cannot be discounted." The following day, the morning sun filtered through the mist, illuminating the earth. Yi Xian rose early, had breakfast, and stepped outside. He logged on to accept orders, eager to test the efficiency of his new vehicle. At that moment, a group message pinged on his WeChat. "Director Yu, attention everyone, starting today, our weekly meetings will now be daily. Everyone must gather at the station by 9 a.m. every morning. Remember, it's every day. Director Yu, anyone who fails to attend will be marked as absent, regardless of whether you completed any orders, and will face a fine of 200. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, muttering, What a pointless meeting. They constantly create problems. It feels like we're standing there for military drills, wasting time. With the time spent in a morning meeting, I could have completed 10 orders. He shook his head, promptly shutting down WeChat, ignoring the notifications. The system has assigned you a new task. Please attend to it promptly and ensure traffic safety. An order has arrived. Time to go. Yi Xian twisted the throttle and sped off. Moments later, he arrived at the pickup location. During the journey, the system dispatched 5 more orders, and Yi Xian claimed 8. Even though a few were slightly out of the way, he dashed into the plaza, quickly locating the first delivery, and then proceeded to the second establishment. After about 8 minutes, he had collected half the orders. The remaining ones were not at this location, so he would have to deliver while continuing to pick up. Let us go. It's the morning rush. No time to waste. Time passed slowly, and by 9:30 a.m., Yi Xian completed his last delivery and paused, contentedly stroking his 9 vehicle. It's no surprise. Being a new car, I managed to deliver 2 more orders than during my peak times. This is comfortable. At that moment, Yi Xian received a message from Old Wang. Old Wang. Yi Xian, didn't you attend the meeting this morning? Yi Xian, no, I didn't. What's the matter? Old Wang. Covering face. Old Wang. Director, you said he is going to fine everyone who didn't show up, $200. Yi Xian, did you go? Old Wang. I didn't go either. Yi Xian, so did you get fined? Old Wang. Yes, I did. Yi Xian, is director you really that ruthless? He doesn't even spare the top performers. Old Wang. I heard someone from the agency came by, which is why they changed the meeting schedule to every morning. Yi Xian contemplated for a moment before suggesting, why not switch to crowdsourced work? Old Wang. Old Wang. I'll think about it. Noticing that Old Wang seemed disinclined to pursue that course of action, Yi Xian did not respond further and resumed accepting orders. Just then, 2 figures in a crowd by the roadside caught his attention. He turned to look. It was a man and a woman. The man, wearing a baseball cap, appeared to be in his 30s, and oddly, despite the sweltering heat, he was clad in a loose long-sleeve shirt. The girl, however, looked only about 16 or 17, her face youthful and delicate, her stature petite. What drew Yi Xian's attention was the closeness of the two, their bodies pressed together as if they were a couple. Yet, if it were merely a couple, Yi Xian might have dismissed it after a glance. After all, in this day and age, the number of individuals being kept as companions is not uncommon and hardly surprising. However, the girl was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, her eyes filled with terror, and her body trembled slightly, as if in fear of something. The man held her tightly with his left arm, while his right hand rested protectively on his abdomen, his gaze darting around, filled with vigilance. Abduction? Such unusual behavior piqued Yi Xian's interest. Moreover, the girl was in a uniform that read Xuan Experimental High School. This school was nearby and known to be prestigious, accessible only to the wealthy. With this thought, Yi Xian slowly rose, casually moving closer to the pair to ascertain what was transpiring. However, when he was merely 5 meters away, he abruptly halted. As he stood behind the two, his gaze caught sight of the girl's abdomen being firmly pressed against by the man's hand, which was gripping tightly and glinting ominously in the sunlight. A weapon. Night Xian's heart tightened abruptly, an ominous premonition surging within him. The knife was concealed beneath the man's sleeve, and had he not mustered the courage to move closer, he might have remained oblivious to its presence. Chapter 26. The Power of the Crowd. The two were currently waiting at a traffic light. Night Xian scanned the surroundings, noting a robust man in a white short-sleeved shirt nearby, which alleviated some concern, yet there were several women in the vicinity. If action were to be taken, the kidnapper must be subdued swiftly to prevent harm to others. Then, Night Xian keenly observed a black Ford across the street. The vehicle had its hazard lights flashing, parked on the non-motorized lane, and contained 2 individuals. One sat in the driver's seat, poised to drive off at any moment, while the other, seated in the back by the window, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, occasionally glancing at the man and girl. Night Xian's suspicions solidified. This was a kidnapping, likely orchestrated by a gang. With 14 seconds remaining until the red light turned green, Night Xian pondered briefly, then resolutely approached the two. As he neared within a meter behind them, only 5 seconds remained on the light. Night Xian's eyes were fixed intently on the traffic signal, as the crowd's attention was similarly drawn, including that of the man and girl. When the light was about to turn green, and everyone, including the man and girl, took a collective step forward, Night Xian swiftly raised his hand to seize the one gripping the weapon while wrapping his other arm around the man. With all his strength, he swiftly brought the man down. The girl recoiled in terror, tears streaming down her face as she nearly stumbled to the ground. The man was startled, but quickly regained composure. desperately struggling to aim the knife at Knight Qian. Firmly grasping the man's hand, Knight Qian executed a swift twist, accompanied by a sharp clang as the weapon clattered to the ground, revealing a dagger before the onlookers. Without hesitation, Knight Qian kicked the knife away. The surrounding crowd gasped at his bold action. Knight Qian shouted, "He is the kidnapper. Quick, someone help." Instantly, the crowd snapped back to reality, their faces etched with fury directed at the assailant. Several burly men surged forward, each restraining a limb of the kidnapper with unyielding strength. "Let me go," the man cried, visibly panicked and struggling fiercely. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, he could not break free from the collective strength of the crowd. Seeing that the man had been subdued, Knight Qian's gaze shifted to the opposite side of the street. However, the black Ford that had been parked there was now nowhere to be seen. Knight Qian promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Qingshuang. The call connected swiftly. He glanced around before speaking. "Old Lin, I am at the entrance of the Mishua Bingcheng on Chaoyang Road. We have subdued a kidnapper. You need to come quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingshuang replied, "On my way." The call ended abruptly. Knight Qian turned to the crowd. "I have called the police. Do not let him escape. Don't worry, I'm a veteran. I won't let him get away. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the uniform I once wore. Indeed, this scoundrel dares to kidnap in broad daylight. He must not be spared. Damn kidnapper. My daughter nearly fell victim to one before." The crowd echoed their indignation, and the men tightened their grip on the assailant. Within 3 minutes, Lin Qingshuang arrived with the police. The officers swiftly took control, handcuffing the man and escorting him to the police vehicle. Lin Qingshuang hurried over to Knight Qian, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Knight Qian shook his head in response, "I'm fine." He then pointed across the street. There was a black Ford parked there. "After we subdued the assailant, it fled, likely a gang operation." Lin Qingshuang nodded gravely and addressed Zhao Zongfei. "Dispatch someone immediately to retrieve the nearby surveillance footage. We cannot let them escape." "Understood," Zhao Zongfei responded, hastily departing. At that moment, Li Shaoran approached. "Captain Lin, we have confirmed the girl's identity. She is Lin Ruo's daughter, Lin Shuai." Lin Qingshuang and Knight Qian walked towards Lin Shuai. Upon seeing Knight Qian, Lin Shuai burst into tears. Her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Knight Qian waved his hand dismissively, then asked, "No need for thanks. Do you know that man?" Lin Shuai, her eyes red, shook her head. "I don't know him. Usually, my butler picks me up after school, but when I came out today, he wasn't there." The man approached me, claiming the butler had something to attend to. I didn't think much of it, and walked with him for a while before sensing something was wrong. When I tried to escape, he suddenly covered my mouth and threatened me with a knife, saying I would regret it if I dared to leave. At that moment, a Porsche suddenly pulled up beside the crowd. A tall, stunning woman, strikingly similar to Lin Shuai, hurriedly exited the vehicle. Shuai, upon seeing her mother, Lin Shuai rushed over, crying out, "Mom." Lin Ruowei embraced Lin Shuai, anxiously checking her over. "Shuai, are you all right?" Lin Shuai shook her head, tears still in her eyes, and pointed at Knight Qian, saying, "I'm fine. It was that brother who saved me." Hearing this, Lin Ruowei breathed a sigh of relief and approached Knight Qian, expressing her gratitude. "Young man, thank you for saving my daughter. If there is anything you desire, please let me know. I will surely repay you." Lin Ruowei spoke sincerely, without a hint of disdain for Knight Qian's delivery uniform. Knight Qian quickly replied, No. It was my duty. There is no need for reward." Lin Ruowei, undeterred, moved to her car and retrieved a card. "Young man, this contains 100,000. Consider it a token of my gratitude for saving my daughter. If it's insufficient or if you have other needs, please do not hesitate to ask." Knight Qian, however, firmly declined. "Sister, truly, it's unnecessary. This is merely an act of valor, something to take pride in. How could it be measured by money? That would tarnish the essence of altruism." Lin Ruowei stood momentarily stunned, her hand holding the bank card frozen in midair, her gaze at Knight Qian filled with disbelief. She had witnessed too many instances of people compromising their integrity for profit, yet at this moment, Knight Qian's unexpected integrity struck her profoundly. "This is my folly. I never expected such nobility from this young man." At this moment, Lin Ruowei's eyes shifted from astonishment to admiration as she regarded Knight Qian. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshuang observed Knight Qian with a curious expression. Had he not been familiar with Knight Qian's character, he might have been genuinely moved by his display of integrity. A pie falling from the sky, yet he treats it like cow dung. Lin Ruowei took out her phone and opened the QR code, saying, "Since that is the case, let us exchange contact information. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to me directly. I will help as much as I can." She then added, "Surely." This cannot be refused. Knight Xian, feeling a bit sheepish, smiled and pulled out his phone to add Lin Ruowei on WeChat. Chapter 27. Unfortunate Past. Lin Shuai, having emerged from her fear, quickly retrieved her phone and opened the QR code, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to add you too." Knight Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now even the younger one wants in. Reluctantly, he heard the sound of a beep as he added Lin Shuai on WeChat once more. Immediately, Yi Xian turned to Lin Ruowei and inquired, "Ms. Lin, may I ask if you have recently offended anyone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ruowei furrowed her brows in concern and replied, "As a businesswoman, it is inevitable that I may have displeased someone." At this point, she paused slightly, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Observing her reaction, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Ms. Lin, if you have something to share, I encourage you to speak candidly. This kidnapping may involve more than one individual. It is likely a coordinated effort. If you withhold information, there is a substantial chance your daughter could face another abduction." Lin Ruowei gazed at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with complexity. Perhaps she was reluctant to reveal the secrets she harbored, yet Yi Xian was her daughter's savior. Sensing her inner turmoil, Yi Xian offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Ms. Lin, there is no need for concern. I am a special investigative consultant for the Municipal Public Security Bureau. My name is Yi Xian." Lin Ruowei's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively turned her gaze toward Lin Qingshuang. He nodded, saying, "Yi Xian is indeed a special consultant with our bureau. I am Lin Qingshuang, the captain of the Municipal Criminal Police Team." Realizing this, Lin Ruowei nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Lin Shuai, instructing, "Shuai, please return to the car and wait for me." Lin Shuai looked at her mother with confusion. But Lin Ruowei spoke with an undeniable authority, "Hurry along." Reluctantly, Lin Shuai acquiesced and walked towards the vehicle. Once Lin Shuai was seated inside, Lin Ruowei finally felt at ease to speak. This incident is likely linked to Xuan's father. Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Ruowei lowered her head, her expression heavy with regret, and slowly revealed, "His name is Lu Chong. 18 years ago, I had a falling out with my family and went to a dance hall to drown my sorrows, inadvertently ending up with a stranger who is Xuan's father. At that time, it felt as if the sky had fallen upon me. I initially planned to accept him, but after learning more about Lu Chong's character, I severed all ties with him." "What was he like?" Yi Xian inquired with curiosity. Volatile by nature, he was a ne'er-do-well, often drinking and fighting. His income came from associating with a gang, extorting protection fees from others. He would resort to violence if they refused, showing no mercy even to the elderly or the disabled. He is utterly incomprehensible. As she spoke, Lin Ruowei's agitation grew, her eyes aflame with loathing. Continuing, she recounted, "I later discovered he had learned of Xuan's existence and began to harass me, demanding money in the name of being Xuan's father. Out of desperation, I was compelled to sign an agreement wherein I would transfer 20,000 yuan to his bank account each month, and he would refrain from disturbing me and Xuan. He consented. However, not long ago, he resumed his harassment, demanding 50 million yuan and an additional 500,000 monthly for living expenses. Upon further investigation, I found he had developed a gambling addiction and was deeply in debt. I immediately cut off all contact, blocking and deleting all means of reaching him. Until today, as events unfolded. It must be him. This scoundrel would go so far as to harm his own daughter for money. He is less than an animal." Lin Ruowei clenched her fists, her voice trembling with despair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, overwhelmed by regret. At that moment, Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang looked upon her with profound sympathy. Who could have imagined that this formidable woman, a renowned entrepreneur in Xuan City, harbored such a tragic past? Yi Xian addressed Lin Ruowei. "Do you have any information on this man?" She nodded, retrieving her phone, and after a brief search, produced the contract they had signed, which contained his contact details and identification number. Lin Qingshuang took the document, snapped a photo, and then returned the phone to Lin Ruowei. "Rest assured, Ms. Lin, we will investigate this matter promptly. For the time being, it would be prudent for both you and your daughter to limit your outings to avoid a recurrence of today's ordeal." Lin Ruowei nodded, responding earnestly, "I understand. I will ensure my daughter takes a break for a while." Yi Xian shook his head, adding, "Not just your daughter. You must also prioritize your safety." Lin Ruowei was taken aback. "But if he is seeking money, he shouldn't pose a threat to me, should he?" Yi Xian spoke slowly. "He is a gambler. When pushed to desperation, he may resort to anything. Should anything happen to you, your assets and everything you hold dear could fall into his hands. Although you are not married, he is still Lin Shuai's biological father, and since Shuai is a minor, he remains her primary guardian." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruowei's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she nodded gravely. I understand. By the way, didn't Lin Shuai mention that the housekeeper usually picks her up? Where's the housekeeper? Lin Ruowei replied. The housekeeper requested a day off yesterday, stating he needed to visit his family today. That's why I came to pick her up myself, though I arrived a bit late. Yi Xian furrowed his brows, muttering, what a coincidence for a family visit. He then inquired, how has the housekeeper performed? Lin Ruowei considered for a moment before nodding. He has been excellent, managing the household diligently and efficiently for nearly 5 years. What kind of compensation do you provide him? Yi Xian asked with curiosity. 30,000 a month, along with holiday bonuses and the like, everything one would expect. Yi Xian nodded in understanding. Lin Qingshuang whispered, should we bring him in for questioning? Yi Xian shook his head, not at this moment, but we should investigate. After further discussion, Lin Ruowei returned to her car, preparing to depart. Just before leaving, Lin Shuai waved from the other side of the window, calling out, brother, don't forget to message me. Yi Xian smiled helplessly and waved back at Lin Shuai. Lin Qingshuang turned to Yi Xian and said, let us head back to the police station. Yi Xian glanced at the car in the distance and replied, I'll drive. Then, as he checked his phone, he suddenly smacked his thigh in exasperation, exclaiming, oh no, I forgot to log off. The system has assigned me a delivery. Lin Qingshuang shot him a sideways glance and asked, so? Yi Xian hurriedly responded, you head back first. I'm running out of time. I'll drop off the order and go directly to the police station. Without waiting for Lin Qingshuang to respond, he strode toward his vehicle. Lin Qingshuang watched him leave with a resigned shake of his head before driving away in the patrol car. Chapter 28, Kidnapping for Hire. Municipal Public Security Bureau. Yi Xian raced to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and as soon as he parked his electric scooter, he spotted Lin Qingshuang leaning against the patrol car, arms crossed. His brow furrowed in irritation. You took 40 minutes for this delivery. What happened? Did you catch a thief on the way? Don't even mention it. Yi Xian stepped off the scooter, tugging at his delivery uniform, which was clinging to his back due to sweat. The system assigned me a delivery to an office building, but wouldn't let me go inside. There were no delivery lockers nearby, and I had to wait downstairs for 10 minutes before anyone showed up. Lin Qingshuang didn't respond immediately, but stated, we've apprehended the kidnapping gang, and just now. Xiao Yu checked Lu Chang's identification information. Lu Chang is 39 years old, his parents are farmers, and he has a younger brother living in a remote mountain village. Lu Chang has multiple prior offenses. He has been rebellious since childhood, displaying a violent temperament, and has been incarcerated numerous times for fighting. His parents are utterly disappointed in him and have severed all ties. Moreover, according to our investigation, the housekeeper did indeed go home to visit family. His father injured his leg while working in the fields, and he returned with his wife to take his father to the hospital. Yi Xian contemplated this information before asking, have you interrogated the kidnappers? Lin Qingshuang shook his head, not yet. We're waiting for you to join us. Yi Xian nodded, let us go together. It will be a good opportunity to experience how it felt when you interrogated me that day. Lin Qingshuang rolled his eyes at this remark. Interrogation room. Lin Qingshuang sat at the interrogation table, his expression serious as he reviewed the files on the kidnappers. Yi Xian sat beside him, quietly observing the kidnapper seated in the interrogation chair. Name. The man spoke with trepidation, Zheng Liang. Lin Qingshuang then inquired, why did you abduct that little girl? Zheng Liang hastily waved his hands and exclaimed, officer, it was not abduction. Lin Qingshuang slammed his hand on the table with force and admonished, abduction, conspiracy. Committing violence in public, wielding a knife to inflict harm. There are numerous witnesses who observed it all. You still refuse to admit it. You possess quite the audacity. Do you not? Zheng Liang was instantly paralyzed with fear, stammering, I merely intended to frighten her. I never meant to harm anyone. Yi Xian gazed steadily at Zheng Liang and said, if you do not confess honestly, your sentence will only become more severe. You must contemplate this carefully. Zheng Liang quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. I will confess. Last night, I received a sudden call from someone instructing me to capture that little girl. He claimed to be her father and asked me to intimidate her. Initially, we did not wish to proceed, but the offered sum was 200,000 yuan. They even transferred a deposit of 20,000, and I thought, since he is supposedly the girl's father, the risk was minimal. And thus I could not resist accepting the offer. Yi Xian furrowed his brow and questioned, do you not know him? Zheng Liang shook his head, replying, I do not know him. Yi Xian scrutinized Zheng Liang's eyes and asked, then how did he acquire your number? Zheng Liang appeared troubled, stammering, this. Lin Qingshuang, seeing his hesitation, reprimanded, confess already. Yes, yes. I had previously done some telemarketing, so it is possible my number is recorded online, but that was a long time ago, and I have not engaged in such activities since. I only intended to frighten people, not to harm anyone. Yi Xian gently tapped the table and remarked, a habitual offender. Indeed, with numerous offenses. Upon hearing this, Zheng Liang trembled uncontrollably, his face pale, sweat cascading down him. Yi Xian continued, where did he instruct you to take her? Zheng Liang promptly replied, to the abandoned warehouse by Masan. Officer, I truly am not an abductor. It was her father who directed us to capture her. I merely intended to frighten her. Lin Shengfeng snorted coldly and stated, whether it constitutes abduction is for the law to determine. Subsequently, Lin Shengfeng and Yi Xian posed a few more questions before departing the interrogation room. Yi Xian turned to Lin Shengfeng and asked, what did his accomplices say? Lin Shengfeng shook his head, stating, they are merely mercenaries, entirely unaware of the suspect's details. They are Zheng Liang's subordinates, who have previously committed numerous illicit acts with him. Yi Xian pondered briefly and said, send some personnel to stake out near Lin Ruowei's residence. And also dispatch someone to examine the nearby surveillance footage for any traces of the suspect. Lin Qingfeng's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Are you suggesting? Yi Xian nodded and replied, since the suspect is aware of where the girl's school is located, discovering her home should not pose much difficulty. Furthermore, we must investigate who the housekeeper has recently interacted with. Lin Qingfeng, perplexed, inquired, did you not say that was unnecessary? What I meant was that we should refrain from alarming the suspect for the time being. However, the investigation must continue. My current suspicion is that the suspect is aware of the housekeeper's employment with the Lin family, hence his deliberate approach towards the housekeeper, aiming to gather information about the Lin family's circumstances. Upon learning that the housekeeper was off today, the suspect resorted to hiring Zheng Liang to abduct Lin Shuai, intending for Lin Ruowei to pay a ransom. Lin Shengfeng nodded in agreement, and then curiously asked, why do you not suspect the housekeeper? Yi Xian shook his head slowly. The likelihood is low. Lin Ruowei is no fool. Being wealthy, she would undoubtedly hire the housekeeper through a reputable domestic service agency, where the staff undergo rigorous background checks, training, and selection processes. This indicates that the housekeeper's background is entirely normal, and it is improbable that he would be susceptible to threats. Moreover, Lin Ruowei compensates the housekeeper far above market rates. A satisfied employer would not jeopardize that position. But, according to your reasoning, how did the housekeeper divulge information to the suspect? Lin Qingfeng furrowed his brow and questioned. There are no flawless individuals. Despite undergoing the strictest training, there can be moments of carelessness. It could be that the suspect happened to visit the housekeeper's residence and overheard something. Or perhaps the housekeeper was inebriated. Such situations occur frequently, and acquiring information in this manner is not difficult. Lin Qingfeng nodded in understanding and then, puzzled, asked, how do you know so much about domestic service agencies? Yi Xian smirked, retorting, who hasn't he played the part of a wealthy individual at some point? Lin Qingfeng continued, this case must be resolved swiftly. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, asking, what is the issue? The victim's identity is not trivial. Lin Ruowei is always the first to support any charity event in Xuan City, even proactively aiding many impoverished families. It is reported that within a mere decade, she has expended 2 billion on philanthropic endeavors. Jiangsu specifically instructed me to expedite this matter, and with so many eyewitnesses surrounding the crime scene, if we delay, the media will distort the narrative, leading to unimaginable consequences. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I am aware of this. Then let us split our efforts. Since the perpetrator intends to threaten Lin Ruowei at the abandoned warehouse in Masan, I will investigate there, while you will look into the connection between the housekeeper and Lu Chang. Lin Shengfeng nodded in agreement and then suggested, perhaps we should have Sharon accompany you with the team. Chapter 29, Departure to the Bar. Masan, abandoned warehouse. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, the group commenced their search. Yi Xian stood at the entrance, surveying the surroundings, feeling a chill run down his spine. The area was so desolate that it indeed felt somewhat eerie. Li Sharon explained, this place was originally constructed by the government for road repairs in Masan village. Since the roadwork was completed, this warehouse has been abandoned for nearly 15 years. There should not be any surveillance nearby, correct? Li Sharon nodded, responding, indeed, there are no cameras near the warehouse, but there are at the entrance. One must pass through that junction to access this warehouse. Yi Xian acknowledged this with a nod. At that moment, an officer inside the warehouse shouted, report. We have made a discovery. Upon hearing this, the group immediately rushed towards the officer's direction. When they arrived, they found Su Guanglei already taking photographs. An officer nearby pointed at a blanket on the ground, exclaiming, we found a blanket on the floor, along with numerous cigarette butts and trash. Li Shaoran remarked upon seeing the blanket, the suspect actually resided here. Yi Xian promptly crouched down, donned gloves, and began to inspect. The blanket appeared relatively new, likely purchased on a whim, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts, indicating that someone had been living here for several days. Additionally, some of the cigarette butts were quite fresh, suggesting the suspect was undoubtedly present last night. Yixian then flipped the pillow and discovered 2 packs of cigarettes and 4 lighters. Picking up the cigarettes, he opened one pack to find it empty, while the other was newly opened, with only 2 cigarettes consumed. The pack was freshly opened, and since the belongings were not taken away, it strongly implied that the suspect intended to continue residing here. Yixian then picked up a lighter, which bore the emblem of Qingshuang International. Qingshuang International is an upscale establishment, and only patrons of the venue can carry such lighters out. Even if Lu Chang earned 30,000 yuan a month, he could hardly afford to dine there. Where would he acquire the funds to visit Qingshuang International? Li Shaoran immediately asked, "Should we investigate this further?" "Not for now," Yixian replied, placing the lighter down. He then conducted another round of inspection within the ruins before addressing the group. "Let us return." Li Shaoran, puzzled, queried, "Aren't we going to investigate further?" Yixian shook his head, responding, "There is nothing more to see. The suspect arrived here on a whim, without any luggage. We will not uncover anything significant. Arrange for a few individuals to keep watch in the vicinity, and if any suspicious individuals are spotted, apprehend them immediately." City Public Security Bureau. At this moment, Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei were already waiting in the meeting room for the others. Once Yixian and the others entered the conference room, Zhao Zongfei immediately powered on the projector. Several photographs of individuals appeared on the screen before the assembly. "I reviewed the surveillance footage near Lin Ruowei's residence and discovered that for the past 2 weeks, a particular individual has been frequently loitering in the vicinity, exhibiting peculiar behavior and maintaining a consistent, concealed position. His movements are distanced from the cameras, rendering his face indistinct." Lin Chengfeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems this individual must be Lin Shui's father." Meanwhile, Yixian, with a frown, fixated his gaze upon the photograph projected on the screen. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization as a man clad in a white tank top materialized in his mind. This individual had been present at the crime scene. Where? The others turned to Yixian in confusion. At the traffic light, standing beside Zheng Liang and Lin Shui. "I merely caught a fleeting glimpse, paying little attention, and after I subdued Zheng Liang, that man vanished." Lin Chengfeng addressed Song Yu beside him. Immediately retrieved the surveillance footage from Chaoyang Road to ascertain which direction he fled after the incident. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense as Song Yu rapidly typed on the keyboard, the data scrolling across the screen like a cascading waterfall. Moments later, Song Yu exclaimed, "Found it! Project the video." As Lin Xingfeng's words faded, the figures of Yixian and the others appeared on the projector, alongside the suspect. "Zoom in," Song Yu commanded, deftly maneuvering the mouse until a clear visage emerged before their eyes. It was a fierce countenance, characterized by a broad jaw and a rugged, dark complexion. "That's him." The surveillance revealed that while Zheng Liang was holding Lin Shui hostage, Lu Chang occasionally glanced towards the two. Yixian promptly snapped a photograph and sent it to Lin Ruowei for confirmation. She quickly responded with an affirmative. "Indeed, that is Lu Chang. Where did he flee?" Song Yu promptly replied, "At the time of the incident, this individual ran towards the alley on the east side of Chaoyang Road, with his last known location being Wufeng Road." As Yixian absorbed Song Yu's words, scenes of Wufeng Road replayed in his mind. Eventually, he pinpointed a bar, stating, "Although Wufeng Road is not extensive, it is surrounded by bustling streets." Knowing Lu Chang's actions had failed, he would undoubtedly seek refuge in a place with heavy foot traffic. And there is a nightclub there that attracts a crowd every night, an ideal hiding spot. "We should investigate there." Lin Chengfeng nodded and immediately rose to make arrangements. "Wait," Yixian hastily called out to Lin Chengfeng. Lin Chengfeng paused, turning his attention towards Yixian. Yixian produced a lighter and slowly stated, "We discovered signs of habitation in the abandoned warehouse at Masan, and it is likely Lu Chang. This lighter was found there, engraved with the emblem of Qingshuang International. Only those who have dined at Qingshuang International could carry such a lighter. Send someone to Qingshuang International to inquire with whom Lu Chang dined." At 7:15 p.m., 2 vehicles parked a short distance from the bar, their occupants clad in plain clothes. Lin Chengfeng exited the vehicle, offering Yixian a mask before leading the group of plainclothes officers into the bar. Yixian, filled with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. It was his first visit to a bar, and he found the atmosphere quite appealing, albeit his heart raced slightly. The team wasted no time and immediately began their search. At that moment, a girl, dressed in revealing attire, spotted Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian, her eyes lighting up. Xiao Mei, look, look, what a catch, she exclaimed, nudging her companion. Xiao Mei, puzzled, glanced over and upon seeing Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian, excitedly remarked, the guy in black has such a great figure, even with masks. You can tell he is handsome. Should you approach him, or should I? The girl pondered for a moment before grinning. Together? Let us go. They picked up drinks and headed towards Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian. The girl draped her arm around Yi Xian's shoulder, flashing a charming smile. Hey there. Just the two of you? Looking for fun? Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng exchanged glances before Yi Xian replied, we're not just here for leisure, we're on duty. With that, Yi Xian shrugged off the girl's arm and resumed his search. The two girls, realizing their misinterpretation, nodded in understanding. You two are so young and already working as security. Truly commendable, avoiding 20 years of missteps. They both extended their hands, giving Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng an enthusiastic thumbs up. Chapter 30, The Death of Lu Chang. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng stumbled slightly, exchanging quizzical looks with the girls, while the plainclothes officers nearby stifled their laughter. Yi Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation and continued his search. The girls, curious, inquired, are you looking for someone? Yi Xian nodded but did not respond. We've been marketing at this bar for quite some time. Perhaps you could ask us. Yi Xian hesitated, then pulled out a photo of Lu Chang, asking, have you seen this man? The girls exchanged glances before nodding. That's Lu Gu. Are you looking for him? Lin Chengfeng confirmed. Yes, where is he? The girls glanced around, puzzled, and replied, we just greeted him an hour ago. He should still be in the bar. We've been seated here the whole time and haven't seen him leave. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng exchanged looks and pressed on. How do you know him? The girls shook their heads in unison, responding, not very well, but we've heard Lu Gu is quite familiar with one of the bar's investors. They often dine and drink together. Yi Xian frowned, contemplating the implications. Continue the investigation and ask those outside to be more vigilant, Lin Chengfeng instructed, nodding emphatically. At that moment, a tall woman sauntered past Yi Xian. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Xian quickly covered his nose and waved his hand to disperse the air, casting a slightly odd glance at the woman as she walked by. What's wrong? Lin Chengfeng asked, puzzled. Yi Xian shook his head. It's the cheap perfume. It smells like plastic, quite overwhelming. The team searched the bar thoroughly but found nothing, despite the presence of plainclothes officers at every entrance and concealed employee passageway. They were ultimately left empty-handed. However, they did unexpectedly apprehend two suspects in a theft. Yi Xian turned to Lin Chengfeng and inquired, where else haven't we checked? Lin Chengfeng directed his gaze towards the restroom. Perhaps only the women's restroom remains. Yi Xian scratched his head in dilemma. I should have brought Li Xiaoran along. Should we check it out together? Lin Chengfeng nodded, leading the group to follow Yi Xian. As they approached the women's restroom door, an unusual scent wafted into Yi Xian's nostrils. He frowned, lifting his head to sniff the air. Do you smell that? Lin Chengfeng also inhaled, responding. A pungent perfume smell, mixed with a hint of blood. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes widening as they rushed inside. Ah, pervert. Someone help. Capture the lecher. Numerous women occupied the restroom, and although they were clothed, the presence of the police startled them into covering their bodies. Lin Chengfeng and the others promptly displayed their credentials, declaring, we are from the Public Security Bureau. Please step aside and cooperate with our investigation. The women momentarily paused before quickly aligning themselves to comply with the inquiry. The restroom contained 10 stalls. 5 doors were open while the other 5 remained closed, offering ample privacy that obscured any view inside. Yi Xian raised his hand, knocking on the closed doors and calling out, is anyone there? 4 responses came from within, and those 4 individuals emerged, their cheeks flushed and visibly embarrassed. Ultimately, Yi Xian cast his gaze upon the last unresponsive stall. Do you know if anyone is inside? He inquired, directing his question at the women present. They all shook their heads in unison, and one of them spoke up, the last time I used the restroom. That door was closed too, but what? Lin Chengfeng immediately pressed for clarification. When I last visited the restroom, I was in the adjacent stall, and I heard someone banging on the door, along with the sound of a girl gasping. I didn't think much of it, and left right after I finished. Lin Chengfeng continued to probe. Do you remember approximately what time that was? Just a moment. The girl promptly retrieved her phone and scrolled through the chat history of backup 2. At 7:14, I was chatting with a friend while in the restroom. So the time is recorded. Yi Xian then asked, was the restroom crowded at that time? The girl shook her head and replied, not many people. Even the bar wasn't busy, since it wasn't peak hours. Yi Xian frowned, ultimately turning to Lin Chengfeng and said, Old Lin, break down the door. Lin Qingshuang nodded, then, along with the plainclothes officers, forcefully tugged at the restroom door. With a loud crash, the door was yanked open. Ah! The women screamed in terror upon witnessing the scene within the stall. There lay a man, stark naked from the waist up, motionless on the squat toilet. His head bleeding profusely, and a shard of a broken bottle protruding from his chest. His neck was bruised from a belt, and blood pooled into a dark crimson stream seeping through the stall's crevice. It was Lu Chang. Lin Qingshuang, upon seeing this, spoke with grave seriousness. Immediately gather personnel to seal off the bar. No one is to leave until identities are confirmed. Notify forensic expert Su to come at once. Understood. While awaiting Su Yan's arrival, the others busied themselves, promptly checking all surveillance footage and identifying everyone present in the bar. At that moment, Song Yu strode out from the backstage of the bar. Captain Lin, I just checked the surveillance. Lu Chang entered the bar around 5, went into the VIP booth, and after about half an hour, left the booth heading straight for a booth where he was drinking with 3 women. Song Yu continued, then 2 women left first, while one stayed with Lu Chang, drinking until 10 past 7 when all the surveillance footage suddenly went dark, only to resume at 7:20. After 7:20, the booth where Lu Chang was sitting was completely empty. Yi Xian inquired, was the footage deleted? Song Yu shook his head in response. No, it displayed a garbled screen. And the anomalous times are precise. I suspect an external system interfered with the bar's security system, causing this disruption. Lin Qingshuang further questioned. Can we trace where the tampering originated? Song Yu nodded, his tone slightly confident. I'm attempting to track that IP, but it will take some time. What was the woman wearing? The image was a bit blurry, but it was clear she wore a red dress and high heels. Chapter 31, The Pungent Perfume Mask. A red dress. Yi Xian murmured, his expression grave as he crouched down to closely examine Lu Chang's lifeless body. Why was Lu Chang found in the women's restroom? Was he engaging in an affair, or had he been placed there post-mortem? Soon, Yi Xian caught a whiff of a familiar, acrid scent emanating from Lu Chang. Instantly, he thought of the woman who had just walked past him. The bar, filled with vibrant lights and music, had obscured the color of her attire from his view. But now, reflecting on it, he realized it was indeed a dress. Furthermore, the deceased bore the same scent as that woman. Yi Xian sprang to his feet, shouting to Lin Qingshuang, the cheap perfume. It's from that woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuang immediately rushed outside, and Yi Xian hurriedly followed. At that moment, Wu Gang coincidentally appeared, escorting a woman clad in a red dress to the restroom entrance. Captain Lin, I caught this lady trying to sneak out through the staff passage. She has numerous injuries on her wrist, claiming she fell. But they look more like scratch marks to me. She refuses to show her ID. Yi Xian recognized her as the woman who had just passed by him. He fixed his gaze on her and asked, where were you between 7:10 and 7:20? Can anyone vouch for you? The woman's complexion paled slightly, her eyes darting as she replied, I was just drinking at the scattered tables. Didn't he go anywhere? Lin Qingshuang inquired in a deep voice. How do you explain the injuries on your hands? I told you I fell. The woman stubbornly insisted, avoiding eye contact with the 2 men. Yi Xian stared intently into her eyes and slowly said, according to the bar surveillance, you were seated at a booth drinking with someone, not at the scattered tables. Upon hearing this, the woman defiantly turned her head away, refusing to engage with the police any further. Yi Xian, seeing her obstinate demeanor, decided not to press her for answers. After all, she couldn't escape. Once they returned to the station, there would be ample ways to make her speak. Lin Qingshuang noticed the crowd around them gazing in their direction and refrained from saying more, instructing Wu Gang, cuff her and keep her secured. Wu Gang nodded, then took out the handcuffs and secured the woman. At that moment, Su Yan and a group of detectives swiftly arrived at the scene. Lin Qingshuang pointed towards the women's restroom and addressed Su Yan, the deceased is inside. Please confirm the cause of death as soon as possible. Understood. Su Yan nodded solemnly and entered the stall with her equipment. Inside the women's restroom, Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang stood at the doorway, silently observing Su Yan. Su Yan knelt beside Lu Chang's corpse, gently pushing aside the belt wrapped around the deceased's neck with her gloved fingers, slowly stating, the deceased exhibits facial cyanosis. The neck constricted by a brown belt, with clear markings indicative of mechanical asphyxia. Yi Xian nodded and pointed to Lu Chang's waist. This belt likely belongs to the deceased, and he must have come to the restroom for a liaison. After he removed the belt, it was seized to strangle him. Su Yan continued. The deceased suffered a severe blow to the head, with glass shards present, and a broken bottle was lodged in the left side of the chest. There are no signs of movement around the wound, initially suggesting post-mortem injury. Yi Xian furrowed his brow and asked, are the wounds on the head and chest post-mortem? Su Yan confirmed, indeed. Lin Qingshuang, with a serious expression, queried, "Was it a case of corpse abuse?" Yi Xian shook his head, explaining, "That's unlikely. The weapon in the chest shows no signs of movement. The wound is singular," suggesting they might have been concerned the deceased was not entirely dead and administered a final blow. Lin Qingshuang nodded in understanding and then asked, "Can you determine the time of death?" Su Yan promptly replied, "The time of death is preliminarily estimated to be between 7 and 7:20, and at 1 exceeds 7:20. Yi Xian nodded, "The timelines align. It should be after 7:10 and before 7:20. 10 minutes to kill someone. She was quite efficient." Su Yan then gently lifted Lu Chang's hand, saying, "There are traces of blood under the deceased's nails, indicating he struggled before death. This is likely the killer's blood, but I need to take samples back for testing to confirm whether it's from the face or body." Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "That woman." At that moment, Lin Qingshuang, puzzled, asked, "If he was killed during an affair, why didn't he resist? He should have been no weaker than that woman." "Old Lin, have you forgotten where this is?" Lin Qingshuang replied, "I understand. But according to Lin Ruowei, the deceased frequented such places and drank often. His tolerance should be decent. How could he be drunk in just half an hour?" Yi Xian shook his head and explained, "Just now, Song Yu mentioned that he had been drinking with 3 women for half an hour without pause. Even a normal person would struggle to endure that." Lin Qingshuang could not help but frown, choosing to remain silent. He had assumed that everyone could handle it. At that moment, Su Guanglei, perplexed, inquired, "But logically, the women's restroom should not be empty, right? How did the murderer manage to bring the victim there and commit the act without anyone noticing? Wouldn't she have cried for help? Moreover, the door was locked." Upon hearing this, the detectives, including Lin Qingshuang, turned their gaze toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian examined the restroom surroundings and then spoke, "This can also be easily explained. At the time of the incident, there were very few people inside and outside. The victim had consumed alcohol and was inebriated, making it quite simple for a woman to quietly accompany her to the restroom. During the act, she was likely silenced by a belt tightly constricting her neck, which prevented her from calling for help. When a person's neck is choked, their instinct is to struggle against the restraint. However, the victim, being intoxicated and weak, realized she could not break free and could only attempt to signal for help by banging on the door. The girl in the adjacent stall indeed heard the banging, but also the sound of feminine gasps, indicating that the murderer was deliberately masking the situation to mislead others into thinking they were engaged in intimate activities, thereby avoiding detection. After all, such occurrences are not uncommon in a bar. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian approached the stall, pulled open the door, and fiddled with the latch, stating, "This lock is loose. If one presses the latch with their index finger before closing the door and then releases it while shutting the door, it can be locked from the outside." Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded in understanding and began to commend Yi Xian with thumbs up. Yi Xian turned his gaze toward the entrance and slowly remarked, "There are still quite a few patrons present. Since we have conducted our investigation, let us take the deceased back for further examination. Additionally, we should look into the shareholders of this bar. Those 2 marketers mentioned that Lu Chang was quite familiar with the bar's investors, making it highly plausible that Lu Chang visited the VIP room to meet with one of them." Chapter 32. Lu Tianqing's ambition the following morning. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in the conference room, Li Xiaoran entered the room and immediately announced, "Captain Lin, I found out that Lu Chang had dinner with Lu Tianqing 2 weeks ago at Tianyuan International." Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why does that name sound so familiar?" Zhao Zongfei promptly explained, "Lu Tianqing is the chairman of Hanyuan Group, a well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist in Xuan City, primarily engaged in real estate. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a real estate tycoon." Only then did Lin Qingshuang realize. He recalled attending several seminars and charity events with the bureau chief when he first arrived in Xuan City, and Lu Tianqing was indeed among them. At that moment, Song Yu hurriedly entered the conference room from the technical department. "Captain Lin, we've traced the IP address. It leads to an internal server of Hanyuan Group." Lin Qingshuang stated gravely, "It seems there are many undisclosed secrets behind this. Even Hanyuan is involved." Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingshuang and inquired, "Should we bring him in for questioning?" Zhao Zongfei showed a troubled expression and quickly advised, "Captain Lin, Consultant Yi, I suggest we gather sufficient evidence before making an arrest." Both Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian looked at Zhao Zongfei in confusion. "What do you mean?" Zhao Zongfei glanced around and then leaned closer to whisper to the 2, "I heard that the deputy mayor has a good relationship with him." The 2 then understood Zhao Zongfei's implication. Although Lin Qingshuang was not overly concerned, they were in Xuan City, and without solid evidence, acting hastily could lead to troublesome consequences. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and asked, "Does Lin Ruowei have any dealings in real estate?" Zhao Zongfei nodded and replied, "Yes, but her real estate ventures are just starting and are not as substantial as Hong Yuan's. Lin Ruowei's Xiangwei Group primarily focuses on finance and apparel." Yi Xian nodded in understanding and then dialed Lin Ruowei's number. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, little brother Yi. It's early in the morning. What brings you to call your sister?" A bright yet slightly melancholic female voice echoed from the other end. "Mom, is it brother Yi? I sent him a message, but he ignored me." Yi Xian felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly said, "Sister, I have something important to discuss. Do you know Lu Tianqing?" Lin Ruowei on the other end paused slightly before responding. "Yes, we have some business dealings." "Why do you ask?" "Lu Chang is dead." "Really?" Lin Ruowei's voice trembled, and Yi Xian could detect a hint of excitement, relief, and guilt in her tone. Indeed, he was found dead in a bar restroom. It was a murder. Lin Ruowei furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you saying Lu Tianqing is involved?" Yi Xian nodded and replied, "He is not the murderer, but there are suspicions regarding his connection to the case." "But why would he do such a thing?" Yi Xian glanced at the time and then said, "Sister, would you be able to come to the Public Security Bureau? It would be best to discuss this in person." Lin Ruowei immediately nodded. "All right. I will bring Xuan with me." After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian began to ponder. "Old Lin, can you investigate Lu Tianqing, including the financial operations of all his companies?" Lin Shengfeng immediately nodded. "No problem. I will have the technical team look into it right away. Also, check if Lin Ruowei's company has had any recent competition with Lu Tianqing." Lin Shengfeng nodded again and then quickly left the conference room with Song Yu. About half an hour later, Lin Ruowei arrived at the Public Security Bureau with Lin Xuan. "Brother Yi," Lin Xuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yi Xian in the bureau, waving enthusiastically. Yi Xian turned to look and waved back at the two. "Xuan, could you let Sister Sharon accompany you for a little outing nearby?" Li Shaoran smiled and raised her hand to greet Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan pouted. "You want to leave me behind again?" Lin Ruowei gently patted Lin Xuan's head and said, "Be good." "All right." Yi Xian led Lin Ruowei into the conference room, where Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei were already seated. Waiting, Yi Xian directly got to the point. "Sister, do you have any grievances with Lu Tianqing?" Lin Ruowei frowned and thought for a moment before shaking her head in response. "Not that I know of. I'm not very familiar with Lu Tianqing. I only had a meal with him once due to some business dealings in real estate. We reached an agreement amicably and did not have much interaction beyond that." Yi Xian then said, "I heard your company recently bid for a plot of land in the southern part of the city, and it seems you are determined to win it. Is that true?" Lin Ruowei nodded. "Yes, according to professionals, that plot has great potential for the future. So our team is doing everything possible to secure it." After a moment, Lin Ruowei hesitated and asked, "Are you suggesting that Lu Tianqing is involved because of this matter? But I noticed that Hong Yuan Group does not seem to be too optimistic about that plot and has not participated much in the competition." Yi Xian shook his head, pondering for a moment before saying, "It may not be that simple. Since Xiangwei Group can recognize the potential of that land, Hong Yuan Group cannot possibly overlook it. Therefore, I suspect Lu Tianqing's true target is the entire Xiangwei Group." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruowei was immediately taken aback. "How could this be possible?" Yi Xian continued, "Sister, think about it. Lu Chang's capabilities are not sufficient to discover Xuan's existence. Someone must have exposed that information to him." After saying this, Yi Xian turned his gaze toward Lin Chengfeng. Noticing this, Lin Chengfeng quickly spoke up. "According to our investigation, Hong Yuan Group has invested in numerous companies. But those companies later faced scandals that caused their stock prices to plummet, allowing Hong Yuan Group to acquire them at low prices. Moreover, none of the companies that received investments from Hong Yuan Group managed to escape unscathed. The last recorded financial movement from Hong Yuan Group was a transfer to Tianqing Investment, whose owner is Lu Tianqing, and the most recent funds from Tianqing Investment were directed to Xiangwei Group." Lin Shengfeng retrieved a folder and placed the documents before Lin Ruowei. Upon immediately grasping the contents, Lin Ruowei's complexion turned ashen. A fortnight prior, the finance department of the company had unexpectedly discovered an anonymous investment amounting to 200 million. Initially presumed to be a prepayment from a partner, but it turned out otherwise. Yi Xian concurred, expressing disbelief that there was indeed a mole within the company, who concealed Lu Tianqing's stake in the firm from her. Creating scandals was Lu Tianqing's usual tactic, and he could exploit Lu Chang's abduction of Lin Xuan to fabricate all manner of disgraceful narratives, causing a significant plummet in the stock price of Xiangwei Group, thereby allowing him to step forward as a shareholder and acquire Xiangwei Group at a bargain price. Lin Ruowei's face was etched with gravity, her hands gripping the documents tightly, causing them to crumple. Chapter 33, Confession. Lin Qingshuang then turned to Yi Xian, stating, Lu Tianqing transferred a personal sum of 1 million into Wang Li's account just yesterday. He produced another document and handed it to Yi Xian. This contains the transaction history of Lu Tianqing's personal accounts, which I find rather suspicious. Yi Xian took the document and began to scrutinize it. The irregularities were indeed apparent. The account exhibited abnormal fluctuations, with most transactions being inflows without outflows, lacking clear indications of the source of the funds. Moreover, the income was staggering. Nearly 1 billion had been deposited within less than a month. While the entire value of Huanyuan Group was merely around 100 billion, this transaction flow was nearly on par with the company's public accounts. Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you suggesting? After some contemplation, Yi Xian finally recalled Lu Chang. Old Lin, he mused. What could yield quick money? Gambling, drugs, fraud. Lin Qingshuang paused, his eyes widening in realization. Are you implying that Lu Chang's gambling debts are orchestrated by Lu Tianqing? Yi Xian smirked slightly, nodding. Indeed, you're onto something, Officer Lin. Typically, such vague sources of income are anything but legitimate. The funds in Lu Tianqing's private accounts are predominantly foreign inflows, akin to money laundering. Thus, I surmise that he must have a casino in Xuan City, and it's likely of considerable scale. Lin Qingshuang nodded gravely. I shall prioritize this investigation. Yi Xian turned his gaze toward Lin Ruowei, gently reassuring her. Sister, you need not worry. Since Lu Tianqing has committed a crime, he cannot evade justice. I will uncover the truth swiftly. Lin Ruowei nodded in gratitude, saying, I entrust this to you. The three exited the conference room, and at that moment, Lin Xuer awaited them in the lobby. Lin Ruowei glanced at Lin Xuer, and then addressed Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian. May I take Xuer to see Lu Chang's body? Lin Qingshuang nodded in response. Yi Xian cast a surprised glance at Lin Ruowei. Sister Yu. Lin Ruowei managed a relieved smile, her eyes glistening as she looked at Lin Xuer. In the past, Xuer often asked me about her father and what kind of man he was, yet I continuously evaded the question. I never wished to reveal the truth until she stopped inquiring after turning 10, perhaps understanding that mentioning her father would cause me distress. I feel immense guilt for not providing Xuer with a complete family. Now that he has passed, and she has matured, I can no longer conceal the truth after nearly 18 years. Even if she were to resent me upon learning the reality, I would harbor no regrets. Lin Ruowei wiped away her tears and gradually approached Lin Xuer. Xuer. Lin Xuer turned, smiling and waving. Mom. Brother Yi. Brother Lin. Lin Ruowei affectionately ruffled Lin Xuer's hair, then asked, Xuer, would you like to meet your biological father? Lin Xuer's expression suddenly stiffened, and she quickly shook her head. Mom, I don't want to. Lin Ruowei grasped Lin Xuer's hand, gently asserting, It was wrong of me to keep this from you. Now that you are grown, it is time for you to know. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian led Lin Ruowei toward the morgue. Along the way, Lin Ruowei disclosed all pertinent information about Lu Chang to Lin Xuer. Yet, Lin Xuer remained expressionless, quietly absorbing Lin Ruowei's words. Perhaps it was challenging for her to accept that her biological father could be such a person. Nevertheless, she ultimately yearned to meet him, even if that unfamiliar father had already departed from this world. In the interrogation room, Wang Li slumped in her chair, her hands shackled to the table. I didn't kill him. You cannot treat me this way. The woman's voice trembled slightly, her nails digging deeply into her palm, the cold handcuffs leaving deep red imprints on her wrists. Lin Qingshuang regarded her and slowly said, Wang Li, is it? Upon hearing her name, Wang Li paused momentarily before nodding slowly. Lin Qingshuang tossed a photo of Lu Chang onto the table. Were you drinking with him before? Wang Li glanced at the photo, then averted her gaze, replying, I don't know him. Lin Qingshuang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Stop pretending. Surveillance shows you were drinking with Lu Chang from 6:30 until 7:12, right up until you both left for the restroom. Wang Li remained silent, pursing her lips and continuing to turn her head away. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, then picked up her dossier and began to read. Wang Li, female, 30 years old. From Nan Province, previously an accountant. After your parents died in an accident 15 years ago, you began working in bar marketing, and now. He paused, glancing at Wang Li before continuing. You still have a younger brother who is a freshman at university in Xuan City. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Wang Li's expression turned furious, and she shouted in desperation, What do you want from me? Yi Xian, satisfied, continued, having faced financial hardship from a young age. The death of your parents further compounded your struggles. You and your brother relied on each other for survival. Yet, the situation worsened when your parents left behind significant debts. To support your brother, You had to abandon your newly acquired accounting position and opted for bar marketing. Given your looks and charm, you garnered substantial tips from patrons, providing a stable income that alleviated your previously dire circumstances, even clearing your parents' debts. Wang Li's pupils dilated, her hands clenched tightly, her gaze evasive. I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Xian then presented an evidence bag. This belt was found around Lu Chang's neck, and the glass bottle on his chest. Though you tried to dispose of them, your fingerprints remain. Furthermore, the injury on your wrist was inflicted by Lu Chang, and traces of your blood were found under his nails. The DNA comparison results will arrive shortly, and when they do, the evidence will be irrefutable. Let us see how you'll deny it then. Wang Li's eyes moistened, and she slumped in her chair, conceding, I confess, I killed Lu Chang. Lin Qingshuang inquired, why did you kill him? Wang Li inhaled deeply, shaking her head. He was of poor character, constantly humiliating and berating me. So I killed him. Plain and simple. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their expressions. Yi Xian scrutinized Wang Li, then stated, your brother committed a grave mistake at school, having assaulted a female classmate. Her parents threatened to report him, but you proposed a settlement. However, they demanded 80,000 in compensation, otherwise, your brother would face prison time. Upon hearing this, your brother was despondent, pleading for your help, and you, feeling sympathy, had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet yesterday, a sudden deposit of 100,000 appeared in your account, which you immediately transferred out. Where did this money come from? Wang Li, devoid of emotion, as if her spirit had been drained, replied, I slept with a wealthy man, and he gave me this money. Chapter 34, The Pearl of Yunding. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian exchanged glances, a flicker of pity evident in their eyes. For such a vile brother, she would sacrifice her own integrity. Lin Qingshuang gently tapped the table, slowly asking, which wealthy man? Names, identities, addresses, and the circumstances surrounding the relationship. This is none of your concern. Wang Li responded, her face ashen. Yi Xian, with a hint of resignation, continued, why be so stubborn? Because of your brother's predicament, you sought out Lu Tiancheng, hoping he would assist you. Coincidentally, he was in a state of disarray due to a failed kidnapping scheme orchestrated by Lu Chang. Fearing that Lu Chang's arrest would expose him, he compelled you to eliminate Lu Chang, promising you a sum of 1 million. With no alternatives, you acquiesced to Lu Tiancheng's demands. Subsequently, you transferred 3,000 yuan each to 2 colleagues, persuading them to help you intoxicate Lu Chang. They mistakenly believed you were infatuated with him, and, lured by the prospect of easy money, readily agreed to your proposal. By 7 o'clock, once Lu Chang was sufficiently inebriated, you instructed your colleagues to leave first. At 7:10, you seduced the drunken Lu Chang into the women's restroom, seizing the opportunity to strangle him. After ensuring he was lifeless, you feared he might not be entirely dead. So you took a pre-prepared bottle from your bag and struck him on the head before plunging it into his left chest. Around 7:17, concerned that the lingering scent of blood would become overpowering, you sprayed perfume on Lu Chang's body in an attempt to mask the odor. You then swiftly exited the restroom, oblivious to the fact that while the cheap perfume was potent, when mingled with the scent of blood, it only intensified the gruesome aroma, leading us to discover Lu Chang's demise sooner than anticipated. When you noticed police in the bar, you attempted to escape through the staff passage, but it was too late. We had already alerted the external officers and prevented anyone from fleeing, thus successfully apprehending you. As Wang Li listened to Yi Xian's account, her previously impassive expression transformed into one of sheer horror. She opened her mouth, intent on refuting his claims, yet found herself powerless to argue, her mental defenses utterly shattered, her spirit extinguished. Lin Qingshuang regarded Wang Li and spoke slowly, the evidence is irrefutable. If you do not confess honestly now, you shall remain incarcerated for the rest of your life. With tear-filled eyes, Wang Li let the tears cascade down her cheeks. Lu Tiancheng promised me 1 million if I found a way to kill Lu Chang, and the money would be transferred immediately. He assured me that he would contact technicians to interfere with the bar surveillance, providing me ample time to carry out the act. I never anticipated your speed. Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow and inquired, but now that you have been captured, why still conceal his involvement? Wang Li wiped her tears and explained. He assured me that if I were caught, he would take care of my brother and ensure he would not suffer. However, if I disclosed his identity, he would act against my brother immediately. After Wang Li recounted everything, Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang exited the interrogation room. Yi Xian shook his head and remarked, she is indeed a pitiable soul, entangled with such a brother. Lin Qingshuang nodded in agreement, then said, yet, despite her circumstances, Taking a life cannot be justified. She has chosen an irrevocable path. This is a society governed by law, and the law is unforgiving. Only through such measures can we restrain the wicked. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, jesting, Officer Lin, you truly are the epitome of impartiality. At that moment, Zhao Zongfei approached briskly. Captain Lin, we have traced Lu Tianqing's whereabouts and discovered that he frequents Yunding Mingzhu approximately every week. Yi Xian frowned and remarked, Yunding Mingzhu is an exclusive exhibition venue, rarely hosting events. What could he possibly want there? Zhao Zongfei shook his head in response. I'm not sure, but I was planning to lead a team to investigate. Yi Xian immediately suggested, let us go together, but without a large team, we must avoid alarming them. Lin Qingfeng and Zhao Zongfei nodded in agreement, then returned to change into plain clothes. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Qingfeng parked the car along the roadside opposite Yunding Mingzhu. Yi Xian leaned against the car window, quietly observing the venue across the street. Lin Qingfeng and Zhao Zongfei mirrored his demeanor, their expressions stoic as they scrutinized the square. At that moment, Yi Xian pointed to the individuals strolling in the square, saying, Look, although there is a considerable crowd, those few individuals exhibit remarkably professional behavior, displaying a heightened sense of vigilance. They do not appear to be mere tourists. The two men immediately turned their attention to the scene, nodding in agreement after a brief observation. Indeed, their strides are steady, indicative of professional training. And look, 3 more individuals are emerging from the northwest. Lin Qingfeng opened the glove compartment and retrieved binoculars. Yi Xian couldn't help but grimace slightly. You could have brought that out sooner. Lin Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. You didn't ask for it. He brought the binoculars to his eyes, scanning the square before nodding. They are wearing Bluetooth earpieces. Let me see. Yi Xian took the binoculars and began observing. After a moment, he said, Old Lin, drive around this area and see if there are any other exits. Lin Qingfeng nodded and promptly started the car. The 3 of them circled Yunding Mingzhu twice more. As night deepened, the crowd in the square diminished. Yet the watchful figures remained alert. Once Lin Qingfeng stopped the car, Yi Xian remarked, their movements seemed meticulously planned. Within 5 minutes, 3 more individuals exchanged positions. Currently, there are 12 watchmen, each positioned at the cardinal points, with 3 others patrolling in rotation. Zhao Zongfei said gravely, something unusual is afoot. There must be an issue here. Just then, Yi Xian seemed to spot something, pointing skyward in astonishment. There's even a drone. This is quite extravagant indeed. At that moment, Zhao Zongfei pointed to the underground entrance. A vehicle has gone in. The 2 immediately turned to look. 5 commercial vehicles were entering the underground entrance in an orderly fashion, each filled to capacity with passengers, likely shuttles specifically for gamblers. Yi Xian remarked coolly, initially, I was uncertain if there truly is a casino inside. How would the gamblers arrive without exposing themselves? It appears they have established a dedicated channel to connect with gamblers and arrange transport. Lin Qingfeng and Zhao Zongfei nodded gravely in agreement. Indeed, that seemed the only plausible explanation. The lower level must be a vast parking structure, certainly accommodating more than just these 5 vehicles. Yi Xian nodded and turned to Lin Qingfeng, stating, to have developed a casino of such magnitude, Lu Tianqing alone could not have achieved it. Lin Qingfeng quickly grasped Yi Xian's implication. Such scale and professional operation could not solely stem from one entrepreneur. There must be significant figures backing this endeavor. Chapter 35. A solo venture. What shall we do now? Should we continue to stake out? Zhao Zongfei inquired, puzzled. Yi Xian surveyed the surroundings before replying. I will descend to probe the situation. Lin Qingfeng furrowed his brow and urged, we should go together. Yi Xian waved his hand, saying, Lu Tianqing has seen you. If he recognizes you, all would be for naught. Do not worry. I am merely a tourist here to enjoy the scenery. Reluctantly, Lin Qingfeng nodded and replied, very well, I will park here. If anything arises, come straight to me. He tightened the grip on his sidearm. Yi Xian smiled faintly, patted Lin Qingfeng on the shoulder, and stepped out of the car. He slowly made his way to the center of the square, where the watchman had already taken notice of him, casting wary glances in his direction. Yi Xian, observing this, waved at the 3 men and approached them. The trio stood at attention, their expressions revealing a hint of apprehension. Hey there, just out for a stroll after dinner? Yi Xian greeted them with a smile. The leader of the group nodded, forcing a smile. Yes, and you? Feigning irritation, Yi Xian replied. Don't even get me started. I had a spat with my girlfriend, and she kicked me out before I could even take a bite. The 2 men behind the leader looked on in astonishment. Brother, you have some guts. Daring to argue with a tyrant. It seems you've reached the end of your rope. Yi Xian scoffed with a hint of disdain and proudly declared, Humph, my friend. I'm not boasting. At home, I am the emperor. She cannot outshout me, which is why she is making a fuss to drive me out. I merely sought a breath of fresh air by stepping out. Let me tell you, women should not be indulged. They must be chastised when necessary, or else their tails will soar to the heavens. The man at the forefront shook his head in speechless disbelief and then resumed surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, the two men behind him gazed at Yi Xian with admiration. Brother, how do you manage women? Teach us, please. One of them implored. Yes, brother. My partner is truly a violent one, a real tigress, often resorting to hitting and scolding me. I am utterly at my wit's end. Just look at my arm, he said, pulling up his sleeve to reveal a bruise. The leading man's eyes widened in shock, and he swallowed hard. He patted the other man's shoulder sympathetically, saying, Xiaoli, you must learn to obey. Avoiding beatings is of utmost importance. Yi Xian quickly concurred. What this brother says makes sense. Given that she has treated you this way, your partner might very well be the progenitor of tyrants. Xiaoli, upon hearing this, lifted his head in despair, his eyes devoid of life. I think we have a good rapport. If you're free, why not join me for a drink? There's a bar nearby with exquisite craft beer. Xiao Li and his companion's eyes widened with anticipation at Yi Xian's suggestion. However, the leader hastily cleared his throat. Brother, perhaps another time. We're too full to drink right now. The two men nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, we just had our fill. We'll definitely take a rain check. Yi Xian sighed with feigned regret. If that's the case, very well then. He then shifted his gaze towards the Cloud Peak Pearl. What do you think the purpose of the Cloud Peak Pearl is? I still haven't seen its use. Xiao Li, intrigued, responded, You don't understand. The Cloud Peak Pearl is an upscale convention center, a venue for the affluent. Whenever there's an exhibition, only the wealthy attend. Yi Xian's face lit up in surprise. So you're saying someone like me, a poor wretch, has no chance of getting in? Xiao Li patted Yi Xian's shoulder proudly. Brother, don't say that. With some effort, you could make it. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Let us hope so. I'm just preparing to start a business, but I'm uncertain about what to pursue. This is what led to my quarrel with my partner. We simply have different intentions. The leading man exhibited a rare flicker of surprise. Brother, starting a business requires capital. Perhaps you could share how much funding you're considering. I might be able to offer some advice. Yi Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he feigned distress. It's not much, just 200 or 300. I mentioned wanting to venture into finance, but my girlfriend insists on media. It's driving me mad. How can you start a media company with only 200 or 300? Besides, it seems there aren't many media firms making money these days. The leading man's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed as he quickly countered, Brother, that's not the right way to think. The media industry is tremendously profitable. As long as the funding is sufficient, nurturing a few artists will ensure that within 3 years, you'll recoup dozens of times your initial investment. Yi Xian widened his eyes, astonished. Really? Is that true? The leading man nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. I bear no grudge against you. So why would I deceive you? Yi Xian appeared genuinely tempted, then regretfully shook his head. But I only have this little capital. I can't make it work. The leading man glanced around, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. There's a method that might allow you to amass wealth quickly. Turning 200 or 300 into several times, that is entirely possible. Are you interested? Yi Xian regarded the leading man with skepticism. Really? Seeing his doubt, the leading man nodded, slowly stating, Absolutely. Believe it or not, if I deceive you, I'd be struck by a car upon leaving. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian began to genuinely trust the leading man's words and eagerly asked, What should I do? If the media company is so lucrative, I'll try anything you suggest. The leading man, satisfied, wrapped his arm around Yi Xian's shoulder and said mysteriously to the other two, You stay here and watch. I'll take my brother inside to learn more. The two men nodded immediately, their eyes filled with sympathy for Yi Xian. The leading man guided Yi Xian towards the employee passage, speaking in a hushed tone, Brother, I've never shared this method with anyone else. If you make money, you must share the profits with me. Yi Xian patted his chest, promising, Rest assured, as long as I make a profit, you'll be my big brother. I'll give you half. The leading man nodded approvingly. You're a straightforward man. What should I call you? Lin Qingyu. And you, big brother? Oh, so you are brother Qingyu. I'm Ban Ping. Just call me Lao Ban. Yi Xian cupped his hands and smiled. Ban to go. Ban Ping laughed heartily and said, Let us go, follow me. Yi Xian hurriedly complied. Meanwhile, Lin Qingfeng and Zhao Zongfei were intently watching Yi Xian. When they saw him being led away, Lin Qingfeng grew increasingly anxious. Captain Lin, Consultant Yi has been taken away. What should we do? Zhao Zongfei asked, concern etched on his face. Lin Qingfeng, with a serious expression, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Yi Xian will be fine. trust him, and continue waiting. Chapter 36. The Casino Agreement. Ban Ping led Yi Xian into the employee passage. This passage was indeed for employees, but was entirely deserted. Perhaps it was a dedicated employee route for the Cloud Peak Pearl, distinct from the underground employee route. As they entered the employee passage, Ban Ping continued to guide Yi Xian toward the fire escape. Upon reaching a halfway point, Ban Ping glanced around, then proceeded to lead Yi Xian further down. After navigating several corners, they finally arrived at a dilapidated and abandoned roll-up door. Ban Ping knocked on the door in a rhythmic pattern. 2 short knocks followed by 1 long, then another short and 2 long. After his knock, the roll-up door was immediately opened by a middle-aged man in a black suit, who looked quizzically at Ban Ping. Ban Ping, what's the matter? Ban Ping subtly winked at the middle-aged man, then said, "This is my younger brother, Lin Qingyu. He is planning to start a business and is short on funds. Could you do me a favor?" The middle-aged man's previously furrowed brow relaxed immediately upon hearing this. "Ah, I see. Since he has family, I'll make an exception. Come on in." Ban Ping gestured for Yi Xian to follow him and stepped through the roll-up door. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, smiled at the middle-aged man, and hurriedly followed after Ban Ping. "Wait," the middle-aged man called out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian halted, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he feigned calmness and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Ban Ping quickly reassured him, "No need to worry. We just need to check if you have anything else on you, considering the nature of what goes on here." Yi Xian nodded in understanding. After the middle-aged man conducted a brief search, he waved his hand, indicating that the two could enter. Ban Ping led Yi Xian into the underground entrance. Upon witnessing the scene inside, even Yi Xian, who had mentally prepared himself, was left speechless. It was immense. The underground level was a veritable wonderland. It was teeming with people, shrouded in smoke, and adorned with opulent decor. Various gambling tables were in abundance, and even the gambling companions one usually only sees in films were plentiful, dressed in increasingly revealing attire. Ban Ping draped an arm around Yi Xian's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Brother, what do you think?" Yi Xian's expression turned troubled as he replied, "Brother, if you expect me to gamble, I'm afraid." Ban Ping said with a stern expression, "Brother Chengyu, how can you call this gambling? This is a game of fate, a true defiance against destiny. Win once, and you'll reap enormous rewards. In the future, not only media companies, but even top-tier celebrities will be clamoring to sign you." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Brother, you misunderstand me. What I mean is, I won't gamble. Moreover," Yi Xian glanced around nervously and whispered, "I'm afraid of getting caught." Upon hearing this, Ban Ping gave Yi Xian a reassuring look and quietly responded, "Don't worry, brother. The person running this casino is a significant figure, a wealthy individual. I've heard that he has a very close relationship with the deputy mayor." He added with confidence, "Besides, with me here, you won't lose. By the end of the night, you'll be raking in riches." Yi Xian's expression lit up with excitement as he said, "All right, then I shall rely on you, big brother. We'll split the earnings 50-50. Ban Ping, satisfied, patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and nodded, "Let us go, brother. I'll take you to experience it." Ban Ping led Yi Xian to the chip counter. "Little brother, let us buy some chips first and get a feel for it." Yi Xian hesitated, saying, "Brother, I didn't bring my card. I only have a few thousand on me." Ban Ping frowned at first, but soon relaxed. "No worries, let us buy 1,000 first, just to get a taste." Feeling a pang of regret, Yi Xian took out his prized iPhone 88 Pro Max, scanned the QR code on the table, and made the payment of 1,000. Seeing Yi Xian's high-end phone, Ban Ping felt more at ease. After receiving the chips, Ban Ping waved to a gambling companion standing nearby. Upon seeing Yi Xian, the companion's eyes lit up. Usually, only older men came here, but today a handsome young man had arrived. She quickly adjusted her attire, revealing what she could, and swayed her hips toward Yi Xian. "Are you here to play, big brother? Little fish can keep you company," she said, wrapping her arm around Yi Xian's. Yi Xian felt embarrassed and looked at Ban Ping for help. Noticing Yi Xian's innocent demeanor, Ban Ping laughed heartily. "Brother Chengyu, don't be shy. This is all perfectly normal. Just have fun here." Yi Xian nodded, feeling reassured, and mustered the courage to wrap his arm around the gambling companion's waist. "Brother, if you hold here, little fish will be happy," she said, blushing as she placed Yi Xian's hand on her curvaceous figure. Yi Xian's face turned crimson, and he quickly withdrew his hand, stammering, "Haha, it's just, there are too many people." Little fish giggled, covering her mouth. Her gaze toward Yi Xian filled with flirtation. Ban Ping paid no mind to Yi Xian's discomfort and led him to the dice table. "Brother Chengyu, how about we try betting on high or low?" Yi Xian nodded, saying, "I don't quite understand. You decide, brother." Ban Ping, not hesitating, placed all of the 1,000 chips on the small. Surrounding players began to follow suit, some betting on high, others on low. Brother, is it a small or big? Yi Xian gulped nervously, his heart racing. Ban Ping patted Yi Xian's arm reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, little brother, I won't let you lose." He then discreetly winked at the dealer. The dealer understood immediately, glanced at Yi Xian, and began shaking the dice. Small, 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 big, big, big. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the dealer revealed the dice. 2, 3, 4, small. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Yi Xian feigned confusion, asking, "Brother, did we win or lose?" Ban Ping chuckled, "We won. We gained 1,000. How about that? Isn't it quick money?" Yi Xian was taken aback, ecstatic as he exclaimed, "That was so fast, brother. Let us keep going." Ban Ping shook his head and replied, "Let us leave it at that for tonight. Just a taste. Tomorrow night, bring more money, and we'll really start our journey to wealth." Yi Xian couldn't help but internally grumble, "A game of cat and mouse, is it?" He pretended to look regretful and nodded, saying, "All right, brother, let me add you on WeChat. I'll come back here tomorrow at the same time." Ban Ping promptly took out his phone and added Yi Xian on WeChat. "Let us go, little brother. See you tomorrow." He then led Yi Xian back out the way they came. Before leaving, Yi Xian couldn't resist giving little fish's shapely figure a playful squeeze, causing her to blush deeply and glare at him shyly. Ban Ping smiled knowingly, confident in having caught a big fish. Once they returned to the square, they bid each other farewell, agreeing to meet at the same time the next day. Yi Xian wandered around the square for a while to ensure no one was watching before swiftly returning to his car. Chapter 37. Action. Upon Yi Xian's return, Lin Qingshuang immediately inquired, "What is the situation?" Yi Xian's expression turned serious as he replied, "Let South leave this place." Lin Qingshuang nodded and promptly started the car. After they had driven away from Yunding Mingzhu, Yi Xian glanced back to ensure they weren't being followed, finally feeling relieved. It's a casino, and a large one at that, quite formal. There were many gamblers, almost all of whom were wealthy, and at least 100 people. Yi Xian recounted everything he had observed without missing a detail. Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei were visibly shocked upon hearing this. Zhao Zongfei slammed his fist on the seat, cursing, "How can such a malignant tumor exist in Xuan City? It's outrageous. Now everything makes sense. Lu Tianqing wants to swallow up the Xiangwei group. So he orchestrated Lu Chang's kidnapping of Lin Shuai. When Lu Chang's plan failed, he feared Lu Chang might expose him. So he had Wang Li eliminate Lu Chang. Continuing their investigation, they discovered that Lu Tianqing not only plotted Lu Chang's murder, but also operated a large-scale casino, with profits amounting to billions. Lin Qingshuang seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Lu Tianqing apart right then and there. "Let us go back and report." Once the three returned to the police station, Lin Qingshuang took Yi Xian into his office. "Now is the time to apprehend Lu Tianqing," he said with a serious demeanor. Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingshuang and asked, "What is your plan of action?" "This matter is significant, involving government entities. I need to report to Director Zhang." Lin Qingshuang explained. Yi Xian, curious, queried, "What if Director Zhang tells you to drop it?" Lin Qingshuang shook his head firmly, saying, "Don't worry, that won't happen. I'm just saying what if." Lin Qingshuang slowly elaborated, "You don't understand Director Zhang. He has worked with old Zhou for many years. Even when my aunt went missing, he supported old Zhou unwaveringly, using all his connections to help investigate, not hesitating to offend anyone. That's why he became the director of the Xuan City Public Security Bureau." Yi Xian picked up on Lin Qingshuang's underlying message, asking, "Became? What about before?" "Deputy Mayor concurrently serving as director of the Public Security Bureau," Lin Qingshuang replied. Yi Xian gasped in astonishment. "That serious?" Lin Qingshuang nodded gravely, responding, "This is what my family has revealed. The reason given for Director Zhang's demotion was abuse of power, but how could that be true?" Yi Xian asked, puzzled. "Then who is the current deputy mayor?" Lin Qingshuang answered, "The former deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Wu Zhiliang." He then lifted his leg and headed toward the director's office. About half an hour later, Lin Qingshuang emerged from the director's office and returned to his own. Yi Xian immediately inquired, "How did it go? What did Director Zhang say?" Lin Qingshuang slowly replied, "Those who should be arrested will be arrested, and those who should be judged will be judged. I will ensure the security team and the SWAT team fully cooperate with you. Can a mere deputy mayor cause a stir? If there is any indication of the deputy mayor's involvement, we'll arrest them all. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility, so consultant, you need not worry." Yi Xian was taken aback, speechless as he remarked, "That last part was added by you, wasn't it?" Lin Qingshuang chuckled and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Yi Xian scoffed, "I'm not scared at all." The next afternoon, Xuan City Public Security Bureau, conference room. Lin Qingshuang stood before the projection screen, surveying the architectural blueprint of the Cloud Peak Pearl, meticulously outlining the structure of the underground casino. According to the intelligence provided by the night consultant, the underground casino was situated beneath the fire escape on the lower level. However, it was heavily guarded, making it an unsuitable point of entry. The optimal breach point lay within the staff passage, where security was considerably lax, allowing us to infiltrate from there. Lin Qingshuang spoke in a low, grave tone, continuing, "First, we must subdue the security personnel in the square swiftly. Once the security is neutralized, the public security team will immediately seal off the perimeter, cutting off all exits. The SWAT team will await orders to storm the main entrance and control all individuals within the casino. The technical department will simultaneously take over the casino's surveillance and servers to prevent any data deletion." Understood. The group responded with unwavering resolve, their eyes brimming with determination. Zhongfei, you lead a team straight to Hanyuan Group to apprehend Lu Tianqing. Ensure he does not escape. Yes. As night fell, the minute hand pointed to 6:30. A fleet of detective vehicles quietly parked in a nearby park. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian got out of the car, striding purposefully toward the square. The square was dimly lit, with sparse shadows. Ban Ping had already taken his position at the previously agreed spot, anxiously awaiting Yi Xian. Upon finally catching sight of Yi Xian, a joyous smile blossomed on Ban Ping's face. However, when his gaze fell upon Lin Qingshuang standing beside Yi Xian, the smile instantly froze, and his brow furrowed sharply. "Brother Qingyu, you finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't make it." Yi Xian chuckled and replied, "Big brother, we had an agreement. We must come." Ban Ping's eyes flickered between Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian, a mix of curiosity and wariness in his expression as he hesitantly asked, "Who is this?" Yi Xian quickly lowered his voice, discreetly confiding to Ban Ping, "Big brother, this is my partner, wealthier than I, who has recently been troubled. Upon learning that I have a method to earn money, he has implored me to bring him along. Could you possibly accommodate him?" Upon hearing this, Ban Ping's initial caution dissipated, replaced by a surge of elation. "Another big fish. No problem, no problem. Brother Qingyu, as you earn, I can also share in the spoils. Though I wonder about the financial specifics." Before Ban Ping could finish, Yi Xian pulled out a card from his pocket, cutting him off. "Rest assured, brother, I brought the money." Yi Xian presented the card to Ban Ping, a confident smile adorning his face. When Ban Ping focused on the card, he was astonished to discover it was a diamond card. A diamond card could only be obtained with assets exceeding 1,000,000. Ban Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, his greed becoming increasingly evident. "Wonderful. Let us go. I'll take you in right now." As Ban Ping spoke, he quickened his pace, entirely oblivious to the subtle smirks exchanged between Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang. Ban Ping led them to the entrance of the staff passage, casting a vigilant glance around. After confirming no one else was present, he prepared to step inside when a chilling sensation suddenly coursed through his waist. He looked down to find a cold, black barrel pressed against him. "Don't move, police." Lin Qingfeng's voice pierced his ear, cold and authoritative. Ban Ping froze as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening in shock. The only words echoing in his mind were, "It's over." Chapter 38, Thunderstrike. "Why, you're the police?" Ban Ping exclaimed. Incredulity plastered across his face as he stared at Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang. Lin Qingshuang offered no response, his expression impassive as he picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist, stating, "The security at the entrance has been dealt with. Come in." Before long, a squad of fully armed detectives arrived with the swiftness of a tempest. One officer promptly retrieved handcuffs from his waist and, without hesitation, secured Ban Ping's hands tightly. Ban Ping's face paled to a ghostly white, devoid of color. Despair and fury filled his eyes as he cast a final, pained glance at Yi Xian and Lin Qingshuang, an expression laden with betrayal and helplessness. However, any resistance was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the police placed a black hood over his head, leading him away like a lamb destined for slaughter. "Move." Yi Xian gestured to the others, unhesitatingly taking the lead as they advanced. The group followed suit, entering in a steady stream. Lin Qingshuang remained closely beside Yi Xian, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The scene unfolded seamlessly and orderly, devoid of any chaos. Ultimately, Yi Xian guided them to the roll-up door. Lin Qingshuang, weapon in hand, stood at the forefront of the line, scanning for safety before signaling the detectives behind him to conceal themselves. The group swiftly and silently dispersed. Yi Xian approached the roll-up door alone, then knocked rhythmically, mimicking Ban Ping's earlier method of signaling. A response soon echoed from within, and with a creak, the roll-up door began to rise. When the middle-aged man saw only Yi Xian outside, he froze in place. "Where's Ban Ping?" Yi Xian pointed to a nearby corner, replying. "He's over there, taking a leak." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, fell silent, grumbling as he hastened toward the corner. "Ban Ping, could you exhibit some decency? I'm already exasperated being here every day, and now I have to endure the smell of your urine." However, as the man approached the corner, he was met with a shocking sight, not Ban Ping, but a multitude of dark gun barrels, all aimed squarely at him. The middle-aged man was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his hands involuntarily raising and his body trembling uncontrollably. The detectives swiftly subdued the man and placed handcuffs on him. The entire process unfolded with fluidity and precision. Yi Xian immediately pointed inside, declaring, "The casino is just beyond that door. You may proceed." Lin Qingshuang promptly seized the walkie-talkie, commanding, "Move out." At his command, he raised his weapon, charging toward the door like an arrow released from a bow. The detectives behind him tightened their grips on their firearms, swiftly following. With a resounding crash, Lin Qingshuang kicked the door open. The scene beyond the door unveiled itself to the group. Groups of gamblers were seated at various tables, excitement, anxiety, and greed etched upon their faces as they fixated on the stakes before them. "Don't move. Police." Lin Qingfeng's voice resonated like thunder within the casino. The gamblers instantly erupted into a state of panic, the cacophony of hurried footsteps, clattering chips, and cries for mercy echoing throughout the casino. The detectives surged forward like ferocious beasts. Armed and synchronized, their movements exuded an unassailable might. "Don't move. Get down. Hurry." The gamblers hastily crouched down, hands clasped atop their heads, too terrified to meet the gaze of the detectives. The dealers and supervisors, witnessing the scene, turned pale, a wave of intense fear surging through them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Just as they contemplated fleeing, the SWAT teams surged in like a tide of darkness, entering with astonishing speed and force. "Don't move. Everyone down." The shouts of the SWAT teams reverberated like thunder within the casino. Their voices, filled with authority and intimidation, sent shivers down the spines of all present. The crowd, struck by the suddenness of the scene, was left in sheer terror. Desperately, they glanced at the police present, their bodies instinctively lowering to the ground. Some, overwhelmed by sheer fear, collapsed on the floor. Yi Xian stood amongst the crowd, calmly surveying the scene. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, quickly detected an anomaly. A man in a black suit was attempting to escape into the depths of the casino, desperately clutching a briefcase amidst the chaos. Knight Xian hurriedly pointed at the man and called out to Lin Qingshuang, who was not far from him. "Old Lin, quick, chase after him. We cannot let him escape." Lin Qingshuang immediately turned his head and, like a ferocious beast, swiftly pursued the fleeing figure. His speed was akin to lightning, and in an instant, he caught up with the man in the black suit. "Don't move. If you do, I will shoot." Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened with malice. He dropped his briefcase and kicked out at Lin Qingshuang. With a cold snort, Lin Qingshuang raised his hand to block the man's leg and then seized his arm, executing a shoulder throw that brought the man crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding detectives rushed forward, swiftly subduing the man in the suit. In no time, the entire casino was under control. Lin Qingshuang picked up the briefcase and walked towards Knight Xian, opening it to reveal stacks of financial ledgers and a voice recorder. Knight Xian took a brief glance and said, "These are the casino's profits and distributions. Let's take them back for now." Lin Qingshuang nodded, closed the briefcase, and held it tightly in his hand. "By the way, there's news from Zhongfei. Lu Tianqing has been apprehended and is awaiting interrogation at the bureau." Knight Xian nodded in relief upon hearing this. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly entered from the entrance. Among them was Zhang Guomin and the other 2. Knight Xian found familiar, yet could not quite place. Lin Qingshuang noticed Knight Xian's confusion and spoke up. "The man to the left of Director Zhang is Mayor Yu Qin, and the one on the right is Secretary Xuan." Knight Xian suddenly realized and nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the raucous atmosphere of the underground casino had transformed into the orderly footsteps of officers escorting gamblers. Yu Qin and Xuan looked at the scene before them with grim expressions, tinged with a hint of self-reproach. How could such a large-scale casino exist in the very heart of the city, in such a critical location? Yu Qin stared at the towering piles of chips and the flashing lights of the gaming tables, his face pale with anger. This is utterly lawless. How could such a malignancy be hidden in Xuan City? "Old Zhang, have you found out who is behind this?" Xuan asked, his face filled with indignation. Zhang Guomin explained, "As of now, we only know that Lu Tianqing is the mastermind. However, he seems to have a good relationship with Wu Zhiliang." Hearing this, Both Yuqin and Xuan furrowed their brows. Xuan said sternly, "Where's Wu Zhiliang?" Zhang Guomin shook his head. "He has been notified but has not yet arrived." At this moment, Lin Chengfeng and Knight Xian approached. Director Zhang, Mayor Yu, Secretary Xue. The three nodded in acknowledgement. "Little Lin, you've worked hard." Chapter 39. Interrogating Lu Tianqing. Lin Chengfeng shook his head solemnly and reported, "We have apprehended approximately 240 suspects involved in the case. And we have also identified 6 bank accounts related to the casino's operations, which have now been frozen by law. The total amount in these accounts is around 300 million, along with a significant number of electronic payment records, including Alipay and WeChat transfers." The faces of the three grew increasingly grim as they listened. "Has Lu Tianqing been caught?" Zhang Guomin inquired. Lin Chengfeng nodded. "Zhong Fei just informed me that Lu Tianqing has been successfully apprehended and is currently awaiting interrogation at the municipal police station." Xuan said sternly, "Notify Wu Zhiliang to go directly to the municipal police station." Municipal police station, interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and a white shirt, casually reclining in the interrogation chair. "Lu Tianqing, do you know why you have been summoned here?" Lin Chengfeng gazed at Lu Tianqing and spoke slowly. Lu Tianqing shook his head, smiling. "I'm not sure. Please feel free to speak plainly, Captain Lin." "Do you know Lu Chang?" Lu Tianqing furrowed his brow in thought and then, unhurriedly, replied, "I seem to have some recollection. P.S. Just a petty thug, right?" Lin Chengfeng tapped the table lightly and said flatly, "Aren't you familiar with him?" Lu Tianqing shook his head, chuckling. "Captain Lin, I'm usually quite busy. Why would I concern myself with such people? However, according to the bar staff, you seem to know him quite well and even dined together at Tianyuan International recently. How do you explain that?" Lin Chengfeng continued to question. Lu Tianqing was immediately infuriated, shouting, "Which bastard is spreading such nonsense? Captain Lin, you tell me, and I'll have him fired when I get back." Lin Chengfeng sneered and said, "Enough of the pretense. Wang Li has already confessed that you gave her 1 million to instruct her to kill Lu Chang, and there are transfer records to prove it." Lu Tianqing's face darkened as he retorted, "Nonsense. I have no grievances with Lu Chang. Why would I want him dead? Wang Li is framing me. I just pitted her and gave her 1 million, not expecting her to be so ungrateful." "Captain Lin, where's the evidence? I didn't even have a motive for murder. How could I have instructed her to kill? No grievances, no enmity. According to our investigation, you instructed Lu Chang to kidnap Lin Ruowei's daughter, intending to create public uproar, causing a plummet in the stock of the Xiangwei Group, allowing you to seize the opportunity to acquire shares at a low price. However, Lu Chang failed in his attempt, and fearing that Lu Chang would implicate you, you had Wang Li eliminate him. That is your motive for murder." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqing became agitated and quickly said, "Officer Lin, don't wrongfully accuse me. I would never resort to such despicable means." "Is that so?" But the Hanyuan Group has not shied away from such tactics, creating public sentiment, inciting citizen uproar, and then acquiring companies at a reduced price. "Our company operates with integrity. We do not spread falsehoods," Lu Tianqing stubbornly insisted. Lin Chengfeng continued. "At the time of the incident, the bar's surveillance footage showed anomalies between 7:10 and 7:20. Our technicians have traced the interference back to the internal server of the Hanyuan Group." Lu Tianqing immediately frowned and clenched his fists, cursing, "How could this happen? Officer Lin, rest assured, I will investigate this thoroughly when I return." "No need. Our technicians have already been apprehended, and according to their testimonies, they have revealed that you are behind it. Now, with both witnesses and material evidence in hand, do you wish to continue your defense?" The shadow of despair loomed over Lu Tianqing as his fingertips dug deep into his palms. He had previously instructed the technicians to leave Xuan City swiftly, never expecting them to be caught like this. Lu Tianqing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before finally stating, "Officer Lin, this matter is not as grave as it seems. The deceased was merely a lowlife, and since I did not personally commit the act, if his family seeks compensation, they can come to me, and I believe they will agree. Moreover, with that person involved, you need not press so hard, otherwise, it won't bode well for you either." Lu Tianqing fixed his gaze on Lin Chengfeng, his words laced with a hint of threat. In the observation room, Yuqin and Xuan clenched their fists in anger, their hands trembling involuntarily. They simultaneously turned their attention to a middle-aged man in a white shirt. With a kind demeanor and gold-framed glasses, Wu Zhiliang, the vice mayor of Xuan City. However, at that moment, the genial expression that once adorned Wu Zhiliang's face had vanished, replaced by a countenance darkened with fury. His gaze bore down on Lu Tianqing in the interrogation room, as if he wished to tear him apart at that very moment. Mayor Yu, Secretary Xue, while I have a decent relationship with Lu Tianqing, we have only dined together a few times. We are merely acquaintances. Moreover, I have only just learned of Lu Tianqing's true nature. Such a person must be severely punished. Wu Zhiliang spoke with an air of righteousness, his demeanor grandstanding. Yu Qin and Xue Ren snorted coldly and continued to fix their eyes on the interrogation room. Lin Qingfeng then added, "There is something you might not be aware of." Lu Tianqing frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" "Your casino has already been taken over by us and has been dealt with according to the law." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqing trembled violently, his hands instinctively clenching, as if he had just heard something utterly unbelievable. "What are you saying? What casino?" Lu Tianqing's eyes widened, staring in shock. Lin Qingfeng let out a cold laugh as he retrieved the ledger from his briefcase. "This is the evidence. The records of the casino's profits and revenue sharing are all documented here. The money has been transferred to offshore banks and subsequently funneled into your personal accounts. Such a grand scale of operation shows your audacity." Lu Tianqing's complexion turned ashen in an instant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his body trembled uncontrollably. "Oh, and here is this voice recorder." Lin Qingfeng placed the recorder on the table. Upon seeing this, despair and terror flickered in Lu Tianqing's eyes, his lips quivering, utterly devoid of any retorts. In the observation room, Wu Zhiliang's expression soured considerably, his gaze darting anxiously. Yu Qin and Xue Ren exchanged glances filled with anger and disappointment. Lin Qingfeng pressed the play button, and the recorder sprang to life with two familiar voices. "Mayor Wu, you must have a word with the Port Authority after this deal goes through. Your share of the profits will be promptly transferred to your wife's account. Rest assured, I've already made the necessary arrangements. However, Chairman Liu, the situation has become precarious lately. It's best that Yunding Mingzhu keeps a low profile." Wu Zhiliang's face drained of color. He shot up from his chair, the legs screeching against the floor as he bellowed. "Nonsense. This recording is fabricated. Whether it is fabricated or not, you know the truth." Xue Ren finally spoke, glaring at Wu Zhiliang with a pale face. "Do you understand the magnitude of the sums involved in the underground casino at Yunding Mingzhu? How many families have been devastated by that establishment? As the deputy mayor, you colluded with organized crime, violating the law." "I did not." Wu Zhiliang's forehead bulged with veins, and he abruptly pointed at Zhang Guomin. "It's you, Zhang Guomin. You've always harbored ill will towards me. This must be your scheme." "Scheme?" Zhang Guomin scoffed, pulling out a document and the voice recorder from his folder. "This was found in Lu Tianqing's residence. During your campaign for deputy mayor, you solicited his assistance. And when he later requested the rights to use Yunding Mingzhu for establishing a casino, you not only failed to stop him, but actively provided him with protection, even facilitating connections with customs and the Port Authority. For this, you profited nearly 500 million. Deputy Mayor Wu, your reach is extensive. Does your conscience not ache?" Wu Zhiliang stared in disbelief. Lu Tianqing had dared to record him. He glared at Lu Tianqing in the interrogation room, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, he regretted not having detected and eliminated Lu Tianqing sooner. "This must be fabricated. Lu Tianqing is framing me," Wu Zhiliang shouted at the three. Yu Qin cast a cold glance at Wu Zhiliang and stated, "Whether it is fabricated will await the technician's report. As for your case, I have reported it to the Supervisory Committee and the Discipline Inspection Commission. You have been suspended for investigation. Take him away." The three supervisory personnel, having waited patiently, stepped forward with icy expressions. "Comrade Wu Zhiliang, we are officials from the Xuan City Supervisory Committee. By authorization of the committee, we are lawfully detaining you for investigation. Please cooperate." Without waiting for Wu Zhiliang's reaction, they swiftly escorted the ashen-faced man away. As Wu Zhiliang was being led out of the observation room, he suddenly turned his head, casting a venomous glare at Zhang Guomin. "Zhang Guomin, do you think this matter is over? Just wait, someone will soon come after you." Before he could finish, the supervisory personnel pushed him out. Zhang Guomin, upon hearing this, silently closed his eyes, already possessing some answers in his heart. Subsequently, Lu Tianqing, aware of the deputy mayor's arrest, promptly confessed to his crimes and all dealings with Wu Zhiliang, hoping to escape the death penalty. However, it was too late. Even his full disclosure could not atone for his sins. 3 days later, the Xuan City Intermediate People's Court delivered its final verdict, stripping Lu Tianqing of his political rights for life, confiscating all his personal assets, and sentencing him to death, with a 2-year reprieve. Due to the severity of Wu Zhiliang's case, encompassing vast corruption and abuse of power leading to significant losses, along with involvement in critical project contracting and land approval, the situation was deemed extremely grave, and the case was escalated to the High People's Court for adjudication. marking an unprecedented moment in legal history. Ultimately, the High People's Court ruled that Wu Zhiliang's actions had wrought grave consequences for society, permanently revoking his political rights, confiscating all personal assets, and imposing an immediate death sentence. In response, the Xuan City Public Security Bureau held a press conference to announce the investigation results of the Yunding Mingzhu casino case and Wu Zhiliang's corruption case, apprehending dozens of involved judicial personnel and lawfully sealing Huanyuan Group. Following the press conference, public reaction was immense. Citizens fervently debated and condemned Wu Zhiliang and Liu Tianqing, with the situation escalating to the point where even Mayor Yu was implicated. Relevant departments responded promptly, assuring that lessons would be learned, strengthening oversight of public officials, improving institutional frameworks, and preventing similar issues from arising again. They also called upon the populace to report any violations of party discipline or dereliction of duty by public officials, promising serious consequences for offenders. Now, the case against Huanyuan Group had reached a definitive conclusion. Since the investigation into Huanyuan Group commenced, those in leadership positions either fled or were arrested, leaving behind an empty shell. Following the announcement of this incident, citizens reacted strongly, with numerous reports of illegal gambling activities surfacing. Zhang Guomin solemnly insisted on strict measures to ensure no perpetrators escaped justice. In the aftermath, rewards related to this operation were also announced. The criminal investigation team, the public security team, and the special police unit all demonstrated exemplary performance during this case, receiving a collective third-class merit award from the city's Public Security Bureau. The criminal investigation team was further honored with the title of Advanced Crime Fighting Unit. As the principal leader of this case, Lin Qingshuang executed the arrests with great efficiency and orchestrated the operation methodically. Consequently, the city's Public Security Bureau decided to bestow Lin Qingshuang with a second-class merit award. In the bureau chief's office, Zhang Guomin remarked, "Xuan, that lad Yixian made significant contributions to this case. I am also preparing to hold an awards ceremony to publicly recognize him. What do you think?" Lin Qingshuang contemplated for a moment before responding. "I believe he may prefer to remain out of the public eye. I will inquire." Zhang Guomin nodded, replying, "Do ask. This is a good thing that could enhance his reputation in society and open more career opportunities for him, which would be beneficial for his future." After a moment of thought, he added, "If he truly wishes to avoid the spotlight, we can still present him with a second-class merit award and a certificate of honor within the bureau." Lin Qingfeng's eyes widened in surprise. "Chief Zhang, can we award a medal to someone who is not a staff member?" Zhang Guomin chuckled and replied, "Medals are for those who have made contributions. Even if one is not a staff member, what does it matter? In a sense, Yi Xian's contributions in this operation surpassed the combined efforts of your three teams." The following morning, Yi Xian awoke early. As he sleepily checked his phone, he was astonished to find a deposit of 30,000 yuan from Huaxia Bank. His eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly examined the source of the funds. Upon realizing it was from the city's Public Security Bureau, a broad smile spread across his face. Today he felt exceptionally cheerful. Time to rise and deliver takeout. After freshening up, Yi Xian grabbed his keys and headed out. Today, he was determined to deliver an astonishing number of orders. At that moment, his spirit was invigorated, eager to seize every single delivery order in Xuan City. As Yi Xian prepared to log in and accept orders, he was shocked to discover that his account balance, once 1250, had dwindled to a mere 250. In despair, he collapsed onto his car and lamented, "What a splendid day, now ruined. Damn it, Lao Yu, you're truly stingy." The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to call Yu Zhishuan directly. Chapter 41, Crowdsourced Labor. Within 5 seconds, the call was answered. "Hello, Brother Yi. Are you ready for the morning meeting?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's civilized greeting was swiftly replaced by an outburst. "I'll attend your grand meeting, you old miser. How dare you withhold my money?" "To hell with you." Yu Zhishuan, unfazed, replied leisurely, "No need to be so agitated. I don't wish to withhold anything either. The higher-ups have put pressure on me, and I have no choice. Besides, you haven't been working for days. Your continued presence here is only because I pleaded with them on your behalf." Grinding his teeth, Yi Xian retorted, "Don't think I'm unaware of your petty schemes, Lao Yu. When it comes to greed, you surpass even Lao Wang. At least his money is earned honestly, while the deductions from my pay go straight into your pocket." Hearing this, Yu Zhishuan let out a cold snort. "Don't spout nonsense. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to report me to headquarters. If they find anything, I'll repay you tenfold. If not, I can't guarantee you 1T face deductions in the future. Just focus on your deliveries and stop slacking off. If I didn't see your potential in making deliveries, I would have cut you off long ago." Yi Xian, visibly irate,
Cursed, to hell with you. I won't work anymore. I'll consider the remaining 250 as a gift to you. Hey, don't. Before Xuan could finish, Yixian hung up the phone. Satisfied, he stood up and promptly uninstalled the delivery app. Whoever wants to do this can go ahead. Starting today, I'm determined to become a self-disciplined, crowdsourced laborer. Let us see who can still control me, Yixian declared, raising his head and shouting, freedom. He then picked up his phone, opened the app store, and downloaded the crowdsourced app. Seeing that it was still early, he drove straight to the warm coffee house. Upon arriving, he noticed that Zhou Wanqing had yet to open the door, so he sat on a bench outside and began to explore the crowdsourced app. About 20 minutes later, Zhou Wanqing leisurely arrived on her electric scooter, parking it outside the shop. Glancing up, she was surprised to see Yixian sitting at the entrance. Yixian, why are you here so early? She asked, lifting Shishi, her pet, as she walked towards him. Upon spotting Yixian, Shishi wriggled free from Zhou Wanqing's embrace and dashed straight towards him. Yixian quickly bent down to scoop up Shishi, then waved at Zhou Wanqing, saying, Good morning. I intended to go out for deliveries, but after a fight with the station head, I quit. With nothing to do now, I thought I'd come here to hang out. Zhou Wanqing, taken aback, asked, Oh, what will you do now? Not going to be a writer anymore? Yixian shrugged nonchalantly, Mate 1 ISNT, just about dedicated deliveries. I've decided to try crowdsourcing instead. I'm currently studying it. Zhou Wanqing nodded, though she was only partially comprehending the difference between crowdsourcing and dedicated deliveries. Surely, she thought, Yixian wouldn't starve. Reaching into her pocket, Zhou Wanqing pulled out her keys, unlocked the door, and said, Come in, it's a bit warm today. Let us enjoy the air conditioning. Yixian promptly stood up and walked into the cafe. What would you like to drink? He asked, sitting down. Is there a charge? Zhou Wanqing shot him a bemused look and replied, Given your unemployment status, it's on me. Yixian grinned widely, nearly beaming. ID like an Americano, with a slice of lemon and extra ice. Thank you, beautiful Zhou. All right, Zhou Wanqing said, shaking her head in exasperation. By the way, what have you been up to these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Yixian responded, I've been investigating a case, which has now been solved. Didn't you see the press conference held by the police yesterday? Zhou Wanqing was momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, Are you talking about the vice mayor's embezzlement case? The one involving the chairman of Hunyuan running a casino? Yixian nodded, affirming, exactly. Zhou Wanqing gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. I didn't realize you were the one who cracked that case. Truly impressive, you're indeed the night rider. Yixian felt a bit bashful and waved his hands, saying, No, it wasn't just me. The police and the precinct all contributed. Zhou Wanqing gave him a thumbs up, praising, everyone's remarkable. She then turned to attend to other matters. By the way, if I wanted to hire an employee, where would be the best place to find one? Yixian was slightly taken aback, asking, Didn't you say you weren't hiring? Zhou Wanqing chuckled and explained, I hadn't planned on it. But when I looked around the shop during my downtime, it felt a bit too quiet. I thought it might be nice to have someone around, even just to chat with when I'm bored. Yixian nodded in understanding, then inquired, What requirements do you have for the employee? Zhou Wanqing pondered for a moment before saying, Not many. I prefer a female, as they tend to be more detail-oriented. They must be diligent, hardworking, proactive in asking customers' needs, polite, not too old to avoid a generation gap in communication, but also not too young, as I don't hire minors. Ideally, they should love animals and not be allergic to cats. Yixian couldn't help but twitch his lips at her not many requirements. You might as well put up a hiring notice at the entrance, he replied with a resigned shrug. Seeing that Yixian had no recommendations, Zhou Wanqing nodded in agreement. Before long, Zhou Wanqing brought an Americano to Yixian. Your coffee, she said. Yixian smiled and said, Thank you, beautiful Zhou. He took a sip, then gave her a thumbs up, saying, Delicious. The bitterness complemented by a hint of lemon makes for a refreshing, rounded flavor. Just then, Yixian's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and upon seeing who was calling, he froze momentarily, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Zhou Wanqing, who was tidying up at the bar, noticed the silence and glanced back in curiosity. When she saw Yixian's expression, a wave of concern washed over her. This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a state. Yixian? What's wrong? Who's calling? Yixian did not respond. He simply took the call and stepped outside the warm coffee house. Zhou Wanqing felt a flicker of unease and concern as she observed him talking at the door. Curiosity gnawed at her, prompting her to consider approaching to understand the situation. But is it inappropriate to eavesdrop? Ultimately, her curiosity triumphed over her rationality, and she stealthily moved to the entrance, pretending to tidy up while straining to listen to the conversation. Is there something you need? Yi Xian's voice was cold yet tinged with concern. A middle-aged voice emerged from the phone, steady and amiable, laced with a hint of remorse. Am I not allowed to call you if nothing is wrong? Yi Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting the next words. The middle-aged man continued, let us have a meal together. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian replied coolly, when? Right now? All right, where to? You decide. Then let us go to Yunyan. After a brief pause, the man finally agreed, fine. As soon as Yi Xian hung up and turned around, he found Zhou Wanqing leaning against the door, her ear pressed against the glass, eavesdropping. Yi Xian felt speechless and opened the door, causing Zhou Wanqing to lose her balance and fall backward. Reacting quickly, Yi Xian reached out and caught her arm. Zhou Wanqing regained her balance and, with a sheepish smile, glanced at Yi Xian, feeling somewhat guilty. Haha, I was just cleaning. I wasn't eavesdropping. Upon finishing her words, Zhou Wanqing picked up a cloth and diligently began to wipe the table. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then returned to his position. After picking up the keys from the table, he left for the door with a complicated mood. Hey, where are you going? Zhou Wanqing called out urgently upon noticing. Home, he replied, and with that, Yi Xian opened the door and drove away from the warm coffee cottage. Zhou Wanqing watched his receding figure and pondered aloud. His expression looks so grim. Could it be that he's meeting his ex-girlfriend? At that moment, the door of the warm coffee cottage swung open once more. Lin Qingfeng slowly walked into the cafe. Bro, what brings you here? Zhou Wanqing inquired, puzzled. Lin Qingfeng, curious, asked, I saw Yi Xian outside just now. I called him. But he didn't respond. What is wrong with him? Zhou Wanqing shrugged and shook her head, saying, I don't know. Maybe he went to meet his ex-girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingfeng's expression shifted to one of surprise, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. How do you know? Zhou Wanqing, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed her nose and admitted, I accidentally overheard it just now. After a moment of serious contemplation, Zhou Wanqing asked, Hey bro, do you have any plans later? Lin Qingfeng shook his head in confusion and replied, I shouldn't have anything on. Why? Let us go eat. I'll treat you. Lin Qingfeng frowned slightly but eventually nodded, asking, where to eat? Yunyan. The Yunyan Sichuan restaurant, she declared. Lin Qingfeng parked the car in the spot in front of the restaurant. Why are we eating here? Zhou Wanqing unbuckled her seatbelt and replied, because Yi Xian is here. Lin Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback and quickly exclaimed, so you're not actually treating me to dinner. You're bringing me here to spy on him? Zhou Wanqing chuckled mischievously, saying, what else? You're my brother. It should be you treating me. Hurry up and get out. Zhou Wanqing tugged at Lin Qingfeng and stealthily approached the entrance, peeking inside. Lin Qingfeng grimaced, saying, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhou Wanqing responded, how can you call it spying? Yi Xian is our good friend, and I noticed he didn't look well. What if he's being bullied? Lin Qingfeng cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Wanqing and replied, can Yi Xian really be bullied? Zhou Wanqing began to explain slowly, of course. An ex-girlfriend bringing her new boyfriend to confront her ex is a classic scenario, and right now, he just needs a beautiful, generous, and kind woman to support him. Lin Qingfeng's mouth fell open in disbelief as he muttered, where on earth did you learn about such things? From novels. Isn't it always like that on tomato novel? Besides, Yi Xian is quite handsome, and he delivers food. Isn't that just perfect for this situation? So, it must be that his ex-girlfriend brought her current boyfriend to humiliate him. Lin Qingfeng rubbed his temples in exasperation, unable to articulate his bewilderment. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing spotted Yi Xian and excitedly nudged Lin Qingfeng, saying, I see Yi Xian. Over there. Lin Qingfeng looked up to see Yi Xian sitting expressionlessly at the table, across from a middle-aged man with gray hair, whose demeanor was both stern and somewhat amiable. Zhou Wanqing slapped her thigh and declared, I knew it. Look at Yi Xian's expression. It's filled with humiliation and anger. And that uncle looks so smug and arrogant. It must be exactly what I predicted. That scheming ex-girlfriend of his is truly something, bringing along an older man to flaunt. Lin Qingfeng questioned, but where's his ex-girlfriend? Zhou Wanqing scanned the restaurant and speculated. Probably in the restroom? As Lin Qingfeng observed more closely, he began to feel that the middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xian. Just as he was about to pull Zhou Wanqing away, she suddenly opened her bag, quickly touched up her makeup, and boldly strode into the restaurant. Lin Qingfeng hurriedly called out, Hey, where are you going? Zhou Wanqing waved her hand dismissively, saying with determination, Bro, you wait here. I'm going to support Night Yi. Trust me. With that, she headed straight towards Yi Xian and the older gentleman. Lin Qingfeng stood there, dumbfounded, anxiously stamping his foot. What a foolish girl. Zhou Wanqing took a deep breath and reached Yi Xian's side, pulling at his arm as she exclaimed, Xiao Xian, what are you doing here? Yi Xian froze. and the older man across from him halted his chopsticks midair. Zhou Wanqing winked at Yi Xian, as if to say, I'm here to support you. Isn't that great? Xiao Xian, why aren't you speaking? Yi Xian twitched his lips, looking at Zhou Wanqing with confusion. The middle-aged man then inquired, and who is this? Before Yi Xian could respond, Zhou Wanqing plopped down in the chair beside him, tilting her head to the older man and saying, Uncle. Can't you tell? The middle-aged man slowly set down his chopsticks, regarding Yi Xian with a bemused expression. Yi Xian rubbed his forehead, helplessly stating, Don't misunderstand. We're just friends. What friends? Last night, you treated me to dinner, served me food, and even drove me home. Yi Xian's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, don't listen to her nonsense. The older man, now understanding the context, maintained his serious demeanor and said, Xiao Xian, while I can't control you, as a man, if you're dating, then date. What is there to be embarrassed about? Do you want to act like you're ashamed of it? Yi Xian fell silent, feeling somewhat resigned. Zhou Wanqing, sensing something was amiss, also stood frozen in place. Leaning closer to Yi Xian, she whispered, Where's your ex-girlfriend? Chapter 43, Yi Xian's father. It was only then that Yi Xian realized Zhou Wanqing had misunderstood. He cast a bemused glance at her and replied, Look at the table. How many sets of chopsticks are there? Zhou Wanqing glanced at the table and, seeing only 2 sets of chopsticks, was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she continued to inquire softly, Then who is he? Yi Xian explained helplessly, That is my dad. Zhou Wanqing was struck dumb, looking incredulously between Yi Xian and the older man. It was indeed quite a resemblance. In an instant, her fair face visibly flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, feeling flustered, Zhou Wanqing stammered, Haha, uncle, I was just joking with you guys. I have something to attend to. So I'll be leaving now? With that, her face still red, she turned to flee. Yi Xian quickly stood up, grabbing her arm and pulling out the chair beside him, saying, Since you're here, let us eat together. I'm already so embarrassed, you can't just leave. Zhou Wanqing, trembling, slowly took her seat, her face a portrait of confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Xian turned to the front counter to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. As he reached the front, he spotted Lin Qingfeng lurking by the door. Yi Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. What are you doing? Lin Qingfeng shrugged helplessly and then strode into the cafe. Yi Zhoming looked at Zhou Wanqing, who was fidgeting in her seat, and felt that she looked familiar. Yet he couldn't quite place her. He eventually shook his head and smiled, asking, Girl, no need to be nervous. I'm Yi Xian's father, Yi Zhoming. What is your name? Zhou Wanqing swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, Uncle, I'm Zhou Wanqing. Uncle, I thought Yi Xian was in trouble. So I came to help him out. Please don't misunderstand. Yi Zhoming nodded in understanding, waving his hand dismissively. It's all right. If Yi Xian had a girlfriend as beautiful as you, it would be his blessing. Zhou Wanqing felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this, her hands nervously fidgeting beneath the table. Xiaoqing, may I call you that? Yi Zhoming inquired warmly. Zhou Wanqing nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and replied, Yes, of course. No need to be nervous. I haven't seen Xiaoxian in 3 years. Today is merely a casual dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing was instantly taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, 3 years. Yi Zhoming offered a bittersweet smile and nodded, explaining, My work is rather unique. I seldom have time to contact Xiaoxian. It is only today that I finally have a day off to come back and see him. Zhou Wanqing, her face etched with shock, then asked, What about Yi Xian's mother? Is she as unique as you? A fleeting shadow dimmed Yi Zhoming's eyes at her question. And just as he was about to respond, Yi Xian returned, wielding a pair of chopsticks, accompanied by Lin Qingfeng. Zhou Wanqing, feeling slightly awkward, glanced at Lin Qingfeng and sheepishly remarked, Brother, you came in too. Lin Qingfeng cast a fierce glare at Zhou Wanqing before turning to Yi Zhoming with a smile, saying, Hello, uncle. I am Yi Xian's friend, Lin Qingfeng. Wanqing is my sister. I apologize for the earlier embarrassment. Yi Zhoming waved his hand with a smile, replying, Hello. It's no trouble at all. Please, have a seat. After Lin Qingfeng settled in, the waiter presented several dishes. Yi Zhoming quickly pointed at the food on the table and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? Dig in. The flavors here are quite delightful. Xiaoxian and I used to frequent this place. Lin Qingfeng and Zhou Wanqing expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, uncle. Yi Zhoming looked at Lin Qingfeng and Zhou Wanqing, then glanced at Yi Xian, his eyes brimming with warmth. Xiaoxian had always been independent and introverted, lacking friends, but now he appeared to have changed significantly. Yi Xian silently bowed his head, engrossed in his meal, offering no reply. Meanwhile, Lin Xingfeng looked at Yi Xian with a hint of confusion. Introverted? Lin Xingfeng smiled and remarked, Uncle, Yi Xian has a wonderful personality. He is quite intelligent, possesses a strong sense of justice, and is also very humorous. Yi Zhoming, taken aback, turned to Yi Xian and asked, is that true? Yi Xian responded nonchalantly, after all these years, people inevitably change. Yi Zhoming sighed with a hint of regret, saying, that's true, it's my failure as a father. Yi Xian met Yi Zhoming's gaze with a profound look, shaking his head and reassuring. You need not feel guilt. I am living quite freely, comfortably, and happily now. Yi Zhoming lowered his head, his hands instinctively clenching. Zhou Wanqing felt a mix of emotions. Though unaware of their past, she could sense the strained relationship between them. From Yi Xian's perspective, it seemed that this father had become somewhat superfluous to him. Yi Xian smiled gently and asked Yi Zhoming, enough about me. How have you been? Yi Zhoming lifted his head and replied with a smile, not bad. Just finished my work and came back to see you. Are you still unwilling to share what you do? Yi Zhoming offered a wry smile and said, as I mentioned, my work is quite special. Yi Xian, while picking up food, responded, I am currently an invited criminal investigation consultant for the municipal police department. If you remain tight-lipped, I may have to investigate myself. Yi Zhoming was momentarily taken aback, asking with confusion, weren't you working at the Langxian Group? When did you become a criminal investigation consultant? Yi Xian pointed at Lin Xingfeng beside him and said, this is Lin Xingfeng, the captain of the municipal police criminal investigation team. Lin Xingfeng scratched his head bashfully and said, Uncle, Yi Xian is indeed correct. He is our department's invited consultant, and he no longer works at Langxian. His primary job now is delivering takeout. Yi Zhoming's brow furrowed, a glint of concern flashing in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian, asking, are you being bullied? Yi Xian shook his head slowly, responding, I simply dislike that kind of life. Yi Zhoming nodded in understanding, yet shook his head again, saying, if you have the ability to uncover what I do, I will divulge everything to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's brow furrowed. His gaze towards Yi Zhoming filled with astonishment. He discerned the confidence in Yi Zhoming's tone, indicating that he was certain Yi Xian would uncover no information about him. Then Yi Zhoming, looking at Yi Xian with concern, said, delivering takeout is arduous. How is your income? I transfer money to your account every month. Is it sufficient? If not, I can increase the amount. Yi Xian shook his head, replying, no need, it's quite stable. I haven't spent a cent of the money in that account. So you can keep it for yourself. Yi Zhoming was momentarily stunned but ultimately said, no worries, I don't spend much either. Consider it saving for your bride price. Chapter 44, Identity. Yi Xian twitched his lips, hurriedly saying, let us eat. Yi Zhoming cast a teasing glance at Yi Xian, then echoed, yes, yes. Let us eat before it gets cold. After the four finished their meal, they proceeded to the front desk. Just as Yi Zhoming took out his phone to settle the bill, Zhou Wanqing interjected, Uncle, I've already paid. No need for you to do so. Yi Zhoming frowned, asserting, Xiaoqing, that is simply unacceptable. How can one let you pay when we go out for a meal? Zhou Wanqing smiled in response, it's nothing, uncle. It's not a large sum. Besides, you are Yi Xian's father and our elder. It's only right for me to treat you. Yi Zhoming, hearing this, chuckled helplessly. In that case, let us have Xiaoxian treat me next time. Yi Zhoming looked at Yi Xian, saying, did you hear that? Yes, I got it. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. As the four stepped out of the restaurant, Lin Xingfeng spoke up, Uncle, where are you planning to go now? I can give you a ride. Yi Zhoming couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with a mix of guilt and reluctance. Yi Xian immediately understood. He was about to return. Yi Zhoming smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need, I'm heading back. Lin Xingfeng, astonished, exclaimed, you're leaving already? We just had lunch. Yi Zhoming held his head high, nodding with a smile. I have work to return to. I truly enjoyed our conversation today. Let us meet again when the opportunity arises. You all continue to have fun. With that, Yi Zhoming raised his hand to signal a business vehicle at the entrance. The vehicle slowly approached, and a robust man in his 30s stepped out from the driver's seat. Brother Yi leaving already? The man inquired curiously. Yi Zhoming nodded with a smile, then introduced his companions to Yi Xian, saying, this is Lu Huang, my friend. Lu Huang greeted everyone with a smile, saying hello. When Yi Zhoming introduced Yi Xian, Lu Huang couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Is this Brother Yi's son? He seems rather slender. He definitely needs to work out more. Yi Xian shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill. It's 38 degrees today. Yi Zhoming patted Yi Xian's shoulder and then said to Lu Huang, let us go. Lu Huang solemnly nodded in agreement and opened the rear door. Once Yi Zhoming entered the vehicle, Lu Huang waved goodbye to the others before taking his place in the driver's seat. Yi Zhoming rolled down the window and called out to Yi Xian, Xiaoxian. If you manage to uncover what I do, I will tell you everything, including about your mother. With that, Yi Zhoming gradually closed the window, and the vehicle began to drive away. Yi Xian stood quietly, watching until the car disappeared from view. Yi Xian, are you all right? Zhou Wanqing inquired with concern. And Yi Xian managed a faint smile, shaking his head as he replied, it's nothing. Lin Chengfeng looked at Yi Xian and remarked, that person just now was an expert. At least of the military king caliber. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, nodding gravely in acknowledgement. The demeanor of the two resembled that of a superior and subordinate. What exactly does my father do to warrant the personal protection of a military king? With this thought, Yi Xian turned his gaze towards the Xuan restaurant behind him. Back when my parents used to take me here, we dined here for nearly every meal. One could say I grew up in this place. Yet now, even the flavors have changed. Lin Chengfeng, hearing this, asked in confusion, I think the taste is quite good. Why do you say it has changed? Zhou Wanqing also looked at Yi Xian with curiosity. Yi Xian quietly observed the establishment, his mind swirling with memories. As if he could see the three of them gathered around the dining table. Perhaps it lacks the warmth of home. The following day, Yi Xian arose and drove towards the police station. Since his crowdsourcing application had yet to be approved, he was unable to take on any deliveries. Moreover, idling at home felt unproductive, so he decided to visit the police station instead. He parked his electric vehicle at the entrance of the station and walked inside. Upon seeing the police officer at the front desk, Yi Xian immediately greeted, Officer Su, good morning. Good morning, Consultant Yi, Su Xiaolin replied with a smile. At that moment, a melodious yet slightly petulant voice chimed in from beside Su Xiaolin. Consultant Yi, there are others here. Why didn't you greet me? Yi Xian focused his gaze and indeed spotted someone who was straining to present herself, yet only half of her head was visible. Ah, Officer Yu is here too. My apologies, I didn't see you. Yi Xian exclaimed in feigned astonishment. Yu Xinxin shot him a resentful glare. Ah, Consultant Yi, you're so annoying. Su Xiaolin covered her mouth, chuckling. Little Yu, just accept it. Your height is truly a disadvantage, huh? Yu Xinxin, with a forlorn expression, rested her head on the desk. Seemingly devoid of hope, Yi Xian smiled gently and then inquired, has Team Lin arrived? Su Xiaolin nodded, saying, he has been here for quite a while. He should be in the office now. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded and waved goodbye to the two before making his way to the office of the criminal investigation team leader. Yi Xian knocked on the door, and a voice promptly called out from within, come in. Upon entering, he found Lin Chengfeng looking up, his expression tinged with curiosity. What brings you here? Yi Xian plopped down onto the sofa, smiling as he replied, what's wrong? Can't I come by for no reason? Lin Chengfeng sighed and lowered his head, saying, aren't you supposed to be delivering food? Unfortunately, I just switched to crowdsourcing and my application is still under review, so I can't take on any orders. I thought I'd come find you to pass the time, Yi Xian explained. Realizing this, Lin Chengfeng stood up and said, all right then, since you're here, come with me. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, asking, where to? We're heading out. The Qingshuang police station has received a report of a missing person, a child lost in the mountains. Yi Xian, somewhat puzzled, asked, Isn't the criminal police responsible for criminal cases? Typically, missing persons cases don't fall under their jurisdiction. Lin Chengfeng, however, replied gravely, that is indeed the case. But the missing girl is only 12 years old and has been missing for 2 days now. The station has expended considerable manpower in the search, yet there are still no leads. Moreover, the media has picked up the story, generating significant public interest. This morning, Director Zhang specifically approached me, instructing me to intervene in the investigation and giving me 3 days to find the girl, alive or dead. Chapter 45, The Missing Little Girl. Yi Xian immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, standing up and stating, I understand, let us go. Lin Chengfeng nodded in response and led Yi Xian out of the office. At this juncture, Zhao Zongfei and a group of criminal police officers had already assembled. Lin Chengfeng stepped forward, stating solemnly, let us depart. Yes. The officers quickly boarded the vehicles, and 3 police cars departed from the police station in an orderly manner. After approximately half an hour, the cars finally halted at Xinshuo village, situated at the foot of Mount Luofu. Mount Luofu boasts picturesque scenery, characterized by its unique Danxiao landform, and is a historically significant old mountain of considerable scale. However, despite its beauty, it has never been designated a tourist site by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau due to its remote location and rugged terrain, which poses risks of landslides and mudslides. Developing it into a tourist attraction would entail substantial safety hazards, leading to its temporary shelving by the authorities. This very mountain is where the little girl went missing. As the group disembarked, they could clearly see several police officers and firefighters patrolling the midsection of the mountain. At that moment, a middle-aged man in police attire, with a dignified posture and adorned with 2 stripes and a 4-cornered star on his shoulder, approached. "You must be Captain Lin Qingshuang, right? I have long admired your reputation." Lin Qingshuang smiled and extended his hand for a shake, responding, "You flatter me, Director Gao." After exchanging pleasantries, Director Gao's expression turned serious as he pulled a photograph from his folder. "This is the missing girl's photo. Her name is Qingshuang, a 12-year-old student in the 6th grade at Xinyu Primary School." Lin Qingshuang took the photo and examined it. The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail. Her school uniform collar faded from washing, her eyes bright and lively, and she was quite a beautiful child. Director Gao, gazing at the mountain before them, remarked gravely, "We practically turned Mount Luofu upside down. We deployed drones, police dogs, and all available resources, yet she seems to have vanished without a trace." Lin Qingshuang frowned and inquired, "Are there many people who normally frequent this mountain?" Director Gao nodded, saying yes. Many villagers gather herbs like Hautuinia cordata and ferns for wild medicinal ingredients. How do we ascertain that Qingshuang went missing in the mountains? Director Gao immediately pointed to a couple not far away, their eyes red and dazed. They were Qingshuang's parents, Chen Rongfu and Yi Lanying, who had reported her missing. According to their account, at around 5 o'clock that evening, they had prepared dinner at home, waiting for Qingshuang to return from school. However, after nearly 2 hours without any sign of her, they angrily rushed to the school to look for her, only to discover that she was not there, prompting them to hastily call the police. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian turned their attention to the couple. After they reported the case, we promptly arrived at the school. And through the surveillance footage, we confirmed that Qingshuang had left the school heading towards home. Subsequently, we followed her route and discovered through the mountain S-based surveillance that she indeed headed up the mountain. Furthermore, there were witnesses who saw Qingshuang descending the mountain, but as it was still light outside, they assumed she was merely going up to find her parents and thought little of it, heading straight home instead. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "Why didn't the couple go to the school sooner when their child didn't return?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's question, Director Gao glanced at Lin Qingshuang in confusion and asked, "Who is this?" Director Gao had initially held some wariness towards Yi Xian, but Lin Qingshuang remained silent. Lin Qingshuang promptly introduced, "This is Yi Xian, a specially invited criminal investigation consultant from the Municipal Bureau." Director Gao, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. "I see. I thought he was a reporter." Yi Xian offered a faint smile, unperturbed. He understood Director Gao's underlying concerns. The case had already been widely disseminated by the media, and if any unfavorable news were to emerge, not only would the Qingshuang police station face public scrutiny, but the Municipal Bureau would also endure the brunt of public outrage. I also inquired of the couple, but they assumed Qingshuang was merely kept behind by a teacher and didn't think much of it, as similar incidents had occurred before and they were accustomed to it. Yi Xian, after a moment of contemplation, continued, "Is there any footage of the surveillance saved?" "Yes." Having spoken, Gao Feng promptly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the album where the surveillance footage had long been saved. The 2 individuals, upon witnessing this, immediately approached to take a look. The school surveillance revealed that Qingshuang, clad in her school uniform, was the first to dash out of the campus after classes. Subsequently, Gao Feng scrolled through the footage capturing Qingshuang's journey home. He eventually paused at the last video, which depicted the foot of the mountain. In the footage, the sky was still bright, with remnants of sunlight illuminating the base of the mountain. As the video progressed, the time reached 17:25. A little girl, adorned with a pink backpack, appeared at the mountain's foot. Despite her evident fatigue, she frolicked joyfully as she ascended the hill, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Knight Xian's unease deepened at this sight, prompting him to inquire, "Director Gao, are there many entrances and exits to this mountain?" Gao Feng sighed and nodded in response, "Indeed. There are numerous. This mountain has not undergone significant alteration, and the local villagers usually carve paths themselves. Additionally, surveillance footage near Luofu Mountain is scarce, making it impossible to ascertain whether Qingshuang may still be trapped up there." Knight Xian acknowledged this with a nod of understanding and ultimately addressed the group. "Let us ascend and conduct a thorough search." Gao Feng solemnly nodded, then led Knight Xian and the others up the mountain. Lin Qingshuang slowly approached Knight Xian's side, inquiring with curiosity, "Have you discovered anything?" Knight Xian nodded, replying, "There are some peculiarities, but I can confirm that her disappearance was not an accident." Lin Qingfeng, hearing this, responded with a hint of exasperation. Isn't it obvious to anyone that it isn't an accident? Why withhold clues from us? Are you trying to suffocate us? Their conversation reached the ears of Li Xiaoran and Su Yan, who were ahead. Li Xiaoran chimed in angrily. Exactly. Night Advisor is so annoying. He always keeps us in the dark when there are leads. Night Xian offered a faint smile, responding, I am merely speculating. And leaving you some suspense allows for collective deduction. As the group continued their trek, they meticulously observed their surroundings, yet found nothing of significance. Just as they were about to press onward to the mountain's peak, Night Xian's gaze inadvertently flickered, abruptly fixing on a large tree to the right. Wait! Night Xian called out urgently. The group immediately halted, curiously looking towards him, then followed his gaze to the right. Beneath that tree lay a considerable pile of dry leaves, their thickness suggesting they had been deliberately arranged, covering an area large enough for an adult to lie down. Night Xian squinted his eyes and walked towards the tree, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon reaching the pile of dry leaves, Night Xian crouched down for a closer examination. Have you found something? Lin Qingfeng asked, observing Night Xian intently. Night Xian did not respond, but instead called out to Su Guanglei. Guanglei, come over and take some photos. Although puzzled, Su Guanglei complied, capturing several images. Night Xian, watching him work, couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. Truly, he was a professional photographer. Just a few shots managed to encapsulate every detail of the leaf pile. Night Xian then extended his hand to Lin Qingfeng, saying, hand me the gloves. Lin Qingfeng promptly retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket and handed them over. Night Xian quickly donned the gloves and began to gently sift through the leaves. Once he had completely cleared the leaves away, the group's expressions turned grave. Although the ground appeared empty, the soil's vibrant color clearly indicated it had been disturbed and re-bared recently. Night Xian immediately began to dig, with the others donning gloves to assist. Su Guanglei lifted his camera, documenting every action. After digging approximately 20 centimeters, the group unearthed a white blanket. Night Xian unfolded the blanket, gently laying it on the ground. A large pool of dark red blood was revealed to the group's astonished eyes. Blood! Su Yan exclaimed, rushing forward with her toolbox. In a short while, she provided her assessment. It's human blood, and the stains are fresh. Being buried underground slows the drying process. Preliminary analysis suggests the bleeding occurred between 6 p.m. the night before and 6 a.m. this morning. Zhao Zongfei, his expression grave, remarked, that implies murder. Not necessarily. Night Xian murmured, his face inscrutable. Lin Qingfeng promptly instructed, take the blood samples back for DNA analysis to see if they match Chen Shishir's blood. And also collect the leaves to check for fingerprints. The 3 police officers behind them nodded and proceeded to bag the blanket as evidence before departing from Luofu Mountain. Night Xian rose, his expression impassive as he gazed at the soil beneath them. At this moment, he may have already arrived at a few conclusions. Lin Qingfeng continued, let's keep searching for any further discoveries. Understood. After approximately half a day's search, the group had yielded no results. Night Xian stood at the mountain's peak, looking down towards the base, curiously pointing at the main road below. Director Gao, where does that road lead? Gao Feng followed Night Xian's gesture and explained, Fushin South Road. It leads to the city. Night Xian nodded, finally grasping the situation. The perpetrator had already taken Chen Shishir away. He sighed and addressed the group. Let's withdraw. There is little left to uncover, and the child has likely departed via Fushin South Road. The group exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of disappointment. The volume of traffic on Fushin South Road made it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, with no news of the little girl, it seemed she had already. Let's visit Chen Shishir's home. Perhaps we can uncover something new, Night Xian suggested to Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Let's go together. Upon returning to Qingshuang village, Lin Qingfeng and Night Xian arrived at Chen Shishir's residence. Lin Qingfeng, addressing Chen Rongfu and Yi Lanying earnestly, stated, rest assured. Parents, we have a lead and believe we will find your daughter soon. Chen Rongfu and Yi Lanying, their eyes reddened, nodded fervently, expressing their gratitude in a thick Sichuan dialect. Thank you, officer. Thank you. Meanwhile, Night Xian surveyed the surroundings of the house, inquiring, has your daughter exhibited any unusual behavior in recent days? Chen Rongfu and Yi Lanying exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Our daughter is healthy. She hasn't shown any signs of discomfort. Night Xian quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. I meant to ask if there have been any peculiarities in her behavior or anything she might be hiding from you, especially after school. Chen Rongfu shook his head, replying, nothing seems amiss. When she comes home from school, I often see her sitting at her desk doing homework. No strange behavior at all. At that moment, Yi Laniying suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "No, no, there is something." Night Xian, eager for details, pressed, "What seems off?" Sure has never been one to enjoy studying. Yet recently she's been transformed, sitting at her desk daily, diligently writing and drawing. I thought her studies were improving, but she often gets left behind at school to finish her assignments, returning home a half hour later than usual. Sometimes at dinner, she inexplicably bursts into laughter. When I ask her if something good happened, she refuses to tell me. Night Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "Where's her desk? Can you take me to see it?" "In her room. Let me show you." Chen Rongfu quickly nodded, leading Night Xian and Lin Chengfeng into Chen Shishi's room. Although the room appeared somewhat worn, it was meticulously clean and cozy. Night Xian stepped inside slowly, beginning his examination. The desk was cluttered with fairy tale books and numerous drawings created with colored pens, all quite impressive. Yi Xian picked up one of the drawings and casually inquired, "Do you have a son?" Chen Rongfu shook his head and replied, "We have no son. Shi is our only child." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback and quickly raised the drawing, pointing at the boy depicted within, asking, "Then who is he?" Chen Rongfu and Yi Laniying exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. "We don't know. Shi doesn't even have a cousin or a brother. She must have drawn it at random," they said. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned the drawing around and began to scrutinize it closely. The artwork featured a little girl radiating with joy. In her left hand, she held a small windmill, while her right hand was clasped by an older boy dressed in black. The drawing was adorned with numerous pink hearts, and behind them, a small house was illustrated. Could it possibly be a manifestation of psychological fantasy? With this thought, Yi Xian exhaled deeply, feeling hesitant to continue his speculations. After placing the drawing on the table and taking a photograph, he resumed his examination. At that moment, Yi Xian was astonished to discover that the brand of watercolor pens on the table was Van Long, a set valued at over 2,000. "Did you purchase these watercolor pens?" Yi Xian asked, pointing at them. The couple shook their heads in response, saying, "These were bought by Shi. She said she saved 25 yuan for them. I thought they were overpriced at the time. Over 20 yuan for just one box. That's nearly half her tuition. When did Shi bring back the watercolor pens?" Yi Laniying pondered for a moment and replied, "Last Sunday. I was off work and cleaning the hall when I saw her come back with them." Yi Xian increasingly sensed that something was amiss. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on an open diary on the table. Chapter 47, The Terrifying Diary. Yi Xian picked up the diary and slowly opened it. Upon reading its contents, his pupils dilated in shock. The diary contained 5 pages of writing. The first page, "Today after school, the big brother suddenly said he likes me, and he understands me so well." The second page, "I held hands with the big brother. His hand is so big, so warm." The third page, "Fan Ge took me to the amusement park. This is my first time there. The big brother is so nice." The fourth page, "Fan Ge even kissed me. His tongue went into my mouth. Although I don't know why, I kissed him back like he did. We're even now. He. The fifth page, "Fan Ge bought me a lot of delicious food. He even took me shopping for clothes. He helped me change clothes too. So considerate." The sixth page, "I really like Fan Ge. What should I do? I like him so much. Even though being with him sometimes hurts, he always rubs my back afterward. He's so nice." The seventh page, "Fan Ge said he wants to take me away, to be with me forever, but I don't want to leave my mom and dad." Yi Xian immediately shut the diary, unable to believe his eyes, and closed them in anger. "Birth, this diary has been sitting on the table, and you both didn't notice?" Yi Xian asked darkly. Chen Rongfu and Yi Laniying exchanged glances, responding apologetically, "We can't read, we don't understand." Yi Xian was momentarily speechless but eventually asked, "May I take this diary and the drawing with me?" Chen Rongfu nodded eagerly, saying, Yes, that's fine. I can buy Shi another one." Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly exited the room. At the entrance, Lin Chengfeng and a group of officers were already waiting. Upon seeing Yi Xian return, Lin Chengfeng asked, "It's dark now. Should we head back?" Yi Xian shook his head and replied, "Currently, I suspect that Chen Shi is not a murder victim but rather a potential kidnapping. It appears more akin to an elopement." The others exchanged incredulous glances at Yi Xian, their mouths agape in disbelief. It's certain that this was perpetrated by someone she knows. Surveillance footage shows the little girl heading straight for the mountains with a strong sense of purpose, running there immediately after school. Even when tired, she wore a smile, indicating that someone she knew was waiting for her up there, and they shared a close relationship. Yi Xian continued, "Do you remember that blanket? If it were a murder, why would the perpetrator bring a blanket to wipe away the blood? Moreover, the bloodstains on the blanket are oddly placed, not at all resembling a cleaning action. The group stood frozen, some puzzled by Yi Xian's implications. Lin Chengfeng asked impatiently, "What exactly are you suggesting?" Yi Xian's expression revealed a hint of righteous indignation as he slowly stated, "I suspect that the perpetrator lured Qingshuang into the mountains for." The others' faces turned pale, disbelief etched across their features. "No, it can't be." One exclaimed. "Yes, Consultant Yi, she's just a 12-year-old child." Yi Xian nodded slowly, saying at first, "I merely speculated, as such matters are too unfathomable, and the victim's age is indeed too young. Even I couldn't fathom it until I discovered these two items on Qingshuang's desk." Saying this, Yi Xian handed the diary and drawing to Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei. "Take a look." Zhao Zongfei took the drawing and began to examine it, but after a moment, he remained perplexed. "Isn't this just a child's drawing? What is so strange about it?" Yi Xian began to explain. "According to Qingshuang's parents, she has no brothers, not even cousins. But think about it. Why would Qingshuang depict such a scene? A man holding her hand, surrounded by hearts, with a house drawn behind them." The group fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Xian. In psychological terms, this is called fantasy or wishful fantasy, stemming from deep-seated desires, needs, and unmet expectations. It is precisely for this reason that Qingshuang illustrated this scene. The others widened their eyes in shock, their pupils dilating. Su Yan exclaimed, "Children's thoughts are the purest. This reflects Qingshuang's innermost desires and yearnings." Yi Xian snapped his fingers in agreement and then pointed at the diary in Lin Chengfeng's hands, declaring, "But that's not all. The events recorded in this diary constitute the most critical evidence." Upon hearing this, Lin Chengfeng immediately began to peruse its contents, while Zhao Zongfei and the others crowded around. After reading through the 7 pages, their expressions turned crimson as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Heavens! How could such a person exist in this world? Birth! To think they would even target a 12-year-old child. One shouted, "This pervert deserves a fitting punishment." Yi Xian quickly interjected, "The diary entries were not written daily but rather at intervals, indicating that this man has been approaching Qingshuang for quite some time. The diary starts with her mentioning that someone suddenly said he liked her, suggesting this occurred near the school. Furthermore, according to her parents, Qingshuang frequently stayed late after school, often returning half an hour later than usual. This half hour could very well have been spent with that man." Lin Chengfeng immediately issued orders. "Quickly check all surveillance footage near the school, focusing on the time after school." Yi Xian added urgently, "I discovered Van Long watercolor pens on Qingshuang's desk, a set valued at over 2,000. There is only one Van Long outlet in Xuan City, located in Wanxiang City. Send someone to investigate who bought the watercolor pens last Sunday." Understood. The group responded in unison before departing from Xinqiao village. The following day, at the Xinqiang police station, Yi Xian received word from Wu Gang. According to the surveillance, last Sunday, a man indeed accompanied Qingshuang to the Van Long outlet to buy watercolor pens. Their behavior was intimate. Here is the photo. Lin Chengfeng handed his phone to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the phone and began to examine it. The footage showed a man dressed in a gray short-sleeve shirt, wearing a black hat and mask, tightly embracing Qingshuang. She appeared to be smiling happily, showing no signs of discomfort. Currently, we only know that the payer's name is Zhang Fan, and we are still investigating his information. Additionally, the DNA results have confirmed that the bloodstains indeed belong to Qingshuang, and the technicians have extracted a small amount of male secretions from the blood. Lin Chengfeng, with a grim expression, addressed Yi Xian, stating, "The Fan mentioned in Qingshuang's diary must be him." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's face darkened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Chapter 48, Classmates. Lin Chengfeng continued, "Moreover, the technicians have extracted a few indistinct fingerprints from the dried leaves, and the results confirm that these fingerprints all belong to the same individual." Yi Xian nodded in response, saying, "There should be no accomplices." "How is the surveillance around the school?" Lin Chengfeng shook his head and replied, "There hasn't been any news yet." Yi Xian furrowed his brow and remarked, "How can there be no news after a whole night? The time frame has been narrowed down to the fixed school dismissal time, yet we still can't find anything?" Lin Chengfeng also shook his head in confusion, explaining, according to Zongfei, he has reviewed the surveillance footage from the past month at least 5 times, but he still hasn't discovered who Qingshuang was with. Moreover, after she left the campus, she vanished, only to reappear in the street surveillance about half an hour later. Yi Xian, with a serious expression, stated, "The school is supposed to be a focal point. There should be plenty of surveillance nearby." Yet the perpetrator managed to evade all cameras perfectly. It seems the assailant did their homework in advance. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian added, "The case has now reached a stalemate. Without any suspects, We cannot proceed like this. Let's head to the school. Lin Chengfeng nodded heavily, and then drove with Li Xiaoran and Su Guanglei towards the school. At Xinyu Primary School, Lin Chengfeng parked the car in a spot adjacent to the school entrance, and the group disembarked, making their way to the school gate. The security guard at the entrance promptly approached them, exclaiming, "Police officers, you're here again." Lin Chengfeng nodded and said, "We need to conduct another investigation inside. Could you please notify someone?" The guard immediately nodded in agreement, responding, "Of course." He then took out a key, pressed a button, and the door slowly opened. The group stepped inside. "Please wait a moment. I have already informed the vice principal." Lin Chengfeng acknowledged, while Yixian turned to the security guard and inquired, "How old are you, my friend?" The guard replied with a smile, 24. "I just graduated from university not long ago." Yixian remarked, "Wow, fresh out of college and already working as a security guard?" The guard bashfully scratched his head and replied, "It's tough to find a job. I couldn't find anything, and this school needed a guard, so I took it." Yixian chuckled, "Not bad. At least you're avoiding 20 years of detours." Then, Yixian asked, "Since you usually watch over this place, are you familiar with Qingshuang?" The guard tensed up a bit, forcing a faint smile as he said, "Not really. I can't communicate much with these kids. It's a pity, though. She was so young to be taken away." Yixian raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Indeed, there's quite an age gap between you." The guard hastily said, "Just wait here. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he walked into the security room. Yixian observed the guard's departing figure thoughtfully, then leaned closer to Lin Chengfeng and whispered a few words. Lin Chengfeng quickly glanced at the guard and nodded in understanding. Su Guanglei, looking surprised, remarked, "The guards at schools are so young nowadays." Yixian nodded in agreement. "It's normal. Recent graduates often face employment difficulties and, out of necessity, can only choose jobs like security or food delivery. There's a saying among us delivery workers now. The faces of delivery workers are becoming increasingly fair and clean. Our Mandarin is getting more standard, and more of us are wearing glasses. This reflects the employment challenges faced by contemporary youth." Li Xiaoran nodded, expressing his thoughts. "Indeed, life is becoming increasingly difficult in today's society." Yixian surveyed the surroundings, soaking in the unique atmosphere of the campus, and remarked, "It's been a long time since I felt the essence of school. I actually find myself reminiscing about it." Li Xiaoran covered his mouth and laughed. "Then why not stay here? With advisor Ye's intelligence, being a tutor for the little ones would be a piece of cake." Yixian quickly waved his hand, saying, "Being a teacher is not as easy as it seems. I couldn't bear the burden of such hard work and wouldn't want to hold back the nation's flowers." Before long, a man wearing a white t-shirt and black-framed glasses hurried over. "Police officers, my name is Chun Jianping, the vice principal of Xinyu Primary School and also Chen Shishir's homeroom teacher." Lin Chengfeng and the others shook his hand. "Vice Principal Chun, we are here to understand how Chen Shishir has been performing at school and who her close friends are." Chun Jianping nodded somberly and replied, "Shishir is a very bright child, lively and adorable, quite popular among the boys in her class. However, she doesn't apply herself in her studies. Otherwise, her grades would be excellent. Who would have thought? I'll take you to her classroom. I was teaching this period but rushed over as soon as I heard you were here." Chun Jianping led them to the corridor of Class 2, Year 6. At that moment, the students inside the classroom were loudly reciting Spring Night's Joyous Rain. Upon spotting Lin Chengfeng and the others, the students abruptly halted their recitation, their eyes filled with fear and curiosity. Chun Jianping approached the door and called out, "Chen Xian, Chun Xuan, come out for a moment." The two girls visibly panicked upon hearing this. Once they approached, Chun Jianping said to Lin Chengfeng and the others, "These two are quite close to Chen Shishir. They stick together during breaks and PE classes." Noticing the nervousness of the two girls, Yixian waved them over, signaling them to follow him. Chen Xian and Chun Xuan exchanged glances with Chun Jianping. Upon receiving a nod of approval from him, they lifted their legs and followed Yixian out of the corridor. Yixian sat down on the stairs and patted the step beside him, saying, "Sit." Chun Xian and Chun Xuan remained unmoved. Although they were slightly less fearful than before, they were still apprehensive. Yixian, smiling, reassured them, "There's no need to be nervous. I'm not a police officer. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, the two girls relaxed somewhat, and then Chen Xian mustered her courage and pulled Chen Xuan to sit beside her on the steps. "What is your relationship with Chen Shishir?" Chen Xian timidly replied, "We are good sisters. She usually brings us snacks, and we bring her snacks too." Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. Yixian nodded and then asked, "Did Chen Shishir mention where she was going?" The two girls exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in perfect unison, a flicker of panic evident in their eyes. Noticing this, Yixian's lips curled slightly. They're still quite innocent, after all. It's all right if you don't want to say. However, think about it. What if Qingshuang is in danger? If you don't speak up and we cannot save her, will she resent you in the future and decide not to play with you anymore? The two girls' expressions turned conflicted upon hearing this. At that moment, Qingshuang, her eyes reddening, said, Sure won't be in danger. Yixian looked at her and pressed, How do you know she won't be in danger? Chapter 49, Urban Management. I. Qingshuang stuttered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yixian simply observed her silently, not rushing her. After a mental struggle, Qingshuang finally spoke up. Sure told us that he is her big brother. Her big brother won't let her be in danger. Upon hearing this, Yixian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to inquire, Do you both know this big brother? The two shook their heads, saying, We don't know him. But we often see him coming to pick up Sure after school. What does this big brother look like? Where have you seen him? Yixian pressed on eagerly. We did not clearly discern the appearance of the older boy, who often waited for Sure by the small path next to the school gate's convenience store. As Xuan reminisced about the scene at the school entrance, he inquired, Did Qingshuang mention where she was going? Qingshuang shook her head, replying no. Sure didn't say where she was headed. She only told us that she might not come back, that she wanted to be with the older boy forever, and asked us not to disclose this. Xuan pondered for a moment before asking, Have you noticed anything unusual? Qingshuang thought for a moment, then eagerly nodded, saying, It seems Qinyang also knows about the older boy. Once, he secretly followed Sure down the path, and the next day in class, we noticed he had numerous bruises on his face and had become unusually withdrawn. Xuan immediately rose and headed towards the corridor. Just as he was about to turn a corner, he spotted Lin Changfeng and others pressed against the wall, eavesdropping. Xuan twitched his lips and instructed, Call Qinyang over. Before long, Qinyang arrived at the stairwell, his steps betraying his anxiety. Xuan fixed his gaze on Qinyang and asked, Do you know Shurshu's brother? Upon hearing this, Qinyang's pupils dilated, his jaw clenched tightly, and he trembled uncontrollably. Observing this, Xuan furrowed his brow and shouted, Speak. Startled, Qinyang's body shook, and he burst into tears, exclaiming, I can't dare to like Sure anymore. Please don't hit me. Xuan quickly stood, placing a reassuring hand on Qinyang's shoulder, saying, Do not be afraid. There are only police officers here to protect you. Just tell us what you know, and nothing will happen to you. Hearing this, Qinyang gradually ceased his tears and, shaking, recounted, I only met that uncle once. That day after school, I followed Sure and told her that I liked her. And then what happened next? Xuan pressed urgently. Qinyang cried out. Then that uncle suddenly charged at me and beat me, saying that only he could like Sure. Xuan gasped in shock. A pedophile? A possessive man? Another psychological deviant? Xuan focused intently, pulled out his phone, and retrieved a suspect's photo from the surveillance footage, asking, Is this uncle him? As Qinyang wiped his tears and looked at the photo, he nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, that's him. He was dressed like that day. Xuan was almost certain that the man was indeed a psychological deviant, his depravity rivaling that of Liu Xiao. If that were the case, Sure was in grave danger. At the school gate, Xuan shouted to the security guard inside through the glass, Buddy, we're leaving. The guard quickly extended his hand, smiling and waving goodbye to Xuan and the others. They finally arrived at the small path beside the convenience store, which, according to Qingshuang and her friends, should be this very path. The entrance was obscured by the store's sign, and one had to navigate a corner to enter, without Qingshuang's guidance. They would never have known this route existed. The path was quite dilapidated, with stone bricks laid unevenly, covered in moss, exuding a strong odor. And there was not a soul in sight. As Xuan and the others ventured down the path, they began to examine their surroundings. There were numerous footprints, most of which bore the same size and pattern, alongside many smaller footprints that appeared to belong to both the suspect and Sure. Su Guanglei picked up a camera and began documenting their findings. As they continued along the path, they eventually reached Fuxin South Road. Once again, it was Fuxin South Road. This was where the suspect had taken Sure from Luo Fuxin, and it was here that he had remained with her all along. No wonder the surveillance footage had failed to capture even a shadow of him. Lin Changfeng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Xuan surveyed their surroundings again, ultimately directing his gaze towards a nearby stall. There is someone running a stall. Let us ask them. The three nodded in agreement and hurried to catch up with Xuan. At the stall, an aunt was busy preparing sweet rice balls for customers. Upon seeing the police uniforms worn by Lin Changfeng and the others, her face visibly paled with panic. She immediately dropped her spoon and bowls and hastily made her way to her vehicle, her movements expertly swift. Seeing this, Lin Changfeng dashed forward, shouting, "Stop!" The stall owner, even more flustered, quickly pressed the accelerator and sped away. Meanwhile, two young men standing beside the stall stood dumbfounded, watching the ant flee in shock. The four of them came to a gradual halt. Lin Qingshuang's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone, declaring, "I'm contacting the nearby traffic police to apprehend her." Xuan hurriedly stopped him, asking, "What do you intend to arrest her for?" Lin Qingshuang was momentarily taken aback, responding, "For the suspected kidnapping of Qingshuang." Xuan replied exasperatedly, "She's just a stall vendor. Why do you think she's involved in the kidnapping? Why would she run from us if she had nothing to hide? Could it be that she mistook us for city management?" Lin Qingshuang fell silent, his face shifting from dark to crimson. Li Xiaoran chuckled softly, saying, "That lady must have been caught by city management multiple times to have escaped so adeptly." Xuan shook his head in resignation and approached the two customers. "Are you here to buy sweet rice balls?" The two, still in shock, nodded slowly. And upon seeing Lin Qingshuang in uniform, they instinctively straightened their posture. "Hello, police comrades," they greeted. Xuan waved his hand, saying, "No need to be nervous. I merely want to ask if this lady typically sells here." One of them replied promptly, "Officer, are you here to arrest the vendor? Please don't. They don't allow stalls near the school gate, and even the surrounding areas are restricted. She has no choice but to set up here. And there aren't many people around, so it won't cause any trouble. Please be lenient and let her go." Indeed, there are no other vendors selling sweet rice balls nearby, and even food delivery is scarce. It's not easy for us to get a taste. Xuan quickly shook his head, saying, "You misunderstand. We only want to inquire about her. We're not city management, but it appears she mistook us for them." The two exchanged bewildered glances before laughing. "So that is how it is." They nodded in unison, adding, "Yes, the vendor has been selling here for some time. Her sweet rice balls are delicious, and we buy from her often. I even have her contact information. Should I call her back?" Xuan immediately nodded, "Yes, please." One of them took out his phone and dialed the vendor's number, putting it on speaker. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, young man, I'm sorry. There were city management officers earlier. Don't worry, come back tomorrow, and I'll give you 2 extra portions." "Boss, you misunderstood. They're not city management. They're police officers looking for you. Please come back." Upon hearing this, the vendor was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Are you sure they're not city management?" Xuan reassured her, "Annie, rest assured, we're from the municipal police, not city management. Would you be so kind as to return for a moment? We just wish to ask you some questions." The vendor finally believed them, smiling sheepishly. "Oh dear, you should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have run." Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You didn't give us a chance to speak. You just bolted." With a swift motion, the vendor continued, "In that case, I'll be right back. Please wait a moment." After hanging up, Xuan returned the phone to its owner. Before long, a familiar stall vehicle slowly approached their line of sight. "It really is the police. Thank goodness I didn't stray too far," the vendor exclaimed. Stepping out of the vehicle with a smile, Xian swiftly stepped forward and pointed towards the narrow path he had just mentioned, inquiring, "Sister, may I ask if that path sees much foot traffic?" The vendor, following Xian's gesture, responded, "Not at all. That place is both foul-smelling and cramped. How could anyone use it? I've been setting up my stall here for nearly 6 months, and I've yet to see anyone traverse that route." Xian retrieved his phone and displayed the photographs of the culprit and Qingshuang. "Sister, have you ever seen these 2 individuals?" The vendor scrutinized the images intently and nodded. "Ah, indeed. I see them quite frequently. They often emerge from that little path." Immediately, the vendor pulled out her phone, opened a video from her previous social media posts, and handed it to Xian. "Here is it them?" Xian eagerly accepted the device. The screen showcased a video of the vendor preparing various ingredients for her ice dumplings. However, in the foreground, a man in his 20s, wearing a mask and sporting long hair, was seen gently escorting Qingshuang towards a vehicle, a blue BMW, license plate, Xuan A54188. "Is it them? I happened to record this when I was filming the video. I see these 2 almost every day at my stall, but it's a bit odd." Xian hastily asked, "What is odd about it?" The vendor replied, "That young man seems to be picking up the girl from school, but after taking her away, he returns her shortly thereafter. Isn't that peculiar?" Xian and Lin Qingshuang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise. Xian promptly expressed his gratitude to the vendor and transferred the video to his phone. At the Qingshuang police station, Zhao Zongfei rushed in. Team leader Lin, consultant Yi. We've made progress. The individual who purchased colored pens at the Wanlong counter is named Zhang Fan, 28 years old, a local from Xuan City and an artist under Boyo Media. Our investigation into the license plate revealed that the vehicle belongs to Zhang Fan. Yi Xian furrowed his brow and asked, a celebrity? Zhao Zongfei nodded. He is a well-known online singer. Moreover, the traffic police discovered through surveillance footage that the vehicle with license plate Xuan A54188 has been parked at Villa No. 12 in Muse Garden since returning from Fushin South Road 2 days ago. I've alerted the team to monitor the vicinity of that villa and will maintain communication with us. Oh right, Team Leader Lin, there's news regarding your earlier inquiry. 2 months ago, Zhang Fan transferred 5,000 yuan to Huang Chao's account. Yi Xian inquired, puzzled, who is Huang Chao? Lin Chengfeng replied slowly. The security guard at the school. Yi Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Then it's certainly not a coincidence. Lin Chengfeng, curious, asked, what led you to suspect Huang Chao? Yi Xian elaborated. Initially, I wondered how the culprit was so familiar with the school's vicinity, even knowing about that hidden path. I had considered the school teachers as suspects. However, Chen Shishir's diary mentioned an older brother, while the teachers are generally much older. Furthermore, even teachers would struggle to comprehend the locations of all the surveillance cameras in the school. Did you hear my conversation with the security guard at the school gate? Lin Chengfeng nodded, perplexed. Yes, I did. What is peculiar about it? Yi Xian patted Lin Chengfeng's shoulder, smiling. Huang Chao claimed he wasn't familiar with Chen Shishir. Yet the school's surveillance shows that she waved goodbye to him every day after school, indicating they had conversed frequently. This suggests Huang Chao was being dishonest. It was at that moment I shifted my suspicion onto him, as he, being a security guard, would have access to the school's surveillance footage daily and would be the most familiar with the cameras in the area. Moreover, the report stated that Chen Shishir was missing. Later, police surveillance revealed the little girl running up the mountain alone, leading the media to report that she had vanished while heading to Luofu Mountain. It seems that only we, the police, recognized that Chen Shishir had been kidnapped. Yet, Huang Chao claimed she was abducted by someone, which raises suspicion, doesn't it? Lin Chengfeng's eyes widened in realization as he looked at Yi Xian incredulously. I've been so careless. Yi Xian continued. Huang Chao must have provided the culprit with information about the little girl and the locations of the school's surveillance cameras in that narrow path, which is why the perpetrator remained hidden from view on the surveillance footage. Lin Chengfeng swiftly asked, shall we apprehend him? Yi Xian shook his head, replying, no rush. He wants to escape. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian recalled that Zhang Fan was a singer. He pulled out his phone, opened a music app, and searched for Zhang Fan. Upon seeing Zhang Fan's profile, Yi Xian remarked, over 50 singles and more than 30 albums. Quite impressive. Chapter 51, The Capture. Without delay, Yi Xian selected one of the most favored songs from the singles list. The phone erupted with a melodious prelude that resonated throughout the conference room. Yi Xian sat back in his chair, quietly absorbing the song, while Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei exchanged bewildered glances. This hardly seemed like the appropriate time for music. However, as the vocals began, Yi Xian's brow furrowed deeper. After a few moments, as one song concluded, another followed. After listening to 4 or 5 songs, Yi Xian pressed the pause button. What's wrong? Lin Chengfeng asked, puzzled. Yi Xian slowly straightened up, his gaze sharp and a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that Zhang Fan is a second Lu Xiao. At this revelation, both Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Chengfeng regained his composure and quickly pressed, are you suggesting that Zhang Fan also suffers from a mental illness? Yi Xian nodded affirmatively, responding, moreover, I suspect Zhang Fan's psychological issues are far more severe than Lu Xiao's. How so? Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei exchanged serious glances, awaiting Yi Xian's explanation. Have you ever heard of a mental disorder known as pedophilia? They exchanged looks, both shaking their heads in unison. According to Qingshuang, when he confessed his feelings to Chen Shishir, the perpetrator rushed out like a madman, shouting that only he could love Shishir. This is a classic sign of pedophilia, accompanied by extreme possessiveness. Zhao Zongfei swallowed hard, incredulously saying, is there really such a bizarre phenomenon in this world? Yi Xian chuckled and pointed at his phone. Did you notice anything strange in those songs I just played? Lin Chengfeng kicked Yi Xian playfully, frowning, spit it out. Yi Xian winced and rubbed his leg, shooting Lin Chengfeng a reproachful glare. The instrumentals of these songs are light and soothing, but the lyrics tell a different story. For instance, this line, I am madly in love, nurturing within the creases, and I am insane, forever a child in a fairy tale. There's also this line, through the moist veins of a butterfly's wings, remnants of a past longing linger in the heart. These words are rather stark and beautifully written. Had I not grown suspicious, I doubt I would have noticed. Overall, for him, these lyrics may not merely be poetic. It could very well be his lived experience, an echo of his inner turmoil. Just then, Lin Chengfeng curiously asked, If these are his experiences, does that mean all the songs he has written before are based on his experiences as well? Yi Xian's brow furrowed as he suddenly looked up, his face a portrait of shock. There is more than one victim. He turned to the two men, asserting, "Prepare to return and inform the criminal investigation team to tread carefully. We must not reveal ourselves." Understood. They nodded and swiftly made their way towards the city. At Muse Garden, Lin Qingshuang, dressed in a shirt, hurriedly joined the other officers as they rushed towards Muse Garden. Under the guidance of the criminal investigation team, the crowd made their way to Villa number 22, which sat directly opposite Villa number 12. Lin Qingshuang concealed himself within a room, observing for a while until he finally spotted Zhang Fan, bare-chested, drawing back the curtains of the window on the third floor of Villa number 12. Upon confirming that the suspect was still at home, Lin Qingshuang immediately announced, "Surround the villa and prepare for the arrest." Understood. Zhao Zhongfei replied solemnly, then stealthily approached the entrance of Villa number 12 alongside Lin Qingshuang. Lin Qingshuang gestured to the others behind him, and they instinctively concealed themselves, evading both the surveillance cameras and any direct lines of sight from within the rooms. Lin Qingshuang raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Inside the room, Zhang Fan gazed at the four despondent girls sprawled across the blood-stained bed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you like it, my darlings? I have invested considerable effort to have you. What a captivating scene. You are my everything." The four girls lay naked, trembling, their bodies riddled with countless wounds, blood soaking into the sheets. Of the four, three had cried until their tears ran dry, their eyes hollow and devoid of light, resembling soulless shells. The fourth, Qingshuang, had bloodshot eyes, her tears soaking the pillow, her wounds still oozing blood, her face a portrait of pain and despair. Just as Zhang Fan was about to remove his clothing and approach them again, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow sharply, causing the four girls to tremble, their eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Zhang Fan cast a threatening glance at the girls, who were filled with terror, and they all averted their gazes. Too frightened to meet his eyes, Zhang Fan then dressed himself, locking the door behind him as he descended the stairs cautiously. As he reached the bottom, he paused, cautiously picking up his phone to check the surveillance feed. Upon seeing only a single man in a property management uniform, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Who is it?" Lin Qingshuang's voice rang out. "Mr. Zhang, hello? I am a staff member from the property management department of Mushy Flower Garden. A couple of days ago, you mentioned wanting to order a flower bed, and I'm here to discuss the details with you." Prior to arriving, Lin Qingshuang had discreetly consulted the property management based on recommendations from Yi Xian, learning that Zhang Fan wished to purchase a flower bed, prompting him to disguise himself as a property staff member. Realizing the situation, Zhang Fan responded with a hint of wariness, then just placed the order directly. "Why are you here? I want to shortchange you. Mr. Zhang, I need to understand what size flower bed you require. There are many types and styles, so I wanted to confirm the specifics with you. Didn't I tell you to just get whatever? What is so hard about that?" Zhang Fan retorted angrily. Lin Qingshuang, with a wry smile, replied, "Mr. Zhang, aren't you making it difficult for us? We don't even know how much space you have left in your yard. We truly can't make a decision." Zhang Fan, growing increasingly impatient, opened the door and shouted, "I said whatever. Are you deaf?" Before he could finish, Lin Qingshuang seized the moment when the door opened, kicking it wide open with a forceful shove. Zhang Fan was thrown backward by the impact. Lin Qingshuang rushed forward, pinning Zhang Fan down, shouting, "Don't move. Police." The other officers surged in, swiftly subduing Zhang Fan. The fierce expression on Zhang Fan's face faded into a look of shock, soon replaced by palpable fear. "What do you want? I warn you, this is trespassing." Chapter 52, Public Figure. Lin Qingshuang produced his identification, stating, "Mr. Zhang, we suspect you of the sexual assault and abduction of minors. Please cooperate with our investigation. Here is the arrest warrant and search warrant." He then directed the officers, "Search." The team immediately sprang into action. In a panic, Zhang Fan shouted, "You're full of crap. You're framing me. I will expose you. I will file a complaint. I will sue you." Lin Qingshuang coldly retorted, pointing to the recording device on his chest. "We have the entire incident recorded. If we truly are wronging you, feel free to sue us. Report. We have found something on the third floor." At this, Zhang Fan's composure crumbled, his face filled with dread as he glanced towards the staircase. Lin Qingshuang shot a chilling look at Zhang Fan before making his way upstairs. The door to the room had been forcefully breached, and inside, the four little girls, now assisted by female officers, had managed to dress themselves. They wept inconsolably, clinging tightly to the officers as if wanting to merge into their embrace. "Help! Help! Police uncles! You've finally come." The officers, filled with guilt, approached, tenderly patting the girls on the back, their eyes glistening with tears, murmuring, "We're sorry. We arrived too late." Lin Qingfeng's fists clenched tightly as he surveyed the girl's injuries. Meanwhile, a policeman searching the adjacent room called out, "Report. We have found something." Lin Qingfeng immediately sprinted over. Upon entering the room, he was momentarily taken aback. This was Zhang Fan's studio, filled with various musical instruments. Yet the walls were plastered with photographs of the four little girls, showcasing their private parts in shocking clarity. There were even images capturing Zhang Fan's illicit acts against them. The officers, witnessing this, instinctively shut their eyes, fists clenched in rage. Lin Changfeng directed a female officer, "Document the scene and collect all the photographs." The female officer nodded solemnly, suppressing her fury as she stepped into the room. Lin Changfeng turned to Zhang Fan, coldly demanding, "What do you have to say for yourself? You truly are despicable, preying even on little girls." Zhang Fan, momentarily speechless, soon regained his composure, sneering, "You fools don't understand anything. They belong to me. Everything about them is mine." Lin Qingfeng, fists clenched, advanced and delivered a punch to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan winced in pain, but then laughed maniacally. "Huh? You think you can do anything to me? Even if you capture me, I'll be out before long. Ha ha." Zhang Fan's gaze was filled with contempt as he looked at the officers. Lin Qingfeng coldly stated, "I'm eager to see what you can achieve, what connections you have. Take him away." The officers, with icy expressions, seized Zhang Fan's arms and escorted him out of the villa. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in the interrogation room, Lin Qingfeng and Yi Xian sat coldly observing Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, what do you have to say for yourself?" Zhang Fan scoffed dismissively. "What can I say? You've all seen it." Lin Qingfeng glared at him, unable to restrain himself from rising to his feet. Yi Xian quickly intervened, pulling Lin Qingfeng back, then turned to Zhang Fan, asking, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhang Fan shrugged, smirking. "Death? Do you really think your police department can make me die? This is the age of public opinion. Can you really go against the masses?" Yi Xian stared at him, astonished, as if he were looking at a fool. "What makes you think the public will help you?" Zhang Fan confidently replied, "I am a public figure. I have the ability to make everyone believe in me." Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. "You're seriously deluded." He straightened in his chair, adopting a serious tone. "Now, I need you to recount the entire process of how you abducted those four little girls." Zhang Fan arrogantly retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Night Xian continued, "You anonymously posted on social media seeking underage girls, ultimately contacting Huang Chao and paying him 5,000 yuan for Qin Shishir's information. Is that true?" Zhang Fan, taken aback, turned his head and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Night Xian scoffed, retorting, "Huang Chao has been apprehended and has confessed everything. What good is your denial now?" Zhang Fan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Night Xian. "Using the information provided by Huang Chao, you arrived at the small road next to the convenience store at Sinew Primary School, where you closely observed Qin Shishir. Your interactions lasted approximately half a month. She, being innocent and naive, completely depended on you. You eventually expressed a desire to be with her forever, hoping she would leave Qingshuang town with you. However, Qin Shishir hesitated to part with her parents. Ultimately, after your persistent persuasion, she agreed. You arranged to meet at Luofu Mountain, a location devoid of surveillance that would allow you to abduct Qin Shishir silently, making it appear as though she had merely gone missing, thus diverting any investigation away from you. Night Xian then looked at Zhang Fan and added, "Your methods were quite practiced. You employed the same tactics to lure away those three girls, did you not?" At this moment, Zhang Fan was left in shock, his mouth agape, staring incredulously at Night Xian. Ignoring Zhang Fan's astonishment, Night Xian continued, "Upon arriving at Luofu Mountain, you initially planned to drive her away. But driven by impulse and seeking thrill, you took a blanket from your car and forcibly assaulted Qin Shishir in the wilderness. Fearing the discovery of blood, you dug a pit to bury the blanket, subsequently dragging Qin Shishir away from Luofu Mountain. You're lying. I've never been to Luofu Mountain. You have no evidence. I'll sue you for defamation." Zhang Fan shouted, his face taut with rage. "You covered the already dug pit with dry leaves, and although you concealed it quite naturally, it did not escape my scrutiny. The leaves bore remnants of fingerprints, which match yours precisely. This is the evidence." At this point, Zhang Fan fell silent, fixing a snake-like glare at Night Xian. "You shouldn't have touched that blanket with your filthy hands. It was a precious item belonging to me. Just wait. I will settle the score with you when I get out." Night Xian smiled calmly and said, "Get out? Do you think Boyu Media can save you?" Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, uneasily inquiring, "What do you mean?" "From the moment your incident occurred, Boyu Media issued a statement severing ties with you and suing you for damages, which means you are now utterly alone, with no one to aid you. After saying this, Knight Qian pulled out his phone and displayed Boyu Media's latest Weibo post in front of Zhang Fan. Chapter 53, The Flight. Zhang Fan froze upon seeing this, then struggled against the interrogation table, glaring at Knight Qian as he shouted, "Impossible. President Wu clearly told me to proceed boldly. He would definitely save me if anything went wrong." Knight Qian asked indifferently, "Which President Wu?" Zhang Fan immediately fell silent, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "Boyu Media has distanced itself from you and is preparing to sue you. Do you still intend to shield them?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's face darkened with fury. Time ticked by, as Knight Qian and Lin Qingfeng remained patient, quietly waiting for Zhang Fan's next move. Ultimately, Zhang Fan could no longer bear the psychological pressure and came to believe Knight Qian's words, especially since Boyu Media had made a public statement, irrefutable evidence. Zhang Fan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Wu Shiyu, you deserve to die? You're the one who has betrayed me." Knight Qian immediately pressed. "Who is Wu Shiyu?" Slumping in defeat, Zhang Fan slowly replied, "Wu Shiyu, the CEO of Boyu Media. He knew I had a penchant for this and encouraged me to act boldly, saying that as long as I could create songs to generate profits for him, he would protect me even if those girls were harmed, which is why I." Lin Qingfeng and Knight Qian exchanged furious glances. Subsequently, Zhang Fan candidly recounted the transgressions he had committed. All 4 girls hailed from impoverished rural families, and their parents were uneducated migrant workers. The methods employed were strikingly similar to those used on Qingshuang, involving the acquisition of victim information through social media before quietly abducting the 3 girls. Furthermore, during the interrogation, Knight Qian's intense pressure caused Zhang Fan to inadvertently reveal the purpose of his flowerbed order. It was intended for burying the bodies of the 4 girls. Even in the end, Zhang Fan still harbored resentment, fully exposing Wu Shiyu's corruption. Wu Shiyu had evaded taxes amounting to nearly 10 billion. Moreover, he exploited his position to unlawfully assault hundreds of female artists and issue threats. Several women, unable to endure the humiliation, chose to take their own lives, and no clues linking him were ever uncovered, leading to a hasty closure of the cases. Utilizing the leads provided by Zhang Fan, Lin Qingfeng conducted a thorough investigation of Boyu Media from top to bottom, ultimately uncovering solid evidence and apprehending several high-ranking accomplices, including Wu Shiyu. In the end, the Intermediate People's Court of Xuan City ruled to permanently deprive Zhang Fan of his political rights, confiscate all personal assets, and impose a life sentence. Consequently, the Xuan City Education Bureau mandated strict measures to enhance the protection of minors in all primary and secondary schools and related educational institutions, documenting minors' situations in learning, living, and psychological aspects to promptly identify issues and take appropriate measures, ensuring a safe and healthy environment for their growth. As for Wu Shiyu, he was found guilty of tax evasion, rape, and inciting others to harm minors, with particularly severe circumstances. The Intermediate People's Court of Xuan City ultimately sentenced him to lifetime deprivation of political rights, confiscation of all personal assets, and execution by death, to be carried out immediately. The following day, at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Knight Qian visited the office of the chief of the criminal police. "How are the 4 little girls doing now?" Lin Qingfeng rubbed his bloodshot eyes and responded, "We have arranged for professional psychologists to counsel them. According to the psychologists, their trauma stems not only from physical harm, but also from long-term psychological manipulation, accompanied by moderate depression and dissociative symptoms." "Have the parents of the other 3 girls been located?" Lin Qingfeng nodded, saying, "They have been found. Currently, all 4 children's parents have temporarily set aside their work to stay with them in the hospital." Knight Qian nodded in relief upon hearing this. With their parents by their side, they would likely recover swiftly. Lin Qingfeng smiled and nodded in agreement with Knight Qian's sentiment. Then, looking at Knight Qian, he spoke solemnly and sincerely, "Thank you." Knight Qian was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "Thank you for what?" "You saved the lives of these 4 girls, helping them escape their dire circumstances and giving them hope for life, while also safeguarding those who have yet to be harmed." "Thank you." Knight Qian felt a bit embarrassed and bashfully replied, "Old Lin, why have you become so courteous? It's not solely my achievement. Most of it is thanks to you all. You've made me feel slightly embarrassed by your praise." Lin Qingfeng chuckled and patted Knight Qian on the shoulder, saying, "All right. No need to be modest. Without you, we would have made little progress. Are you free tonight?" Knight Qian asked curiously, "What is up? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Knight Qian's eyes lit up at this. "How about seafood? Is that acceptable?" Initially, Lin Qingfeng's expression had reflected a hint of appreciation upon hearing the earlier part of the statement. However, He suddenly darkened upon hearing Night Xian's latter comment. Scoundrel. Lin Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, responding, that's fine. You choose the place, and I'll pick you up tonight. Yi Xian, upon hearing the good news, stood up with satisfaction and signaled an okay gesture. He expressed his gratitude towards Boss Lin for his generosity. After leaving the police station, Yi Xian opened the crowdsourcing app and went online to accept orders. Just as he finished logging in, a notification chimed on his phone. You have a new order. Please confirm promptly. Orders arrived swiftly. Yi Xian glanced at the time and remarked, the lunch rush is about to commence. Let us see how much I can earn during this peak time. Off I go. With that, he twisted the throttle and sped away. As a newcomer in the world of crowdsourcing, Yi Xian, still a novice, could only accept a maximum of 3 orders at a time. This limitation frustrated him, especially when he encountered many convenient orders that he couldn't seize, leaving him itching for more. Alas, in a world where tigers have fallen from grace. However, having familiarized himself with the rules of crowdsourcing, Yi Xian decided to focus on running orders and leveling up. At 2:30 in the afternoon, after completing 1 order, Yi Xian parked his vehicle under a tree. The weather was unbearable, a scorching 40 degrees. Goodness gracious. He removed his sunshade mask and wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue. Indeed, crowdsourcing was relatively easy, albeit with few orders. Checking his phone, he sighed in disappointment. I only managed to complete 20 orders during the entire lunch rush, earning a mere 120. What a struggle. Shaking his head in resignation, he muttered, well, since Lin is treating us to dinner tonight, I'll refrain from running more orders and will resume tomorrow. With this thought, a smile crept onto Yi Xian's lips, anticipation bubbling within him. Yet, he felt a twinge of indecision. Which restaurant should they go to? An expensive one was certainly out of the question, or Lin would surely berate him. But could the cheaper places guarantee fresh seafood? Rubbing his temples, Yi Xian suddenly recalled Zhou Wanqing. Ah yes, he could bring his sister along and let her choose the venue, even if she picked an expensive place. It wouldn't be his fault, right? With this in mind, Yi Xian promptly donned his sunshade mask and revved the engine, racing towards Warm Coffee House. Upon arriving at Warm Coffee House, Yi Xian parked in the shade and entered. Pick up your order at the table by the door. A clear and unfamiliar female voice reached his ears. Chapter 54. Staff member Jiang. Yi Xian looked up to see a charming girl in jeans, adorned with a Warm Coffee House apron, smiling at him. He was momentarily taken aback and asked, who are you? The girl also seemed surprised, then pointed to the table where a packaged coffee sat, asking, aren't you here to pick up an order? Yi Xian shook his head and replied, no. The girl, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and quickly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. I mistook you for a delivery person. She hurried over to the ordering counter and inquired, what would you like to drink? Not in a rush. Where's Zhou Wanqing? Yi Xian asked. The girl looked slightly taken aback and responded warily, what do you want? She scrutinized Yi Xian, silently thinking, is he a suitor of Wanqing? Wearing a mask. Could he possibly be a bad person? Yi Xian thought to himself, why is she looking at me as if I'm a villain? I'm her friend. Are you a newly hired employee of hers? The girl nodded and replied, yes, I just started a couple of days ago. Understanding this, Yi Xian nodded and continued, so, where's Zhou Wanqing? The girl then explained, Sister Wanqing took Shishi to the veterinary clinic. She should be back soon. Yi Xian frowned and asked, what's wrong with Shishi? The girl shook her head and said, nothing serious. She just took it for a bath. Sister Zhou mentioned it hadn't been bathed in a long time, and since today was free, she decided to take it. Yi Xian nodded in understanding and said, I'll have an Americano with a slice of lemon and extra ice. The girl tapped a couple of times at the cash register and smiled. That'll be 30 in total. How would you like to pay? Yi Xian blinked, removed his mask, and earnestly replied, do I really need to pay? The girl raised an eyebrow, slightly guarded, and said, although you're quite handsome, this is a lawful society, and we do not condone dining and dashing here. Yi Xian chuckled and jokingly retorted, how can you say such harsh words? The boss often treats me to coffee, you know? The girl smiled faintly, responding, I don't know. WeChat or Alipay? Yi Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips, ultimately relenting and pulling out his phone to scan the payment code. Seeing this, the girl smiled genuinely. Just a moment, handsome. Your coffee will be ready shortly. With that, she turned and busied herself. While waiting, Yi Xian, feeling a bit bored, turned to the girl and asked, what's your name? Without turning her head, she replied, I'm Jiang Yi. Yi Xian nodded and commented, that's a lovely name. Where are you from? Guang City, she answered. Yi Xian expressed surprise and, in a rather unrefined tone, exclaimed, oh Lei Ho, monkey Sai Lei. Jiang Yi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, dude, If you can't speak properly, maybe you shouldn't speak at all. Unfazed, Yi Xian continued. So, what brought you to Chuan City? Jiang Yi pouted slightly, lamenting. Dude, young girls have dreams too. Before coming to Chuan City, I was filled with passion, only to be harshly met with reality. Yi Xian's interest piqued, and he asked curiously, oh, what happened? He loved gossip. After graduating, I stayed home, and my parents, fed up with my laziness, gave me 20,000 yuan to fend for myself, insisting I couldn't ask them for a dime. I was thrilled at the time. I always wanted to step out and conquer my own territory, Jiang Yi declared with pride. And then, Yi Xian inquired. Sensing a shift in her mood as her expression became odd, Jiang Yi suddenly slumped in despair, replying, well, I arrived in Chuan City last week, and I had lined up interviews through job apps, only to find they were all for loan companies. Then, while looking for a place to rent, I fell victim to a shady agent who scammed me out of 3 months' rent. For days, I searched for jobs, staying in hotels, and to make matters worse, I couldn't resist the delicious food in Chuan City, leaving me completely broke. I initially planned to surrender and return home, but feeling down, I took a stroll by the river and saw the hiring notice for Warm Coffee House, so I decided to take the job. Ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Yi blushed from embarrassment, stamping her foot and exclaiming, stop laughing. No laughing. How did that shady agent scam you? Jiang Yi sighed and recounted. The agent told me the apartment had great lighting, good soundproofing, and was a high-floor unit with floor-to-ceiling windows, a creamy-style studio apartment. But I had to pay 1,000 yuan deposit before viewing it. Yi Xian was taken aback and asked dumbfounded, you really paid it? Jiang Yi scratched her head and nodded. I did. He said there were many people wanting to view it, and I was eager to rent. So I paid to skip the queue. Yi Xian rubbed his temples and then asked, and then what? After viewing the apartment, it was indeed nice. Costing 2,000 a month. I rented it and also paid 3 months deposit and 1,000 yuan agency fee. However, on the first night, I couldn't stand it because the soundproofing was terrible. I could hear noises from upstairs and next door all night. The next day, I told the agent I wanted to cancel, but he refused, claiming I had signed a contract. Eventually, I called the police, but they said they could only mediate. The agent eventually returned my deposit and the current month's rent, but not the deposit. I had no choice but to swallow my loss. Yi Xian frowned and asked, why didn't he return your deposit earlier? Didn't you ask him for it back? Jiang Yi, unable to contain her frustration, waved her fist at the air and said angrily, of course I asked. But then he claimed that was the viewing fee, not a deposit. That is fraud. Didn't you report it to the police? Jiang Yi, feeling somewhat guilty, explained, I did mention it, but prior to viewing the apartment, I signed a contract stating that the viewing fee was 1,000. I was in a hurry at the time and didn't pay attention. At that moment, Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words to describe Jiang Yi, unsure whether to label her as foolish or naive. First, prepare my American coffee. I urgently need to cool down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi suddenly recalled that she still needed to make coffee for Yi Xian. She nodded eagerly and began to busy herself. Just then, the shop door swung open, and a familiar figure entered, carrying a cat bag. Zhou Wanqing looked at Yi Xian in surprise and exclaimed, Yi Xian, what brings you here? Yi Xian replied with a mischievous smile, I missed you, so I thought I'd come and see you. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Xian. What a scoundrel. Just moments ago, he claimed we were merely friends. Chapter 55. Jiang Yi's identity. Zhou Wanqing rolled her eyes, releasing Shishi from her bag while responding, I take things seriously, you know. Yi Xian, amused, inquired, Old Lin is treating us to dinner tonight. Are you joining? Zhou Wanqing nodded, replying, my brother mentioned it this morning. Where shall we dine? Yi Xian shrugged, I have no idea. That's why I came to consult you. Didn't my brother say you choose the venue? Yi Xian rubbed his nose, a bit sheepishly admitting, we mentioned seafood, but I don't know where to go. If it's too expensive, I might feel guilty. Zhou Wanqing then understood Yi Xian's dilemma. She approached him, draping her arm over his shoulder with a sly smile. Night Yi, you still don't know my brother well. Yi Xian instinctively leaned back, sensing an air of conspiracy. What do you mean? Zhou Wanqing slowly elaborated. My brother not only comes from a wealthy family, but he also excels in his field. From what I know, he has even received first-class honors. His retirement package could be around 1 million. Do you think he lacks money? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he leapt to his feet, excitedly exclaiming, wow. Then why should we hold back? Let's go to Shanmei tonight and indulge in seafood until we burst. Shanmei is an upscale seafood restaurant, known for its diverse selection of seafood. With an average cost of around 1,500 per person. That's the spirit. Why worry? Zhou Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian gave Zhou Wanqing a thumbs up, remarking, you truly are your brother's wonderful sister. Zhou Wanqing raised her head proudly, declaring, "Of course." Just then, she turned and noticed Jiang Yi at the bar. Casting a peculiar glance at her and Yi Xian, with a freshly brewed American coffee on the table, Zhou Wanqing suddenly remembered and hurriedly introduced, "Oh right. This is Jiang Yi, my newly hired employee." Yi Xian nodded, lifting the coffee from the table, sipping it while responding, "Got it, a not-so-bright little girl." Jiang Yi shot a fierce glare at Yi Xian, retorting, "You're the one who's not smart. I prefer to call it innocence." At that moment, Zhou Wanqing realized that Yi Xian had certainly conversed with Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi is currently living with me. I happen to have an extra room. It's much more convenient for her to commute for work," Zhou Wanqing stated. Yi Xian nodded, then curiously asked, "What salary are you offering her?" Zhou Wanqing replied, 6,000, including meals and accommodation, plus some holiday bonuses. Yi Xian looked astonished, saying, "Such favorable conditions. I might consider joining." Jiang Yi immediately clutched Zhou Wanqing's arm, casting a wary look at Yi Xian, clearly signaling her intent to protect her job. Zhou Wanqing playfully ruffled Jiang Yi's hair, smiling at Yi Xian. "If you truly wish to join, I could accommodate one more employee." "Forget it. I am a man who cherishes freedom," Yi Xian interjected before Zhou Wanqing could finish. Zhou Wanqing teasingly replied, "You are indeed a man who values his freedom." Yi Xian, with a slight smirk, calmly took another sip of his American coffee. "Jiang Yi, if you don't have anything planned tonight, would you like to join us?" Zhou Wanqing asked. Jiang Yi hesitated momentarily, softly inquiring, "Is that all right?" Zhou Wanqing nodded affirmatively. "Of course. From now on, we are family. There's no need to be overly polite." Yi Xian also nodded, jesting, "Your boss has spoken. If you don't establish a good relationship with her, you might find yourself fired." Jiang Yi eagerly bobbed her head like a chick pecking at grain, joyfully responding, "All right. I'll go." After finishing his coffee, Yi Xian stood up, saying, "I'll head back now." Zhou Wanqing quickly asked, "Aren't you staying here to wait?" Yi Xian sniffed himself, then replied, "I've been delivering takeout all afternoon. I'm a bit disheveled and need to go home to freshen up. Besides, my car is here. Old Lin said he would pick me up." Zhou Wanqing nodded in understanding. "All right then, see you tonight." Yi Xian waved goodbye to the two as he departed from Warm Coffee House. At 6 in the evening, Lin Chengfeng drove Zhou Wanqing and Jiang Yi to the entrance of Yi Xian's apartment complex. At that moment, Yi Xian had just arrived at the entrance as well. Zhou Wanqing leaned out from the back seat, calling out to Yi Xian, "Yi Xian, we're here." Yi Xian looked up and strode towards the car. He opened the passenger door and plopped down inside. "You arrived quite promptly," Lin Chengfeng chuckled in response. "Wanqing's shop is not far from your complex. It took only 5 minutes." Once Yi Xian fastened his seatbelt, Lin Chengfeng took out his phone, opened the location Yi Xian had sent him, and started the car. Yi Xian glanced back and noticed Jiang Yi looking quite anxious. He couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Yi, what's wrong?" Jiang Yi turned to Yi Xian, speaking somewhat timidly, "In nothing." "What are you nervous about?" Yi Xian questioned, puzzled. "Who's nervous?" "I'm not," Jiang Yi retorted while furtively glancing at the driver, Lin Chengfeng. Zhou Wanqing covered her mouth, laughing. "Jiang Yi wasn't like this initially, but she started getting nervous once she learned my brother is a police officer." Yi Xian teased. "Is that so? Are you perhaps hiding something?" Jiang Yi immediately panicked, exclaiming, "I'm not. I don't know why. I wasn't nervous when I met the police officer last time. Perhaps it's because this police officer is my boss's brother, which makes it a bit uncle. You're making me feel old." Yi Xian looked at Lin Chengfeng with a smile. Jiang Yi quickly clarified, No. I mean police brother. I'm just used to calling him uncle." Lin Chengfeng chuckled, reassuring her, "Police officers are just people, like you and me. Besides, they serve the public. So there's no need to feel anxious. Furthermore, I'm not on duty now. We're just friends going out for a meal." Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable sense of comfort upon hearing this, gradually relaxing. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced at Jiang Yi with a smile, saying, "Old Lin, this young lady is no ordinary person." Lin Chengfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Oh, how so?" "She's decked out in designer brands. Just the bracelet on her wrist could buy a house in Xuan City," Yi Xian remarked. Zhou Wanqing looked at Jiang Yi, her face filled with astonishment. Jiang Yi, too, seemed surprised, staring intently at the deep green bracelet on her wrist. "Is it really that expensive?" "I don't know. It was a gift from my mother." Yi Xian curiously asked, "Do you know what your family does?" Jiang Yi shook her head, replying, "I don't know." Chapter 56. Old Wang and Xiao Rou. Yi Xian shook his head in exasperation. "You've graduated from university, yet you don't even know what your family does?" Jiang Yi pouted, saying, "I'm not quite graduated yet. I still have a year left. Besides, that's my parents' work, not mine. I didn't delve into it too much. I did ask them before, but they just said they run a company without elaborating." At that moment, Zhou Wanqing curiously asked, Jiang Yi, what did you major in at university? Jiang Yi responded, I am studying media, and this year I am doing an internship. Zhou Wanqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she said, then you can help me create videos to promote our warm coffee house. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of unease, replied, Sister Wanqing, what's the matter? Zhou Wanqing inquired, puzzled. Yi Xian chuckled softly and remarked, what else could it be? He hasn't excelled in school, which has left him lacking in confidence. Jiang Yi pouted defiantly and retorted, Brother Yi, at least I managed to get into a 211 university. Which school are you attending? Lin Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh and interjected, Xiao Yi, are you trying to compete with Yi Xian? Both Zhou Wanqing and Jiang Yi were taken aback by Lin Chengfeng's statement. Zhou Wanqing, intrigued, asked, Yi Xian, which university do you attend? Yi Xian shook his head and humbly replied, my university? It's just average, Huaqing. Oh, Huaqing, I thought you meant the one in Kyoto. Jiang Yi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. You attend Huaqing University? Yi Xian maintained a modest expression and nodded, saying, yes, it's nothing special. Zhou Wanqing was equally astonished and quickly asked, Yi Xian, what year are you in? Lin Chengfeng suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I almost forgot. Wanqing is also from Huaqing, studying forensic science. Yi Xian gazed at Zhou Wanqing in shock. Zhou Wanqing, noticing his reaction, playfully flashed a peace sign. Call me senior. I was admitted when I was 16. The two girls gasped in disbelief. Brother Yi, you're actually a genius. I would have never guessed, Jiang Yi said, staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian fell silent, glancing at himself and then at Jiang Yi. What do you mean I don't look like one? Jiang Yi rubbed her nose and responded, who has a sharp tongue like that among scholars? Lin Chengfeng shook his head helplessly and said, all right. We arrived at the restaurant. Let us get out. After Lin Chengfeng parked in the designated spot, everyone exited the vehicle and made their way to the elevator. Upon reaching the third floor, a beautiful waitress in uniform approached them. Hello, do you have a reservation? Yi Xian stepped forward and said, yes, under the surname Yi. I booked this afternoon. The waitress promptly nodded and replied, all right, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The waitress led them toward their private room. Jiang Yi curiously surveyed her surroundings and whispered to Zhou Wanqing, it feels so desolate here. Zhou Wanqing smiled and replied, that's normal. This place only accepts reservations. So there aren't many people, and those who come here usually appreciate the scenery and the tranquility. Jiang Yi nodded, somewhat understanding. Just then, Yi Xian caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. He paused, curiosity piqued. When he recognized the person, his eyes widened in disbelief. Old Wang. There stood Old Wang, clad in a black suit with his hair styled in a neat side parting, looking vibrant and energetic. A stark contrast to his previous appearance as a delivery man. At that moment, Old Wang resembled a successful social elite. Opposite him sat a lady whose makeup could only be described as heavily applied, exuding an alluring charm. Her attire was audacious, featuring a black lingerie top paired with a sheer black blouse, revealing hints of her cleavage. Moreover, she wore a daringly short black skirt, subtly hinting at a blush beneath, embodying the essence of a socialite. Yi Xian immediately recognized the woman as the very one Old Wang had been observing, Xiao Ro. Zhou Wanqing sensed Yi Xian's discomfort and followed his gaze. Upon seeing Old Wang and the woman, she appeared puzzled. What are you looking at? Do you know them? Yi Xian nodded and replied, the man is my friend. I don't know the woman. Zhou Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Old Wang before saying, you have such a wealthy friend? Yi Xian shook his head, slowly responding, He.S. like me. He.S. also a delivery man. Zhou Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, really? That guy looks nothing like a delivery man. Yi Xian shrugged and pondered aloud. Old Wang seems quite devoted to that woman, spending on a restaurant like this. Yet, something feels off about it. What seems off? Isn't this just a normal date? Zhou Wanqing asked curiously. I can't quite put my finger on it. Never mind. Let us ignore them and go, Yi Xian said, shaking his head before hurriedly linking arms with Zhou Wanqing to catch up with Lin Chengfeng and Jiang Yi. Just as their figures vanished from the hall, Old Wang seemed to sense something, looking in the direction they had just departed. Strange, did I see that wrong? Xiaoro asked curiously, what's wrong? Old Wang snapped back to reality, shaking his head with a smile. Nothing. Xiaoro, how does this place feel to you? Xiaoro responded cheerfully, it's quite nice. Brother Wang, you're so generous. Just as she finished speaking, a flicker of unnoticeable disdain flashed in her eyes. Old Wang chuckled and waved his hand, saying no, it's just a small expense. He then took Xiaoro's hand, gazing at her affectionately. Xiaoro, have you thought about it? Xiaoro's expression suddenly turned serious, and she hesitated before replying. Brother Wang, I still feel it's too soon. Please give me a little more time to think about it, okay? Old Wang tightened his grip on her hand, insisting, Xiao Rou, don't worry. If you marry me, I will treat you well. I will give you everything. Xiao Rou quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes narrowing playfully. Brother Wang, I understand and trust you, but we've only known each other for less than a month. Please don't rush me. I need time to consider this, as it concerns my entire life. A hint of disappointment flashed in Old Wang's eyes. Yet he forced a smile and nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. Chapter 57. The Death of Xiao Rou. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Yi Xian and the others had already placed their orders and were waiting for their meal. Shortly thereafter, the waitress pushed a cart into the room. Hello. I'm here to serve your dishes. The waitress halted the cart beside the table and began presenting an array of beautifully plated dishes. There were sliced black gold abalone, crystal crab delicacies, geoduck sashimi, and oysters adorned with sea urchin and caviar, not forgetting the succulent East Star grouper, culminating with an assortment of desserts and snacks. After serving the dishes, the waitress exited the room. Yi Xian smiled at Lin Qingshuang and said, Old Lin, you've really treated us. Zhou Wanqing quickly chimed in. Thank you, brother. Lin Qingshuang shook his head in resignation and pointed at the dishes on the table. All right, enough chatter, let us dig in. Just as the group was about to indulge, a terrified scream suddenly pierced through the air from outside the room. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian exchanged worried glances, abruptly dropping their chopsticks and rushing out. Zhou Wanqing furrowed her brows at their direction, while Jiang Yi appeared bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Let us go check it out, Zhou Wanqing said to Jiang Yi before rising to follow. Jiang Yi snapped back to her senses and hurriedly followed suit. Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian sprinted toward the source of the sound, arriving at the storage room's entrance. Outside the storage room, a beautiful waitress sat on the floor in a daze, her face filled with terror as she pointed toward the storage room. Someone's dead. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuang rushed forward and flung open the storage room door, a wave of blood reeking in his face. However, when he beheld the scene within the storage room, his brow furrowed deeply. In the dimly lit storage room, a woman lay motionless, her eyes shut, contorted in a grotesque posture upon the shelves. Lin Qingshuang took a decisive step forward, striding towards her. Upon observing her pallid complexion, which resembled that of parchment, and the unsettling bluish hue of her lips, his expression grew increasingly grave. To his horror, he noticed a fruit knife embedded deep in her chest, blood gushing forth from the wound in a relentless stream. The crimson liquid trickled down her upper body, saturating the shelf beneath her and forming a gruesome pool on the floor, which expanded ominously, weaving dark red rivulets through the cracks of the tiles. Lin Qingshuang raised a hand to check for signs of life at her nose. Confirming her lifelessness, he promptly retrieved his phone to dial the precinct, and after making the call, he turned and exited the storage room. At that moment, the restaurant staff approached the storage room, confusion etched on their faces. Upon witnessing the scene within, they were instantly engulfed in horror. What on earth? How could someone be dead? Oh my god. Call the police. Lin Qingshuang approached, displaying his identification. I am from the municipal police department. Who is in charge here? A woman clad in a black uniform stepped forward. Officer, I am the manager of this restaurant. My surname is Yang. Lin Qingshuang gestured towards the storage room, his demeanor somber. Manager Yang, this is now a crime scene. Please ensure that no one leaves the restaurant and that no one is permitted to enter. The manager's face drained of color as she nodded repeatedly. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. With that, she hurried towards the dining area. Lin Qingshuang, feeling a twinge of unease, addressed Zhou Wanqing and her companion. Wanqing, please guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering or exiting. Wanqing nodded gravely and then led the visibly shaken Jiang Yi away from the scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood at the entrance of the storage room, his expression tense as he gazed at the lifeless body. He recognized the woman, Little Rou from Old Wang's family. Without hesitation, Yi Xian dashed towards the dining area, but found no sign of Old Wang. He scanned the surroundings before returning to the storage room. He inquired of the gathered crowd. Who was at the front desk just now? Two female waitstaff raised their hands in unison. That would be us. Yi Xian immediately pressed on. What about the guests at the table by the window? The waitstaff exchanged knowing glances before responding. That gentleman has already left, and the lady seems to have gone to the restroom. Yi Xian frowned, directing his gaze towards the restroom merely 5 meters away. Do you know what time that gentleman departed? One of the waitstaff pondered for a moment before answering, around 6:40. Yi Xian nodded, deep in thought, then asked, did that gentleman settle the bill? They shook their heads. No, he mentioned that the lady would pay. This revelation prompted Yi Xian to nod in understanding. Lin Qingshuang approached Yi Xian, curiosity evident on his face. Have you discovered anything? Yi Xian nodded, indicating the corpse in the storage room. I saw my friend dining with that woman when we first entered the restaurant. Your friend? Lin Chengfeng frowned, scrutinizing Yi Xian, an odd glimmer in his eyes. Yi Xian chuckled wryly. What kind of look is that? Do you think I would aid him in evading guilt? Lin Chengfeng blinked in surprise and quickly shook his head. That is not what I meant. Yi Xian elaborated. Old Wang is my friend, and he likely had some connection with this woman. However, based on my knowledge of him, he is not the type to commit murder. Why is that? Lin Chengfeng inquired, perplexed. Though Old Wang is somewhat greedy, he is fundamentally a good person. He takes care of the team members, even personally guiding Xiao Xian when he accidentally spilled a customer's meal. His character is commendable, and I have known him for nearly 3 years, so I truly believe he would not resort to murder. Lin Chengfeng nodded, opting not to press further. Yi Xian turned to the staff and asked, who discovered the body? One of the waitstaff raised her hand. That would be me. What were you doing in the storage room? She promptly explained, I intended to retrieve a mop to clean the restroom, but upon opening the door, I was met with a pool of blood. I then saw her lying among the shelves. I called out a couple of times, and when I received no response, I approached her, only to find the knife lodged in her chest. I was so terrified that I ran outside, and then you all arrived. Yi Xian nodded in understanding and asked, are there any other exits in this room? The staff collectively shook their heads, replying, no, there is only the entrance. Yi Xian acknowledged this, then stepped into the storage room for a brief glance at the body. As the coroner had yet to arrive, and the scene had not been processed for evidence, he refrained from approaching the corpse, instead focusing his attention on the still wet blood stains on the floor. The storage room was quite spacious, approximately 30 square meters. There were 2 pools of blood on the floor. One, smaller, was near the entrance, while the other, larger, was located in the vicinity of the shelves where the body lay, with drag marks of blood evident between the 2 pools. After observing for a moment, Yi Xian lifted his gaze to survey the storage room. Eventually, his eyes landed on the window at the far end. This window was more than 2 meters high and operated with sliding double doors, yet it remained firmly shut. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him as he approached the window. Upon inspecting it closely, he noted that it was not locked. Equipping himself with gloves, he opened the window and peered down. The drop was at least 3 or 4 stories, with the surroundings devoid of any structures or objects capable of providing support. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian closed the window, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. A locked room murder? Or perhaps a fabrication? Before long, Su Yan and a team of detectives arrived swiftly on the scene. Lin Chengfeng gestured towards the storage room, instructing Su Yan, the body is inside. Please confirm the cause of death as soon as possible. Su Yan nodded gravely, then entered the storage room. Lin Chengfeng turned to Zhao Zongfei. Investigate the identities of everyone present. Leave no stone unturned. Zhao Zongfei nodded and exited the storage room. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng stood at the entrance, awaiting updates from Su Yan, while the restaurant staff behind them anxiously awaited news. Zhou Wanqing and her companion had been sent home by Lin Chengfeng and were likely already there. Yi Xian turned to Manager Yang and inquired, Manager Yang, is the window in the storage room typically open or closed? Manager Yang promptly replied, it is usually left open during business hours. Only closed after closing or during rainy weather. Yi Xian nodded in understanding and then scanned the staff before returning his gaze. Lin Chengfeng asked Yi Xian, what about your friend? Are we not going to apprehend him? Yi Xian shook his head. Let us wait until the cause of death is confirmed before proceeding. Lin Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Moments later, Su Yan emerged, removing her gloves. Captain Lin, Consultant Yi. Preliminary findings indicate that the deceased has been dead for no more than an hour. The clothing on the corpse displayed distinct wrinkles and dust, suggesting a violent struggle prior to death. The primary cause of death appears to be a ruptured heart resulting in massive hemorrhagic shock, and there are multiple stab wounds on the chest, indicating that excessive blood loss accelerated the demise. Yet, Yi Xian, perplexed, inquired, her lips are turning purple. Could she not be suffocating? Su Yan, upon hearing this, nodded affirmatively and stated with conviction, her respiratory tract and trachea appear to be functioning normally. It seems she was held by the mouth and nose during her lifetime, which led to a temporary suffocation. However, this did not result in a typical airway obstruction. In other words, this is not the direct cause of death. Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian exchanged glances and then addressed Su Yan, saying, transport the deceased back to the station for further investigation and expedite the confirmation of her identity. During the autopsy, be vigilant for any signs of sexual assault. Lin Chengfeng then turned to the detectives behind him and instructed, conduct a search in the vicinity while also retrieving surveillance footage from the restaurant and surrounding areas. focusing particularly on any suspicious individuals who entered or exited the restaurant within the last hour or two. Understood. Su Yan and the group of detectives responded solemnly. Lin Qingfeng then looked at Yi Xian, his tone slightly teasing. It's time to seek out your friend. Yi Xian, with a hint of resignation, nodded and replied. Wait a moment. I'll call him to see where he is. Lin Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Yi Xian took out his phone and dialed Lao Wang's number. Shortly, the call connected. Hello. Lao Wang's voice carried a tone of melancholy, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Hey, Lao Wang, where are you? Yi Xian asked casually. Confused, Lao Wang replied, at the dormitory. What is up? Yi Xian mustered a smile and said, It's been a while since we had a drink together. I thought I'd invite you for a couple of drinks. What do you say? Am I unwelcome? After a moment of silence, Lao Wang responded, All right, come over. I could use some company since I'm feeling a bit down. Xiaoxin and the others are here too. Let us hang out. Where shall we drink? Yi Xian immediately suggested, I'll head straight to your dorm. You all just wait there. I'll bring the drinks and snacks. A hint of surprise crossed Lao Wang's face as he cautioned, Hey, you're not. Yi Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting Lao Wang's next words. Meanwhile, Lin Qingfeng beside him felt an involuntary tension rising. Could it be that they had been discovered? Lao Wang continued, You're not planning to borrow money from me, are you? Because I'm broke. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, replying, Get lost. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Lao Wang retorted dismissively, Well, you did borrow 2,000 from me for that car last time, and you haven't paid me back yet. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. Yi Xian cast an embarrassed glance at Lin Qingfeng, who looked back at him in exasperation. Ahem, I forgot. I'll transfer it to you shortly. All right. I'm coming over now. Okay, come on over then. Bye. After the call ended, Yi Xian said to Lin Qingfeng, Shall we go? Lin Qingfeng nodded, and together with the group of detectives, they departed from the restaurant. Peaceful Garden. This neighborhood, although somewhat aged, boasts commendable housing. The dormitory arranged for the delivery personnel was not located here. Lao Wang found the accommodations too cramped and dirty. Thus, after negotiating with Station Chief Yu, he managed to secure a separate living arrangement for his team. Initially, Station Chief Yu objected, but Lao Wang was quite obstinate. Eventually, they reached an agreement whereby the station would cover half the rent, with the other half being shouldered by Lao Wang and his colleagues. Yi Xian and the detectives walked into the neighborhood and arrived at the foot of building number 3. They drew no attention. Even the police sirens were silent. As most residents here were retired elders, and by this hour, it was already past 8, with nearly everyone settled in for the night. They followed Yi Xian upstairs slowly and arrived at room 401. Yi Xian gestured for everyone to be quiet and raised his hand to knock on the door. Moments later, Lao Wang opened it. You're here so soon? He exclaimed, surprised to see Yi Xian without noticing the detectives behind him. His gaze fell upon Yi Xian's empty hands, leaving him momentarily speechless. Aren't we here to drink? Where are the drinks and snacks? Yi Xian cast a deep look at Lao Wang before stepping inside. Hey! Lao Wang gazed at him in confusion, but as he turned to speak, he noticed the throng of police officers following Yi Xian into the room. Chapter 59, Family. Lao Wang's eyes widened in shock, his body instinctively recoiling. What on earth is happening? Lin Qingfeng stepped forward, producing his badge as he addressed Lao Wang, Mr. Wang Ping. We are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We suspect you are connected to a case, and we need your cooperation in the investigation. Please come with us. Lao Wang stood frozen in disbelief, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He glanced at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. At that moment, the others in the room, Lao Yu and Xiaoxin, hearing the commotion, hurried out. Brother Yi, Yi Xian, the 4 of them, upon seeing Yi Xian, displayed expressions of joy. But when they noticed the multitude of police officers in the living room, their faces turned to shock. Lao Yu, the most composed among them, quickly approached and asked, Officer, what is going on? Lin Qingfeng replied, Comrade Wang Ping is linked to a case, and we need to take him back to the station for questioning. Impossible. Lao Wang could never commit a crime. Xiaoxin exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Lao Yu shot him a glare, pulling him behind him. Officer, what case is this? There must be some misunderstanding. Lao Wang is a good person and wouldn't cause trouble. Lao Yu spoke anxiously. Lin Qingfeng sighed, then glanced at Yi Xian, as if silently urging him to explain to his friend. Yi Xian, shaking his head helplessly, said, Lao Yu, stay calm. Xiaoxin, you seem puzzled. Brother Yi Yu. Xiaoxin began, but Yi Xian waved his hand, directing his attention back to Lao Wang. Lao Wang, we've known each other for nearly 3 years now, and I know you better than anyone here. Lao Wang nodded, albeit puzzled. Yi Xian continued, at 6 o'clock this evening, where were you? Lao Wang hesitated before responding. At the Shanmei seafood restaurant. The other four exchanged glances, realizing Lao Wang had gone there for a date. Yixian pressed on. Who were you dining with? At this. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lao Wang's eyes as he replied, Xiao, the girl I've been pursuing. And then what? When did you return? Lao Wang paused slightly before answering. Around 6:30. She went to the restroom, and while she was away, I took the opportunity to leave the restaurant. Yixian, having confirmed his suspicions, nevertheless asked. If she went to the restroom, why did you leave first? Lao Wang replied with a wry smile, She doesn't like me. I've been pursuing her for about half a month and spent nearly 100,000 on her. I've run out of savings and energy to continue. So I figured I'd make my exit while she was in the restroom. Lin Qingfeng began to understand why Lao Wang had chosen to leave while the woman was momentarily absent. He simply didn't want to invest anymore. Lao Wang then urgently asked, what exactly happened? Yixian replied evenly, that Xiao. She is dead. Lao Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yixian. How could this be? She was just with me at dinner. How could she be dead so soon? Yixian, his expression serious, nodded. I have no reason to deceive you. We were just at the restaurant. And I saw you both dining by the window in the lobby. Lao Wang, in shock, murmured, then how could she? Yixian placed a reassuring hand on Lao Wang's shoulder and said, Lao Wang, please take care of yourself. She has passed. And while I believe you had no part in it, the fact remains that she had contact with you before her death, making you a primary suspect. We need you to come with us to the station to assist with the investigation. Lao Wang, regaining his composure, questioned in disbelief. We? You're a police officer? Yixian shot him a surprised glance. Well, look at you, quite perceptive, aren't you? Yixian slowly explained, I am a criminal investigation consultant at the Municipal Bureau. I haven't been running solo recently because I've been engrossed in handling cases. Old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yixian. This expression of astonishment was even more pronounced than when he learned of Xiao Rou's death. After a considerable pause, Old Wang regained his composure. He nodded heavily and declared, All right, I will cooperate with your investigation. The police officers behind Lin Qingfeng noticed this and began to take out handcuffs, preparing to step forward. However, they were halted by Lin Qingfeng, who gestured for them to step aside, making a welcoming motion towards Old Wang. Old Wang nodded, lifted his leg, and followed the officers. Yixian turned to Lao Yu and the others, reassuringly saying, Rest assured, Old Wang will be fine. You should eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, and sleep when it's time to sleep. Don't fret unnecessarily. The four responded in unison, and Xiao Xian hurriedly asked, Brother Yi, when will Old Wang be back? Yixian feigned anger, replying, What? Can you not live if Old Wang doesn't return? Xiao Xian quickly shook his head, explaining, No. I just care about Old Wang. He was taken to the police station without having done anything wrong, and he doesn't have family around to look after him. It's usually Old Wang who takes care of us, so of course, we must be concerned. Hearing this, Yixian's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Once the case is solved, Old Wang will naturally return. Besides, with me here, what do you have to worry about? If you miss Old Wang, you can go visit him at the police station. They're not forbidding you from visiting. Xiao Xian and Lao Yu nodded in relief. They departed, and Yixian waved goodbye to everyone before turning to leave the dormitory. Lin Qingfeng was already waiting downstairs. Upon seeing Yixian, he approached and remarked, You seem to have a good rapport with them. Yixian smiled slightly and teased, What? Are you jealous, Captain Lin? Lin Qingfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes, saying, I can't be bothered with you. Yixian stretched lazily and strolled towards the community, continuing, For so many years. I've been alone, but not entirely so, for I have them. We are a small team, bonded closely, spending our days together chatting. It's akin to being family. 2 of them are 7 or 8 years older than I, yet they still regard me as their elder brother. As for them, they may not be particularly clever, but they possess a strong sense of loyalty, even confronting customers if they are bullied during deliveries. Lin Qingfeng listened quietly, finding the conversation quite intriguing. Why do they consider you as their elder brother? He inquired, puzzled. Yixian paused slightly, rubbing his nose before responding, I haven't pondered this much. Perhaps it's because I am too honest? Lin Qingfeng skeptically regarded Yixian, suggesting, Perhaps it's because you're too cunning? Yixian shot Lin Qingfeng a glare, retorting, You are the one who's cunning. Chapter 60, Interrogating Old Wang. At the municipal police station, in the interrogation room, Old Wang sat anxiously at the interrogation table, nervously gazing at Lin Qingfeng and Yixian across from him. Yixian, noticing his demeanor, smiled reassuringly. Old Wang, there's no need to be tense. We are not here to harm you. Old Wang managed a strained smile, replying, Easier said than done. How can I not be nervous in a place like this? Knight Qian shook his head in exasperation, then straightened in his chair, his expression turning serious as he asked, Old Wang, do you know Xiao Rou's true identity? Old Wang answered slowly. Her name is Jiang Rou. She is 29 years old, from Yin Province, and has lived in Xuan City for some time. Knight Qian continued his inquiry. What are her sources of income? She produces borderline content videos online and relies on live streaming donations. I've been watching her streams for nearly 2 months and estimate she makes around 10,000 a month, Old Wang explained. Knight Qian scrutinized Old Wang further, asking, does she have any friends she met through live streaming? Old Wang paused, reflecting with a rueful smile. She never lets me see her phone, so there must be some. Knight Qian, intrigued, probed, then why are you so fixated on her? Taking a deep breath, Old Wang replied, I thought that if I treated her well, if I married her, she would settle down and cease her connections with those people. However, today, when I expressed my feelings again, she rejected me. Perhaps I cannot offer her what she desires. Knight Qian shook his head slowly, gently stating, Old Wang, I do not wish to discourage you, but you must believe me when I say she harbors no feelings for you, not even a shred. Old Wang abruptly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Knight Qian. Demanding why? Knight Qian shook his head, responding, I cannot ascertain the reason, but I observed today that her gaze towards you lacked affection. In fact, it even conveyed disdain. Old Wang's face fell, a look of regret creeping in. Perhaps for Old Wang now, it was best never to have met Jiang Rou, let alone to have devoted everything to her. Knight Qian continued his questioning. Old Wang, during your meals with Jiang Rou at the restaurant, or when you left, did you notice anything unusual? After a moment's thought, Old Wang replied, No, the restaurant was rather empty. Throughout my meal and departure, I only saw the staff. Nothing strange occurred. Knight Qian nodded, pressing onward. Do you know if Jiang Rou recently dined with anyone else besides you? Old Wang recalled a conversation from a previous live stream, where Jiang Rou had flirted with someone and agreed to meet. Yes. A couple of days ago during her live stream, someone with the username Qingshuang wanted to invite Jiang Rou to dinner and even sent a carnival gift. Jiang Rou agreed, and they planned to dine at Shanmei today. However, for some reason, Jiang Rou suddenly messaged me to accompany her to Shanmei, which is why I went, Old Wang recounted. Knight Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating Old Wang's words. So, the individual named Qingshuang Laoyao stood Jiang Rou up, prompting her to invite you instead, or perhaps to have you foot the bill. Old Wang nodded, helplessly saying, that seems to be the case. I noticed her displeasure and didn't ask further. Knight Qian nodded in understanding and continued, did Qingshuang Laoyao ever reveal what he does for a living, his age, or any other identity? Old Wang rubbed his fingertips. Striving to recall, he mentioned in the stream that he was in the local building materials business and even posted a photo of himself with a sports car. Knight Qian pulled out his phone, searched for Qingshuang Laoyao's ID, and opened his profile. There was only one post, a photo of a hand resting on a steering wheel. Knight Qian glanced at it and quickly exited. It was evidently a stock image. The post had garnered fewer than 5 likes and had only been published 2 days prior. Yet, he had seen this image circulated by many online, all identical. Knight Qian turned to Old Wang, asking, what is Jiang Rou's ID? Old Wang promptly replied, it's just Xiao Rou. Knight Qian conducted a search and noted several accounts under that name, then held his screen towards Old Wang, inquiring, which one is it? Old Wang glanced at it and said, the second one, the one with over 6,000 followers. Knight Qian nodded, opening Xiao Rou's profile. She had over 200 posts, each one bordering on inappropriate content, and her homepage was adorned with rocket, satellite emojis. Knight Qian browsed through her posts rather hastily. However, as he stumbled upon a video from a week prior, he abruptly halted his scrolling. This video, like the others, contains similar borderline content. Yet, one comment in the section stood out strikingly. I'm giving you one last chance. Pay me back immediately. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he continued to sift through the comments on the previous videos. Discovering that threats demanding repayment had indeed appeared in the comments of a video from a week ago, all posted by the same account. The general content read, Sister Rou, I beg you, this is all my savings, and I have a family to support. Can I just have half? Just half would suffice. Return the money. As suspicions mounted within Yi Xian's heart, he muttered softly, the last threat was made a week ago, yet there have been no further occurrences since. He immediately looked up at Old Wang and inquired, does Jiang Rou have any debts? Old Wang shook his head in confusion, replying, she never mentioned owing money. Yi Xian turned the screen toward Old Wang, pointing at the comment demanding repayment. Isn't this person named Siren constantly asking Jiang Rou to return the money? Old Wang's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled something. Ah, Siren, I think I remember. Before I added Jiang Rou on WeChat, This siren was always chatting with her. They might have had a falling out later. Siren has been persistently demanding repayment in the live stream. Perhaps that man spent money on Jiang Ro. But since she didn't reciprocate his feelings, he started insisting on getting his money back? Yixian nodded in understanding and turned to Lin Qingfeng, saying, "Have the relevant personnel investigate this siren and that old demon of Sichuan." Lin Qingfeng, intrigued, asked, "Do you suspect these two individuals conspired to murder Jiang Ro?" Yixian shook his head, responding, "I suspect they are the same person." Lin Qingfeng paused for a moment, then nodded gravely. Chapter 61, The Chef. The following day, at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Lao Yu and Xiao Xian, along with two others, arrived early at the police station. At that moment, Yixian was already waiting at the entrance for the four of them. "Night, brother." Lao Yu and Xiao Xian waved at Yixian. He raised his hand in acknowledgement and then teased Xiao Xian, "You're up so early. That's not like you." Xiao Xian, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Well, I was worried about old Wang." Yixian shook his head helplessly and asked, "Have you eaten?" Lao Yu nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, we brought you breakfast." With that, the four of them struggled to lift the array of breakfast items they had brought. There were noodles, congee, buns, side dishes, and rice rolls. A delightful assortment of morning fare. Yixian couldn't help but twitch his lips, saying, "Did you come to feed the pigs at the police station?" The others chuckled, and Xiao Xian was the first to respond. "We just wanted to treat you since we were worried you might be too busy." Lao Yu walked up to Yixian's side, concerned, and asked, "Night, brother, how is old Wang doing? How much longer will he be held?" Yixian nodded, saying, "There are some leads now. I was just about to head to the conference room when you arrived." Yixian took the breakfast and raised his chin, saying, "Let us go. Since you're here, let us check on old Wang." The four immediately followed suit, striding along behind him. The five of them carried a substantial amount of breakfast to the hall and placed it on the table. Yixian addressed Officer Yu. "Officer Yu, my friends brought breakfast for you all. There's quite a bit. If anyone hasn't eaten yet, feel free to help yourselves." Officer Yu looked momentarily taken aback and nodded in slight confusion. Seeing this, Yixian waved to the four and exited the hall. Officer Yu stared at the abundance of breakfast on the table, momentarily speechless, contemplating that the delivery person's storage capacity rivaled that of a breakfast shop. She swallowed hard, marveling at the sight. Yixian found Wu Gang and asked him to take Lao Yu and the others to the detention room to see old Wang, while he himself proceeded directly toward the conference room. In the conference room, upon Yixian's arrival, Li Shaoran immediately stood up, activating the PTT, and the projection screen illuminated with Jiang Ro's image and identity information. Jiang Ro, 29 years old, hailing from Yun Province, had previously been incarcerated for a week due to public disorder, having openly insulted public officials during a live broadcast. She later moved to Xuan City and started anew with a different account. 2 months ago, during a live session, Jiang Ro met an online friend named Siren. Data from the backend indicated that in just a month and a half, Siren had gifted her nearly 5,000 yuan, with the largest single donation being a value of 3,000 yuan for a carnival. However, after a month and a half, Siren's contributions ceased. Yet, Jiang Ro's bank statements revealed a sudden spike in income, nearing 300,000 yuan within just 1 month. Notably, this influx did not originate from short videos, but came from deposits via WeChat, Alipay, and bank transfers. We are currently verifying the identities of the bank transfer senders and awaiting information from the bank, Li Shaoran concluded. Lin Qingfeng and the others listened intently to Li Shaoran's findings. At that moment, Song Yu interjected. "Our tech department traced the IP address of this siren, and it matches exactly with the one used by the old demon of Sichuan when registering their account." Lin Qingfeng nodded in silence, stating, "That confirms it. The old demon of Sichuan and siren are indeed the same person." Zhao Zongfei stood up and nodded towards Song Yu. Song Yu acknowledged with a nod, then typed a few commands on the computer, causing the projection to display the surveillance footage from the Shanmei seafood restaurant and its vicinity. Zhao Zongfei began, "We investigated the restaurant's surveillance and the surrounding area. Jiang Ro was dropped off by the roadside around 5 o'clock p.m. and entered the Shanmei seafood restaurant at 5:05 p.m. After being escorted by the staff, she took a seat but did not place an order immediately. Instead, she appeared to be waiting for someone. It wasn't until around 5:55 p.m. that Wang Ping entered the restaurant, sitting across from Jiang Ro, after which she finally began to order. At 6:31 p.m., Jiang Ro stood up and headed toward the restroom, completely disappearing from the surveillance view, while Wang Ping promptly gathered his belongings and left the restaurant. Yixian fixated on the surveillance replay, sensing something amiss. He turned to Song Yu, "Play the restaurant footage again." Song Yu nodded. and the projection returned to the moment when Wang Ping entered the restaurant. As time passed, the footage completed its replay, and Yi Xian finally discerned the irregularity. Rising from his seat, he instructed Song Yu, rewind the footage to 6:10 p.m. Song Yu promptly executed the command, and the footage returned to that specific moment. Yi Xian pointed at the screen, saying, "Look, the dishes were served one by one. This server is the first to bring out a dish." As the footage continued, the second dish was brought out, followed closely by the third and fourth. Upon the fourth dish being served, Yi Xian immediately called out, "Stop." Song Yu quickly paused the footage, and Yi Xian pointed at the staff member who had served the dishes, stating, "Did you notice? This person is not the same server who brought out the first 3 dishes." The group gazed intently at the man on the screen, clad in a chef's uniform. He appeared to be from the kitchen, but isn't it normal for chefs to serve dishes? Li Xiaoran questioned, observing the staff in the footage. However, Lin Chengfeng pondered thoughtfully, then suddenly realized something, casting an enlightened look toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian, noticing this, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, saying, "Old Lin, it seems you figured it out. Please, share your thoughts." Lin Chengfeng pointed at the dish in the chef's hand, stating, "Typically, it is indeed normal for chefs to serve dishes, but this usually occurs only when a guest orders a special dish that requires the chef's personal attention. Yet this chef is presenting merely a vegetable salad, which does not warrant such personal service, does it?" At this revelation, the group collectively grasped the implication. Their gazes towards Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng now tinged with admiration. Su Guanglei, filled with curiosity, inquired, "But what if that waitress had a sudden bout of stomach trouble or was unexpectedly called away, thereby necessitating the chef to take over serving?" Lin Chengfeng shook his head, gesturing towards the kitchen. "I have observed the layout. The kitchen is quite distant from the restroom." The waitress did not head to the restroom but proceeded directly into the kitchen, where there are always at least 2 waitstaff stationed at the entrance, specifically awaiting to serve the guests. Should the waitress have been indisposed, she would have entrusted the nearby staff to serve, rather than the chef. Upon hearing this, Su Guanglei nodded in understanding, his gaze towards Lin Chengfeng filled with astonishment and delight. Team Lin has made significant progress. I am utterly amazed. Chapter 62, The Qian Family Discovery. Yi Xian clapped his hands, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, and the positioning of the surveillance cameras is excellent. Even though the chef is masked, his eyes are still distinctly visible." Song Yu immediately zoomed in on the chef's figure in the footage. Yi Xian pointed to the chef's gaze, slowly articulating, "This chef did not converse with Lao Wang or Zhang Rou. He merely placed the dishes down and departed. However, if you observe closely, you will notice that the chef's eyes were fixed solely on Zhang Rou, never once glancing at Lao Wang. His expression was not one of affection, admiration, or greed, but rather a profound dissatisfaction, brimming with resentment." The group squinted, scrutinizing the man in the white chef's uniform on the monitor. Once they recognized him, Li Xiaoran promptly nodded, stating, "Exactly. It is unlikely for a stranger to exhibit such a gaze without reason." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, striving to recall the staff present the previous night. Ultimately remembering a chef stationed at the back row, Yi Xian, with a serious demeanor, stated, "This chef remained on-site following the incident. He even witnessed our investigative process." The crowd's eyes widened in surprise, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Zhao Zongfei picked up the documents on the table, quickly stating, "This chef is named Zhang Yong, 35 years old, a local from Xuan City, and has been in the culinary profession for 10 years. He currently earns 8,000 yuan at Shanmei, and he is heavily in debt. He has been divorced once 3 years ago and was arrested 2 years prior for soliciting, receiving a 5-day detention and a 200 yuan fine due to the minor nature of the offense." Yi Xian, intrigued, asked, "What kind of debts does he owe?" Zhao Zongfei replied, "According to the investigation, most of Zhang Yong's debts stem from online loans and usury, amounting to 400,000 yuan, all overdue, resulting in a severely tarnished credit record." Lin Chengfeng nodded in understanding, addressing Li Xiaoran, "Immediately investigate Zhang Yong's whereabouts. Apprehend him upon locating him." Li Xiaoran nodded solemnly and exited the conference room. Yi Xian looked at Lin Chengfeng, suggesting, "Let us revisit the crime scene. If he truly is the perpetrator, we cannot convict him without evidence. There must still be undiscovered clues at the scene." Lin Chengfeng nodded in agreement with Yi Xian's proposal. Shanmei Seafood Restaurant. Since the incident involving Zhang Rou last night, the Shanmei Seafood Restaurant has been forced to temporarily close its doors. Currently, apart from the police officers stationed downstairs, the restaurant is entirely devoid of patrons. Lin Chengfeng and his team arrived at Shanmei, discovering 3 middle-aged men conversing with the police at the elevator. The men possessed an extraordinary demeanor, adorned in high-end designer attire. Lin Qingshuang led his team towards the officers. Team Lin. The officer greeted Lin Qingshuang, then pointed towards the three men, stating, "These gentlemen are shareholders of Shanmei Seafood Restaurant, and I have prevented them from entering." Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the three shareholders. The leader stepped forward eagerly, extending his hand. "Officer Lin, good day. I am Qian Bei, and these are my brothers Qian Nan and Qian Shi. We are shareholders of Shanmei Group." Lin Qingshuang reciprocated the handshake, then remarked, "Mr. Qian, there has been a homicide at Shanmei Restaurant, and the scene remains sealed for investigation. Until the case is concluded, no one is permitted to enter the crime scene. I hope you understand and cooperate." Qian Bei's expression reflected a hint of urgency as he replied, "Officer Lin, we comprehend the gravity of the situation, but we only wish to retrieve a document that is crucial to us. We are well acquainted with Officer Luo and assure you there will be no issues. We kindly ask for your leniency." Lin Qingshuang raised an eyebrow, maintaining his impassive demeanor. "If the document is indeed significant, please specify its location, and we will assist in locating it." Qian Bei's expression gradually stiffened, a flicker of shock evident in his eyes. Qian Nan, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward with an irritable tone. "Officer Lin, as shareholders of the restaurant, we rightfully possess the authority to access the scene. The restaurant's closure incurs immeasurable losses daily. Now we are hindered from retrieving a document. Is there no justice left?" Qian Shi restrained Qian Nan, offering an apologetic gaze. "I apologize, Officer Lin. My brother speaks rather impulsively. Since we cannot enter the scene at the moment, we will wait a few days." Qian Bei nodded reluctantly, conceding, "Very well. We shall return in a few days. My apologies for the inconvenience caused, Officer Lin." Officer Lin waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. The three men returned to the parking lot and departed in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Once they left, Yi Xian curiously inquired, "Who is Officer Luo?" Lin Qingshuang responded slowly, "The captain of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, Luo Hongfeng." Yi Xian expressed surprise. "He is your superior?" Lin Qingshuang smiled faintly, then turned to the group. "Let us proceed upstairs." They entered the restaurant and resumed their search. Yi Xian traversed various areas of the restaurant, be it the dining hall, kitchen, restroom, or even the mechanical room, but found nothing of note. Eventually, Yi Xian arrived at an office, opening the door to enter. The office exuded opulence, with an Armani sofa and desk, and he recalled the sofa alone was priced around $5,000. How fortunate to be wealthy. Satisfied, Yi Xian sat momentarily, then rose to continue his observations. Ultimately, his attention fell upon three documents on the desk labeled Transfer Agreement. He picked them up for a glance, smirking disdainfully. These three brothers harbored considerable ambition, even attempting to acquire shares of their own family's enterprise to usurp their father's position. The patriarch of the Qian family truly had a hard lot, raising these three ingrates. Yi Xian returned the documents, scanned the room once more, and exited the office. Back at the storage room door, Yi Xian pondered the sequence of events surrounding the incident. The assailant emerged from the kitchen into a blind spot of the surveillance, waiting for Jiang Ro to enter the restroom, then swiftly covered her mouth and dragged her into the storage room. The entire process was seamless, devoid of hesitation. Yi Xian stepped into the storage room, gravely observing the bloodstains on the floor. After dragging Jiang Ro inside, the assailant closed the door and used a fruit knife to murder her, subsequently dragging her body to the shelves, explaining the drag marks on the floor. However, the assailant must have gotten blood on themselves. How would they have managed that? With this thought, Yi Xian hurriedly opened the window to look down. His gaze immediately locked onto a dark green trash bin overflowing with refuse directly below the storage room window. Chapter 63, Suicide Conclusion. Yi Xian dashed out of the storage room, heading towards the exit. Lin Qingshuang, noticing Yi Xian's haste, quickly asked, "What is the matter?" Yi Xian paused, turning to see Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei together, signaling for them to follow. The two promptly complied. The three individuals descended the stairs and arrived beside the trash bin. Night Xian took a deep breath, donned his gloves, and commenced a thorough rummage through the refuse. Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei exchanged glances before hastily equipping their gloves and joining Night Xian in the search. The trash bin emanated a nauseating odor of vengeance. Yet the trio unabashedly sifted through the contents. Fish bones wrapped in plastic bags, greasy napkins mingled with decayed vegetable leaves, all clinging to their gloves. At that moment, Night Xian suddenly noticed a bag of black garbage, its sides smeared with a viscous red substance. Without hesitation, he reached out and lifted the trash bag, only to have a glove tumble out from the side, landing before the three. The glove was soaked in blood, stained a dark crimson, as if it had just been retrieved from a pool of blood. Bloodstains. Zhao Zongfei promptly removed his sticky glove, donned a fresh pair, and retrieved an evidence bag to secure the bloodied glove. Observing this, Knight Xian turned to Lin Chengfeng and urged, "Search again. See if there's anything else." Lin Chengfeng nodded gravely and resumed the search alongside Knight Xian. After an extensive search, even emptying the bin entirely, they uncovered nothing but more blood-stained refuse. Knight Xian removed his gloves and inhaled deeply, stating, "It appears that the murderer wore gloves while killing Jiang Rou, then tidied up, discarding the bloodied clothing from the window." Once the police dispersed the crowd, the assailant returned under the cover of darkness to retrieve the bloodied garments. However, due to the inky blackness and the presence of patrolling officers, coupled with the assailant's haste, they inadvertently left behind a glove. Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zongfei nodded in agreement with Knight Xian's analysis. Zhao Zongfei responded, "There's a strong possibility of that. The only surveillance in the vicinity is at the parking lot ahead, making it relatively simple to approach undetected." Knight Xian then suggested, "Let us take the glove back for analysis and await Xiaoran's update." Just as Lin Chengfeng was about to nod, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Li Xiaoran calling, and he promptly answered, putting it on speaker. "Hello, what's the matter?" An urgent voice responded from the other end. "Team leader Lin, Zhang Yong, is dead." Knight Xian's brow furrowed in disbelief as he stared at Lin Chengfeng's phone. Yuzhong New Village, Building 2, Apartment 301. Knight Xian, Lin Chengfeng, and their companions arrived at Zhang Yong's rental unit. At that moment, Li Xiaoran and Su Guanglei were inside the apartment conducting an investigation. Knight Xian and Lin Chengfeng donned gloves and shoe covers before entering. In the bedroom, Su Yin was performing an autopsy on Zhang Yong's corpse. Li Xiaoran immediately explained, "We arrived at Yuzhong New Village at 10 this morning. After conducting interviews, we discovered Zhang Yong's residence was in Building 2, Apartment 501. We knocked for quite some time without a response, and the surveillance footage revealed that Zhang Yong had returned to the complex at midnight and had not left since, not even stepping out of Building 2. So, we called a locksmith, and upon entering, we found Zhang Yong lying motionless on the bed. Moreover, we discovered a bag in his room containing a set of clothes and a glove, both stained with blood." Lin Chengfeng, gazing solemnly at Zhang Yong in the room, inquired, "What was the cause of death?" The deceased was foaming at the mouth, with lips and skin displaying a cyanotic hue. There were unfinished meals on the table, but we found a nearly empty bottle of rat poison in the kitchen, so we initially suspect it was a suicide. Knight Xian approached the dining table where the uneaten food lay, spicy stir-fried pork, twice-cooked pork, and a dish of spicy chicken, but felt no appetite whatsoever. He then proceeded to the kitchen, which was in disarray, with various ingredients scattered about and remnants of cooked food lingering in the pan. After confirming there were no additional clues, Knight Xian returned to the living room. At that moment, Su Yin exited the bedroom, removing her gloves and mask, stating, "The body was found supine, with cyanosis of the lips. The cause of death was determined to be acute bromadiolone poisoning, leading to coagulopathy, with an estimated time of death around 3 in the morning." Lin Chengfeng cast a deep glance at the corpse before saying, "Let us take the body back." The officers nodded in agreement and proceeded to carry the stretcher into the bedroom. Lin Chengfeng turned his gaze to Knight Xian and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Knight Xian, maintaining a calm demeanor, shook his head and replied, "There are no signs of a struggle at the scene, nor any evidence of another person's presence. It appears to be a suicide." Lin Chengfeng nodded, his expression tinged with regret. Knight Xian looked at Lin Chengfeng, perplexed, and asked, "What is bothering you?" Lin Chengfeng slowly replied, "We haven't captured anyone alive. It feels a bit lacking." Knight Xian rolled his eyes, retorting, "You should be more impressive." At the municipal police headquarters, in the conference room, we interviewed the residents of 401, 601, and 502. They reported hearing the resident of 501 shouting in distress around 1 or 2 in the morning. Additionally, the technical department managed to unlock Zhang Yong's phone and discovered 3 call logs from overseas at 1 in the morning, along with threatening messages from debt collectors. Li Xiaoran elaborated. At this juncture, Su Yin interjected, "The glove brought back by Deputy Zhao has been confirmed to contain blood matching Jiang Rou's, and several strands of hair found inside were indeed Zhang Yong's." Hearing the reports, Lin Chengfeng nodded, stating, "Then everything falls into place." Zhang Yong, under immense pressure from debt collectors, sought to reclaim the money he had lent Jiang Rou. When she refused and even blocked him, resentment brewed within him, leading him to plot her murder. After committing the act, fearing exposure, he discarded his clothes from the storage room window. Once the police dispersed the crowd, he returned under the cover of night to retrieve the garments. Later, upon receiving further threats from debt collectors and overwhelmed by guilt after the murder, He succumbed to despair and consumed food laced with rat poison, ultimately taking his own life. Case closed. Knight Qian sat off to the side, yet his mind was elsewhere, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Chapter 64. The Girl. 3 days later, in the morning, the diligent delivery workers had already begun accepting orders. Aren't you all getting up? Answer me. Knight Qian rode his trusty steed, number 9, traversing every corner of the city. Over the past few days, Knight Qian had been tirelessly completing orders, and his rank had ascended from lowly bronze to silver, now reaching silver 3, with his order count soaring to 5. In just a couple of days, he would likely achieve gold status, at which point his order capacity could rise to 7. After the morning rush hour concluded, it was 9:30, and Knight Qian finally logged off to take a break at the roadside. At that moment, a fellow deliverman parked his electric bike beside him after picking up an order. What are you delivering? Knight Qian turned to look, only to be taken aback by the man's attire. The deliverman sported an Me helmet, Don Mate 1 gear, and a 62 LJD thermal box stood proudly at the back of his bike, exuding an aura of professionalism. Knight Qian swallowed hard, unable to restrain himself from teasing, "Brother, quite the multi-talented worker you are." The deliverman, hearing this, immediately bristled, retorting, "What do you mean by that? I'm clearly a versatile warrior." Knight Qian chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief, and responded, "I'm doing gig work. How about you?" The deliverman nodded in understanding, replying, "Gig work. No wonder your aura is so impressive." "I'm with Lu Pao." Knight Qian raised an eyebrow at the deliverman, then inquired, "I've heard that Lu Pao can easily net 1 or 2,000 a month. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, the elder brother languidly reclined in the vehicle, expressing his exasperation. "What nonsense. After doing this for so long. Perhaps I could earn 10,000, but it's exhausting, and being forced to stay online is a hassle. Most of the orders are dispatched by the system, and many are not even on the way, making it a struggle to deliver them." Yi Xian, understanding the sentiment, nodded and replied, "It's not so bad though. Despite the fatigue, at least there's money to be made." The elder brother, gazing at Yi Xian, continued, "What is your surname, brother?" "I humbly go by Yi Xian." "Ah, so it's Brother Yi. I am Chen Pinhong, from Hubei province." "How did someone from Hubei end up delivering takeout in Xuan City?" Yi Xian inquired, slightly astonished. Chen Pinhong couldn't help but smile at this and responded, "I met a beautiful girl online, so I came to settle down here. We've been chatting for nearly half a year, and soon I plan to meet her in person." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up, saying, "That's impressive. Haha, it's not too bad, but I must be off to deliver my meal. See you, buddy." With that, Chen Pinhong waved goodbye to Yi Xian and departed. Watching Chen Pinhong's retreating figure, Yi Xian couldn't help but reflect, to chase love. This brother seems to have a free spirit. Yet he turns out to be quite the romantic. After a brief rest, Yi Xian resumed his online orders. At noon, precisely 11 o'clock, the system assigned him a cake delivery. After picking up the order, he placed the cake on the footboard and, with a sense of trepidation, headed straight for the customer's residential complex. As he rode, he grumbled, "Delivering cakes is truly a challenge. One cannot go too fast, the road is bumpy, and I must steady the handlebars. My hands are aching." The journey of 3 kilometers, which would typically take 6 or 7 minutes, took him nearly 15 minutes. Yi Xian parked his bicycle under a tree at the entrance of the complex and lifted the cake from the footboard. Approaching the entrance, he called out to the property staff in the white shirt at the security booth, "Hey there, could you please open the gate?" The staff member stood up and replied, "Scan to enter." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Brother, didn't we used to just walk in? When did it become necessary to scan?" The staff member shrugged and responded, "I'm not sure. It's a new requirement from above, just started these past few days." Feeling a bit annoyed by such bureaucracy, Yi Xian quickly said, "Brother, I'm just delivering to building 3, right next door. It's a hot day, and the cake might spoil. Could you please make an exception?" The staff member, with a wry smile, adopted a serious expression and said, "I understand your plight, but you must also understand mine. We are both in service of the owners. You feed them, while we protect them. It's just part of our duties. Please scan. If you had done so earlier, you would have been inside by now." Yi Xian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This brother has quite a way with words. Sighing in resignation, Yi Xian finally took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the wall. Beep. After passing the security check, a QR code appeared in the app. The staff member smiled and nodded. "See? That wasn't too long, was it? Hurry inside. Don't keep the owners waiting." Yi Xian shot a resentful glare at the property staff as he strode inside. He couldn't fathom why even entering a residential complex for a delivery required scanning. It was quite bothersome. Muttering his complaints, he arrived at the entrance of Building 3. Yi Xian pressed the button for room 1401 on the machine beside the door. Connecting. Before long, the door swung open, and Yi Xian stepped inside, holding the cake. Hello, your cake, he said, extending it forward. The door was opened by a young woman clad in a faded pink nightgown, with long sleeves. She wore an orange baseball cap on her head, appearing to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. However, Yi Xian was taken aback by her frail appearance. She was exceedingly thin, almost skeletal. Her lips were pale, and her face lacked color, appearing almost sickly. With an expressionless countenance, she reached out her hand to take the cake. Upon seeing her accept the cake, Yi Xian turned to leave, but just as he did, a sudden thud echoed behind him. Confused, he turned around to find the once pristine cake now lying shattered on the ground. Through the transparent plastic wrapping, it was evident that the cake was utterly ruined. Yi Xian quickly stepped back, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. This has nothing to do with me. The girl squatted on the ground, still expressionless. But her eyes betrayed a complex emotion. They were bloodshot yet void of life, filled with tears that seemed on the verge of spilling over. Her hands trembled violently, likely the reason for the cake's unfortunate fall. At that moment, Yi Xian noticed faint marks on her arms and even on her neck. A sense of unease washed over him, and he began to harbor suspicions. He slowly bent down and quietly asked, "Are you all right?" Chapter 65, Lin Shi. The girl shook her head, lifted the cake, and stood up to return indoors. Yi Xian, with a grave expression, scanned the interior and urgently said, "What's wrong? If you're in need, I can buy you another one." The girl paused, slowly turning her head, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. Yet to Yi Xian, that gaze seemed less like hope and more like yearning for the cake. She softly asked, "See, can you?" Yi Xian nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Absolutely. How about we go together?" The girl bit her lip and shook her head. "I can't go out." Yi Xian quickly replied, "Then I'll be back in a jiffy." "All right." The girl gently nodded, agreeing to Yi Xian's proposal. Yi Xian gave her a deep look before striding out of the 14th floor. The elevator had no signal, and Yi Xian was trembling with anxiety, stamping his feet in frustration. Damn it, no signal at a critical moment. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Yi Xian dashed out and opened the map to find the nearest cake shop. Less than 200 meters away. It was right nearby. He sprinted towards the exit, glancing back at the 14th floor occasionally. Seeing everything seemed normal, Yi Xian felt a slight relief, but he still anxiously dialed the girl's number. The call connected quickly. "Hello." The girl's voice was hoarse and cold. "Hey, I'm the delivery guy from earlier. What's wrong?" As he ran, he messaged Lin Xing phone while responding. "I just checked the map, and there's a cake shop nearby. Can I go there to buy one?" After speaking, Yi Xian nervously glanced back at the 14th floor. "Okay, I'm fine with that." The girl's tone had softened, revealing a hint of anticipation. "Great. What flavor do you like?" Yi Xian continued to inquire. "I don't know. It feels like I haven't had any in a long time." Her voice carried a tinge of regret. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt as though he had been pricked by a needle, unable to process this information. "Haven't had any? No worries. I haven't had any in a long time either. If you don't mind, we can share it together, and I'll try the flavor. How does that sound?" Yi Xian raced on, feeling as though his speed was woefully inadequate, wishing he could instantly become as swift as the wind. "Okay," the girl replied softly. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived at the cake shop. During this period, Yi Xian continuously sought topics to converse with the girl, even sharing amusing anecdotes from his delivery experiences. Although her responses were scarce, Yi Xian was aware that she was attentively listening. Furthermore, he learned her name, Lin Shi. He muted the call and strode confidently into the bakery. Boss, please get me a cake," Yi Xian exclaimed urgently. The boss furrowed his brow and replied, "Which number?" "There are numbers in the fridge. Find your own order." Yi Xian immediately shook his head, insisting, "No, I need to buy one right now. I'm in a hurry. Just give me any cake." The boss, perplexed, regarded Yi Xian as if he were foolish. Cakes require ordering. One cannot simply demand a fresh one without prior notice. "If you want to order, then do so. If not, go check other shops," he stated. Growing impatient, Yi Xian noticed a pink cake in the fridge adorned with a Hello Kitty design, identical to the plush toy on the girl's chair. Without hesitation, he opened the fridge and seized the cake. The boss, startled, immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Yi Xian did not respond. Instead, he pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Boss, I truly have an urgent matter. This money can be considered compensation." With that, he dashed out the door. The boss said nothing further, slowly walking over to the table to pocket the money nonchalantly. Yi Xian pressed mute again and spoke into the phone. "Hey, Xiaoxi, are you still there?" Lin Shi quickly replied, "Yes." Sorry, I was just buying a cake. Did you get it? She asked eagerly but quietly. Yixian nodded and smiled. I got it, and it looks beautiful. I bet you'll love it. Lin Shi's anticipation grew, and she obediently responded, great. Yixian hurried into the residential complex and spoke again. I'm almost downstairs. Remember to open the door for me. Okay. He entered the room, number 1401. The door swung open instantly, and Yixian hurried inside, heading straight to the 14th floor. As the elevator doors opened, he stepped out and turned to see Lin Shi peeking from behind the door, her head barely visible as she gazed intently at him. I'm here, Yixian announced, holding up the cake. Lin Shi nodded gently and slowly opened the door. As he entered, he noticed the house was quite desolate. Although clean and tidy, it lacked any warmth, resembling a space untouched by life. This high-end complex suggested the apartment should be fully furnished. Yet Lin Shi's home contained merely a table and a few chairs, nothing more. Yixian refrained from asking questions and placed the cake on the table, surveying the room. With each glance, his expression grew graver. The balcony window was wide open. Under normal circumstances, he might not have thought much of it, considering it was summer, and the absence of air conditioning or fans made ventilation reasonable. However, beneath the window, a small stool bore clear shoe prints, indicating that Lin Shi frequently stood on it. At that moment, Lin Shi was oblivious to Yixian's concerns. Her eyes were fixed on the cake, and through the transparent plastic wrapping, she admired the design, her affection evident. She picked up a worn, faded Hello Kitty plush toy from the chair and exclaimed, Look, it's just like my kitty. Yixian chuckled. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a sudden pang of discomfort. Sitting on a chair, he softly inquired, Xiaoxi, how old are you? 19, she replied. Yixian nodded in understanding and gently asked, What about your family? At this, Lin Shi lowered her head, her gaze heavy with sorrow. I have no family. Upon seeing her demeanor, Yixian's heart swelled with compassion. Why? He pressed. My dad is gone, and my mom abandoned me. I've been living alone ever since. Chapter 66, Happy Birthday. Yixian's heart jolted at her words, and he continued, Why did your mother leave? Lin Shi bit her lip. Contemplating before removing the cap she had worn, her eyes reddening as she confessed, I have acute leukemia. It has been nearly 5 years. My father worked tirelessly for me and passed away from exhaustion 3 years ago. My mother couldn't bear the pressure after I turned 18 and left. So I've been living in the hospital alone for the past 2 years. Yixian instinctively grasped the armrest of the chair, his throat tightening, rendering him momentarily speechless. He noticed Lin Shi's frail form, her bony fingers starkly visible. His gaze fell upon the worn cap she held, its edges slightly curled, bearing the marks of countless touches. Yixian inhaled deeply, unwilling to witness the suffering and anguish of the world, despite Lin Shi merely being a stranger to him. He turned to her and asked, So, why did you come back? Don't you plan to continue your treatment? Lin Shi shook her head, offering a bitter smile as she glanced around her home. Before my mother left, she mortgaged this house and gave all the money to the hospital for my treatment. But now the funds have run out, and I can no longer afford the treatment. The house will be reclaimed. Yixian frowned deeply at her words and quickly inquired, What about now? Lin Shi remained silent, her eyes vacant as she stared out the window, conveying a clear message. She was done with this suffering. Outside, it appeared there was a place she longed for dearly. Yixian's expression turned serious as he stepped in front of Lin Shi, blocking her view. She snapped back to reality, smiled faintly, and said, Today is my birthday. Since falling ill, I haven't had the chance to celebrate. So I spent all the remaining money I had on this cake. But the cake fell, and thankfully you came along. Thank you. Yixian forced a smile and replied, Let us eat the cake. It's your birthday. Let us celebrate. Lin Shi nodded in agreement and took a seat. Yixian unwrapped the cake, carefully placing a party hat on Lin Shi's head. He then inserted candles in a heart shape and lit them one by one. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Lin Shi clasped her hands tightly against her chest, closing her eyes as tears silently fell, dampening the table. With red-rimmed eyes, she opened them and blew out the candles. Yixian beamed and asked, What did you wish for? I can't say. If I do, it won't come true. Lin Shi quickly shook her head. Yixian nodded in agreement, saying, That makes sense. Let us eat the cake? At this, Lin Shi eagerly nodded, her gaze fixed on the cake, unable to suppress her saliva. Yixian picked up a knife and fork, just about to cut the cake in half, when he suddenly remembered something. He took out his phone and looked at Lin Shi, saying, Let me take a picture of you. Lin Shi shrank back slightly, self-consciously saying, Maybe not. I don't have hair. I don't look good. Yixian quickly reassured her, That's not true. Why should hair define beauty? As the old saying goes, true beauty lies within one's heart. Besides, I believe your hair is merely a compliment. You're still very beautiful. Lin Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hands instinctively clenching beneath the table. Finally, gathering her courage, she nodded, saying, "Okay, thank you." Yi Xian finally chuckled with satisfaction, then raised his phone and said, "All right, say cheese." Lin Shi, feeling somewhat at a loss, awkwardly flashed a peace sign. Yi Xian seized the moment, and with a click, the photograph was forever captured in that instant. He turned the phone screen towards Lin Shi and said with a smile, "What do you think? Am I not a good photographer?" Lin Shi focused intently on her image in the phone. Due to the birthday hat she wore, her face was obscured, which eased her anxiety. Ultimately, reassured that she hadn't embarrassed herself, she nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you. It looks great." Yi Xian retrieved his phone and noticed that Lin Qingfeng had sent him several messages, so he quickly glanced at them before putting the phone down. He then cut a slice of cake and handed it to Lin Shi, before cutting another for himself. Lin Shi, feeling a surge of excitement, took a fork and sampled a small piece of cake. Delicious. Despite her pale complexion, her joy was palpable. At that moment, Lin Qingfeng, dressed in police uniform, arrived on the 14th floor and approached the door of 1401. Yi Xian and Lin Shi noticed his presence and both looked up. Upon seeing her brother in uniform, Lin Shi's expression immediately tightened, instinctively covering her face. "There's no need to be afraid. He's my friend," Yi Xian quickly reassured her. Hearing this, Lin Shi slowly lowered her hand, looking somewhat shyly at Lin Qingfeng. Yi Xian glanced behind Lin Qingfeng, curiously asking, "Is it just you?" Lin Qingfeng shook his head and replied, "They are downstairs." He then turned his gaze towards Lin Shi, a look of confusion evident in his eyes. Yi Xian gestured for Lin Qingfeng to come to the balcony and said to Lin Shi, "Continue enjoying your cake. I'll just have a quick word with my friend, all right?" Lin Shi nodded, somewhat dazed, watching as Yi Xian walked toward the balcony while she leisurely ate her cake. Once they were on the balcony, Yi Xian gently closed the glass door, leaving a slight crack. "What's going on?" Lin Qingfeng inquired, puzzled. "This is Lin Shi," Yi Xian explained. "She suffers from acute leukemia. Her father passed away from overwork 3 years ago, and her mother, unable to cope, left as well. For the past 2 years, she has been living alone in the hospital. Before her mother left, she mortgaged this house, putting all the money into the hospital. And now that time is nearly up and the funds are exhausted, she has given up on treatment and returned home." Yi Xian discreetly pointed to the chair on the floor, saying, "It appears Lin Shi has a strong inclination towards self-harm. The footprints on the stool are quite evident, indicating she stands here every day. Her neck and arms bear numerous scratch marks, most of which are fresh wounds, perhaps self-inflicted during episodes at home." Lin Qingfeng's expression turned grave, his gaze toward Lin Shi filled with sympathy and pity. Yi Xian also slowly cast his eyes upon Lin Shi, his own gaze brimming with profound compassion. Lin Shi noticed Yi Xian's look and revealed a contented smile. Chapter 67. Fainting. Critical condition. Yi Xian restrained his emotions and continued. "Today is her birthday. Perhaps she has been enduring the urge to end her life until this day, spending all her money to order a cake online, which coincidentally was the order I received. When I delivered the cake, I didn't pay much attention at first, but after she dropped it, her hands trembled uncontrollably, which I recognized as a sign of her condition, prompting my suspicion." Lin Qingfeng nodded in understanding, then gravely stated, "In this situation, we may need to apply for special assistance or temporary aid." Yi Xian shook his head in concern, replying, "For her, it seems she has no family left. Now, tormented by illness, there is likely nothing in this world she holds dear." Lin Qingfeng frowned, responding, "But even so, we cannot allow her." Before Lin Qingfeng could finish, a loud crash echoed from the hall. Both men turned abruptly towards the sound. They saw Lin Shi, who had been quietly seated and eating cake just moments before, now lying rigidly on the floor, completely motionless. "Xiaoxi." Yi Xian burst open the glass door and rushed towards her. He reached out to check Lin Shi's breath, then anxiously exclaimed, "Her breathing is very weak. We need to get her to the hospital." Lin Qingfeng nodded solemnly, crouching down to lift Lin Shi into his arms, and together they hurried outside. Downstairs, Zhao Zongfei, along with several officers, stood anxiously looking up at the building. When they saw Lin Qingfeng carrying a girl and Yi Xian hastily following, they rushed over. Lin Qingfeng immediately instructed Zhao Zongfei, "Contact the command center and open the emergency passage. We must be quick." "Understood," Zhao Zongfei replied without hesitation, quickly dialing the command center. The group hurried out of the community and reached the police car. Zhao Zongfei took the driver's seat, while Yi Xian swiftly opened the back door. Lin Qingfeng carefully and quickly placed Lin Shi in the back seat before climbing in himself. Yixian closed the door and hurriedly took the front passenger seat. Seeing this, Zhao Zongfei pressed the accelerator, the sirens blaring through the air as the police cars sped away, blue and red lights flashing like an arrow released from a bow. Racing towards the nearest affiliated hospital. Thanks to the prior arrangements with traffic police, within 5 minutes, Zhao Zongfei arrived at the emergency entrance of the affiliated hospital. At that moment, the doctors and nurses were already prepared with a stretcher, waiting for their arrival. Zhao Zongfei parked the car, and Yixian immediately jumped out and opened the back door. Lin Chengfeng carefully carried Lin Shi out, and with the help of the medical staff, gently placed her onto the stretcher. After securing Lin Shi, the medical team hurriedly pushed the stretcher towards the emergency room. Lin Chengfeng and the others closely followed until they reached the entrance of the emergency room. Noticing Yi Xian's nervousness, Lin Chengfeng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Lin Shi will be all right. There's no need to be anxious." "I hope so," Yi Xian replied, managing a faint smile and nodding earnestly. Time ticked by, and suddenly, the door of the emergency room swung open, and a nurse briskly stepped out. Who was the patient's family member? Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng hurried forward. "Nurse, how is the girl?" The nurse took a deep breath and gravely shook her head. "The situation is extremely critical. The patient has acute leukemia and is suffering from a severe infection. Her vital signs are highly unstable, and her platelet count has dropped to nearly critical levels. She could experience major hemorrhaging at any moment." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. The nurse raised the critical condition notice and said, "This is the notice. It requires a family member's signature." Yi Xian looked at the fragile piece of paper in the nurse's hand and said somberly, "Her parents are both gone." The nurse froze momentarily, then displayed a look of concern. According to regulations, a family member's signature is required for any further treatment, especially since there may be a need for a bone marrow aspiration and blood transfusion, which carry significant risks. "I'll sign." Lin Chengfeng stepped forward, presenting his police badge to the nurse. "I am from the City Public Security Bureau. My name is Lin Chengfeng. We are aware of this young lady's situation, and saving her is our priority. I will take full responsibility for any subsequent procedures." He took the critical condition notice and pen from the nurse's hand and signed his name. The nurse glanced at Lin Chengfeng and then at the closed door of the emergency room before finally nodding. She accepted the signed notice and entered the emergency room. Yi Xian stood by, his gaze fixed intently on the red light of the emergency room. At this moment, his heart yearned for the red light to transform into green. "She still had a chance, didn't she?" Yi Xian murmured softly, his voice slightly hoarse, as if he were inquiring of Lin Chengfeng or perhaps questioning himself. Lin Chengfeng patted him on the back, his tone resolute as he declared, "She will be fine. I've sent Zongfei to investigate Lin Shi's identity to see if we can contact her mother." Yi Xian nodded, pulling out his phone from his pocket. The screen still displayed a photo of Lin Shi wearing a birthday hat, awkwardly making a peace sign. With a tinge of melancholy, Yi Xian lamented, "She just had her birthday cake today. What a kind girl. How can fate be so cruel?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Chengfeng felt an inexplicable sorrow welling up inside him. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, casting its warmth onto the cold tiles. Yet it could not provide even a hint of comfort. Roughly an hour later, the emergency room's red light suddenly turned green. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng immediately rose from their seats, hastening to the door to await the doctor's emergence. As the door to the emergency room slowly opened, the doctor stepped out. Yi Xian, filled with concern, urgently asked, "Doctor, how is Lin Shi?" A glimmer of compassion flickered in the doctor's eyes as he replied, "She is temporarily out of danger. The infection has been controlled, and platelets have been administered. However, she still needs to be observed in the ICU for 2 days." "But," Lin Chengfeng quickly interjected, "but what?" The doctor glanced at the two before continuing, "This girl's acute leukemia has reached a severe stage. Given her current condition, it is already a miracle that she has made it this far. Although there may be possibilities for treatment, the cost will be exorbitant. Furthermore, I just heard from the nurse that she is an orphan. Even if you start fundraising now, it's unlikely she will be able to wait for the money to be raised." Yi Xian immediately declared, "Doctor, we must treat her. Money is not an issue." Chapter 68, Raising Funds. Both the doctor and Lin Chengfeng were momentarily taken aback by his declaration. After a pause, the doctor nodded and said, "In that case, I will do everything in my power to arrange it." Once the doctor departed, Lin Chengfeng turned his gaze towards Yi Xian. Curiously, he asked, "How do you plan to raise the funds?" Yi Xian let out a bitter smile and slowly replied, "What means do I have?" Lin Chengfeng was momentarily stunned and quickly exclaimed, "You agreed so readily without a plan?" Yi Xian took a deep breath and responded, I cannot allow her to leave us like this. I cannot bear it. Lin Qingshuang nodded in acknowledgement of his sentiment. At that moment, Zhao Zongfei rushed over, panting. Captain Lin, Advisor Yi, I've tried to contact Lin Shi's mother, but... Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Qingshuang's eyes, and he urgently asked, "But what?" Zhao Zongfei's expression turned troubled as he finally said, Lin Shi's mother stated that she has no relation with Lin Shi anymore. Before she left, she gave everything to Lin Shi, feeling no debt remaining. She believes she has fulfilled her duties as a mother, and Lin Shi's fate now rests solely on her own luck. She insisted we cease contacting her, and then the call ended. Yi Xian's expression turned frigid, his face devoid of emotion as he turned towards the emergency room. Lin Qingshuang let out a long, resigned sigh. If only Lin Shi's mother were present. Perhaps there would still be hope for her survival. Zhao Zongfei quickly suggested, should I call her again? Yi Xian shook his head and said, forget it. Even if she came, she may not come with sincerity. If Lin Shi were to see her, it might lead to an unforeseen emotional blow. Lin Qingshuang nodded in agreement, then added, I still have 60 or 70. I can contribute more. Count me in. My savings amount to around 10, not much. Zhao Zongfei shyly scratched his head. The two then turned their gazes towards Yi Xian, who quickly averted his eyes. Yi Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Am I really that poor? He shook his head and said, you don't need to contribute for now. I have enough. If it's insufficient later, then you can pitch in. Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei stared at him in disbelief. Where did you get so much money? Does delivering takeout pay that well? Yi Xian helplessly shook his head and replied, have you forgotten where I used to work? Lin Qingshuang suddenly understood, then glanced at Yi Xian with curiosity. How can you have money yet live like this? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and retorted, if it weren't a matter of life and death, I wouldn't he want to spend that dirty money? Lin Qingshuang curiously asked, what did Lang Xian do to offend you? The board is filled with unscrupulous people who wield their power over others. To put it bluntly, any company that catches Lang Xian's eye cannot escape unscathed. They appear to be an investment firm, but in reality, they hold nearly 90% of the shares. They have the finest legal team, exploiting legal loopholes for profit. Yi Xian replied casually. Lin Qingshuang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. At that moment, a nurse wheeled out a stretcher. Seeing that it was empty, Yi Xian hurriedly approached and inquired, Nurse, where's Lin Shi? The nurse responded, she is currently in the ICU, still unconscious. She is expected to wake up this evening. It would be best for you to visit then. Also, remember to settle the expenses at the front desk. Yi Xian nodded in understanding, replying, all right, I appreciate your help. The nurse smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before pushing the stretcher away. Yi Xian turned to Lin Qingshuang and Zhao Zongfei and said, let us head back for now. I plan to visit Lin Shi's home to retrieve her ID and clothes. Lin Qingshuang nodded and offered, I'll accompany you. Zhao Zongfei, slightly bewildered, pointed at himself and asked, what about me? Take a cab back to the station, Lin Qingshuang replied, and with that, he and Yi Xian left the hospital, leaving Zhao Zongfei in a state of confusion. The two arrived at Lin Shi's home. In their haste to leave earlier, the door had been left ajar, so they entered without hesitation. Yi Xian wandered around the living room before heading towards the bedroom. This room was not the master bedroom, but was quite clean and well decorated in a pale pink style. The bed was a simple wooden frame, not a grand one. Yet the sheets were neatly arranged, meticulously laid out by Lin Shi. As Yi Xian approached the bedside table, he noticed a small handbag resting on it. Opening the bag, he discovered Lin Shi's ID, health insurance card, and several stacks of bills. These bills detailed Lin Shi's hospital expenses and medication, along with lists of donations received. After a cursory glance, Yi Xian folded the bills back and tucked them into the bag. Next, he noticed two photographs tucked away in a compartment of the bag. He pulled out one, which appeared to be a family portrait. In the photo were a man and a woman, along with a young girl. The girl, wearing a dress, looked to be around 11 or 12 years old, possessing a striking beauty. This must be Lin Shi, her hair dark and lustrous at that age. Additionally, the photo bore many fingerprints, indicating it was frequently handled by Lin Shi. Yi Xian then extracted another photograph, only to be taken aback. This one featured a woman he recognized. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier donation list and hurriedly retrieved it. As he sorted through the stack, an envelope slipped from the pile and fell to the ground. Yi Xian quickly bent down to pick it up and, feeling a sense of curiosity, opened the envelope to read its contents. After finishing, he stared intently at the woman in the photograph, pondering something deeply. Once he had neatly arranged everything back into the bag, Yi Xian opened the weathered wardrobe in the room. Inside were merely two sets of clothes, both faded and worn. After a moment's pause, he slowly closed the wardrobe and, taking the small handbag from the table, exited the room. Old Lin, he called out, Lin Qingfeng, standing on the balcony, turned around, puzzled. What's the matter? As Yixian strolled towards the balcony, he remarked, Lin Xi's clothes have faded. Shall we go purchase her a few new ones later? Lin Qingfeng nodded in agreement, responding, certainly. Shortly thereafter, Yixian stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance, and melancholically stated, I have a feeling that when Lin Xi awakens, she will not accept treatment. Lin Qingfeng, acknowledging this sentiment, nodded in affirmation. I was just contemplating this matter. Zhong Fei informed me that Lin Xi had been receiving treatment at the Second People's Hospital, where the nurses and doctors had actively offered to help her raise funds, but she declined, stating that she wanted to go home and take a look. Yixian sighed heavily, his expression serious, and then said, I have an idea, albeit somewhat impractical, yet I believe she may acquiesce. Lin Qingfeng, intrigued, inquired, what is this idea? In Chapter 69, Farewell to Lin Ruowei, Yixian opened Lin Xi's small handbag, retrieving a photograph and a letter, which he subsequently handed to Lin Qingfeng. Upon examining the contents, Lin Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ruowei? Yixian smiled and nodded, pointing to the letter as he said, this is a letter Lin Xi wrote to Lin Ruowei. Lin Qingfeng immediately opened the envelope and began to read the letter, which contained the following. Dear Sister Lin Ruowei, hello. Smiley face. I do not know if you will ever see this letter, but if you are reading it, it means I have gone to find my father. You might find it strange, as you do not know me, but I know you. I am one of the beneficiaries of your charitable donations. A year ago, I received the list of donations from the Qingshuang group from a nurse, and my name was on it. I feel incredibly fortunate to have caught your attention. Though the nurse told me that you were unaware of my existence, and that the donations were merely arranged by your company, it matters not. Just knowing you is enough for me. Since learning that you donated to my cause, I have sought information about you. At 18, you established the Qingshuang group in Xuan City, becoming a renowned strong woman. You are truly remarkable. At that moment, I vowed to meet you in person and express my gratitude. Initially, I thought that if my illness were to improve, I would work tirelessly to become a part of the Qingshuang group, following in your footsteps to assist you. However, I am sorry to say that I may never have the chance to meet you. I overheard from the nurse that I have run out of funds for my treatment, and my condition has worsened, making it increasingly unbearable. I had prepared myself for this, but I did not wish to remain in the hospital indefinitely. I have one small wish. If you do see this letter, could you please bring me a sunflower? I have heard that sunflowers always face the sun, just like you. Dear Sister Lin Ruowei, thank you for your assistance. You will surely continue to thrive. I shall become a star in the sky, watching over you. After reading the letter, Lin Qingfeng turned sharply to Yixian. Are you planning to make Lin Ruowei Lin Xi's anchor, allowing her to focus on her recovery? Yixian nodded earnestly, replying, Indeed, although I have only recently met Lin Xi, it is evident that she is a person of deep affection and gratitude. Furthermore, Lin Ruowei has assisted Lin Xi, and Lin Xi expressed in her letter a desire to join the Qingshuang group to work for her, making this the best course of action. Lin Qingfeng solemnly nodded in agreement and said, This idea is indeed commendable, but how do you envision Lin Ruowei proceeding? Yixian pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, My initial thought was merely to ask Lin Ruowei for a favor, to visit Lin Xi in the hospital. Now, I believe I should speak with her directly. Lin Qingfeng considered this and nodded, suggesting, How about this? I will take care of Lin Xi's clothing and hospital matters, while you go directly to Lin Ruowei. Yixian was momentarily taken aback, but then agreed with a nod, handing the bag to Lin Qingfeng. All right, I will inquire where Lin Ruowei is currently. With that, Yixian picked up his phone and dialed Lin Ruowei's number. The call was quickly connected. Hello, little brother Yi. What brings you to call your sister at this hour? Lin Ruowei greeted him cheerfully. Yixian immediately replied, Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Sure, just let me know, and I'll help as best as I can. Lin Ruowei responded with a hint of excitement. Having recently immersed herself in work following the closure of the Lu Chang and Lu Tianqing case, acquiring numerous assets from Hunyuan Group, the Qingshuang Group is now officially venturing into real estate. Yet, she had been troubled for some time over how to repay Yixian's kindness without offering money or extravagant gifts. Sister, where are you right now? I'll come find you, Yixian inquired hastily. Lin Ruowei quickly responded, I'm at home, just come over. I'll send you the address via WeChat. Yixian acknowledged her and hung up the phone. Lin Qingfeng asked, Would you like me to drive you? Yixian shook his head, replying, No need. I'll ride my electric bike. Lin Xi's ID and other essentials are in the bag. Lin Qingfeng nodded, and the two parted ways as they descended the stairs. Yixian rode his electric bike and gradually arrived at Hualan Tiandi, where the villas are considered the pinnacle of luxury in Xuan City, priced at an astonishing 240,000 yuan per square meter. He parked his bike by the roadside and approached the entrance. The property staff noticed Yixian and promptly inquired, "Delivering food? Which building is it for?" Yixian shook his head and replied, "I'm here to see a friend, heading to 66, Qingshuang Road, Xuan Courtyard." The staff, slightly taken aback, quickly responded, "You must be Mr. Yi, right? Ms. Lin has already instructed me. Please, come in." The staff opened the door and escorted Yixian to an electric vehicle. Yixian, momentarily surprised, asked, "Are you taking me?" The staff nodded, explaining, "For longer distances, we typically use electric vehicles to transport guests." Yixian then realized and nodded appreciatively before taking a seat in the vehicle. Approximately 3 minutes later, the staff brought Yixian to the entrance of Xuan Courtyard. "Here we are," Yixian acknowledged, stepping out of the vehicle. "Thank you." The staff smiled in response. "You're welcome. Have a pleasant day." With that, the staff drove away. Yixian approached the door and pressed the doorbell. It opened promptly, revealing Lin Schwetter standing at the villa entrance. Lin Schwetter waved cheerfully at Yixian, exclaiming, "Brother Yi." Yixian smiled and raised his hand in greeting as he stepped into the courtyard. "Did you not have class today?" Lin Schwetter pouted, replying, "Brother Yi, it's the weekend, and you ignored my messages." Yixian awkwardly scratched his face, explaining, "I've been quite busy, very busy indeed." Lin Schwetter nodded, seemingly convinced, and then took Yixian's arm, urging, "Let us go inside. It's quite hot out here." She led Yixian into the hall, where Lin Ruwei was already waiting at the tea table. Lin Ruwei stood up with a smile, gesturing to the chair. "You've arrived, little brother Yi. Please, have a seat." Yixian nodded and sat down. "Sister, your house is so spacious." Yixian marveled, taking in the surroundings. Lin Ruwei poured him a cup of tea, responding, "It's all right, just about 700 square meters. Give it a try. It's authentic Dahong Pao." Yixian's eyes lit up as he took a sip from the cup. "Wow, I never realized Dahong Pao had such a rich flavor." Lin Ruwei smiled contentedly and added, "There's still a pound left. If you like it, feel free to take it with you later." In Chapter 70, Awakening, Yixian quickly waved his hands, saying, No, it's fine. I don't particularly enjoy tea, so there's no need to waste it." He then took out Lin Shi's letter and photograph from his pocket and handed them to Lin Ruwei. "Sister, I came here to ask for your help with something." Lin Ruwei, intrigued, accepted the items and opened the letter to read. Lin Schwerer hurriedly approached. The girl's name is Lin Shi, a patient suffering from acute leukemia. With her father deceased and her mother having abandoned her, her condition has reached a critical stage, currently residing in the ICU of the affiliated hospital. When I discovered her, she was already exhibiting strong suicidal tendencies, feeling that there was nothing or no one left in this world to care for. This letter was found in Lin Shi's bag. Your company had previously made a donation to her, which led her to admire you. Lin Ruwei gazed gravely at the letter, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Beside her, Lin Schwerer's eyes were already glistening with tears, occasionally wiping them away. After reading the letter, Lin Ruwei carefully tucked it away, her gaze towards Yixian filled with determination. "I want to meet her." Lin Schwerer immediately echoed, "I want to go too." A slight smile graced Yixian's lips as he nodded. "All right. At 4 o'clock this afternoon." The three of them arrived at the hospital and proceeded directly to the ICU. On the way, Lin Xingfeng messaged Yixian to inform him that Lin Shi had awakened. Upon reaching the second floor and guided by Lin Xingfeng, they changed into visiting attire. Lin Ruwei and Lin Schwetter stayed in the observation room quietly, while Yixian stepped into the ICU first. His gaze fell upon Lin Shi, who lay pallid on the bed, tears streaming from her eyes. When Lin Shi saw Yixian, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. Aware of her frailty and discomfort, Yixian raised a finger to his lips, indicating silence. "It must be very hard for you," he said softly. Lin Shi, with reddened eyes, shook her head to signify she was all right, yet her gaze lingered on Yixian with an inexplicable intensity. Yixian immediately comprehended her unspoken question. "Why do you want to save me? You're still young. You shouldn't do foolish things," he replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a shadow of despair crossed Lin Shi's eyes as she continued to shake her head. Yixian continued, "Rest assured, your illness will be treated. Trust me. You need not worry about finances. I will cover the expenses initially, and you can repay me gradually once you recover." Lin Shi regarded him quietly, her expression a tapestry of emotions. At that moment, Lin Ruwei slowly walked in. Recognizing her, Lin Shi's eyes widened in shock, and her body trembled involuntarily. With a gentle smile, Lin Ruwei addressed Lin Shi. "Little Shi, may I call you that?" Lin Shi nodded slightly, her excitement palpable. I heard you know me, so I came to see you. Truly, you are the remarkable one, having the courage to battle against illness. If it were me, I would undoubtedly lack the strength you possess. Lin Shi froze momentarily at the compliment, her gaze shyly averting. Observing this, Yixian quietly excused himself from the ICU, allowing Lin Ruolwei to converse with Lin Shi alone. Upon exiting, Lin Qingshuang approached Yixian and inquired, "How is it?" Yixian nodded. From her condition, it seems she will be all right. Let Lin Jie have a private conversation with her. Lin Qingshuang nodded in agreement and gestured towards a bowl of beef noodles on the table. I bought this earlier. Eat up, you haven't had lunch. Yixian chuckled, slinging an arm around Lin Qingshuang's shoulder. You're quite thoughtful, old Lin. He plopped down in a chair, unwrapped the packaging, and began to eat heartily. As he ate, he asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Lin Qingshuang nodded. I had lunch earlier, so I'm not hungry now. Yixian then continued to eat at ease. Suddenly, Lin Qingshuang's phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and saw it was a call from Zhang Guomin. Lin Qingshuang immediately walked towards the emergency exit to take the call. About 10 minutes later, as Yixian finished his meal, Lin Ruolwei and Lin Shuai emerged from the ICU. Yixian promptly stood up and asked, "How is she?" Lin Shuai spoke first, "Brother Yi. Sister, she has agreed to continue her treatment." "That is wonderful." Yixian nodded, relieved. Lin Ruolwei smiled, and then turned to Yixian, saying, "Leave the treatment expenses for little Shi to me. I will take care of her from now on." Yixian quickly waved his hands. "Sister Ruolwei, that is not necessary. Your presence alone is a tremendous help." Lin Ruolwei raised her hand to interrupt him, stating, "Young Yi, I came for little Shi, not for you. Moreover, I've noticed that little Shi seems to possess a natural talent for business. Consider this an investment in her future. We may even have the opportunity to work together." Yixian discerned that Lin Ruolwei did not harbor any ulterior motives. How could one discern a talent for business after merely one meeting? Nonetheless, he smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Ruolwei." Lin Ruolwei waved her hand dismissively and then glanced at the bowl of beef noodles. "You're having lunch so early?" Yixian chuckled and shook his head. "It's lunch. I didn't eat earlier." Lin Ruolwei nodded in realization and suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner later?" Just as Yixian was about to agree, Lin Qingshuang approached. "Yixian, I have a case I'd like to ask you to accompany me on." Yixian paused, glancing apologetically at Lin Ruolwei. She sighed with a wry smile. "Since you have matters to attend to, let us save it for next time. I'll reach out to you both later." Yixian and Lin Qingshuang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two departed the hospital, heading straight for the Hungrong White Palace. On the way, Lin Qingshuang began to explain. It's a case involving a prominent entrepreneur in Xuan City, Qingshuang, who was found dead in his home, lying motionless on the floor of his study. The report came from the housekeeper. Zhongfei has already dispatched a team there. Yixian suddenly paused, recalling the Qian brothers he encountered at the entrance of the Shanmei seafood restaurant. "Is it the Qian family we met at the Shanmei seafood restaurant?" Lin Qingshuang nodded. "Indeed, Qingshuang is their father." Yixian's understanding deepened, and he casually inquired, "Didn't they claim to be quite familiar with Officer Luo? Why not involve him?" It was evident that Yixian held a less than favorable impression of the Qian brothers. Lin Qingshuang smiled faintly and explained, "Officer Luo was dispatched by Director Zhang last week to Yun City for an exchange and hasn't returned yet. It was Director Zhang himself who called me to go." Yixian nodded, choosing to remain silent, instead reclining in his seat to rest. Chapter 71, Old Master Qian. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Qingshuang drove into the Hungrong White Palace, arriving at the entrance of Villa Number 2 in Area C. After parking and unbuckling his seatbelt, he noticed Yixian peacefully resting in the passenger seat, even snoring softly, prompting an amused expression on his face. He reached out to gently pat Yixian's chest. "Wake up, we've arrived." Yixian wiped the corner of his mouth, drowsily opening his eyes to survey his surroundings. "Already? That was quick." The two exited the vehicle and entered the villa, where Zhao Zongfei awaited them at the entrance, promptly stepping forward. "Team Leader Lin, Consultant Yi." Lin Qingshuang nodded, glancing at the officers inside the villa who were collecting evidence, and inquired, "What is the situation?" Zhao Zongfei promptly responded, "The deceased, Qingshuang, aged 68, was found dead in his study on the second floor. No signs of a struggle were detected at the scene. The investigation is ongoing. Forensic expert Su is currently examining the body, and the cause of death has yet to be determined." According to the housekeeper, she returned from grocery shopping, pushed open the study door, and found Qingshuang lying on the floor. After confirming he had no pulse, she immediately called the police. Both nodded in understanding, and Lin Qingshuang turned to Yixian, asking, "Shall we go take a look?" Yi Xian agreed with a nod. The two donned gloves and shoe covers before proceeding through the hall to the second floor. Through the door, they could see Su Yin crouched on the floor, examining the corpse. Yi Xian gradually entered the study and began his observations. The study faces south, basking in ample sunlight, with the window ajar, allowing rays of sunshine to stream in. The elderly gentleman, Mr. Qian, is clad in a black Zhongshan suit, his countenance appearing both kind and resolute. However, at this moment, he lies beside the desk, his eyes tightly shut, pallid and bearing an expression of pain, with a brush stained with ink clutched in his hand. Moreover, his position on the floor is adjacent to the desk and chair, with his head having fallen beneath the table. Yi Xian approaches the desk, noting the considerable disarray, and observes an unfinished piece of calligraphy. The characters de Jirua are inscribed, but the character for Yu remains incomplete, marked only by a small cross. Yi Xian finds this curious but soon relaxes his brow, contemplating aloud. Mr. Qian's calligraphy is truly remarkable. It possesses a vigorous strength, devoid of ostentation. Meanwhile, Lin Chengfeng, stationed by the window, inquires without turning his head, "You understand calligraphy?" Yi Xian gestures as he responds, "I have a modicum of understanding." Writing with a brush requires a steady hand, clear distinction between lifting and pressing, and demands complete concentration and focus. Such skill necessitates both innate talent and rigorous practice. Without the former, it would take at least 20 years to attain a proficiency akin to Mr. Qian's. Upon finishing, Yi Xian's gaze is suddenly drawn to a piece of artwork beside the bookshelf. His eyes light up, and he strides towards the painting, scrutinizing it earnestly, but soon loses interest. "I had hoped it was an authentic work by Qi Baishe," Yi Xian laments. Lin Chengfeng approaches, glancing at the artwork, and remarks with exasperation, "Could you not attend to something of substance?" Yi Xian offers a sheepish smile before turning back to his observations. At that moment, Su Yan rises, removing her gloves and mask, addressing Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng. Preliminary assessment indicates the deceased succumbed to acute heart failure, essentially a recurrence of his heart condition. Yi Xian nods, acknowledging, as anticipated, considering the deceased was nearing 70. Lin Chengfeng looks to Su Yan and inquires, "What was the time of death?" Su Yan replies, "Approximately between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. Yi Xian checks his phone, noting the time is 5:15. After pondering for a moment, he turns to Zhao Zongfei at the door and asks, "Where's the housekeeper?" Zhao Zongfei promptly answers, "In the courtyard." She was startled upon encountering the corpse for the first time. Yi Xian nods and states, "I shall go inquire." Zhao Zongfei leads Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng to the courtyard, pointing towards a viewing platform. There, a woman dressed in a red checkered short-sleeve shirt and an apron sits anxiously on a stone bench. Yi Xian strides towards the housekeeper. "Are you the housekeeper of the Qian family?" The housekeeper, upon hearing, stands nervously and nods vigorously. Yes, that's me." Yi Xian takes a seat opposite her and gestures for her to sit down. "Do not be anxious. How did you discover Mr. Qian's lifeless body in the study?" The housekeeper gradually sits, responding, "Today, the master did not take an afternoon nap. Before I left the house, he was still in the study, drinking tea and practicing his calligraphy. After I returned from the market, I went straight to the kitchen and later began cleaning. While preparing dinner, I was uncertain whether to use garlic or onion, so I approached the study door to ask the master. However, I called out for quite some time without receiving a reply. When I pushed the door open, I found him lying motionless on the floor. I rushed over to check, and, upon realizing he was not breathing, immediately called the police." The housekeeper recounts her tale, her hand nervously patting her chest. Yi Xian nods and continues, "What time did you leave to buy groceries? When did you return? At what time did you find Mr. Qian?" The housekeeper reflects for a moment and replies, "I left for the market around 2:20, returned around 3 o'clock, and discovered the master at." She quickly retrieves her phone, checks her call log, and states, "I found the master on the floor at 4:08. Yi Xian silently calculates the time of the incident in his mind, then asks, "Were there any other individuals at home before you left?" The housekeeper shakes her head, answering, "No, apart from the master, it was just me. The master has 4 sons, but they all live separately." Yi Xian probes further, "Do they visit often?" The housekeeper gives a wry smile and shakes her head in response. "Young Master Qian Dong does come frequently to stay and talk with the master. As for Qian Bei, Qian Nan, and Qian Shi, they rarely return. When they do, it is usually for business matters or during the holidays when they might come together, but even then, they are often lectured by the master." Yi Xian contemplates this and finally asks, "When was the last time the 3 young masters returned?" The housekeeper thinks for a moment and replies, "It was probably last week, as it was the anniversary of Madam's passing. The master went to the cemetery with all 4 sons and stayed at home for a day before leaving. Yi Xian nods in understanding. What about the 4 young masters? Were they not notified? The housekeeper promptly responds, I informed them. Young Master Qiandong said he was on his way back, while the other 3 said they were in Yun City and wouldn't return until the early morning. Yi Xian furrows his brow, murmuring, Yun City again. Chapter 72. Arrival of Qiandong. Suddenly, Yi Xian recalls something and asks, by the way, I would like to inquire about the artwork hanging in the study. When did your master acquire it? The housekeeper immediately recollects the calligraphy and exclaims, that piece was brought back by young Master Qiandong 2 weeks ago as a gift for the master. He treasures it greatly, and it is said to have been purchased from Yongbao Studio. The master even instructed me to be particularly careful while cleaning, ensuring that I did not come near that artwork. Yi Xian nods in comprehension. The housekeeper, visibly anxious, asks, Officer, how did our master die? Yi Xian glances at her and replies, heart disease. The housekeeper's eyes widen in shock, followed by a wave of regret as she mutters, I shouldn't have gone grocery shopping. Yi Xian, somewhat puzzled, queries, doesn't your master usually carry his medication with him? The housekeeper shakes her head, saying, he does carry it. We still have plenty of the medication prescribed by the hospital at home. The master always takes a bottle with him, even to the restroom. Yi Xian's brow furrows deeply as he rises and heads towards the 2nd floor of the villa. Su, is there any medication on the deceased? Yi Xian asks Su Yan. She shakes her head, responding, no, the deceased had only 2 tissues on him, nothing else. At that moment, Lin Chengfeng and Zhao Zhongfei enter the study. Lin Chengfeng steps forward and inquires, what is the verdict? Accident or murder? Yi Xian, with a serious expression, nods affirmatively, declaring, murder. Lin Chengfeng acknowledges this and then asks, what leads you to that conclusion? Yi Xian points to the deceased's body, stating, the deceased had a history of heart disease, yet there is no medication on him. According to the housekeeper, Mr. Qian would carry his medication even to the restroom. How is it that now he has nothing? Lin Chengfeng responds with a grave expression. Are you suggesting that when Mr. Qian's heart condition recurred, someone took his medication away? Yi Xian nods, and then gestures towards the artwork by Qi Baishe, saying, this piece also raises questions. Lin Chengfeng inspects it and agrees. Indeed, there are issues here. Yi Xian, taken aback, looks at Lin Chengfeng and asks, you're aware? Lin Chengfeng glances back at Yi Xian, somewhat perplexed. Didn't you say this was a fake? Yi Xian grimaces slightly and clarifies, this artwork is indeed a counterfeit. But according to the housekeeper, it was purchased by young Master Qiandong from Yongbao Studio, which is one of the nation's foremost cultural institutions, staffed with the most experienced appraisers and teams. How could they sell a forgery? That would tarnish their reputation. Lin Chengfeng, intrigued, questions, how can you be certain that Qiandong bought it from Yongbao Studio? The meaning behind Lin Chengfeng's words was unmistakable. What if Qiandong had been photographing with a small institution bearing a name similar to Yangbatai? Or perhaps the nanny was lying, and Qiandong was not at Yangbatai at all. Knight Xian opened the glass door of the bookshelf and pointed to a certificate on the shelf, responding, there is a certificate here, complete with the anti-counterfeiting barcode exclusive to Yangbatai. Moreover, ascertaining this matter is quite simple. The police can simply investigate Yangbatai to uncover the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chengfeng nodded in agreement with Knight Xian's perspective. Ultimately, Knight Xian remarked, after the nanny left the house, someone must have arrived. And their intention may not have been murder, but rather financial gain. We should examine the nearby surveillance, particularly focusing on cameras 220 and 300, to see if anyone approached the Qian residence. Additionally, we must look into the whereabouts of Qian Bei, Qian Nan, and Qian Shi. As the nanny mentioned that when she called them today, they were in Yun City. We need to investigate what they were doing there. Lin Chengfeng nodded and proceeded to make arrangements. Meanwhile, a red Ferrari came to a swift halt at the entrance of the villa. A man, seemingly in his 30s and clad in a black suit, exited the vehicle and hurriedly dashed into the villa. Upon entering, the man addressed the officer, Officer, where's my father? The officer promptly pointed upstairs towards the study, responding, he is still in the study. You must be a family member, correct? The man nodded vigorously and rushed upstairs. When he reached the doorway of the study and saw the elder Qian on the floor, his eyes immediately turned red. He strode in, and with a thud, knelt beside the elder Qian. Father, Knight Xian and Lin Chengfeng stood at the entrance, quietly observing the man. After a considerable pause, the man composed himself and rose to face Lin Chengfeng and Knight Xian. Noticing his distress, Lin Chengfeng offered, please accept my condolences. The man nodded heavily, his voice subdued. I apologize for the scene. Knight Xian stepped forward and inquired, are you Qiandong? Qiandong affirmed, yes, I am my father's 4th son. Knight Xian acknowledged with a nod, then curiously asked, where were you earlier? Why have you only just returned? Qian let out a bitter smile and explained. I am the CEO of Xuan Group. Today, I was in Wanxiang City assessing the location for a new restaurant. However, as soon as I arrived, I received a call from Sister Zhang informing me of my father's incident. So I rushed back home and have only just arrived. Clenching his fists, Qian urgently asked, Officer, how did my father die? Knight Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, he contemplated the location of Wanxiang City, which was not within Xuan City, approximately an hour's drive via the highway. Ultimately, Knight Xian confirmed Qian words, stating, Elder Qian succumbed to a heart attack. Upon hearing this, Qian deflated, his gaze downcast. He murmured, It's all my fault. If I had come back more often, perhaps my father would still be here. Knight Xian shook his head and, fixing his gaze on Qian, stated solemnly, Mr. Qian, the elder's death was not an accident. Qian froze momentarily, abruptly lifting his head. What do you mean? Knight Xian continued. Elder Qian had a heart condition. Typically, individuals with such ailments carry their medication on them. However, we found no heart medication on him, suggesting it may have been removed. Qian trembled at this revelation, his expression darkening. Damn it, who dares to harm my father? Knight Xian approached the painting by Qi Baishe and inquired, Mr. Qian, did you acquire this painting? Qian focused on it and nodded, yes. I commissioned Yangbo Atai to procure it last month. I brought it home 2 weeks ago to gift it to my father. Knight Xian nodded, intrigued, and asked, Do you happen to have a photo of the painting from that time? Chapter 73, Meeting the Chief. Yes, Qian promptly replied. Retrieving his phone and opening the album to find the photograph he had taken with his father and the painting 2 weeks prior, handing it to Knight Xian. Knight Xian accepted it, and, taking down the painting from beside the bookshelf, began to compare it meticulously. As he examined the enlarged image on the phone, Knight Xian's conviction solidified. The painting had been swapped. Looking at Qian and Lin Chengfeng, he asserted with certainty, This painting is entirely different from the one in the photograph. Qian appeared momentarily perplexed, asking, Different? What do you mean? Lin Chengfeng slowly responded. What it means is that this painting is a forgery. Qian brow furrowed deeply, his tightly clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. So, my father discovered that this painting had been replaced, which triggered his heart condition, leading to his death? Knight Xian and Lin Chengfeng stood there, stunned, particularly Knight Xian, whose eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that while Qian deduction was entirely incorrect, it was not without a certain logic. Knight Xian shook his head in disbelief and clarified. Mr. Qian, the security in this villa community is exceptionally stringent. It is nearly impossible for a thief to infiltrate. Furthermore, there are no signs of disturbance within the villa. Since someone knew precisely where the painting was stored, it must have been an acquaintance. Qian pupils dilated as he recalled his 3 brothers. My brothers wouldn't resort to such measures against our father. Knight Xian inquired curiously, What is your relationship with your 3 brothers like? After some thought, Qian nodded. My father was exceedingly strict with my 3 brothers. Due to their personalities being ill-suited for managing the company, he consistently pressured them in an attempt to reform them, both in business and life, but to little avail. As my father aged, I was the only one among the 4 brothers who met his expectations. So he entrusted the company to me, while my 3 brothers received only a minor stake in the company, devoid of any management rights, merely dividends for 2 years. Consequently, they began to distance themselves from my father, to the point of quarrels whenever they met. Nevertheless, even so, they would never go so far as to harm our father. Knight Xian nodded in agreement with Qian sentiments and continued, What are the personalities of your 3 brothers? Qian responded. Eldest brother Qian Bei is somewhat timid and lacks decisiveness. Second brother Qian Nan is impulsive and prone to acting on emotion. As for third brother Qian Shi, Knight Xian, intrigued, pressed further, What about Qian Shi? Qian sighed, elaborating slowly. Third brother is calm and composed, exceptionally intelligent. Even I find myself in awe of him. But he is ill-suited for management due to his deep cunning. He tends to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. To label him as a smiling tiger would not be an exaggeration. Knight Xian finally understood, recalling that it was Qian Shi who had intercepted Qian Nan outside the Shanmei seafood restaurant, appearing to fit that description perfectly. Knight Xian continued, Do you know what they were doing in Yin City? Qian shook his head, replying, Since I took over the company, our brotherly relations have soured, and we rarely communicate. Even I am unaware of what they have been up to. Knight Xian chose not to press further. If even Qian was in the dark, they would have to rely on the police for information. Mr. Qian, please accept my condolences. Now that we have confirmed it is a murder, we may need to take Elder Qian's body for further investigation and examination. We hope for your cooperation. Qian nodded gravely, looking down at the body of Qingshuang, and solemnly stated, "Very well. I appreciate your efforts. Please do everything in your power to find the culprit so that my father may rest in peace." Yixian gently patted Qiandong's shoulder before departing the villa alongside Lin Chengfeng. In the car, as Lin Chengfeng drove, he turned to Yixian and inquired, "Do you believe that the third young master of the Qian family is the murderer?" Yixian shook his head in response, saying, "I am uncertain." Lin Chengfeng frowned, perplexed, and asked, "Is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you seem convinced otherwise." Yixian slowly replied, "At present, only the three of them bear significant suspicion, as they possess a motive for murder, while the housekeeper has an alibi. The market vendors can corroborate her story, yet these three lack any proof of presence elsewhere. Moreover, we have yet to even lay eyes on them. The housekeeper claims they are in Yun City, which is not far from Xuan City, at most a 2-hour journey. Yet, they assert that they won't return until the early hours of the morning. Does that not raise suspicion?" Lin Chengfeng nodded gravely, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is quite suspicious. I have already contacted the police in Yun City for assistance, to see if we can track their movements." Yixian nodded in agreement and continued, "We should further investigate what the three brothers of the Qian family are engaged in. Although they hold shares in Shanmei Group, it appears to be a minimal amount, with dividends distributed only every 2 years. If they solely relied on the Shanmei seafood restaurant, they would hardly be making a profit. Furthermore, given that a death occurred at Shanmei, which has since closed down, the three brothers must surely have other business ventures outside." Lin Chengfeng acknowledged, "I understand. I have already tasked Xiaoran with the investigation. We should receive news shortly." At the Public Security Bureau, Yixian and Lin Chengfeng entered the building and headed straight for the chief's office. On the way, Lin Chengfeng received a call from Zhang Guomin, requesting that he and Yixian visit his office upon their return. Upon arriving at the door, Lin Chengfeng raised his hand and knocked. "Come in." Lin Chengfeng pushed the door open, entering alongside Yixian. Zhang Guomin looked up upon their arrival and gestured to the sofa, saying, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Chief Zhang," they responded as they settled onto the sofa. Lin Chengfeng then asked, "Chief Zhang, what did you need to discuss with us?" Zhang Guomin stood and took a seat on the sofa. "What is the status of the Qian family case?" Lin Chengfeng promptly replied, "Preliminary findings suggest it is a murder. The old master Qian's heart medication was either stolen or taken away, leading to his death due to the lack of timely medication during a health crisis." Zhang Guomin nodded gravely, slowly stating, "Be particularly vigilant with this case. Qingshuang has relatives with Deputy Secretary Xuan. He just called to inquire about the progress of the case and urged me to uncover the truth and apprehend the murderer swiftly." Yixian, intrigued, asked, "Deputy Secretary Xuan?" Chapter 74, Shares. Zhang Guomin nodded in explanation. "Shun Jianbang, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee in Hanzhong, is married to Qingshuang's sister." Yixian then understood. Nodding in response, "We will do our utmost." He then queried, "Chief Zhang, I heard from Officer Lin that Officer Luo Hongfeng has been dispatched to Yun City for discussions and exchanges. Is that true?" Zhang Guomin affirmed, "Indeed. Last week, the director of the Yun City Public Security Bureau contacted me, requesting that I send someone to share investigative experiences. Initially, I intended to send Xie Yunhan, but Luo Hongfeng volunteered, expressing his desire to take the 4th Brigade for the exchange. By my calculations, he should return tomorrow." Yixian pondered aloud, "Volunteering?" Zhang Guomin glanced at Yixian, inquiring, "What is on your mind?" Yixian, somewhat sheepishly, replied, "Chief Zhang, please don't take offense, but I've heard that Officer Luo has a good relationship with the three brothers of the Qian family, and given the current evidence pointing towards their suspicion, it's worth noting that they are also in Yun City, where investigations are ongoing." Zhang Guomin remained silent, calmly tapping his fingers on the table. The room was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Yixian swallowed hard, instinctively shifting closer to Lin Chengfeng. After a moment, Zhang Guomin spoke slowly. "I will have the Yun City authorities investigate his movements over the past few days. Should any information arise, I will inform you. Luo Hongfeng possesses little real skill. His ascent to the position of team leader is solely due to the backing of Wu Zhiliang. Now that Wu Zhiliang has stepped down, he stands alone. If he is indeed implicated in this matter, his time will be up." Yixian nodded, understanding Zhang Guomin's discontent with Luo Hongfeng. He sensed that even if Luo were innocent, Zhang Guomin would not allow him to continue his progress. Zhang Guomin then turned his gaze to Yixian, smiling. "You've done quite well, even managing to bring down Wu Zhiliang." Yixian averted his gaze, rubbing his nose as he replied, "Chief Zhang, it wasn't me. I was merely investigating Lu Tianqing, and Wu Zhiliang's downfall was merely a serendipitous discovery. Haha, there's no need for modesty, had it not been for you." Xuan City might have been left in a dire situation under Wu Zhiliang's rule. Initially, I had intended to hold an award ceremony for you, but you turned it down. Yixian quickly waved his hands. Chief Zhang, I feel honored enough to have received that second-class merit and certificate. I would prefer to avoid the limelight. Zhang Guomin shook his head in resignation. After a brief conversation with Lin Qingshuang and Yixian, they exited the chief's office. Upon stepping out, they spotted Li Xiaoran waving at them. Team leader Lin, consultant Yi, come to the conference room. The two nodded in acknowledgement and promptly followed her. In the conference room, they took a seat at a nearby table. Team leader Lin, according to our investigation, Qian Bei and Qian Shi possessed no personal assets in Xuan City, not even a residence, yet they jointly manage 3 seafood restaurants in Yin City, with Qian Bei holding a majority stake in 2 and Qian Shi in the other. Lin Chengfeng frowned at this revelation and asked, "What about Qian Nan?" Li Xiaoran immediately responded, "Currently, we have found no evidence of Qian Nan having any assets. According to our investigation, he opened a seafood restaurant in Xuan City last year, but it was on the verge of bankruptcy within half a month. After closing it down, he has not attempted to open another restaurant and has not partnered with Qian Bei or Qian Shi." Yixian listened intently to Li Xiaoran's findings, feeling a sense of disquiet. If Qian Bei and Qian Shi were not in partnership with Qian Nan, how was he generating income? While the dividends from Shanmei Group were substantial every 2 years, it was conceivable that Qian Nan had exhausted his funds on the failed seafood restaurant, especially since it had closed, indicating he currently had little money. Why then did he not collaborate with Qian Bei and Qian Shi in opening a restaurant? Did they refuse to include Qian Nan? Contemplating this, Yixian quietly suggested to Lin Chengfeng, investigate Qian Nan's bank statements to assess his expenditures, and keep an eye on his accounts to see if he unexpectedly receives a large deposit. Should that occur, we must promptly identify the source of the funds. Lin Chengfeng nodded gravely, and then rose to head towards the technical department. The following morning, Lin Chengfeng arrived at Yixian's doorstep, bending down to retrieve a key hidden within the carpet, unlocking the door before returning the key. He then made his way to the dining table, poured himself a glass of water, and proceeded towards the bedroom. At that moment, Yixian lay sprawled on the bed in black shorts, soundly asleep in a rather unseemly manner. Lin Chengfeng took a sip of water, placed the cup on the table, and approached the bedside, gently nudging Yixian's shoulder. "Rise and shine, it's nearly 8 o'clock." Yixian groggily turned over, mumbling, "Just a little more sleep." Lin Chengfeng shook his head in exasperation and said, "The 3 brothers of the Qian family returned in the early hours last night and went straight to the Public Security Bureau." Yixian, still with eyes closed, responded. And then, Qian Nan insisted on taking the body back, claiming that since it was an accidental death, there was no need for an investigation. While Qian Shi echoed the sentiment, stating they should allow the old master Qian to rest in peace. And then, Lin Chengfeng responded, "We certainly cannot allow them to take the body away." Subsequently, we notified Qian Dong to come over. Upon seeing Qian Dong, the 3 of them moderated their tempers, ceasing their loud quarrels, and ultimately, Qian Dong managed to persuade them to leave. Yi listened in astonishment and turned to Lin Chengfeng. "Are they so afraid of Qian Dong?" Lin Chengfeng shook his head and replied, "Not exactly. It is just that we have heard that old Master Qian had previously written a will stating that if he were to meet with an untimely demise, all matters pertaining to the Shanmei Group would be entrusted to Qian Dong, and all shares under old Master Qian would also be transferred to him. According to our current investigation, Qian Dong holds 40 of the shares in the Shanmei Group, while the 3 brothers hold 10 each, and the remaining shareholders collectively hold 10. Yi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What about the other 20? Lin Chengfeng slowly responded, "That lies in the hands of old Master Qian's sister, who is also the wife of the deputy secretary of Hanzhong province." Yi nodded gravely, then shook his head, saying, "If I am not mistaken, the other shareholders, 10, will likely soon fall into the hands of the 3 brothers." Lin Chengfeng, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Yi explained slowly, "I discovered a share transfer agreement in the office of Shanmei Seafood Restaurant, and those shares add up to exactly 10. Lin Chengfeng's expression shifted as he realized, nodding in understanding. In other words, the 3 brothers have been plotting for that 10 of shares, and they are not fearful of Qian Dong, but rather biding their time to avoid confrontation with him. Chapter 75, Luo Hongfeng. Yi nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. They are not afraid. They are waiting for an opportunity to sit at the same table as Qian Dong." Lin Chengfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation before saying, "But even if Qian Bei manages to unite the other shareholders, they would only be able to match Qian Dong's shareholding. Moreover, old Master Qian's will explicitly states that Qian Dong is to manage the company. It would not be so easy for them to overthrow him." Yi shot a surprised glance at Lin Chengfeng, exclaiming, "Wow, You are quite astute. Lin Qingfeng's expression froze momentarily, his gaze fixed intently on Yi. Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and continued. Indeed, Old Master Qian designated Qian Dong for management in the will, but they have not signed over the position of director. Ultimately, Qian Dong remains a president, not the chairman. However, I believe Qian Dong will not let this opportunity slip away. The three brothers have yet to completely rally the other shareholders. Qian Dong can convene a shareholder meeting at any time, armed with a legally binding will and his status as the largest shareholder, to appoint himself as the chairman of the Shanmei Group. Lin Qingfeng paused, puzzled, and asked, if Qian Dong truly becomes the chairman, then the three brothers will have no chance of a comeback? He shook his head lightly and replied, if Qian Dong indeed becomes the chairman of the Shanmei Group, the only chance for the Qianbei brothers to turn the tables lies with Old Master Qian's sister. Oh, how could I forget about that? Lin Qingfeng's eyes widened in realization, and he rubbed his forehead in frustration. He shook his head in exasperation, frowning as he said, now that Old Master Qian has passed, if the news spreads, the stock price of the Shanmei Group will undoubtedly be affected. Qianbei and the others could take advantage of this to purchase that 10 of shares from the shareholders at a low price. Is it really that fortuitous? Lin Qingfeng nodded gravely in agreement, stating, Old Master Qian's death must be related to those three. Afterward, Yi freshened up and returned to the Municipal Public Security Bureau with Lin Qingfeng. As they entered the bureau, an unfamiliar figure blocked their path. Good morning, Captain Lin. Lin Qingfeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, isn't this Officer Luo? What brings you here? Luo Hongfeng smiled faintly and said, I heard that Old Master Qian of the Qian family has unexpectedly passed away, and since Officer Lin is handling the case, given my good relationship with Qianbei and the others, why not hand this case over to me? I will ensure it is solved promptly, allowing Old Master Qian to rest in peace. Lin Qingfeng smirked disdainfully and responded, there is no need to trouble Officer Luo. You have just returned from an exchange in Yin City and deserve some rest. We can handle such matters ourselves, so you need not worry. Luo Hongfeng's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but he replied, in that case, I appreciate your efforts, Officer Lin. As you have only been in your position for a year, your experience in handling cases may be somewhat limited. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me, and I will certainly share my knowledge. With that, Luo Hongfeng turned and left the hall. Yi observed Luo Hongfeng's retreating figure before glancing back at Lin Qingfeng. Did you two have some past grievances? Lin Qingfeng looked at Yi in surprise before smiling and nodding. When I first arrived in Xuan City, I was directly appointed as the captain of the criminal police team and stationed at the municipal bureau. Luo Hongfeng was the first to express his discontent. Yi nodded in understanding before continuing to ask, and then? Lin Qingfeng shrugged, responding, then he challenged me to a fight, and for some reason, I rarely saw him afterward. However, he truly was not very resilient, conceding after just a few exchanges. Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingfeng before taking the lead and walking toward the conference room. Lin Qingfeng, observing Yi's subtle actions, couldn't help but smile slightly, shaking his head in resignation before hastening to catch up. In the conference room, Zhao Zongfei addressed everyone, saying, we have reviewed the surveillance footage from around the Qian family's villa, including all exits of the Hungrong White Palace during the time of the incident, and found no suspicious individuals entering or exiting. While there was considerable foot traffic, upon comparison, all were either owners or relatives of owners, and all vehicles were registered with the community, with no outside vehicles having entered. He continued, what we can confirm at present is that the suspect likely did not enter the community on foot. It is highly probable they drove in. Lin Qingfeng nodded gravely in response, stating, then it is indeed plausible that this was an inside job. Li Xiaoran chimed in, Captain Lin, our investigation has revealed that Qiannan's bank account holds only a modest sum, just over 100,000, and his expenses have significantly decreased over the past 2 months. He even visited a luxury goods recycling store to sell off some of his watches to sustain his living. Lin Qingfeng followed up with, what about Yong Baozhai? Li Xiaoran nodded in reply. The calligraphy and paintings were indeed procured by Qian Dong through Yong Baozhai, and the piece in question has been authenticated as genuine. Furthermore, we took the painting from the study to Yong Baozhai for verification, and their appraiser immediately identified it as a forgery. Yi, upon hearing this, confirmed his suspicions. Qian Nan is in financial trouble. The painting in Old Master Qian's study was most likely swapped out by Qian Nan. However, without evidence, we cannot act hastily. Realizing this, Yi shook his head in resignation and then looked at Lin Qingfeng, saying, let's go back to the crime scene for another look. Lin Qingfeng paused momentarily and then asked, The Qianbei brothers are currently staying at a hotel near the Shanmei group. Should we notify them? Yi shook his head, responding, no need. We are merely surveying the scene, not apprehending anyone. At the Qian family villa, the group disembarked and slowly made their way toward the villa. Yi trailed leisurely behind, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Lin Qingfeng walked alongside Yi, puzzled by his demeanor. What are you looking at? Yi nonchalantly replied, the environment here is quite nice. Old Lin, do you think I might have a chance to buy a house here in the future? Lin Qingfeng cast a doubtful glance at Yi before responding coolly, unlikely. Yi shot Lin Qingfeng an indignant look, retorting, how can you say that? What if I strike it rich or win the lottery someday? Lin Qingfeng forced a smile at Yi and said, all right then, I wish you prosperity. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Lin Qingfeng strode directly into the Qian family's villa. Yi Xian observed Lin Qingfeng's retreating figure, clenching his fist with a look that suggested he was ready to confront him. However, he quickly withdrew his fist as Lin Qingfeng unexpectedly turned around. Yi Xian greeted him with a beaming smile, though a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. Lin Qingfeng, shaking his head with exasperation, called out, time to get to work. Yi Xian nodded cheerfully, raising his right hand in a crisp salute to Lin Qingfeng. Chapter 76, Classmates' Discovery. Yi Xian did not enter the villa but instead wandered around its vicinity, eventually pausing near the back entrance of the Qian residence. Casting a skeptical glance around, he noticed the absence of surveillance cameras on the nearby streets. After scanning the area once more, his gaze settled on Villa No. 2 in District D. This villa, located just behind the Qian family home, was merely separated by a two-way driveway. Keenly, Yi Xian spotted a surveillance camera on the second floor of Villa No. 2, perfectly positioned to capture the entire street, including the back entrance of the Qian villa. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian lifted his leg and made his way towards Villa No. 2. Upon reaching the entrance, he pressed the doorbell. In a short while, a small girl, around 4 or 5 years old, opened the gate, her bright eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Yi Xian. He waved a hand in greeting, asking, hello, little sister, are your parents at home? The girl nodded enthusiastically before calling out to the villa, Mommy, Daddy, someone's here for you. A young couple emerged slowly from the villa. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback by their appearance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The couple, upon spotting Yi Xian, also froze, their eyes widening in surprise. Yi Xian, they exclaimed in unison. Yi Xian, perplexed, inquired, have we met before? The man, with a resigned expression, replied, I am Yao Xiaoyang, we were classmates. Instantly, Yi Xian's expression transformed into one of realization as he incredulously pointed at Yao Xiaoyang, exclaiming, Dan. Yao Xiaoyang's face, which had initially beamed with joy, darkened at the mention of the nickname. Must you bring that up? Yi Xian, undeterred, turned to the woman, astonished, and called out, Qingshuang. Qingshuang waved at Yi Xian with a smile, saying, Yi Xian, it's been ages. Yi Xian, astonished, asked, how did you two end up together? Yao Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around Qingshuang and retorted defiantly, why shouldn't we be together? Yi Xian, Yao Xiaoyang, and Qingshuang had been classmates in high school. But Yao Xiaoyang had also been Yi Xian's friend since elementary and middle school. They had shared a decent relationship in their youth. Though Yi Xian's introverted nature meant Yao Xiaoyang often initiated their playtime. Now, Yi Xian found it hard to believe that Yao Xiaoyang and Qingshuang had married and had children. Qingshuang had once been the belle of the class, and it was well known that Yao Xiaoyang had harbored a crush on her, despite her apparent lack of interest in him. The specifics of this were unknown to Yi Xian, as he had left high school shortly after they had begun, transferring to Huqing, leading to his mysterious disappearance becoming the stuff of legends at school. Yi Xian gave the couple a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. Dan managed to win over the class beauty. Indeed, Yao Xiaoyang exclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. Meanwhile, Qingshuang rolled her eyes in exasperation and urged, come in and sit down. Realizing the situation, Yao Xiaoyang quickly echoed, yes, come in. Yi Xian nodded with a smile, bending down to scoop up the little girl in his arms as he entered the villa. Yi Xian, what happened to you back then? You vanished without a trace, and no one at home could be found. If it weren't for the teacher assuring us you were fine, I almost considered reporting you missing. Yao Xiaoyang questioned, bewildered, while Qingshuang looked on with equal curiosity. Yi Xian offered a wry smile and shook his head, replying, nothing happened, I merely transferred schools. Let us not dwell on that. Yao Xiaoyang paused briefly before expressing astonishment. Right. How did you know my family lived here? Yi Xian shrugged. I had no idea your family was here. I came to check the surveillance and stumbled upon your home. Qingshuang, puzzled, asked, check the surveillance? Were you looking at the house across the street? I saw a lot of police there yesterday. Yixian nodded, replying, Old Master Qian passed away unexpectedly. I just discovered that the surveillance camera at your place captures the back entrance of the Qian residence, so I wanted to inquire. Without hesitation, Qingshuang pulled out her phone, opened the surveillance software, and handed it to Yixian. Our camera can only replay a week's worth of footage. See if it contains what you need. Yixian nodded, promptly taking the device and reviewing the footage according to the time of the incident. As time passed, a rare glimmer of excitement appeared in Yixian's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. After confirming the footage, he eagerly asked, Could you send me a copy of yesterday's recording? Qingshuang promptly agreed, responding, Sure, let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. Yao Xiaoyang chimed in, I want to add you too. After exchanging a few more words with the couple, Yixian strode out of the Yao family villa. However, rather than returning to the Qian family villa, his first order of business was to walk a few steps down the driveway and stop in front of a garbage bin. Yixian retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket and began rummaging through the trash. Before long, he emerged with a small bottle of medication labeled nitroglycerin tablets. He hurried back to the Qian family villa, where he found Li Xiaoran. Xiaoran, I found this cardiac medication outside. Please take it back to the technical department for analysis and confirm the fingerprints as soon as possible. Understood. Li Xiaoran immediately produced an evidence bag, placing the cardiac medication inside before departing the Qian family villa. Lin Chengfeng stood silently nearby, observing. After Li Xiaoran left, he approached Yixian and inquired, Where did you find this? Yixian pointed towards the back door of the villa, saying, In the trash bin not far from the back entrance. Lin Chengfeng nodded in comprehension, then asked, Where did you go just now? Yixian chuckled, replying, I went to Villa number 2 in District D. I noticed that a camera on the second floor there was aimed directly at the back door of the Qian residence, which piqued my curiosity. To my surprise, it turned out to be my classmate's house. What a coincidence. Lin Chengfeng expressed his astonishment. That is quite a stroke of luck. What about the surveillance? Did you find anything unusual? Raising an eyebrow, Yixian grinned and replied, What do you think? Lin Chengfeng remained silent, his right hand casually sliding down the seam of his pants, inadvertently revealing a glinting object at his waist before adjusting his police uniform. Yixian's smile abruptly faded as he swallowed hard, eyeing the item at Lin Chengfeng's waist. Then, with a chuckle, he remarked, No need to be like that. Given our relationship, would I really hold back? Chapter 77, Inferring the Crime Process. Yixian produced his phone, opened the surveillance playback, and began. The footage reveals that at 2:30, a black Audi with the license plate on it, a 79888 stopped at the back entrance of the Qian residence. Subsequently, an individual clad in black attire, with a mask and hat obscuring their face, holding a piece of calligraphy, swiftly disembarked from the vehicle and made their way directly into the back door of the Qian villa. At precisely 2:40, he emerged, clutching a piece of calligraphy. In a flurry of urgency, he hopped into his vehicle, and while driving, he tossed the medication out of the window into a nearby trash bin. Finally steering towards the exit, Lin Chengfeng scrutinized the figure on the surveillance replay, although the image was somewhat blurred. A simple comparison of the body shape with Qian Nan's silhouette in his mind revealed an uncanny resemblance. Lin Chengfeng nodded with a stern expression, remarking, He's quite robust. Comparable to Qian Nan's physique, it must be him. Yixian forwarded the surveillance footage to Lin Chengfeng, then slowly withdrew his phone. A knowing smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lin Chengfeng and said, What do you think? My classmate is quite reliable, fortunately. The trash hasn't been collected yet. Otherwise, that crucial evidence would have been lost, and we would have been left in despair. Lin Chengfeng, incredulous, nodded in agreement. Then stated, He wasn't wearing gloves. Now we await the technical department's examination. As soon as Qian Nan's fingerprints are confirmed, we shall apprehend him. Yixian nodded in affirmation. Just as he was about to speak, a vision of old Master Qian's fallen position in the study and the unfinished calligraphy flashed in his mind. A glimmer of surprise crossed Yixian's eyes as he abruptly turned to Lin Chengfeng and cheerfully said, Follow me. Lin Chengfeng, somewhat puzzled, promptly followed in stride. Zhao Zongfei, observing this, chuckled to the officers beside him and said, Let us go. Something has been uncovered. The officers, puzzled, inquired, What has been uncovered? Zhao Zongfei slowly explained. It's evident that a discovery has been made. When Consultant Yi encounters a conundrum, he often ponders deeply, then suddenly raises his head. This indicates there must be an answer. Let us hurry and see. Oh, quickly let us follow. The officers eagerly nodded, hastening to keep up with Zhao Zongfei. Upon entering the study, Yixian stood by the desk, pointing at the calligraphy and said, Look closely. The wise appear foolish. Doesn't the unfinished character for foolish seem rather peculiar? Lin Qingfeng examined it closely and nodded, saying, a cross shape. If one intended to write foolish, the stroke order is incorrect. Yi Xian nodded approvingly, responding, exactly. Old Master Qian's foundation in calligraphy is solid. He wouldn't make such an error. Then, Yi Xian pointed to the outline of the body on the floor and continued. Moreover, the position of Old Master Qian's fall is also problematic. Lin Qingfeng, gazing at the body outline, asked in confusion, what seems to be the issue? Yi Xian gradually elucidated. Old Master Qian fell with his head towards the desk, tilted at an angle, indicating that his original position was at the corner of the desk, not at its center. He couldn't have been writing at the corner, and since he was engaged in writing, it signifies he was in a stable state prior to the incident, not suddenly unwell. Thus, when he moved, he must have noticed the assailant. As he spoke, Yi Xian gazed toward the door, then back at the calligraphy on the desk, slowly stating, the suspect entered the study while he was writing, which caused a noticeable pause in his writing. Yet, the continuation was quite orderly and complete, imperceptible to the average observer, indicating that Old Master Qian recognized the visitor as an acquaintance. Hence, he continued writing without any suspicion. Zhao Zongfei nodded, then posed a question. There is indeed that possibility. But how did the suspect commit the crime? Surely, he didn't forcibly snatch the painting in front of Old Master Qian? Yi Xian contemplated the entire sequence of events. Eventually, he abruptly raised his head, a sharp glint in his eyes as he replied, there is a strong possibility. What? The assembly stared wide-eyed at Yi Xian, their faces painted with confusion. Although it is yet to be confirmed that Qian Nan is the culprit, we shall provisionally consider him as such for our deductions. Yi Xian explained slowly to the gathered crowd. It is a fact that Qian Nan is in need of money. Yet his initial intention may not have been to harm Old Master Qian, but rather to seize the calligraphy. However, in his meticulous planning, he never anticipated that on the day of the crime, Old Master Qian would be awake, writing and drinking tea in the study. Thus, they crossed paths. Do you remember what the maid mentioned to Qiandong? Whenever the three brothers encounter Old Master Qian, they always end up quarreling. On the day of the incident, Qian Nan must have argued with Old Master Qian, who was so incensed that it triggered a heart attack. Trembling, he attempted to retrieve his heart medication from his pocket, but fumbled, causing it to drop to the ground, which resulted in him collapsing as he tried to pick it up. At this moment, Qian Nan stood quietly at the door, watching Old Master Qian. However, in a fit of anger, he thought to himself that if Old Master Qian were to die, he would no longer have to endure this humiliation, and his suffering would come to an end. Resolutely, he seized the moment just as Old Master Qian reached for the heart medication, snatching the bottle away, and then brazenly swapped the painting right before Old Master Qian's eyes before departing the villa. Ultimately, Old Master Qian, enduring the agony brought on by his heart condition, crawled to the desk, intending to write the character for Nan, but only managed to inscribe a cross before succumbing, collapsing to the floor. This explains why Old Master Qian fell with his head toward the desk and his body angled outward. The assembly gazed at Yi Xian, utterly astonished. Finally, Zhao Zongfei, suppressing his excitement, was the first to applaud. With Zhao Zongfei leading the way, thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. The officers regarded Yi Xian with admiration in their eyes, and even Lin Qingfeng wore a beaming smile as he joined in the applause. Yet at that moment, Yi Xian remained unresponsive to the crowd. His brow furrowed as he sank deeper into contemplation. Lin Qingfeng, noticing this, quickly inquired, what is the matter? Yi Xian slowly shook his head, replying, it's nothing. I just feel something is amiss. If Qian Nan truly is the culprit, then what of the other two brothers? Are they not implicated in this matter? Hearing this, Lin Qingfeng's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion. Ultimately, he offered reassurance, it's all right. We still cannot confirm the whereabouts of Qian Bei and Qian San in Yun City. We will surely uncover something once we receive news from there. Yi Xian inhaled deeply, nodding in response, you are right. Without complete clues, we cannot make blind deductions. Otherwise, we might make a grave error. Lin Qingfeng chuckled, patting Yi Xian on the shoulder before saying, is there anything else to investigate? If not, let us head back to the station. Yi Xian nodded, replying, let us go. There's nothing more to see. We'll return to the station and await news from Director Zhang. Chapter 78, The Peculiar Pleasantries. At 1:30 p.m., in the City Public Security Bureau, in the office of the Criminal Investigation Team Leader, Lin Qingfeng stepped into the office and found Yi Xian, who was staring blankly at the sofa. Yi Xian, news has come that Qiandong plans to convene a shareholders meeting tomorrow. What are your thoughts? Yi Xian momentarily paused at this news, but felt no significant surprise. As anticipated, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I suspect the wife of the provincial deputy secretary will also be in attendance. Lin Qingshuang raised an eyebrow, confused, and asked, "How do you know this?" Yi Xian casually replied, "With her brother gone and holding 20% of the shares, she cannot allow her 4 children to recklessly mismanage the company. As the elder, she is obliged to maintain order." "And who do you think Qianru will support?" Lin Qingshuang inquired with curiosity. Yi Xian chuckled in response. According to the information provided by Xiaoran, Qianru adored Qian Shi even before marrying the provincial deputy secretary. Lin Qingshuang nodded in realization, saying, "That makes sense." Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Qingshuang, who was about to speak, and called out first, "Come in." Lin Qingshuang shot Yi Xian an incredulous glare. As the door opened, Wu Gang spoke up, "Team leader Lin, Consultant Yi, Director Zhang is looking for you both." Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian exchanged glances, then nodded in unison and rose to head towards the director's office. At that moment, in the director's office, Zhang Guomin had prepared 2 cups of tea, placing them opposite him. Upon seeing Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian arrive, he gestured towards the seats across from him, saying, "Please, take a seat." The 2 nodded and settled onto the sofa. Lin Qingshuang, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Director Zhang, do you have any news?" Zhang Guomin nodded, producing a document which he handed to Lin Qingshuang. "This is the investigation report from the Cloud City Police's investigative unit. Qian Bei and Qian Shi own 3 restaurants in Cloud City, and the list of shareholders includes." As Lin Qingshuang perused the document, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Luo Hongfeng," Zhang Guomin confirmed with a nod, explaining, "Luo Hongfeng invested in the 3 restaurants owned by Qian Bei and Qian Shi 6 months ago. Although his stake is minimal, only 5% in each restaurant, investigations reveal that these shares were gifted to him by Qian Bei and Qian Shi, meaning he didn't spend a single penny." Both Lin Qingshuang and Yi Xian were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Images of Luo Hongfeng came to their minds, somewhat sleazy. He was a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, even without his cap. Is he really that charming? Just rushing to give away money. Yi Xian gulped, unable to suppress his thoughts. Zhang Guomin regarded the 2 with curiosity and continued. The investigation also revealed that Luo Hongfeng frequently engages in live streaming, often showering female streamers with gifts, and has been known to arrange private meetings. Yi Xian suddenly recalled Xiao Ruru and hastily snatched the document from Lin Qingshuang's hands. He ultimately focused on an account listed in the document that had been deactivated. "Ruru is working hard." Yi Xian recognized the name from Jiang Ruru's file. She had used this account for her live streams in Cloud City. A light bulb went off in Yi Xian's mind, and he turned to Lin Qingshuang, his face a mask of astonishment. Lin Qingshuang mirrored his surprise. Yi Xian immediately exclaimed. The file on Jiang Ruru indicated that she had insulted a public official during a live stream. It seems that official must be Luo Hongfeng. Upon learning he had been insulted by Jiang Ruru on her stream, Luo Hongfeng must have contacted the local police in Cloud City to arrest her. "No wonder I felt something was off." After her arrest, Jiang Ruru's statement only mentioned public official without any details about the person she insulted. Lin Qingshuang nodded gravely and remarked, "It appears that the deaths of Jiang Ruru and Zhang Yong are suspicious indeed." Yi Xian nodded vigorously, contemplating as he responded. Zhang Yong was an employee of Qian Bei and a head chef. They were likely quite familiar with each other. Previous investigations showed that apart from Jiang Ruru, Zhang Yong had no records of gifting other female streamers, suggesting he knew Jiang Ruru perhaps because Qian Bei and the others were orchestrating something sinister to lure Zhang Yong into killing her. Zhang Guomin listened intently to Yi Xian's deductions, his eyes filled with admiration and satisfaction. Lin Qingshuang, however, interjected with curiosity, "But what about Zhang Yong's death?" Yi Xian shook his head slowly, answering, "Zhang Yong did indeed commit suicide. Normally, debt collectors only contact you during the day. Yet he received a call from one in the early hours, indicating someone intentionally had the collector reach out at that time." Lin Qingshuang suddenly realized and nodded. Qian Bei and the others? But why would they do this? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then recalled how Luo Hongfeng had sought to take over the case that morning. He quickly lifted his head, his expression serious. The motive behind Qian Bei and the others' actions might be to curry favor with Luo Hongfeng, to exact revenge on his behalf, thereby preparing for Luo Hongfeng to take over the case involving Old Master Qian. Yi Xian then turned to Lin Qingshuang, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "But those 3 brothers miscalculated. They never anticipated that you would not fear Luo Hongfeng at all. Upon learning this, Luo Hongfeng merely sought to gauge your reaction, achieving his aim without any threats, as he knows he cannot intimidate you. Afterward, he could easily concoct an excuse to dismiss the matter." Lin Qingshuang looked at Yi Xian. his face a picture of shock. Even Zhang Guomin, seated across from them, regarded Yi Xian with astonishment. Finally, Zhang Guomin clapped his hands together, a satisfied grin on his face. Huh, excellent, excellent. Had I not heard your reasoning with my own ears, I might have doubted old Zhou's claims. It appears you truly possess remarkable insight. Yi Xian, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, Hee, I'm flattered, Director Zhang. Zhang Guomin waved his hand dismissively and continued. According to our investigation, Qian Bei and Qian Shi arrived in Cloud City 4 days ago and have not left since, residing either at the Jinhui International Trade or their restaurants. Qian Nan arrived yesterday afternoon around 4 to meet with Qian Bei and Qian Shi, and the three departed Cloud City together around 11:30 last night, heading towards Xuan City. Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Zhang Guomin. Truly, the director was swift and precise in his information gathering. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Zhang Guomin called out calmly, "Come in." Su Yin pushed the door open and entered slowly. Director Zhang, Team Leader Lin, Advisor Yi. The drugs brought back by Officer Li have been processed through fingerprint technology and cross-referenced with our database, revealing 2 sets of fingerprints, one predominantly belonging to Qingshuang and a minor one from Qian Nan. Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. Let's proceed with the arrest. Chapter 79. The arrest of Qian Nan in room 888 of the Meiluan Hotel. Qian Bei sat on the sofa, his expression grave as he scrutinized Qian Nan, slowly stating, Qian Nan, tell me truthfully, does my father's death have anything to do with you? Qian Nan's gaze flickered, and he bowed his head in silence, swallowing hard. Observing this, Qian Bei felt he had his answer and slowly closed his eyes, disappointment etched across his face. Qian Nan eventually lifted his head, nonchalantly saying, Elder brother, rest assured, no one knows. It's foolproof. Besides, the old man died of a heart attack. Not by my hand. Qian Shi, quietly observing from the side, finally spoke, Elder brother, given the circumstances, don't blame second brother. You understand how our father treated us. The pressing matter now is to prepare for tomorrow. Our younger brother is eager to convene a shareholders' meeting. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. Qian Bei shot a fierce glare at Qian Nan before turning to Qian Shi, nodding gravely. You're right. Shan Mei is our goal now. I've convinced 2 shareholders that they won't support Qian Dong during the chairman election, but they might not support me either. Qian Nan quickly chimed in. I've also tried to communicate with those board members, but judging by their demeanor, they seem to prefer neutrality. No one will offer support. Qian Shi nodded, responding coolly. I anticipated that. They are opportunists, driven solely by self-interest. As long as they don't back Qian Dong, it's already a pleasant surprise. Qian Bei looked at Qian Shi, worry creasing his brow. What should we do tomorrow? Given the current situation, it seems rather difficult to prevent Qian Dong from running for chairman. Qian Shi smirked slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Elder brother, don't worry. I've already contacted our aunt. She will be there tomorrow to support us. Qian Bei and Qian Nan's eyes widened in shock, their bodies trembling with suppressed excitement. Our aunt's support will ensure that Shan Mei belongs to us brothers. Qian Bei was right. Shan Mei can only belong to us. Qian Shi smiled broadly, but his gaze toward the 2 was tinged with disdain. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Qian Bei rose and walked to the door, opening it. Upon doing so, he froze in place, astonished to find the corridor filled with police officers. The leader of the group was Lin Chengfeng, who, filled with curiosity, inquired, Captain Lin, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Lin Chengfeng tilted his head slightly, noticing Qian Nan inside the room, and smiled as he replied, Mr. Qian, I apologize for the disturbance, but we are not here for you. Upon hearing this, Qian Bei felt a sudden unease. Who, then, was Lin Chengfeng seeking? Lin Chengfeng produced an arrest warrant from his pocket, turning his gaze towards Qian Nan as he spoke. Qian Nan, we suspect you of having conspired to murder your father. Qingshuang, here is the arrest warrant. Please accompany us. Upon hearing this, Qian Nan sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, You must be joking. He is my father. How could I possibly kill him? Qian Shi furrowed his brow, disbelief evident in his eyes. He stood up, positioning himself protectively behind Qian Nan, and stated, Officer, my father passed away accidentally yesterday afternoon, and Qian Nan was with us the entire time. How could he have harmed our father? Surely there has been a misunderstanding. Lin Chengfeng cast a cold glance at Qian Bei and Qian Shi before addressing the detectives behind him, saying, Take him away. The detectives promptly responded, advancing into the room, and, circumventing Qian Shi, secured handcuffs around Qian Nan's wrists. Let go of me. Let go of me. Regardless of how fiercely Qian Nan struggled, he could not free himself from the icy grip of the handcuffs, and ultimately, he was forcibly escorted from the room. Lin Chengfeng regarded Qian Bei and Qian Shi with a calm demeanor, remarking, "Gentlemen, rest assured that our police do not apprehend without evidence. We appreciate your cooperation in this investigation. I advise you to mind your own affairs." With that, Lin Chengfeng cast a penetrating glance at Qian Shi before departing the hotel. Qian Bei, filled with concern, turned to Qian Shi and asked, "What are we to do now?" Qian Shi slowly sank onto the sofa. His brow knitted in a deep furrow as he clenched his fists and replied, "This Lin Chengfeng is not to be underestimated." Qian Bei, perplexed, queried, "Why do you say that?" Qian Shi elaborated, "I originally intended to have Luo Hongfeng take over our father's case to alleviate Qian Nan's suspicions. But it appears that plan has failed." Qian Bei, astonished, asked, "Isn't Luo Hongfeng Lin Chengfeng's superior? Why would this be?" Qian Shi nodded gravely, stating, "Precisely why I assert he is formidable. When we encountered him at the restaurant, I mentioned Luo Hongfeng's name, and his dismissive expression led me to believe he was overconfident. Now, however," furrowing his brow, Qian Bei continued, "What shall we do now? Didn't our second brother assure us it was foolproof? How could he still be captured?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shi concluded, "Let us observe how events unfold. Lin Chengfeng mentioned he possesses evidence. It may merely be an intimidation tactic, perhaps just a few insignificant leads. However, if we wish to rescue our second brother, it seems we cannot do so alone. We may need to rely on our aunt." Qian Bei, feeling agitated, rubbed his head but ultimately nodded in agreement with Qian Shi's assessment. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in the interrogation room, Qian Nan sat uneasily in the chair, his gaze apprehensively fixed upon Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian. Lin Chengfeng regarded Qian Nan and stated flatly, "Qian Nan, where were you between 2 and 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon? Is there anyone who can corroborate your whereabouts?" "I was in Xuan City. I was there the whole time. My elder brother and third brother can vouch for me." Qian Nan immediately responded. Lin Chengfeng continued, "According to our investigation, Qian Bei and Qian Shi arrived in Yun City a week ago, yet you were not seen. You only drove to Yun City around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon to meet with Qian Bei. How do you explain this?" Qian Nan's face visibly paled at the revelation. I was delayed by some matters. I lost track of time." Yi Xian scoffed derisively, commenting, "Delayed? Was it regarding the painting in your father's room?" Qian Nan was struck dumb, staring incredulously at Yi Xian. "Earlier today, a sum of 4 million suddenly appeared in your bank account, deposited by a classical auction house in Yun City. Quite a swift transaction for selling a painting, isn't it?" "You," Qian Nan stammered, trembling as he pointed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his hand to interrupt, then produced an evidence bag containing the heart medication that Qian Nan had discarded in the trash. Through surveillance footage, it was discovered that at 2:30, your vehicle was parked at the back door of the Qian residence, and your figure appeared in the footage. At 2:40, you hurriedly exited the villa and got into your car, just as you discarded the heart medication in the trash, which bears your fingerprints." Qian Nan's eyes widened in horror as he focused intently on the heart medication on the table, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Why you can't deceive me? There's no surveillance. You're framing me," he retorted vehemently. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, finally pulling out his phone to display the recorded surveillance footage before Qian Nan. After watching the footage, Qian Nan was drenched in sweat, struggling to swallow. Yi Xian reclaimed his phone and stated coolly, "Do you still wish to deny it?" Qian Nan clenched his fists, his gaze venomously fixed on Yi Xian as he declared, I did not kill my father. He was alive when I left." Yi Xian reclined in his chair, his expression icy and furious as he stated, "You indeed did not strike him, but you took away your father's life-saving medication, leaving him without any means to survive. Ultimately, your father succumbed to his heart condition. Is that not murder?" Qian Nan trembled violently, his eyes vacant as he stared at his own hands, unable to stem the flow of sweat cascading down his face. I didn't mean to." Yi Xian regarded Qian Nan silently before finally saying, "The fact that you caused the death of old Master Qian is undeniable. You cannot escape this. If you wish to mitigate your punishment, you must recount every detail of what transpired, and not a single word can be omitted." Deflated, Qian Nan ultimately nodded. 2 weeks ago was my mother's memorial. I returned home with Qian Bei and Qian Shi. Later, I learned from Qian Shi that the painting was quite valuable, and I conceived the idea of swapping it." Yi Xian interjected eagerly, "You learned this from Qian Shi? Were you not aware of the painting's value beforehand?" Qian Nan nodded, replying, "How would I know? I always thought ceramics were valuable. Who could have imagined that a mere painting could be worth more? It was Qian Shi who discreetly informed me. He mentioned seeing a painting worth several million in my father's study, painted by someone named Qi Baishe. Upon learning of its value, I even considered collaborating with Qi Baishe to open a gallery. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng were momentarily taken aback, regarding Qian Nan as if he were a fool. Yi Xian fixed his gaze on Qian Nan, slowly articulating. So it was Qianxi who informed you of the painting's worth, prompting your intentions? Qian Nan affirmed, continuing, yes, I subsequently hired someone to replicate the painting. Until yesterday, my plan was to swap the painting while my father napped, but unexpectedly, he was in the study. Upon realizing this, I intended to leave. But he caught me and chastised me severely, declaring that this was also my home, and I shouldn't behave like a thief. I was infuriated, and we quarreled fiercely, causing him to suffer a heart attack. I only took his heart medication to torment him a bit. I never thought he would have an episode. I truly did not intend to kill my father, officer. Qian Nan's tone was urgent, his words laced with desperation to absolve himself. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng observed Qian Nan's performance with indifferent expressions. Yi Xian raised a hand, signaling for Qian Nan to calm down, and then asked, "What is your relationship with Luo Hongfeng?" Qian Nan paused, momentarily taken aback, and nervously replied, I have no relation with him. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, countering. Yet, to my knowledge, Qian Bei and Qianxi have shares in the restaurant in Yun City, which Luo Hongfeng is involved in. Would you call that having no connection? Qian Nan retorted, that pertains to them. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then remarked nonchalantly, why did Qianxi introduce Jiang Rou to Zhang Yong, the chef at your restaurant? Qian Nan, upon hearing this, appeared as if he had seen a ghost, staring blankly at Yi Xian. How do you know? Yi Xian gently tapped the table, quietly observing Qian Nan, awaiting his next words. Qian Nan swallowed nervously, his heart racing with anxiety. Lin Chengfeng slowly interjected, you must contemplate this carefully. Your guilt is already established. If this matter has no connection to you, it is one thing. However, should it be discovered that you are involved, you may very well spend your life behind bars. Lin Chengfeng's words instantly made Qian Nan's heart plummet. He hastily exclaimed, no, this has nothing to do with me. I swear. Luo Hongfeng was introduced to me and Qian Bei by Qianxi. We were quite surprised to learn of Luo Hongfeng's identity and began to get acquainted with him. While we were in Yun City, Luo Hongfeng secretly dated a woman. Later, for reasons unknown, he became furious with her and wanted us to help teach her a lesson. Qianxi devised a plan for Luo Hongfeng to have someone detain her for a few days, subsequently forcing her to move to Xuan City. Afterward, Qianxi covertly introduced that woman to Zhang Yong, who gradually became infatuated with her. Qianxi told us that to gain Luo Hongfeng's trust, that woman had to die. I asked at the time why it was necessary to gain Luo Hongfeng's trust, but Qianxi simply responded with a vague remark about a significant matter. After some time, Qianxi suddenly informed us that the opportunity had arrived and instructed us to return to Yun City with him. He even arranged for someone to call Zhang Yong in the middle of the night, and that was when I learned that Zhang Yong was dead. The following day, Qian Bei suddenly remembered that a contract had been left at the restaurant, so he returned, and that is when we encountered you. Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment and disbelief. Yi Xian pondered, stroking his chin, and muttered, mastering the situation, using others as tools. Qianxi is quite the strategist. After further questioning Qian Nan, he was temporarily detained. In the office of the criminal police chief, Yi Xian took a sip of tea and slowly stated, it is currently confirmed that Qianxi is the mastermind behind this, yet we lack substantial evidence. If we wish to apprehend him, at most we can only charge him with incitement to commit a crime. With Qingshuang deceased, Qianxi can officially begin to vie for control of Shanmei Group. Tomorrow's shareholders' meeting is crucial. Initially, Qianxi hoped that Luo Hongfeng would manipulate matters on the police side, turning Qingshuang's case into an accidental death. Even if the investigation were delayed, he only needed to secure Shanmei. However, without Qian Nan's support, he must now rely entirely on the shares in Qian Ru's possession to contend with Qian Dong. Lin Chengfeng responded gravely, this individual possesses deep cunning. Luo Hongfeng has been a shareholder in their restaurant for 6 months, indicating that his schemes have been in motion for quite some time. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, stating, we must swiftly investigate the communication records between Qianxi, Zhang Yong, and Luo Hongfeng. There will undoubtedly be clues. Lin Chengfeng acknowledged, replying, I have already instructed Xiaoran and the technical department to investigate. We should have results by tonight. Chapter 81. Qian Ru's Attitude. At 11 o'clock p.m., Li Xiaoran and Song Yu each carried a stack of documents, striding toward the conference room. At this moment, Yi Xian, Lin Chengfeng, and Zhao Zongfei, along with other officers, had received the two's notification and arrived early to await them. The pair entered the conference room and distributed the documents to everyone. The technical department had investigated the communication records of Qianxi, Zhang Yong, and Luo Hongfeng, discovering that Qianxi and Luo Hongfeng had been in frequent contact, especially after Jiang Rou's arrest in Yun City, with their phone calls exceeding 30 times in just 1 week. Furthermore, we accessed Zhang Yong's mobile phone, tracing several debt collection numbers, revealing that these numbers were registered to a credit data consulting company in Yun City. Upon investigation with the Yun City police, it was confirmed that this was a debt collection agency, and its legal representative was Qianxi. Yi Xian and Lin Chengfeng exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Yi Xian urgently inquired, "Did you investigate that matter I asked about?" Li Xiaoran vigorously nodded, responding, following advisor Ye's lead. "We re-examined the account of Sichuan Laoyao and discovered that this account has been deactivated. Upon investigation, we found that the deactivation IP address originated from Yun City, and moreover, the account that previously charged gifts for Jiang Rou did not belong to Zhang Yong, but rather to Qianxi's bank account. Subsequently, we also scrutinized the surveillance access logs of Shanmei Seafood Restaurant and found that during Jiang Rou's time there, one IP address frequently accessed the in-store monitoring content. Upon investigation, we confirmed that the account owner was indeed Qianxi. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned, staring incredulously at Li Xiaoran. Yi Xian, however, stood up with a smile, explaining, "I had been puzzled. Zhang Yong was already in debt to the tune of hundreds of thousands. How could he afford to buy gifts for Jiang Rou, especially such extravagant ones? It was precisely this that aroused my suspicion, prompting me to ask Officer Li to focus on investigating the recharge information of Zhang Yong's alternate account. And as you can see, the results are evident. What if he borrowed money from someone or took out an online loan?" A curious officer interjected. Yi Xian slowly shook his head, clarifying, "Based on our previous investigation, Zhang Yong showed no signs of suicidal tendencies. He was merely overwhelmed by debt collection calls late at night, compounded by the psychological strain from having just committed murder, which ultimately led him to take his own life. If he had 3,000 yuan, he could have kept it for living expenses and repaid his debt slowly. Furthermore, his bank accounts, including WeChat and Alipay, barely totaled 100 yuan, and no one was willing to lend him money, nor did he have any credit to pursue online loans. Therefore, I suspect someone has impersonated Zhang Yong's IP to register the Sichuan Laoyao account and subsequently recharged it, with a very targeted intent to hastily arrange a meeting with Jiang Rou, which is why they directly gifted her the most expensive items." The officers finally grasped the situation, nodding in understanding while looking at Yi Xian with admiration. Qianxi deliberately arranged for Jiang Rou to meet at the restaurant, where she was ultimately discovered by Zhang Yong, leading to his retaliation, while Qianxi quietly observed everything through the surveillance. Yi Xian stated slowly. Lin Chengfeng responded gravely. "Qiandong truly lives up to the moniker Smiling Tiger. Such a person." He then turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, calmly asking, "Now that the evidence is irrefutable, shall we move to apprehend Qianxi?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "Isn't tomorrow the day of the Shanmei Group shareholders meeting? We should wait until they are all present before making the arrest." Lin Chengfeng, puzzled, asked, "Why wait until tomorrow?" The other officers looked at Yi Xian with confusion as well. "Don't you think it would be rather impressive to apprehend him in front of a crowd?" With that, Yi Xian raised his right hand, sweeping it across the top of his head in a dramatic flourish. Lin Chengfeng, Zhao Zongfei, and all the officers present fell silent, simply observing Yi Xian. He awkwardly glanced around before finally sitting down, chuckling, "Just kidding." Lin Chengfeng shook his head in resignation, ultimately standing up and declaring, "In that case, let us proceed with tomorrow." Meeting adjourned. The officers nodded in agreement and then exited the conference room in an orderly fashion. At that moment, only Lin Chengfeng and Yi Xian remained in the conference room. "Let's go. I'll take you home." Yi Xian cheerfully nodded, responding, "Let us get going." On the way, Lin Chengfeng rested his hand on the window while steadily gripping the steering wheel, exuding an air of cold resolve. It was difficult not to feel an indescribable sense of security in his presence. Meanwhile, Yi Xian reclined the passenger seat to the fullest extent, closing his eyes and lazily lying back. Lin Chengfeng glanced at Yi Xian before slowly saying, "Go on, tell me, why wait until tomorrow to make the arrest?" Yi Xian, with a hint of mystery, replied, "Tomorrow, Qian Ru is likely to be present, but her attitude." Lin Chengfeng finally comprehended Yi Xian's implication, and subsequently replied nonchalantly, "In truth, you need not concern yourself with that. Should she dare to obstruct, I shall apprehend her as well." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped, his gaze fixed on Lin Chengfeng with incredulity. "Old Lin, what exactly does your family do?" That's the wife of a provincial party committee member. Aren't you the least bit intimidated? Lin Qingshuang responded with an air of indifference. This is a world governed by law. If we are in the right, what is there to fear? What, are you afraid? Yi Xian rolled his eyes silently, closed them, and slowly said, how can I not be? I'm just a minor character. A mere calamity in this grand scheme. Offending those individuals would surely lead to no good days ahead. I merely wish to live joyfully and without worries in this world. Simply and plainly, that's all. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuang felt a complex emotion stir within him. He turned his head, casting a deep glance at Yi Xian, who was comfortably reclining in the passenger seat, before slowly averting his gaze. Lin Qingshuang drove to the entrance of Yi Xian's residential complex, and then glanced toward the passenger seat. At that moment, Yi Xian had already succumbed to slumber. Lin Qingshuang shook his head helplessly and noted the time, 2,400 hours. Realizing it was quite late, he gently tapped Yi Xian's shoulder. Wake up, it's midnight. You should head back and get some sleep. Yi Xian drowsily opened his eyes, glanced out the window, and only then registered that they had arrived at the complex. As he opened the door, he remarked, Old Lin, I'm heading in first. Drive safely on your way back. Don't forget to pick me up tomorrow. Good night. All right. I understand. Lin Qingshuang nodded and replied softly. Yi Xian exited the vehicle, squinting at Lin Qingshuang as he waved goodbye before departing from the entrance of the complex. Lin Qingshuang watched Yi Xian's retreating figure until he vanished, at which point he drove away from the complex. Chapter 82. Qiandong's disqualification. The next morning, at Shanmei Group, Qiandong donned a sleek black suit, flanked by a cadre of high-ranking executives, striding purposefully towards the conference room. Inside, the room was already filled with shareholders and senior leaders of the group, yet an unusual tranquility pervaded. Some were bewildered, others were anxious, while a few were filled with anticipation. Among them, only a select few were aware that old Master Qian had encountered a mishap, and nearly all were oblivious to the true purpose of Qiandong's shareholders' meeting. However, whispers of speculation had already begun to circulate, suggesting that old Master Qian was preparing to step down, with Qiandong poised to inherit his father's position as chairman. Qian Bei and Qian Shi occupied the side seats adjacent to the main position, their expressions impassive as they closed their eyes, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. As Qiandong and his entourage entered the conference room, they headed straight for the main seat. Hearing the commotion, Qian Bei and Qian Shi slowly opened their eyes, fixating their gazes on Qiandong. Observing Qiandong's direct approach to the main seat without any attempt to intervene, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Yet none dared to speak up. No one wished to be the first to draw attention. Seated in the main position, Qiandong scanned the room with a sweeping glance before addressing the assembly. Is everyone here? At that moment, a board member interjected, President Qian. Chairman, Qian has yet to arrive. The crowd turned their curious gazes toward Qiandong, their eyes brimming with intrigue. A shadow of melancholy crossed Qiandong's features as he glanced at Qian Bei and Qian Shi before solemnly responding. My father passed away 2 days ago due to an unfortunate incident. The room erupted with gasps of disbelief, eyes widening as they stared at Qiandong. President Qian, is this true? This is no jest. Indeed, President Qian, our group cannot function without Chairman Qian. If something has truly befallen Chairman Qian, our group will face tumultuous changes. Taking a deep breath, Qiandong raised his hand to signal for silence. I understand your concerns, but the truth is as it stands. My father succumbed to a heart condition. However, there is no need for alarm. He had already arranged for the future of the group before his passing. As long as everyone fulfills their respective duties, Shanmei is not solely reliant on my father. It is upheld by all of us. As his words lingered in the air, the assembly cast him a mixture of complex and expectant glances. It was evident that with the departure of old Master Qian, he would undoubtedly bequeath everything to his son. As for why it wasn't he the two sitting beside him, perhaps some of the newly appointed directors were unfamiliar with them. Meanwhile, some shareholders seated at the guest's main position observed Qiandong with impassive expressions. They were not swayed by his words, merely awaiting the conclusion. Qiandong surveyed the room and finally addressed the lawyer. Since everyone is present, let us commence. The lawyer nodded in acknowledgement, but was interrupted by Qian Shi. Wait. The assembly turned their gazes towards Qian Shi. Anticipating this, Qiandong regarded Qian Shi with a calm demeanor. Third brother, what is the matter? Qian Shi smiled faintly and stood, saying, Fourth brother, why the rush? There are still others who have yet to arrive. Qiandong furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired. Who? I. A melodious voice, imbued with an air of elegance, resonated from outside the conference room. The attendees turned, perplexed, towards the door as it was gently opened. A woman clad in a qipao and donning dark sunglasses, appearing to be in her 40s, gracefully entered the room. Upon seeing her, Qiandong sprang to his feet, eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Auntie." Qian Ru smiled serenely, making her way towards Qian Shi before taking a seat in his place. "Qiandong, how could you hold such an important shareholders meeting without informing your aunt? Or have you completely forgotten about me?" Qian Ru looked at Qiandong as she spoke, her tone laced with playful reproach. Qiandong forced a smile, explaining, "Auntie, you've never been involved in the Group S affairs, so I didn't dare to disturb you." Qian Ru responded gravely, "Now that my brother is gone, if I do not step forward, what will become of the Qian family under your management?" Qiandong discerned the underlying meaning in Qian Ru's words and remained silent, awaiting her next statement. She continued, "Qiandong, do you believe you are fit to manage the company?" A flicker of complexity crossed Qiandong's eyes as he pondered briefly before replying earnestly, "Auntie, I am fit." Qian Ru pressed on, "In what way do you deem yourself suitable? Since I assumed the position of president of Xuan Group, I have brought about a qualitative leap in just 3 years, expanding our business into multiple fields and significantly increasing the performance of our subsidiaries," Qiandong asserted with confidence. Qian Ru nodded slightly, responding, "While the performance is commendable, managing a company encompasses far more than mere results. Have you thoroughly considered the interpersonal dynamics within the company and the long-term strategic planning?" After a moment of contemplation, Qiandong replied, "Since my father entrusted the group to me, there must be sound reasoning behind it. I trust in my father's judgment." Qian Ru was momentarily at a loss for words, casting a disappointed glance at Qiandong. Ultimately, she addressed the assembly, stating, "If that is the case, let us dispense with the formalities and proceed directly to a collective vote by the shareholders and board members." Rising slowly, Qian Ru announced, "I, Qian Ru, the second largest shareholder of Xuan Group, holding 20% of its shares, hereby declare that those in favor of Qian Bei serving as chairman of Xuan Group, please raise your hands." An immediate silence enveloped the room. Among those present, aside from Qian Bei himself, not a single hand was raised. Observing this, Qian Bei promptly lowered his hand, glancing at Qian Shi with a look of complexity. Qian Ru nodded and continued, "One vote. Next, those in favor of Qian Shi being elected as chairman of Xuan Group, please raise your hands." As soon as she finished speaking, a multitude of hands shot up, including Qian Ru's own. The votes had clearly surpassed half of the attendees, and some were still raising their hands. Qian Shi's lips curled slightly in a smirk, his gaze directed at Qiandong with a hint of provocation. In stark contrast, despair filled Qiandong's eyes. He could hardly believe that his own aunt could exhibit such blatant partiality. Qian Ru regarded Qiandong with an indifferent expression and slowly inquired, "President Qian, shall we continue the investment?" Qiandong slowly rose to his feet, his gaze laden with complexity as he replied, "Aunt, it seems I too am your nephew?" Qian Ru responded coolly, "Xiaodong, this role does not suit you." Qiandong let out a bitter smile, shaking his head as he declared, "Very well. Then I announce that the position of chairman of Xuan Group will be assumed by Qian Shi." "Wait." A furious shout abruptly interrupted Qiandong's words. The crowd furrowed their brows and turned their attention to the entrance. The door to the conference room was suddenly flung open, and Lin Chengfeng led the way, flanked by Yi Xian and a contingent of police officers who slowly filed in. "Qian Shi, based on our investigation, you are suspected of multiple serious crimes. Please accompany us." Chapter 83, The Atrocities of Qian Shi. As Lin Chengfeng's words echoed, the police officers behind him advanced a step, their steely gazes locking onto Qian Shi. The conference room fell into an instant silence, with everyone incredulously staring at Qian Shi. The shareholders and board members who had just voted for Qian Shi now wore expressions of shock. Some instinctively retracted their raised hands, as if fearing to be tainted by misfortune. Qian Shi's previously triumphant smile froze in an instant, his pupils dilating. With a darkened expression, he slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Lin Chengfeng, though you are from the Public Security Bureau, you cannot slander me like this. Do not presume that being a police officer grants you license to act with impunity. I warn you, there are always greater powers beyond your own." Qian Ru also frowned, her countenance especially grim. She slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of sharp, phoenix-like eyes, and spoke with measured calm. "Officer, one must speak with evidence. My nephew is astute and clever. How could he possibly commit a crime? On what basis do you arrest him? If you wish to take my nephew, please present your evidence." Lin Chengfeng cast a casual glance at Qian Ru before producing an arrest warrant, stating, "This is the arrest warrant for Qian Shi." After presenting the warrant, he turned and extracted a stack of documents from Yi Xian's briefcase, placing them on the table. "Qian Shi, You are suspected of inciting Zhang Yong to commit murder. After Zhang Yong killed Jiang Ro, you indirectly prompted his suicide, constituting indirect intentional homicide. These documents serve as evidence. With each accusation Lin Chengfeng articulated, Qianxi's complexion grew paler, until he trembled, his hand shaking as he pointed at Lin Chengfeng, exclaiming, "You are slandering me." Qianru glanced at the documents on the table, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, but she ultimately set them down, asserting, "This is not substantial evidence. I do not acknowledge it. You cannot take Qianxi." Seeing Qianru's obstinate demeanor, Yi Xian stepped forward. "In that case, let us clarify the crimes Qianxi has committed today." Qianru furrowed her brow and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Xian straightened, responding, "I am Yi Xian, a special criminal investigation consultant for the Xuan City Public Security Bureau." Upon hearing this, Qianru ceased her inquiries and quietly regarded Yi Xian, her expression replete with confidence. To her, the mere municipal police seemed to be a trivial matter. Yi Xian picked up the documents from the table, pointing to the name Jiang Ro, and smiled at Qianxi, asking, "Qianxi Xiao, do you know Jiang Ro?" Qianxi furrowed his brow, shaking his head vigorously. Yi Xian smirked derisively and continued, "Surely you must know Zhang Yong?" Qianxi swallowed hard but ultimately shook his head again. Yi Xian's smile turned cold as he remarked, "Zhang Yong is the chef at your restaurant. How can you claim not to know him?" Qianxi slumped into his chair, responding with disdain, "You said it yourself. He is merely a chef. Why would I bother to know a cook? I cannot afford to diminish my status." At this, the police officers present narrowed their eyes in anger at Qianxi. Unfazed, Yi Xian pressed on, "However, according to restaurant surveillance and your chat records, your relationship is not trivial. You often drank together at the restaurant. Do you still wish to deny it?" Qianxi could not help but swallow again, coldly huffing. "Consultant Yi, which law states that those who drink together must be familiar?" Yi Xian shook his head, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "You are quite clever, adept at scheming and plotting. If only you applied such talents toward the advancement of your business, your future achievements would surely rival those of old Master Qian." Alas! Listening to Yi Xian's insinuations, Qianru could not help but furrow her brows. Qianxi regarded Yi Xian with a deep stare, dismissively replying, "I do not know what you are talking about. Consultant Yi, why not speak plainly? Whom have I plotted against?" Yi Xian continued, "In your eagerness to ingratiate yourself with the head of the Xuan City Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team, Luo Hongfeng, you did not hesitate to orchestrate the demise of 2 innocent lives. Jiang Ro offended Luo Hongfeng during a live broadcast, and through your suggestion, she was detained by the Yun City police for several days, ultimately being sent to Xuan City. Subsequently, you casually introduced Jiang Ro to Zhang Yong, who became utterly infatuated with her. In the end, Jiang Ro drained Zhang Yong's finances, leaving him in debt of hundreds of thousands, which awakened a deep resentment within him." Qianxi's heart quaked as he gazed incredulously at Yi Xian, his grip tightening on the armrest. Yi Xian, noticing his reaction, smiled faintly and continued, "At that time, Zhang Yong harbored only hatred for Jiang Ro, without murderous intent, until you intervened. You registered a short video account using Zhang Yong's phone, funded it with 3,000 yuan, and arranged a carnival for Jiang Ro, inviting her to the Shanmei seafood restaurant. When Jiang Ro arrived, you were already in Yun City, watching the drama unfold through the restaurant surveillance. As you anticipated, Zhang Yong indeed spotted Jiang Ro. To confirm her identity, Zhang Yong even personally served her dishes. Upon seeing Jiang Ro elegantly dining with a man, his murderous intent ignited. Seizing the moment, she went to the restroom. He dragged her into the storage room and murdered her. After Zhang Yong returned, you contacted your loan company in Yun City, deliberately choosing to call Zhang Yong in the early hours for high-pressure debt collection. Given that Zhang Yong had just committed murder, he was already in a state of panic. And with the relentless debt collection, his mental defenses crumbled, leading him to end his own life. Thus, you successfully orchestrated a scenario of murder disguised as suicide. Qianxi fought to suppress his shock, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Xian as he gravely stated, "Consultant Yi, are you writing a novel? This is utterly absurd." Yi Xian chuckled coldly, responding, still unwilling to admit it, "Then let me share the evidence we have uncovered." Upon hearing this, Qianxi's body tensed, panic rising within him. You thought this case was conclusively closed, so you canceled the Xiaowei account of the old demon from Sichuan. According to our investigation, the last login IP of that account was from your phone, on the day Jiang Ro was murdered. The surveillance logs of Shanmei Seafood Restaurant indicate that you logged into the monitoring system 17 times, and the access times perfectly coincided with the time of the incident. The calls made to Zhang Yong were traced back to a company named Lianxin Data Consulting in Yun City, which we jointly investigated with the Yun City Police and discovered to be a debt collection agency, with you as the legal representative. At this point, Yixian glanced at the impassive Qianru before turning back to Qianxi, continuing, moreover, we found chat records between you and Luo Hongfeng on his phone. Luo Hongfeng was already under investigation last night. Do you need us to bring him in for a confrontation? Chapter 84, The Iron-Faced Justice. Qianxi's expression grew increasingly grim. His hands clenched tightly as he directed a venomous glare at Yixian, retorting, Are you jesting? Who is Luo Hongfeng? Am I to curry favor with him? Upon hearing this, Yixian erupted in a fit of anger, clapping his hands in disbelief and shaking his head in exasperation. Qianxi, you are undoubtedly the most obstinate person I have ever encountered, without exception. With that, Yixian leaned both hands on the table, his gaze icy as he continued. Since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, let us delve into the matter of old Master Qian's demise. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, Qianxi's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his expression as he stared at Yixian. Qianru also looked at Yixian in astonishment, hastily asking, What do you mean? What I mean, Yixian replied calmly, is that old Master Qian's death is inextricably linked to Qianxi. He regarded Qianru with an indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qianru turned her gaze to Qianxi, her eyes filled with questions. Qianxi attempted to refute this accusation, but was swiftly interrupted by Yixian. I believe you are all aware that old Master Qian succumbed to a heart attack, deemed an accidental death. However, investigations revealed that Qian Nan was present at the scene of the incident. We have apprehended Qian Nan, who has confessed to attempting to swap the painting gifted to old Master Qian by President Qian while he was supposed to be napping. But old Master Qian did not take a nap. Instead, he encountered Qian Nan, leading to a heated argument, which ultimately triggered his heart condition. Had old Master Qian taken his medication, he would have been fine. However, in a fit of rage, Qian Nan seized the medication and brazenly swapped the painting in front of old Master Qian. Qianru's face flushed with indignation and disappointment upon hearing this. That scoundrel! She exclaimed. She then turned to Yixian and inquired, What does this have to do with Qianxi? Have you not considered why Qian Nan would attempt to swap the painting? He had no knowledge of its value. He would likely discard it as refuse if presented with it. Qianru's gaze gradually shifted to Qianxi, disbelief creeping into her expression. Yixian, noticing her realization, smirked and declared, Indeed, it is precisely because of Qianxi. Last week marked the anniversary of Madame Qian's passing, at which time Qianxi discovered the painting. It was then that Qianxi's plot to murder old Master Qian and seize control of Shanmei Group commenced. Qianxi was well aware of the painting's worth and promptly informed Qian Nan, subtly guiding him on the method of execution, manipulating Qian Nan into committing the crime. Qianxi chose Qian Nan for his unwavering trust and impulsive temperament, ensuring a fierce confrontation would ensue between Qian Nan and old Master Qian, making Qian Nan the perfect candidate for the murder. You sought to ingratiate yourself with Luo Hongfeng as a precaution, did you not? You anticipated that after old Master Qian's death, his case would be handled by Luo Hongfeng himself, intending to delay the police investigation and prepare for your takeover of Shanmei. If all went as planned, you could eliminate Qian Nan and claim his shares. At this revelation, the onlookers regarded Qianxi with expressions akin to those reserved for a fiend. In that moment, Qianxi's gaze mirrored theirs, yet it was directed at Yixian. Yixian, undeterred by Qianxi's glare, glanced at Qianbei and then at Qianru, smiling as he added, Furthermore, I suspect you have also plotted regarding your elder brother's shares, have you not? Qianxi swallowed hard, casting a fleeting, guilty glance at Qianbei. Qianbei slowly closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, already having surmised the truth. After a mental struggle, Qianxi steadfastly retorted, You are slandering me. I refuse to accept this. At this juncture, Lin Shengfeng could no longer remain silent, coldly interjecting, whether it is slander or not. The truth will be unveiled at the precinct. He gestured to the officers behind him, commanding, Take him away. 2 police officers promptly stepped forward, producing handcuffs, and firmly secured Qianxi's wrists. Qianxi thrashed about violently, shouting at Qianbei, Elder brother, say something. We had an agreement. However, Qianbei abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze frosty as he turned his head away, appearing as if he did not recognize him at all. In desperation, Qianxi turned to Qianru, his eyes brimming with hope. Aunt, save me. Qianru, her face pale with rage, stood up and bellowed, I dare anyone to take Qianxi away. Lin Shengfeng stepped forward, his voice icy as he commanded, Take him. The officers proceeded to escort Qianxi out of the conference room. Qianru, witnessing this, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Lin Chengfeng. Officer Lin, do you know who I am? Lin Chengfeng offered a faint smile in response, saying, I am aware. You are the wife of Deputy Secretary Xuan, correct? Qianru was momentarily taken aback, then shouted, If you know that, how dare you act? Lin Chengfeng shot her a cold, assessing glance before turning away, stating as he walked towards the door. Even if Deputy Secretary Xuan were present, it would not deter us from performing our duties. Madam Xuan, I advise you to conduct yourself accordingly. With that, Lin Chengfeng departed from Shanmei Group, accompanied by the officers. Qianru's expression darkened as she stood and cast a lingering glance at Qiandong before striding out of the building. In the provincial government compound, courtyard number 3, Qianru hurriedly entered, making a beeline for the study. Old Shen. Upon entering, she found Shun Jianbang leisurely sipping tea. Shun Jianbang glanced at Qianru with mild curiosity before responding nonchalantly, What is the rush? Qianru seated herself opposite him, breathlessly exclaiming, Old Shun. My nephew has been captured by the police. You must find a way to save him. However, Shun Jianbang did not display any surprise or anger, maintaining an air of composure. From what I understand, without evidence, Zhang Guomin will not arbitrarily apprehend individuals. Qianru, frustrated by Shun Jianbang's demeanor, slammed her palm on the table. But they have arrested my nephew. Hasn't he been apprehended as your nephew as well? Shun Jianbang scoffed lightly, regarding Qianru with measured words. If he has broken the law, should he not be apprehended? Among your nephews, Qiandong is the most exceptional. Do you not know the character of the other 3? They have taken 3 lives, daring even to murder their own father. What else could they be capable of? Old Zhang has informed me of the entire situation. The evidence is irrefutable. If they have committed a crime, they must face the consequences of the law. Qianru felt her heart plummet at his words, staring blankly at Shun Jianbang. He regarded her with a watchful gaze, stating bluntly, I warn you, this matter ends here. Should I discover any further schemes on your part, do not expect me to show any leniency due to our marital ties. With that, Shun Jianbang drained his cup of tea and rose to leave the provincial government compound.